parking lot too?
Oh, fuck yeah, dude. The other night, somebody shut the fucking pumps off and shit. It fucked me all kinds up. I didn't know what the hell was going on. I was like, why the hell y'all put this shit out in the front? You know, any motherfucker can touch it.
And they got a lot of gay dudes running up in there too.
They do, dude. I almost saw a gun fight with the trans and a fucking homeless person. It's crazy.
They have trans in Cattle Mills, Texas?
No, this is in Austin.
Oh, okay.
I've been in Austin for over 9 years. No, they didn't have that shit in Cattle Mills.
I'm talking about gays, right? I'm talking about the homeless remodel.
Shit, it's all the same to me. Shit, I don't know. Fuck.
You don't keep me fucking up with this here, right? Well, you can be 2 inches.
There's like celebrities in this city.
There's just a lot of
shit. Hell yeah.
No, man, I'm just... And yeah, they got a lot of gay dudes out there trying to get that fucking fake CPR out there.
Yeah, exactly. It's crazy. What's out here?
So, what did you do for work before in the Circle K?
I worked for a television station.
Wow.
CBS and Telemundo.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, I recently quit that job this month, and I tried to get a sales job, and I sucked at that. And so I decided to quit that and then just do Circle K. And then now I deliver laundry too. And so I got all kinds of whoever makes money. I don't know.
What do your parents in Cattle Mills do for work?
My dad's dead.
Picture with a pitchfork in front of the house.
Yeah, my dad's dead. Yeah. My dad's dead too.
My dad's alive. Had a heart attack last week, but he's good. My dad's cool. He's cool.
And my mom, I don't really know what she does something with insurance. I don't exactly know what the fuck. She works from home, so she wasn't a farmer though.
She's a good woman though.
Oh yeah, she's great. Yeah, she'll be down here this weekend. So
she'll be cooking something.
She gonna cook. She'll cook for my adopted family and shit. My mom really wasn't and shit. So
what exactly?
That's just because we're white and we sound black. I don't know what to say.
How old are you? I'm guessing 27 to 52. Yeah, there's somewhere.
You know what? You're right on the money. I'm 34.
Wow. Amazing. So the homegirl is your girlfriend?
No, she's not my friend. I'm that lady too. My sister from a different mister, you know.
With your landlady?
Yeah.
But you're not banging your landlady? The lady that you are banging's coming to town and cooking for you.
No, that's my mother. I ain't banging. Hey, I'm from the country. I ain't inbred like that. Shit.
Would you cook for some of that dog meat, huh?
Oh, I do. Yeah, I like to put it on my truck, large and black.
Really? Is that
Ain't
true?
her lady unless she's 280.
Walking in the dark, huh?
Hell yeah. Hell yeah. I like that.
Very surprising. How many black women do you think you've been with?
I lost my virginity to a black woman.
Wow. Where was that at?
Cattle Mills, ironically.
Cattle Mills?
Yeah.
Where in Cattle Mills exactly?
I mean, it's just a small town, so it's just, you know, the neighbor's house.
Small things in General Mills.
Cattle, C-A-D-D-O, like the Indian. Cattle. See, a lot of people think I say cattle because I'm a lot of fucking talking.
Well, they're lying. They're not lying, but they are. They don't know what they're talking about.
Yeah, that's true.
Hell yeah. Ethan, anything else crazy we should do?
Gosh, I don't know. We'd be here all night if I tell you all the crazy shit that I've done.
How about anything?
Anything?
One thing.
One thing. Well, I had one. See, I got DWI back in December, so I'm not sure. 4 months ago. Yeah.
All right. Back in 1980 December.
I'm my proudest moment, but, you know, I'm dealing with it. So,
Was it yours or was it somebody
it was mine. Yeah, I was blackout drunk. I don't remember most of it.
What happened?
Like I said, I don't remember leaving my buddy's house and waking up in the hospital bed coming to it, but luckily nobody was hurt.
What did you wreck into?
2 parked cars.
Wow. Yeah. One with a plug and one with a low. One time. Yeah. So, no, go for it. Let's do it. I'm leaving this bar and I was driving a Honda Accord or whatever. And because I was fucking having kind of a tough time or whatever. And anyway, I go get in my car. There's a cop car right next to it. I go get in it, and then I'm looking in there. I'm like, there's a baby seat in my car, and I'm like thinking, oh, somebody snuck in here with their baby, right? I got in the wrong car. There's a cop right next to me in his car. He's kind of looking over at me, and now I'm like I can't start this car because it's fucking not on. Damn. So I pop the hood, dude. This cop's looking under the hood with me of somebody else's fucking car. Damn. My shit was bad. Hey, I said, what the fuck y'all doing? I was like, I'm just helping this officer. So that's what I'm saying. BLM, homie. That's right. Hell yeah. That's right. Ethan Griggs, you're leaving here with a medium jug. Congratulations. Thank you very much. Ethan Griggs, everybody. All right. You don't have to get up from all this. But I ain't never seen nothing like this before. Leo, jelly roll, good night, everybody. Oh, shit. Look at that. People are going to be like, wow, Theo Jelly Roll and Woody Harrelson's gay son are all in the same place at the same time. Hello there. This podcast is sponsored by ZipRecruiter. Did you know that the average employer has only roughly 250 resumes for a job opening? Talk about time consuming. Well, if you're hiring, here's good news. You can now review all of these resumes and applications faster thanks to ZipRecruiter's new feature instantly shows you the most interesting qualified candidates first. And today you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/BillTony.
I love ZipRecruiter. It's the best hiring site around. ZipRecruiter's powerful matching technology finds qualified candidates quickly. And with ZipRecruiter's new feature, qualified candidates are very interested in your job show up at the top of the list.
That's right. You also get a feel for their personality. Candidates can tell you in their own words why they're interested in your job. So rather than the standard, get into the standouts. ZipRecruiter will find employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/BillTony and ZipRecruiter.com/BillTony. Meet your match. This podcast is sponsored by Blue Chew, guys. The future of function is here. Blue Chew Gold is changing the way millions of men are having sex in 2026. The new arousal boosting formula combines passion and performance in one tablet, results on your tongue for super fast onset. No more waiting for a pill to kick in. Just a poison pump that will blunt the most ED meds only focus on blood flow. Blue Chew Gold boosts regulate by new ingredients for blood flow with mental health connection, so you're not just physically healthy, you are actually healthy. This type of innovation is why Blue Chew Gold is the #1 brand of erectile function. Process is simple and all online. Get started today at BlueChew.com. Go for the gold.
Yummy. I love Blue Chew, Tony. I'm providing the best ED treatment out there. Ladies, if you're listening, send your man the link and make him a trophy husband with Blue Chew Gold. Turbocharge your love life and make it easy to get hard.
That's right. Get blood for change. Life from creating a long already easily get hard. Discover your options at BlueChew.com. We got a special deal for our listeners right now. When you buy 2 months of Blue Chew Gold, you get the first month for free with promo Tony. That's right. Let me get you hard. That's promo Tony. Visit BlueChew.com for more details and for safety. Make sure we thank Blue Chew for sponsoring this podcast.
All right, your next fucking fool, ladies and gentlemen, goes by the name of Charles Hancock, everyone. Here we go.
Was I'm trying to talk to more women now, but it should be good because I don't have autism, because I've never been tested, and I think that's how you mean it. I think that's how you mean it. It's something cute I've heard of, but my brother, he got tested, right, so they got him, and you can't give it back. People always say, like, does he have it full on? I'm like, well, it's not my time. It's not weekends at the club Monday, back to puzzles. I did try to get tested too when I was in Canada, where it's free there, but they're busy. So they they phoned me back. They're like, sorry, sir, the wait time is 7 years. To find out if I have autism, 7 years? No! That's 3,461 days! That's Tuesday. Tuesday's when the train comes. I've been doing it for 12 years.
Hey, hell yeah. What's your name? Have we ever met before?
No, dude, I've never met you. My name's Charles.
Charles, Theo.
It's a pleasure.
Thanks, yeah, I thought maybe I'd met you before, because I used to be a lot of shows up there, and I thought maybe we'd met once.
Oh, okay, well, you meet a lot of guys like me.
I'm not even kidding. Okay, I am a guy who likes women, dude. You should see some of the drawings in my diary.
I'm flattered, that's all, you know.
No, I thought we'd be a met before, though. I was 100% seriously, I thought we had met before.
Oh, okay.
Alright, okay, very good. Well, no, really. Be honest, though, if you was gay, bro, because, I mean, would you smash this little fucking beetle muffin over here? I mean, we're like, I think we're both bottoms, so like those batteries don't go that way, you know what I mean? They have to go along with it.
Yeah. You can't have two super gay guys.
Never mind, dude. Whatever, dude. Yeah. I love it. Charles, tell us about your life up in Canada.
My life in Canada, well, shit, I moved to Texas this last year.
Okay, congratulations.
Thank you, sir.
You got citizenship and everything?
No, I do not have papers. I don't have papers. I'm hoping to get permanent papers later. But Canada is a good time, and I finally started dating a female girl.
Tell us about that. How's that going?
It's going good. I had a dry spell for like 9 years.
Whoa, that's very dry.
Yeah, and it was rough. And like the only girl I had a crush on during that was I met an Amish girl. And the only place you can find them is like when they're selling furniture. And then she was great, but
Getting your chords. I'm sorry. And that's not even a real joke. I just read that somewhere on a fucking in the back of my brain, and I was like, who wrote this song? Okay, or whatever. Anyway, carry on. I'm sorry, dude. I'm honestly interrupting you. It's not very nice. It's great. I'm sorry. It's great. We love it.
I had to pretend that, I was interested in their $17,000 doors, but the Amish, they're pretty pricey. But, and then I waited 9 years, and then I met a girl who's not Amish, so I'm allowed to date her.
And what was it about the Amish that was bringing you over there? Can I ask? Yeah, absolutely. What was it about it? Have you seen a lot of Amish? I haven't seen that many Amish before. I've met probably maybe 11 Amish people.
I'm just with you, How is that allowed? Is that not against their whole shit?
Well, they wouldn't know the record. Yeah.
They wouldn't find out. Yeah, okay.
Maybe they're just talking in like a weird thing or something.
Yeah. Although you feel like you're spoiling their existence a little bit by exposing them to the world.
They were traveling for like water. Playing Let's Hide in the back of Narnia closet or whatever. Let me take you to see my lion. Let me show you that panther. Sad man or whatever. Did you make an attempt? What was the best attempt you made at hooking up with the Amish girl?
Yeah, I was scared of it because I was talking to her and I made her laugh, and then like 4 of her dad showed up immediately. They had so many dads, and they looked at me like there's no fucking chance. Oh yeah. So I got the heck out of there, but
you know they fucked them during Rumble School or whatever. It's called There's Ridley and everybody, if you're wondering what it sounds like when he talks. There you go. Spraying everyone. There's some degenerates in the crowd, some diehard fans. There you go. Rumble spraying everybody. It's your Doritos joke of the night, everyone. Amazing, Charles. What else about you? You seem like a guy that's got an interestingly complex life.
Oh, well, I still in Canada to make money. I have a yo-yo company.
Oh, I knew there was something. See, the yo-yo looked at me funny. He's got a yo-yo company.
We just got canceled recently, though, so we're not making money this year.
Oh, no. Well, that company probably, I'd imagine that industry has a lot of ups and downs. Yeah. It's no rumble spring, but still really hard now. Amazing. So the yo-yo company got canceled or just went out of business?
No, I got our manufacturer was in America. And, yeah, dude, I sound pretty sick when I say that.
It does sound good. I want to know more about it. I'm really good, man. Sorry, my attitude's been weird today.
No, but, yeah, no, we had Americans make our shit. But the thing is, in America, like, the yo-yo scene is kind of run by, I guess you call it the woke yo-yo mob. You guys know about this, right? I don't know.
Oh, yeah.
So, and they're also autistic, so, like, imagine.
Yeah, we have one. Come on up here. Come on around. The other way. We have a yo-yo guy. We have a yo-yo guy that actually knows your company.
Yeah.
Do a little yo-yo, Cole. There he is. It's unbelievable, ladies and gentlemen. What are the odds? One of the greatest yo-yoers in the world happens to be 5-year veteran employee of the Contoni Enterprise. Right when you think this podcast doesn't get any more. I'm good. Charles, you're awesome, dude. Come back anytime. We'll see you soon. Charles Haycock, everybody. There you go. All right. We have a special treat, ladies and gentlemen. Special treat for you. This man is making his Kill Tony debut. He's an internet sensation. You very likely follow him on Instagram. Very funny, man. Make some noise for Lil Mo Mozzarella, everybody.
Watch it, Mom! Shut the fuck up and stay put. I'm from New York City. I don't know, you guys act like you don't fucking understand me, but I can speak any language. I look at somebody who's Spanish, where are you? I throw one word at you. What's up? Let me get a bacon, egg, and cheese poppy. People do it to Italians all the time. They come to fuck a little Lily and they start acting Italian. Guy got freckles and shit. Let me get a chicken cutlet, parmesan, fresh mozzarella, red peppers. Tell your sister Jane I said I ate them. Nice fucking Norwegian. You know what you never do it though? You never see nobody go to a Chinese restaurant side the Chinese no. Leo now, let me get a pork fried rice. Don't forget the wonton soup. And they'll do it. They get disrespectful. They start yelling. Where's my pork fried rice? They think you can understand if you talk loud, you know? They're disrespectful. See, I always show them respect. Like, let's say, for instance, I go for a steak. I bring the bones home and I bring it to the restaurant for the dog. They're ready to go. How you doing? I was gonna say they ate the dog, but then I said somebody might fuck me up out here. I see a couple of Asians. Kim Jong-un's over there. What's up, Mom? How does it feel to never ride a roller coaster?
Lil Mo Mozzarella, ladies and gentlemen, making his Kill Tony debut. Very funny, lots of energy. Oh shit! He just hit the hardware.
It's like 20. I drove fucking 20 hours to get here.
You really? All right, everybody. Lil Mo, you are the man. Good to see you tonight, man. You really drove 20 hours in here?
No, I drove about fucking 6.
I like that.
I was in Oklahoma. The food there sucks, bro. They eat testicles. You know anybody from Oklahoma? They eat testicles. And they eat it like
fucking up.
This is the real. This is how he is
I
in
was
real
in
life.
fucking Oklahoma. I drove here. Listen, I gotta rent the car. This fucking rent the car says 29 miles or whatever per gallon. I thought that was how much gas I had. I ran out of gas. I didn't know what to do. I called the fucking Uber. I says, come over here. I'm gonna give you $100. Go get the tank and come here and fucking look out for me. He goes, how do you know I can trust you? I said, I'm a fucking sinner again. I'm from the shop.
Let me tell you my history with Lil Mo. I can't remember what or why or how, but we were all out one night, me, him, and Shane. And Shane's like, you gotta be my friend. This is Lil Mo. And he was like this, right? And I'm like, this guy's not even real. And then after about 5 or 10 minutes, we hung out the rest of the night. Not Amy and me, actually cracking up.
You saw me with smoke pot. I'm looking forward to smoking pot again.
You're gonna smoke pot tonight.
This guy, I go to the table, I get outside.
Did you smoke it a lot when you were out?
Charlie was an engineer. What do you want? You was having one on the job. How you doing,
Gyro sounds intense.
You know how you see the air conditioning time?
You used to sell air conditioner?
I used to do air conditioning. That's right there for the
Yeah.
You know
Did HVAC for a while.
Does he?
Yeah, he did it.
Is he the helper or he's a mechanic?
He passed away.
Yeah. You know when you work
Yeah, he took it in there. You know, he got
say air conditioning time, you say air conditioning. So you say,
Tell us more about
The end of it. Like the stuff.
fucking staring at me. He's a jinx, this guy.
At the end of it, right? So at the end of this, right, that's when people are
you know, we always have all these different shapes and sizes of characters. I'm Italian. I don't sound that way. I'm from New York. I'm from
Let me tell you something. You had some guy on the other day in a goggable shirt.
end of
He
it
was a
is
fake
like
Italian.
the
I
second
saw that.
people
That's
are
what made
really
me call.
stupid.
Yeah.
You need
Look
to
at that.
And that's what I was just going to say is we never get any fucking real Italian.
Nobody
So
does.
much
They act the kind of so real. And I'm doing it.
Tell us more. Teach us some more. It's true. It really is true. There's nothing. I swear to God. Me and this guy sat at the end of a bar cracking up for fucking hours because I couldn't get enough of it. It's who he really is. Give us some more of your Italian New York wisdom, Loma.
So in the beginning of the first Mishmar, a lot of countries are always.
If you don't
By the
speak
end of the
Italian,
first Mishmar, people are going to, really, most people out here are going to speak. Honestly, beginning to go speak.
That's
Beginning
exactly
to
right.
second Mishmar, already people are still.
I told you it changed now. You know, back in the day it was different. You
By
know,
the beginning
right
of
now
the
the school,
third
you know
Mishmar,
what I mean?
already,
Everyone
you
wants
know,
money.
beginning to
How
get
you
out.
doing?
So what's the only thing
Different levels, different how you do. You don't want to throw
when
up
manage
five.
is quiet, when
Because she might get,
nothing
you
is
know, she'll
going
get a
on,
little cop.
and the
Yeah, cop.
Exacerbated or whatever.
end of the second is
Never
right
forget
there.
that notch,
The
you know
world
what I'm
is
saying?
quiet, people
My
are
friend's sister,
sleeping,
man.
no one is really
Remember the
beginning
first
to
girl
get
I said,
up
how you
for
doing?
the day. Yes, yeah.
She was a
Same
sweetheart,
thing.
you know?
That's so funny,
I
smart
brought a
to
nice
me.
pair of shoes.
Right, you know,
She goes, how you looking? I said, take them out of the fucking box. You love me.
I feel I like that. She's got originally too long for Omek and Tiger.
How you doing?
How you doing? I'm sorry.
We got any Jewish guys in?
Sorry, I
Oh,
said
yeah,
I
they're out there.
said
They don't make any noise anymore.
How you doing?
by the end of the second Mishmar, which is the
We're laying
beginning
low
of
right now.
the
Jews are hiding in the dark right now.
At the beginning of the second Mishmar, that's
So what else we got about being Italian?
that's
I mean, I absolutely love it. You know, I just found a great Italian place
I
that
just
I've
hold my
been
club
telling
and it's
everybody
okay in
about all the
Mashiach.
new Jews
So
here in Austin,
but again,
Texas.
كيف شايفين عن الأساس
And I love it.
فإذا نسات clubbing
They're ordering
لو
from there
ينادوا
continuously.
overlook the other national
What's crazy about Italian? You can eat any piece of food and you can make it sound good day.
so hot
It's my
like
prosciutto.
that.
Yeah,
That
the prosciutto
is
right
when
now. Yeah,
the
like the
clubbing,
salon.
the frog,
Look at my little fucking pasta fazola.
why?
You know, it's
Or
just
the
Yeah, show me that barrage.
why
You know
is
what I'm
it
saying?
said
Show me that barrage.
Where are the real Italians at? Like, where honestly, if we're going to go look for some Italians, or if we wanted to find some Italians,
We have our own culture. We're Italian American. We're different Italians, sort of like this.
You know what it's
They
what's
do
the
a little
again?
bit. They gotta deal with
What's
us.
the
They'll
metaphor?
fucking kick them out of their fucking country.
What
where are the
exactly
realest
is
ones in America still at? If you want to get them
Remember
Well,
again,
we got some
it
Chicago
wasn't
shit.
thought
You got where he's from.
we
Those
were
guys,
understanding
Italians. But in New York, we got Brooklyn,
like, you know,
the Bronx,
you get some
Staten
kind
Island,
of
too. Staten Island's got a lot of Italians. These guys are both like Brooklyn.
person wants to be alone, right? The problem is going to the box. So we're going to cover students on the level of metaphorical level. So the problem is going to that. The world is quiet.
Truth-seeded whiteface, and now Deep Madness is doing whiteface.
We're going with that. Today, la idea is that I live in so now we have this accelerated.
You never know what can happen here on Tilt Tony every once in a while.
In order to maximize your experience, what has to happen? So the EOS, let me follow Ina Hashem. Hagdamas Kutibo Kishin Hagdasha Yibo Yikol Inai Olaman. This is in order to have a meaningful feeling experience, the man which has this idea of contest. What is that? When is the dog able to bark? When everything else in the world is quiet, because if the other forces in the world are awake, not asleep, then for them the dog can bark. So that is said, going back to yesterday's discussion about possession. Sometimes when you die, there's so much going on around them, but it's time.
So I figured I went to Boston to beat the shit out of him. They're like,
it's difficult to be focused.
you need old
Sometimes
school
what I
shit back, right?
have to do is like
The stereotypes.
I have to be like
I do.
the dog.
When it comes to
But I
things,
have
I
to,
think
when
it's
I
sure.
have it, I have
Let me
to
tell
make
you
it
what.
like hot sauce.
I look at two
Meaning,
sticks in your own.
I have to make
Not because of me,
everything
but tell you what
around
it is.
me
Yeah, what is it?
quiet.
I tell you, it's my grandfather
Okay, so again,
was
to be
ugly,
clear,
and he
this
had
is
no
not
money.
talking about
And
adopting
he
by
begged my
myself.
grandmother for 50 years to stay with him. So I asked her,
Because we already
she
spoke
was
about this, although it's good to be by yourself, you know,
with
the
me,
people,
we saw looking. I said, let me see what people work with.
so
So
what
I
it
can have
means
an
is
action.
a sense of
You know
quiet,
what I mean?
the things
And then what
that
happened?
are
You look like this, you go like
around.
this, and you go like you take a
So
piss.
this is Russian
And
again.
he go, big up,
Hagdamas Kutibo Kishin Hagdasha Yibo Yikol Inai Olaman. That ultimately
you can
means that a
blackmail
person has to
or you
quiet
can put
down
their ego on.
all
So
the
you go like,
things that are happening in this
if
world
Jim was the
around you.
son,
In other words,
right
if
up
you
the
use
fucking cook a lot.
the metaphor, the dog barking is fear. When is
Lil Mo, I fucking
the
love you.
dog
You gotta
really
follow
able
this
to
guy on
bark with all of
Instagram.
its cough? When?
Dude, here's a big
That's
joke
so.
about Lil Mo.
Why can't say everyone is quiet in the world. Quiet in the world. Think of something.
I'm saying two nights.
So when do you leave?
I don't know, 2 fucking nights from now.
It's
Well, look like a
quiet
fucking
in the world.
condition
You
over
know,
there.
when
Hey,
you die,
real quick, Lil
it's
Mo.
normal to
Real
have
quick.
your mind
Jump back on that mic real quick.
What do I know, Tom?
And a lot of times, also, the quote
What's the
of the
best show
doctor,
you've ever seen in New York
I'm
City?
thinking about things.
You're sure New York, right? All the way. What's
And
the
I'm thinking about things. And again, it's natural. Every time you
DMX.
DMX? Where'd you see him at?
I see him so
the
much.
silence, the
Where the fuck
ability
is
to
that?
listen,
In New York, down back in Jersey.
Okay.
Where the fuck did I see the Wolverines? I don't know.
What shows have you seen in Madison Square Garden?
Chains.
What?
Just chains.
Nice.
That's it. I did it
Yes.
What's the dog from the Madison
just
Square
like
Garden.
the dog
I'll tell you what, I find you to be so interesting and so compelling. We're doing 2 nights at Madison Square Garden, August 7th and 8th.
yes,
Will you
it's
come?
like the quiet is love. It's hope in learning all that control. How to make it your control? Personal control. Quiet down everything else that's happening inside of your mind in order to be able to focus on your feelings. Because he says, "Al tibika, shafiru ayidi atza'aka b'tfilah, atza'aka פגשתי, כאילו שנשאל על החיות ובדרך כלל בא לפעמים מהכנסת הזאת, הופיע אותי לדעת, כשמבקתי שעשה את הדברים. The person I don't even say, how can I silence my mind from ignoring all of my death matters of this world when for an essay, it's davening for the matters of this world. What's that verse all about? I'm davening for my parnasa. So of course when I daven for my parnasa, I'm going to think about my parnasa and I struggle, I'm going to think about struggles. If I have a big meeting coming up that day, I'm going to think about the big meeting coming up that day. So what do you mean I should quiet my mind from stressing over my death? בכל זאת, לא ימנענו, מי שהלב לזעוק, how? רק בגופו בפני עצמו, רק בבקשתו ותפילתו עליהם מחדים כתוב, הרצון לפות יוסי, ניצח ורק בצורך. תבוא הציבור. 이게 가방을 싹 뜯어내 비추가 시기. So it's very simple. In general, it's like an incredible like Kabbalah question. When I got it, and I asked why do I ask? Why do I ask this? Right? So you can have two different approaches to it. Because a car needs gas. A car, right? The effects of a car is we got a tank full of gas. Not all the cars got a tank full of gas. Right? Or you could say, oh, I need to tank full of gas. Why? Because I have to gas from point A to point B. Right? From point A to point B. That's the whole reason that you fill up a car. Right? So there's two ways to ask. I can ask because, hey, I need A, B, C, D, and E. Or, the whole purpose of this is to serve your own way. And as far as you can do kind of stuff, I can be better over that time. If you give me the school, I could continue a better over that time. It's not the chance that my website is an end, or Hua is an end, or Wisdom is an or Hua is an end. These are all means in order to get to the ultimate differences of sudden. That's how you gather for all of your physical material needs, but at the same time still make it an internal ethos. I understand why do I ask this is a thing a lot of times that we really need a translator. Why do we gather for the things in which you gather? And again, if you understand that I'm gathering for these things, because this is the things are tight. The beginning of consciousness is because, right? You follow that stuff. And then the Torah goes into a whole series of material and physical needs. So a lot of kind of very bothered with this, like, very unfunctional. What about finding some higher all of that stuff? What about the idea to go to work for yourself? Or, like, I'm figuring myself a great job. How to have a chance to have you have to like serving the master for the sake of the serving your work. And thinking yourself, oh, I'm trying to really understand it. The meaning of because it's not reward. It's not reward. Maybe we'll go side here later. But as far as if you follow my rituals, I'm going to make it easier for you to live a life of spirituality. Let's say, what makes a life of spirituality a little bit easier? How it goes. I'll make it a little success. If I don't have to worry about my bills, if I don't have to worry about my expenses, if I can have a nice, comfortable life, simplicity makes my life easier. That's what it is. So when you dive in, and we ask for all different things, send the sun. Why am I asking? So you're asking because, hey, a car needs gas. Person needs fire up. Okay, then sometimes those requests can actually become activities in that come up. Because I'm asking for it. Because if you I want to be a more technical chance, then by definition, the request will be material. Things is not even real. It's like you should work on then in order to catch you, or in order to occupy, so let's sit for again, just to close out to sit. Therefore, it's like the holy none of that, you potato up in the shovel, Yet almost say it's incredible. Therefore, the Tzaddik says it isn't the approach to take. We are requesting for the Esrei, and Allah will make some
said anything else, I would have asked you to speak to your manager.
The Tzaddik will stress
I appreciate this shit. I really didn't know I was gonna get called on here. It's really a
request.
fucking honor.
Ultimately, again, still help you to the Hatzos
Are you
Allah.
closing out your own
The
interview
Tzaddik
right
comes
now?
up with this and this is called by highlighting this incredible idea.
That's what happens. You're in the big league. We knew you didn't think you were gonna get called. That's how the show works. And that's also your dress for not getting called.
And the Tzaddik says, you don't essentially come to remember number one, that sometimes you have to be careful that your surroundings are conducive to good, your look, the static
There you
the
go.
noise that happens
Catch him
around
in
you
Trader
doesn't
Jamal's.
bring you
T.
to
Austin,
number
everybody.
two, the Tzaddik says this part,
Fiho
when
doing
the
his
dog
classic
when
meet
he barks,
and
when he tries everyone to sleep, hope
Trademark. Standing ovation for everyone.
Scary thing.
It is.
I could never do that.
Yeah, you could.
You have to be focused. And
I
number
could
three,
not do.
We used to do 3 minutes at the comedy store at the open mic.
public talking says it's a
It
record
just feels like very, it feels like something to me.
It is. It's something. Ladies and gentlemen, your next bucket full goes by the name of
the
Brian
ability
Stupid.
for
Brian
quiet
Stupid.
and everything else has to be
Everybody.
because if you don't
So
put
I'm a
everything
man,
else in
so
your
I
life to
get
sleep,
I get a little discouraged about the double standard that
because
exists online between men and women.
very
For example, a girl can post herself at the beach wearing a bikini.
and
Gets
even when
thousands of
you
likes,
dive in for
hundreds of
material
comments from other
worldly
girls.
things, those
Same
that
with
nothing to
Instagram.
do with the Hatzos
Slay girl,
dynamic of sleeping.
pop off diva.
Not if you ask for the things
I say
you
one
want
innocent
in
comment
life.
like, wow, what a babe, and I get blasted.
You're asking
They
for
say
it
creep.
because you think I know
They say
something.
loser. Or most often they say,
Or
wow,
who
bitches
is
open
them?
love.
They may have to have the very open request to come to distract you. But if you
So I
ask
don't do
for
many
what you ask
impressions.
for because I can try to make
I
you
do
give it
one.
to me. I can be a
This is
more
my
effective
impression of a
over that.
Latina, but not just any Latina. This is
Then,
one that is
but
both brilliant
ultimately,
and
again, we do
gorgeous.
not serve as a
So
source
give
of
me a second while I
distraction,
get in the camera.
but rather ultimately, again, help to create that atmosphere of calm, that atmosphere of sleep, that atmosphere of
I'm
attentiveness
breaking up with
during
you,
this
Brian.
experience. So, let's top of the earth. Let's just all pick up this pump off.
Hey, Brian Stupid. Welcome, Brian. Is this your first time on the show?
Sure is.
Welcome, welcome. How long have you been on stand-up comedy?
Since June.
Where at?
Mostly 6 years.
You live here in Austin.
Yeah, I work next door.
What made you want to start 6 months ago?
It's a long story, but I ran out of money in Italy, and my buddy's like, come stay with me in Triestino. So I was like, all right.
Where was that?
In Italy or
You're in Italy, you ran out of money, your buddy's like, come.
he lives in Canada.
He lives in here.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Alright.
Yeah.
So where'd you live before that?
So I'm from Northern California, but I do a lot of travel. So I spent like most of the last 10, 15 years traveling. I'm a linguist, so I like travel to learn languages. I'll pick up like odd jobs.
You teach the last guy how to talk.
I mean, I can help people that, I can't help lost causes, Yeah. So,
How did you run out of money in Italy exactly? What did you do over there?
So I published an Italian book, and I had this idea where I could promote it. I was going to walk the length of Italy with 100 copies of my book in a shopping cart, and I was going to push it the length of Italy, trading it every day for food and lodging. And when I got to Rome, I ran out of books and I ran out of money. So I was like, I was just waiting in the airport there for 5 days until my book royalties came in.
All things lead to Rome, they say.
Right, there it is. Yeah.
It's true.
Italy itself was actually a pivot too.
Yeah.
Yeah, I tried to walk Africa before that.
Not a lot of book buyers.
No, that one was just for me. That was for fun. Yeah, I made it a third of the way.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
What was that like?
It was nice. It was great. So I went from Cape Town, South Africa, to the Democratic Republic of Congo. So I did like all of South Africa, all of Namibia, all of Angola, and then when I got to the border of the DRC, I kept getting robbed. So I who? Yeah.
When you say kept getting robbed, how many times do you think you were robbed?
It was 3 in a week and a half. Yeah. So it was the first time I just got jumped by like high school teenage kids. Can I show you? Yes. Yeah.
Show me like a what?
Yeah. And what you're saying?
How we went.
So it was. They were like. So it was like like.
You need me to stand up for this thing or something?
Brian, let's not make the award-winning artist do anything written by you, Brian.
So no, they were kind of
People. Hey, can I use you like a mannequin there? Just leave your Grammys at the table. Just stand up for me. I'm a random fucking open micer that's been 6 months of experience.
It's down to play. Fuck, I'm down, man. This one I kind of want to see.
clearly anything can happen. So they were like 6'3", 120. So I'm walking behind.
I'm fucking flattered.
So they're walking behind, and I wasn't sure what he was trying to do. So he grabs me by the back, and he like. And I was like, what? And then he kept doing it, like he's like, you know. And so I fought them off, and that's how I was eager enough. I was like,
Just as stupid as I thought it would be, everybody. Right, stupid. Eating a human. That act out.
Yeah, but the second time was a little bit scary. They had AK-47s. They put one in my mouth.
Wow,
Yeah.
Morgan, what is he doing? Completely redeeming himself. And everybody wanted to
What's up? Did you get hard?
Did you get hard?
I stay hard, Tony.
Oh, very good.
Yeah, there you go.
Very good.
And then the third time, it was like they were men with machine guns.
You can't just breeze through.
Yeah.
What exactly did they?
How this one happened?
Yeah, what did they get out of you? What did they rob out of you?
At that time, I was in Luanda, Angola, which is the capital of Angola, and I was doing it.
Safe.
I just had like my phone and my money on me because I was staying with the local there, so I had like my backpack with me, so that wasn't on me. And they.
First point.
No, it was just in my pocket. I was just going to a TV interview. It was like 6 in the morning. And I was like,
Cash do you think you had on?
$90. Yes. It's like a lot there, but I would.
It's a lot anywhere, man.
Yeah.
Especially there.
Yeah. So as I was walking, I was stupid. Like I just had my phone out using GPS, and I'm like,
Oh, yeah. Fuck.
Yeah.
I'd rob you if I saw you.
And then as I'm walking, there were like two guys sitting on a stoop, and they ran in opposite directions. It's like, okay, this is interesting. And then they came back with AKs. And they speak Portuguese, and it goes like fica, which means stay in Portuguese. So I had my phone, and I was just like,
They could have used fucking those guns that just say bang.
yeah. So it was frustrating because it was like a 5'2". It was like Kevin Hart's drop. You know, it was really emasculating. And then one of the guys, when he was emptying my box, I did have my sunscreen on me.
Oh,
Yeah.
the one thing they allowed you to keep.
No, they took that too.
They took that too.
I was like, you don't need this. Yeah. But then what happened was the guy dropped it, and then panicked the other guy with the gun, and he like hit me in the face.
And then the third time.
So I was at the border of the DRC, and I was walking in. You guys walked by me, and it was a fisherman group. So it's like one guy's carrying fish, another three are carrying machetes, and so they like.
Oh, the old fish machete
So that sounds bad, but it's not terribly uncommon in that part of the world. You see people walking with machetes. Like I walk hundreds of miles with people with machetes. So, but these people, what made it sketchy was they turned around and they started following me, and I was like, all right, maybe I'm on something. I didn't. So I picked up my speed. They picked up their speed. I started jogging. They started jogging. Took off into the jungle, and they chased me into the jungle. But there's like the brush was about this high, so I found a spot to hide. And they're like looking for me for like 45 minutes. I'm like hiding on top of my bag. And then they eventually left, but I waited another few hours because they could have just been waiting on the road, you know. And I'm like hearing things rustle in the bushes this whole time. And the previous week or so, I'd seen half a dozen black mambas or so across the road. So I'm just like, maybe it's time to go. Yeah. Can we still sing Diddy?
Huh?
What?
Who sings that?
Did he? Is it really neat?
Oh, I didn't know that. I like it. I was like the song.
It's a medium joke book, my friend. There goes Brian.
Appreciate you
Like
guys.
everybody. Hopefully enjoy it here tonight. You guys still having fun out there? You get it? Make some noise for your next fucking goal, ladies and gentlemen. It's Luke Robinson, everybody. Luke Robinson.
Elon Musk is making Neuralink so people can talk to their pets. Aww, now they can tell us just how much they love us. I don't know, but I've thought about it fucking a lot. Imagine dog dads having the neuter talk. After a painful conversation about cutting their balls off, they'd be like, please, Poppy, I promise to keep my pecker in my pants. Dudes would be so traumatized, they'd never neuter dogs ever again. And the stray population would go way out of control. And if dogs can talk, they can understand TV. Imagine coming home to find your dog watching AOC on C-SPAN. Poppy, she's so smart. Next day, dog's on the doorstep of a shelter with a note. Good dog, but he's a fucking Democrat. Thank you, I'm Luke Robinson. They call me your big dog. Thank you.
Robinson. Amazing. Very, very compelling. Very
Good job, man.
Welcome. How long have you been on stand-up comedy? Fifth time talking to that microphone. Fifth time, obviously, on stage. And how did the other 4 times go?
First one was in Memphis. No, I'm sorry. First one was Little Rock. Memphis was second. Third was Creek. Third was LOL in San Antonio. And that's when I got my first positive feedback from the audience that my writing is really solid. I do a lot of dog jokes, big dog guy.
Yeah, you specialize in dog material. I noticed that.
I do. I lost 3 dogs to cancer. I walked 4,000 steps.
I mean, starting with how many dogs you lost to cancer is something else. That is incredible.
Yeah.
What?
You
lost 3 dogs.
Not all at the same time.
What is going on? Are you ill? Why doing that? Are you giving them cigarettes?
I should come back on the poles, right? Yeah.
What are you doing, man?
Well, my first one was bone cancer. That was in Boston.
I know that. Yes, bone cancer happens in Boston, but what I'm saying is, give it up and do something else.
Yeah. Now get a dog. Absolutely. Unfortunately, I'm on a fit period, so.
Oh, you started with how many dogs have died. How many have survived? Do you have any living dogs?
I have one. He's 3-legged though, so.
Oh my God! What is happening? How did your dog lose its leg?
That was abuse. Before me, not me. I got it. The people before him left him outside, tied to a tree, and lacerated his leg, and did it. Before I got him, I fostered him, and he was like, Poppy, I'll be the best son to you, please adopt me. He signed the papers after that. He's been the most grateful for great parents I've ever had.
He's grateful.
I'm grateful. Great parents.
Check in with Jelly Roll.
This is really close to sound like a Jelly Roll song. Well, my accident kind of ended. I kind of did my first dog. I moved to Boston. My first dog got cancer. My girlfriend left me, and she took the truck. So I totally became a country song. Cliche. But I ended up walking, after losing 3 dogs, I walked a total of 4,250 miles, started a foundation. We're trying to understand why dogs get cancer like people. So I'm trying to turn the lost.
You walk across America or Africa?
America 3 different times. Boston to Boston was my first one. And the West Coast from Canada to Mexico was my second one. My third one was the entire length of the Hudson River. That's the last Hudson.
Incredible for doing that, man. Yeah. Great man takes a pedicab to his condo 4 blocks away.
Okay, good.
But he's also going to lose a leg soon, so.
You join me on my next vlog. You enjoy me, but I have to lose another dog.
What was your favorite walk? is interesting. So that being Boston.
I mean, Austin to Boston was the best one. That was 2,300 miles over 2 years with my 2 dogs. So,
One of the best though.
yeah, that's kind of hard. The West Coast is just weird altogether. And they say they're animal friendly, but when you look like a homeless guy walking with a dog, they don't treat you like that, like you're born there. So it was just a different experience. I find that people from Austin to Boston, about walking across 16 states, including DC, and the people were just incredible. Just like nothing you see on TV. Nothing can speak to that experience. It's just like selling all your stuff, putting everything in storage, and just walking your dogs cross country. It was so much grace and glory in that experience.
How do you make money?
I look at me at 55. I'm up here on the stage trying out for a comedy. I've been doing this since I lost my first dog 20 years ago. So
You've been doing what?
not living in the nonprofit world, trying to solve canine cancer, companion animal cancer. So
Do you think that solving canine cancer is more than solving human cancer?
Well, what science has taught us, this is the interesting thing, is that, especially with dog cancer, it's pretty much the same thing. Like 90% of all cancers dogs get. People look and look the same, they act the same. It's kind of one of the things that science has taught us.
People say a lot of it's from Chobani yogurt. You seen all that?
Yeah. Do dogs get more breast cancer than normal animals because of all the nipples and stuff? Yes, they do get it.
Do they?
Yeah, they can get mammary cancer.
Have you ever been fat? Have you ever been fat?
Fat? Yeah, absolutely. I used to be a sugar guy, totally.
Yeah, like have you lost a lot of weight?
Yeah.
How much?
About 100 pounds. I know you have. You're fantastic, by the way, too.
I can tell. I know my kind when I see them. You look like you got gained lampshades under there.
Feeling. It's gonna look like you.
Shit happening right here too. It's bad.
That's very funny, very true observation by Jelly Roll. I'm now looking at it. Your belt is made of belt loops. There are belts around
The titties is where you're supposed to look. You can see them.
Oh yeah. You got
The skin where titties want toilets. I'm struggling with the same thing.
Oh yeah, absolutely. So let me ask you this: what's your love life like? You're out there walking dogs, leading dogs. Let's get a lot of.
Well, it's a lot better than it was 100 pounds ago. I can promise you that.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, when you're on the road, you're walking, man, you smell like basically piss and dog ass all the time. I'm like a homeless guy, so So it's been a while since I've had, it's been a dry spell, so it's been a long time. So,
It's okay.
Yeah.
Was I gonna say something? Do you have what is your nonprofit called?
It's Puppy Up. So, like some people down in Texas say cowboy up or man up, we puppy up. So that was my battle cry for my first walk because I knew it was going to be long and hard. So we puppy up, y'all.
Absolutely adorable.
We don't have to puppy up in life.
Definitely. Here you go, my friend. There's a medium size fish. Oh, wow, you got a little dog in you. There he goes, ladies and gentlemen. Robinson. There he goes. There he goes. Very dog cancer heavy 8 minutes that was. You guys still hanging in there? Matt Campbell, everybody. Matt Campbell. Here we go.
Hello. Does anyone got crap nicknames? Show of hands if they have a crap nickname. No? Just me? Fuck you guys, alright. No, I just wanted to say, because, when you get a crap nickname like Booger Face or like Melty or something horrible like that, maybe you could attach, I don't know. But it always comes from ones you love. It's not from people you hate. Like my granddad, when I was a fat kid, called me Buster Bacon.
Those bad my little brother, he called him Adolf. And his justification for that was is whenever he screamed, he got exactly what he wanted. I mean, he could have called him Donald, it would have worked the same. So I know my dad had sealed the name deal with my brother, because my brother came out of the closet, and his name's Benedict. That's already, I'm British, my brother's name's Benedict, already had a good start. And my brother on the couch just yells, "Dad, the door is real," and my dad just goes, "Yeah, Benedict deal."
You want to finish that, or was it where you done there?
I was just gonna say my brother's name was Benedict after that. That was
Somewhere nowhere, we correlate the Bible. I want to say, now, why does it
English?
Yeah.
Okay.
How long you been in America?
I've been in America about 9 years now.
Donkey break. So it's very simple. Donkey break.
I lived in Colorado Springs for like 8 years, and then I moved here like 7 months ago. So like almost 9 years old.
Only raised, Corey the Bible. The same name, Shabailot Mayor as
I do look like a bit of, like I'm wearing like a Weasley sweater right now.
in Iraq as the first Mishmar of the night. The donkey race. The reason the donkey race
I wait
is
tables
it
now.
is master
I used to be a ballet at WSL.
because the first Mishmar member is the beginning of the night.
Cousin Louis,
The
shout out
donkey
Cousin
knows
Louis up in Dripping Springs. Great place
the
to work.
master is the way.
That's
Because master is the way,
Yeah,
therefore,
no, I don't
therefore,
live there.
again,
I live
because
just
everything
outside.
needs
Just
knows
to
that the
drive.
master will be effective.
It's worth it. Money's pretty good.
As was not Shahokin Rishov Roveni Adam. Although by the first Mishmar, the majority of people
What
begin
it
to
means
go
to
to
be
sleep,
Welsh is
but
you shake
nevertheless,
shake
not
the
everyone
fun.
goes. They still go to elevate.
I'll
What
stand
the
by
donkey
that.
calls out with the hope that perhaps his master is amongst those who have not yet gone to sleep,
Talk to me about the
therefore will
nickname.
be
What
able
was
to
it?
go ahead
Buster
and
Bacon. There goes
be
Buster
offensive
Bacon.
to his
Yeah. They were going to
Those
call
who
me
are going to
Bacon.
see is that he is
And then because I like jelly donuts, and my
a
mom
dollar
didn't know
of
the difference
the
between jelly
subject
donuts
is
and
going to
goddamn jelly
understand
roll.
in the Shmorah.
And she called me jelly
And
roll.
in
That was
particular,
it, 'cause I ate
again,
bacon sandwiches, and I just said,
to
the
represent
Did a lot of people have nicknames where you're from?
different models.
Mostly like
See,
root
up
names, like
until now, again,
Ahmeds,
remember,
like
the Shmorah was speaking about different ways.
there's a couple
People
of
took
like,
it as friends. Now we're going to utilize the Shmorah ultimately to go ahead and do reflect this on
I'm not making this up, we all call him Shane.
So let's cut
His whole life,
Shmorah
I
Noah.
never knew his real
Shmorah
name to
Noah
this
is
day.
used
Shout
to
out, shit, I
reflect
love you,
his
man. I ain't seen you in a while, I'll miss you now. Shout out,
way
shit.
because he knows that he's
I
interested
had a
in
good
your
bug, a tingling.
I know
You
that
tingling.
when
There was a
I
tingling.
talk
This
about
is
the
all true
development,
nicknames. You came out of the neighborhood with nicknames too, right?
one
Well,
of the
yeah,
older
but I actually, a little fun fact, since you brought it up, is we once did in Nashville, Tennessee, a roast of jelly roll. And you're a smart guy because you did your roast when you were still humongous.
Okay, so
And you gave us a lot to work with, and I just so happened to search my phone for jelly roll roast, and I found an entire file of jokes that I did on jelly roll.
ultimately this is a seven that I
I
work for
said,
the race though. I work for the
I said jelly roll is lizard for rednecks.
So when you have
I call it a Leonard Skidmark.
bring the donkey calls out because he knows his
Limp
master
biscuit and gravy.
he knows that his
It's a long
master
file. I
is
did a lot of
listening.
jokes that
He's
night.
listening.
There's a lot there. Jelly roll is your favorite musician if your favorite meal is corn dog.
You often confuse
There's a
listening
lot here.
with getting what you
I
want.
don't even know where
If
to
I get what I want, that means God's listening. If I don't get what I want, that means
gigantic file. I know there's a part where you
everywhere.
go, wow,
Everywhere.
jelly roll.
I hear everything that she says. I hear everything you're asking for. I'm not saying yes. There's a lot of it. A lot of it, right? Or just some of it. Hey, just some of it. I hear every single request, and I hear the hardcore ones that I get for certain nights.
Music, but now I've lost. I can't
I say yes. So the kind of thing brings things that doesn't represent the noosh. The way you have it, always know that you're
I was gonna say all
always
God
know
words
that
today,
you're
but you know,
there
it's
should
a
be a
sick
certain level
player.
of knowing Tell us more about your gay British life.
Is it fun being British, or does it just seem like it's whatever? Does it even seem like you're doing anything?
I did recently.
It seems so docile and fucking confused and librarian.
I did get on some of my papers recently. That was a fun
And they
experience.
actually knew what they were talking
I had
about.
have a job, just trying to wait tables.
Oh, yeah.
And wow, I
What do you
can't
think you
believe how
were?
they do it.
I
So smart.
had
All
no
the
idea
people
what they
on the
thought
job.
it was. I said, hello, madam, how can I help you today?
Where are your papers?
I thought they were so out of it. They had no idea what they were talking about. So archaic, anachronistic, outdated.
Just trying to give us my eggplant romatini or something.
And then I was like, wow, they're so smart. And then I realized the things that they said no to made so much
She's
sense.
in Colorado, but she's from
There's that
Wyoming.
moment in life where it doesn't happen. And it's like,
It's never
okay,
good.
what happens? Really, all of my
It is a
you see
lot
all
of
of the things that
faces.
he said no to. And some of those things that he said no to caused me a lot of
It's too
pain.
weird, right?
But yet,
Also, I
again,
don't know
I
who
come
the
to that
fuck's
point in
listening.
time when I come to realize that
You guys are all cool with that. You have
even
no idea
though
who's
it's
listening.
something like that, even though.
You're like,
So
it's like,
that level of
fucking you
clarity
being
and understanding might not come to us in this
Did
world.
you
But
observe
at
the
least
It's
to
like,
know
what the fuck was that?
that when you
Last thing
pray,
we're gonna be listening
when
to,
you
like,
pray,
all of us gonna have
when
like
you
our little
daven, when you
soundtracks
pour
and
out,
everything. So like,
know that there is only Allah,
It's coming out. I'd be worried.
Father who hears you. So that's the Hamar Noah. If you skip now, to Oskate, what
See, my
he
accent's
does,
so
what
funny. It's
he
other
begins,
people doing my accent.
Oskate. So if you take a look, that's on page 1 test. That's on the PDF I sent you the WhatsApp. I only sent you the first section in Chafdaf. See right over here, look at Chafei. Mishmar Sheni. What's the second Mishmar? Klavim Tzoakim. That's the dog's barking. The dog's barking. So he says, Kishakol Yisheni. The Mishmar Rish. Listen to this. Now by the time you get incredible. You hear that? The dog barking. Good. So nice up. By the time you get to the second Mishmar, that's already middle of the night. We call everybody's sleeping. Everybody's sleeping. So what's the symbolism? So this is really, you're going to see. So remember, Chomer Noah is the master is still awake. The master is still awake. They're presenting the idea, when I pray, I'm always heard. May not always get what I want, how I want, when I want it, but I'm always heard. Klavim Tzoakim, so we'll say this is incredible. Take a look in the Uriach Hasidus and Chafei. Hasimur Mishmar Sheni. I will say this is going to be an incredibly this Mishmar Rishon. I'm reading in the Uriach Hasidus, right hand column, bottom of the right hand column. Yesh Adayim Bnei Adam Sheni Urim. The 8 left hand column. The Ein Hei Manichin also Lekelev Litzon. So they will say, now watch this. So when does the dog bark? Or when does the dog bark really freely? By the second Mishmar. What's happening by the second Mishmar? The world is asleep. Right? The world is asleep. See, the world is asleep. There's no one to stop the dog from barking. You see, sometimes what happens is when the dog begins to bark. So what occurs? People silence the dog. They tell the dog to be quiet. They tell the dog to stop barking. They tell the dog, quiet. Shush. When the world's asleep, the dog barks freely. There's no one there to stop him. There's no one there to stifle him. There's no one there to prevent him from barking as he sees fit. Says the Tzaddik. Ukimo came igam beruchnis. So to some times, you have to be like a dog by ruchnis. Whoever heard of a statement like that. Like you have to be like a dog by ruchnis. What does that mean? Well, it said, Dahainu b'tfila hanirmezes b'tzakas haklavim, just like by davening, which we'll say often is symbolized by the barking of the dogs. Listen to this incredible idea. Tov Yoser, sheyispalel ha'adam b'makom she'ein b'nei.
Sometimes it is better to daven all by yourself. Sometimes it is better to daven where no one else is found, so that ultimately again your barking could remain uninterrupted. Now I will say what that means obviously can't be taken at face value, because as the tzaddik is going to say that there's a din of tefillah b'tzibur, right? There's a din ultimately again davening with the meaning. So again, we all experience what it means to daven ourselves, and the truth is there are some incredibly beautiful things that came out of those months of that having by ourselves. Feels like we've never had. But we also have an obligation to the tzibur. And remember, so much of Yiddishkeit is just because this makes you feel closer to HaKadosh Baruch Hu framework in which we operate. But the tzaddik is saying, again, we'll discuss what the tzaddik is saying, something has to be like the dog. So the donkey brays because the master listens. When you daven, the devotion always hears. The dog barks when no one else is around. Because sometimes in your ruchnius, it's important to find alone time. What that means and how we apply it, we get Hashem tomorrow. That's what I'll say. All right, we'll say good morning. So we're continuing in Sitkas HaTzadik at least for a few minutes before we begin the last daf. Of the Sitkas Shabbos. So we left off still in Os Chaf Gimel. Also, remember again, the tzaddik was speaking about the quantity of the various mishmoros, right? And their deeper meanings, and ultimately again what they mean in terms of our relationship to the Shekhinah, specifically vis-a-vis the ability to sound, the pain of the Shekhinah. So we saw again the dog barking. We're up now. We left off on page Nun Dalet. Ubishlishis. Remember again, we come now to the third Mishmar. So the third Mishmar, the final Mishmar, final segment of the evening, which you remember again from the previous Sid in the Gemara, explains is marked by two things. Number one is the time that a child begins to wake up to nurse, and Bisman She'is Isha Misaparas in Bayama. In the time that one begins to speak with her husband, this is the early morning hours. So this Mishmar is the last Mishmar of the night, right before daybreak. He says the tzaddik, Ubishlishis, in the third Mishmar, Hargosha Rak with me Adam Shlim. I want to say, now if you notice again, there's been a progression. Like the first Mishmar is the donkey's bray. The second Mishmar is the dog's barking. So remember again, the donkey's braying donkey in the tzaddik's world, represents Chamor, Chomer. Chomer is something totally physical with absolutely no spirituality associated with it. A beast of burden that is totally enmeshed and immersed in the world of the material. But even a Chamor has the ability to connect with the Shekhinah, with the Ribono Shel Olam in some way. Okay, we go up then to the dog. The dog is considered to be a step above the donkey. The dog, remember again, of Tzelik's incredible idea, Kelev, Kol, Leiv, Yematria, Yahu, that ultimately again a dog exhibits a level of commitment. Tzelik says a dog exhibits a level of azus, of azus is like chutzpah, thank you. A level of chutzpah. Right? And Aziz, which again, good chutzpah. Because sometimes if you need a little bit of chutzpah in order to get things done. I don't mean the kind of chutzpah that's annoying, but the kind of chutzpah that allows you to stand up for yourself, the kind of chutzpah that allows you to stand up for your ideas, be having az kanamel, be bold, right? Be bold, right? That's the idea of boldness, right? The chutzpah, that's the dog possesses. So therefore, again, you see again, even if you're a donkey, you can connect to that chutzpah. So even if you're a caliph, but you exhibit a sense of commitment. You know, the caliph. It's actually interesting. It's fascinating to me how much like dog references we've had. Because I think it's dog return would have to really take my stance on dogs. Because might be something else that's happening here. But it really is fascinating just the amount of references between our Gemara and between the Saga. But again, so the dog is considered to be a higher level, a sense of commitment. That's a person who has a sense of commitment. Not perfect, but a person who exhibits a certain level of boldness to be able to remember. Again, the dog is still considered to be in the animal kingdom very low down, right? At the end of the day, it's still, well, at least in the eyes of Chazal, which in the Gemara, the scavenger, right? The scavenger. See, even if you're a Hamon, even if you're a Caleb, there's still the ability to connect with the Ribono Shel Olam. So now we come to the final Mishmar, the third Mishmar of the evening. And what's that Mishmar? That Mishmar is the time that a baby begins to nurse. A time that a woman and her husband and wife begin to converse. So baby begins to nurse, husband and wife begin to converse. So therefore, this third Mishmar represents a level of connection to HaKadosh Baruch Hu that is only felt by by people. Look at our subject. Actually, look at the Uriah Hasidus on page Nun Dalit. The last line on the right hand side of the page. Ubishagash, which is the third roar, right? The third time that HaKadosh Baruch Hu called down. HaKadosh Baruch Hu showing. Ikeres Pulaso Shoshai Gazu Ba'olam HaShacha B'Kaf Shetinok Yonek Yishem Satayas. Shargasha Az B'Tzara Shchina B'Daka B'Yosef. And I will say this is actually pretty incredible. You see, in the first two Mishmoros, it's pitch black at night. Pitch black. Shavuot says, so the ability to feel the Tzara of the Shchina when it's dark outside is much easier. Right? Because again, darkness in general represents a certain level of sadness, a certain level of despair. So in the midst of the night, even the donkey can feel the tzara of the shechina. In the midst of the night, even the caliph can feel the tzara of the shechina. By the time you get to the third mishmar, there's already a little bit of light mixed into the horizon. So there, the ability to discern the pain of the shechina is only really accessible to people. To someone who is a ben adam. He goes on, he says, Shipping Adam, Adam, Shleim the Kaf Nashon. V, Shizman who Karov Ma'oz La'or Hayur. Shiba Maskilim HaChasadim, Shal Or HaBoker La'Hayir, Yosef Yosef. The Meilahem is Orim La'avodas Hashem Yisbarach, Ayidei Isra'us Bishak. Kagad Yeremaiah. This Ongus Hava Mikach Hashayla Shal HaKadosh Baruch Hu, and Mishma'az Umava, Shubha Mitok Tzivia Kivyachal Yidok HaGash HaSas. It's really quite beautiful. In this third Mishmah, what if that's occurring? So in this third Mishmah, there is the ability to perceive HaKadosh Baruch Hu even outside of absolute times. So here's what's fascinating. When it's daytime and when it's nighttime, those are times of absoluteness. Remember again, in general, we used to Lahagid Bavoker Hasdecha Ve'aminos Chabalei. Day, normally represents divine chesed, divine kindness. Night represents divine difference. So anyone could see HaKadosh Baruch Hu Kiviyachol in the night, even the Hamar and even the Caliph. And anyone could really see HaKadosh Baruch Hu by day, because those are moments of clarity. What's the most complicated time of life, time of day? To see HaKadosh Baruch Hu, the most complicated is the third Mishnah. Why? Because it's kind of as they say, Nishtahim, right? It's not really fully nighttime anymore, but it's not yet fully day either. The ability to perceive the Ribono Shel Olam in that third Mishmar, the Hamar can't, the Caliph can't. Who can? Is Man Shantino Kionik. Remember again the symbolism that the Rabbi said before? What does that represent? The nursing baby represents Klal Yisrael. The mother represents HaKadosh Baruch Hu. The mother's milk is Torah. So those who are enmeshed in a world of spirituality have the ability to discern God even in the midst of those twilight times, right? Even in the third Ashmi, even during that time when it's not fully night, it's not fully day, it's not clear, it's not Baboker, that it's also not Balayla, the ability to perceive the Ribono Shel Olam during those times is that for people. Is that for someone who's a Ben Adam, right? Someone who's the Tinok Yomek Nishtei people. The baby who's willing to nurse, the baby who's willing to grow, the baby who's willing to learn. That's the person who could perceive HaKadosh Baruch Hu in that very Mishon. It's such an incredible idea. Because what is the key to successful living? The key to successful living is God awareness. Whether you find this in all the Sfarim HaKadoshim, the Balatanya, right? The Balatanya, Tanya begins with this idea that he says the Shulchan Aruch begins with the concept of Shivisi Hashem, the Negdi Summit. I have placed Hashem before me at all times. He says the Balatanya. Why does Shulchan Aruch begin with it? Because there's nothing more important in life than God awareness. If you have the awareness of the Ribono Shel Olam in your life, that guides anything and everything. Conversely, so a person doesn't have an awareness of the Ribono Shel Olam in their lives, person's lost. So Tzaddik says that's what this is all about.
Since you brought it up, is we once did in Nashville, Tennessee, a roast of jelly.
Chazal is trying to sensitize us to how do we perceive HaKadosh Baruch Hu. So the good news is, even if I'm a Keller,
Actually, a little fun fact,
even
since
if
you
I'm a
brought it
Hamar,
up, is we once
and
did
even if I'm
in
a
Nashville,
Keller,
Tennessee, a roast of jelly.
as a
And you're a smart guy,
I
you
can
did
still
your
connect
roast when
with
you were
the
serving
Ribono.
and you gave us a lot to work with, and I just so happened to learn you were still humongous. And you gave us a lot to work with, and I just so happened to search my phone for Jelly Roll Roast, and I found an entire file of jokes that I did on Jelly Roll. I said, here a couple of them. I said, Jelly Roll is Lizzo for rednecks.
The dead of night.
I called
The dead
him
of night.
Leonard
It's a relief.
Skidmark.
But they do not have the ability to discern times of
Limp Biscuit and Gravy.
in the morning. When does that happen? That's the third.
I did a lot of jokes that
Nine
night.
ships.
There's a lot there.
Jelly
Roll is your favorite musician if your
And
favorite meal
ultimately,
is
again,
corn
that
dog.
a child nurtures from his mother. Only when a person
There's
is
a lot
embedded in
here.
the framework of spirituality.
I don't even know.
5 things that will control you.
Already started.
There's
Less things that will
gigantic
control
file. I know there's a
First,
version.
Wow, that's totally jelly roll.
If you can see what he thinks, you can see what I'm.
Still scrolling.
Right? But the person that you have to part of the
There's a part where I had at the end. I remember I went on a run of band
but
fucking
even in the
music
person,
boards, but now I've
you
lost
want
it.
to catch every night, you want to catch every day.
It's a live show.
You want to kind of 50% do what it is that's happening in my world.
I was gonna say all of God Prince thing, but you know, Sinclair.
You can catch the mother's milk.
Tell us more about your gay British life.
Is it fun being British, or does it just seem like it's whatever? Does it even seem like you're doing anything?
I did recently.
It seems so docile and fucking confused and like
There's a
rare.
little pick up. And so, oh, what's up?
I did get off my papers recently. That was a fun experience. I had
Yeah.
have a job, just trying to wait tables.
Oh, yeah. What do you think you were?
I don't know. I have no idea what they thought I was. I said, hello, madam. How can I help you today?
Where are your papers?
That was the first thing before I could even get to the menu. Just trying to give us some like eggplant rollatini or something. How do you do with the ladies? I've got a girlfriend. Okay, with you, she's Texan. She's in Colorado, but she's from Wyoming. Okay. How's that going? It's good, pretty good. It's talking. It is a lot on FaceTime. Is that phone sex? No, I can't do it. Really? Dude, it's too weird, right? Also, I don't know who the fuck's listening. You guys don't clue that. You have no idea who's listening. You're just like flicking your bean and just going, Did you interrupt the call? It's like, what the fuck was that? I just figured we're going to be listened to. Like, all of us are going to have like our porn soundtrack, so everybody do something too famous. Yeah, it's coming out. I'd be worried.
Sorry, I missed you.
See, my accent's not funny. It's other people doing my accent, which is funny.
Love British people, dude. I like Scottish people, actually.
I got
Irish people, and I like British people.
You haven't exactly narrowed it down, but yes, you're doing well. What's the craziest gig you've done here in America for stand-up? I did a show in Houston where they were all, it was like a drug bazaar.
Drug bazaar.
Drug bazaar, like a mock bazaar. Bam, 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 bam. What do you mean drug bazaar? Like everyone was just like I went to like go to the green room and on my way it's just like tables full of Molly, acid, weed, mushrooms. Where? This is Houston. This is Houston. Where exactly in Houston is this table? I can find like the details on my phone later.
I have prayed for a green room like that my entire career. This is how I imagine the 80s were before phones existed.
It felt a little like that.
Dope everywhere, people having fun. Dude, I got this thing one time, so I had to do a comedy show, and it was something at like the Golden Bridge at like the California. Really nice bridge.
Golden Gate Bridge.
Golden Gate Bridge.
Even I know that one.
Yeah, that's what it is. And so anyway, I did this thing, and it's like a weed conference, right? And my set was at like 11:15 or something. I get up, and there's nobody, and then there's like one dude who's dressed like a captain. This motherfucker he's lost, and somebody left somebody up front that like had left a sibling up front that was kind of mentally ill. You know, one of God's oysters or whatever. And but bro, they didn't put like a little spin on or anything, so I'm fucking. This dude is like giving me a lot of grief and shit. And they got me so high before the thing, bro. It was embarrassing and sad, bro. And it was just like, that was harrowing, bro. That was harrowing.
I mean, I would have.
That's why we left your country, dude. Shit like that.
I'll tell you what, it's That's why I left, that's for sure.
Matt Campbell, congratulations. There's a little chunk there. There he goes, Matt Campbell. I keep a good one along here. Flying right through it. On to the next one we go. Ladies and gentlemen, your next Pokeball goes by the name of Anthony Martin. Everybody, Anthony Martin. Here comes Anthony. Okay.
Hello. I'm in a YouTube rabbit hole right now. Anyone else? Yeah. I'm into young bros beating up pedophiles on the internet. Have you seen this? Oh my goodness. It's phenomenal. The way it works, it's like a young bro starts catfishing a pedophile, beats him up at Walmart. It's just like, hey, looking for Rebecca? I'm Rebecca. Just hits him. Bounces off the chips aisle. He's like, what do you want? He's running through. He crashes through a giant soda tower that looks like the University of Texas. And I like these videos, but I start to feel guilty when you find out that these guys, they have autism, mental disabilities, or they're running for re-election. I just feel guilty. I was sexting with my fiance the other day. I was saying all the dirty stuff, like, yeah, I'm gonna take you down, around, all over town, all that. And not good at it. But I send a text and I immediately get a response back from my mother-in-law. It said, Anthony, never text me that again. Come say it to my face.
Anthony Martin, everybody. Oh, yeah. Funny stuff. Anthony, where you from?
I'm from Burbank, California.
Okay, wow. The former home of the Tonight Show, yeah. Red Band used to live there. I used to live there. What part of Burbank exactly? Alameda and Victory?
No, I'm right on GUINNESS.
Glenose, yeah. We still live there.
My family still lives there.
Oh, wow, yeah, we don't want these fans. I don't want these guys down your family. There's a bunch of angry pedophiles. Your son was making jokes about us getting beaten up. Fuck your son. Wait, no, we'll fuck your son. Bring me your son. Anthony, what do you do for a living?
Almost 10 years.
You're managing property in Burbank?
No, I'm in Portland, Oregon right now. I got engaged. That's where her family lives.
Okay. All right.
It's nice. It is nice.
Well, it gets like a crazy rap because of all like the people like
Because all the people that live there.
no, just like the Renaissance fair people fighting the fucking gay addicts or whatever the shit is. You know what I'm saying? The shit that was on the internet. When you go there, dude, it's freaking cool, man.
Yeah, the food there is great. I really like the food.
Yeah, we do have good food. There's that one big food court. You know what I'm talking
I
about?
didn't eat while I was there, but we had a great time.
Yeah, we know where it's I think it's from Yes.
You're very angry man.
This is the kind of shit I know. This is the value I bring to tonight's show. You know the origin story of every donut place? They know each other all for a reason. Only the ones that are legalized marijuana states.
Small dozen in any
Anthony, where'd you meet this girl?
Funny enough, Tinder.
Okay, yeah, she was in Portland and you were in Burbank.
Well, we met in California, and then funny story. I knew I loved her from like the moment we met. Like I met her, and I was like, God, I love her so much. And it's like kind of creepy. I know how it felt. And then no. Are you insane?
It's insane.
I met her, I knew that immediately, and then she told me she was moving to Portland, Oregon. And then I was like, oh, fuck. And then I was like, oh, yeah, that's cool, that's fine. We wrap up the date, and I go back to my car, and I'm like punching the passengers. I'm like, God damn it. We end up meeting up a few years later, and it just, she couldn't let me go.
Wow, that's amazing. Luckily, she did not see you beating your passengers aggressively right after the date.
This could be you.
Yeah, Dave scared her away. So you just ran into her a few years later?
Yeah. COVID.
So you guys were like chatting again.
Yeah. She was not texting me back that often. So, ladies, if there's a guy that's texting you a lot, you're not texting back that much, then I fuck you over.
What does she do in Portland? What does she sell on Etsy?
She's a crystal farmer? No. She does remote medical work. Complicated than I can explain. She's somewhat, I don't know. I know it's something insurance stuff.
Yeah, that sounds about right. You're managing properties, so that's like apartments in Portland.
Yes.
So what's some of the crazy stuff you do? Some bad stuff that you
Well,
saw?
I used to live here in Nebraska. I have.
For how long?
How dark of a story can I tell you, Tony?
Let's go.
So,
There, do you want to shut the lights on Space Prize Picture?
I was.
Shut them up.
I was working here in Austin, Texas a few years ago, and, close to the office there was a smell. A peculiar smell that no one could like, man, what's this smell? We gotta find the source of the smell. And eventually, we found a dead dog. Yes, it had been dead for about, it's he, it was a person. He had killed himself maybe like 3 months ago. Yeah.
It was just in the apartment. He
right in the apartment.
He prepaid his rent or whatever.
Well, the reason why we couldn't find him is because he had auto pay on.
Oh, wow.
That's probably, I don't like my job. And the idea that they got extra money from this guy who was dead kind of bugs me. But yeah. So we find his body. I'm going to say his mom's name, but it's because it's relevant to the story. Because at a certain point, his mom showed up. No one could find his next of kin. His father was so old, he was a younger guy. His mom shows up. And then what happened? But his mom shows up and she's like, hey, looking for my son. And she points to that apartment right there, the one with the smell and all that. And I was just an assistant at the time, and I go to my manager. She had a family member die recently. She couldn't speak. She left the office, and I had to deliver the news. I had to deliver the news.
Tell us how you were doing it. Would you like,
Sit down. I wanted to, there's no easy way to say this. He died. He's dead. Oh, wow. Dead.
When you broke the news to her, did you leave out the part, like, did she ask how? Did she? We had no idea.
We didn't know.
Man, fucking tell us, dude.
We didn't know at the time. He shot his face with a shotgun. Hold on. I blame. So his neighbors didn't hear anything. That's fucking wild. His neighbors were just like, that's not my business. What a fucking, that's nuts.
Did you happen to tell the mom that his body was decomposing?
Yeah, no, I did. I kind of walked her through the days where we had suspicions. There was a smell in the apartment. We called the police. They found the body. You never want like your maintenance guys to like walk in there and have that on their conscience. But I was sitting on the ground holding her hand, wishing, by the way, whales I'll never be able to forget. They only gave me 1 day off of work.
What do you mean by they?
Well, I still have to work with them. So,
Lord of the land. Lord of all the land, son.
I'm not lording over any land. I don't own any of this.
No, I know. I'm talking about.
There's a big rich guy, and he just
just tells me he's like going to the apartments. I'm like, I don't. That's illegal. The rich people have no idea. This guy blind.
Yeah.
Okay. Never mind.
That guy's blind though.
Okay.
Why? Why are you curious about who's blind around you?
Black on the inside, black on the outside.
You were way more cross-eyed a second ago. Maybe just relaxed a little too much. It's fine.
He was just trying to focus on you.
Yeah.
Sitting in the closest seat.
He's trying to look at both of my ears at the same time.
Wow. So you found a dead body, and that's a hell of a thing.
Yeah. So the point I wanted to get to is I'm holding the mom's hand. She's wailing, she's crying, and I asked her, I'm trying to comfort her. I'm like, what's your name? She's like, I'm gay. Her name is like Gaylord, but just the gay part. I tried not to laugh. That's not a.
Yeah.
That's a terror. It's so dark. But to be fair, he had been dead for like a month. Like I was over it. I was finding the humor. We were already making jokes around the office that he was haunting the place.
Yeah.
And that's that story. I'm sorry.
Oh, that's great. Fun stuff. Fun set. Fun interview. Anthony Martin, ladies and gentlemen. Here you go, Anthony. Boom. Big joke book. There he goes. Let's get one more bucket full out of here. Ladies and gentlemen, your final bucket full of the night goes by the name of Gabriel Adam, everybody. Gabriel Adam.
I recently learned I don't think I just have to stand up here and make no jokes and you guys are all cracking up. I mean, this is great. Honestly, I love this. I recently learned that there's some jokes you can't make in stand-up comedy.
And woke to the father who was forced to go ahead and exile. So remember that this is sensitive.
Last week I did this joke about beating my girlfriend. This guy knows what's going on. And now I can't fucking find her. I'm not sure who went and told her, but somebody gave her the courage to leave, and now I can't. I'm still trying to figure out how she chewed through the chains. That beaver tooth bitch fucking. She nibbled away to my heart. Seriously though, if anybody sees her, tell her come.
Okay, there you go, Gabriel Adam, one of the most interesting looking people we've ever seen in our lives. The verdict is in. You look hilarious. Theo Vaughn.
Wonderful.
Comic McGregor right here. That was kind of cheap, man. I'm sorry. But it is nice you come out and people do defend. You got 25 seconds before you laugh.
I mean, it's good. It feels good.
Yeah, it probably made it a little bit easier, did it?
No, not at all.
Oh, shit. It is so exciting.
Dang, I was hoping that would have helped.
You never know who will pop out here. Having the Buc-ee's mascot come out right now is just absolutely incredible.
I'm still waiting for that brand deal money. I mean, anytime now.
Very rare is someone both frightening and adorable at the same time, but somehow you kind of pull off both. Tell us about this life. I cannot wait to find out about this life.
Oh, God.
How old are you?
I'm 31 years old.
Okay, 31. Wow.
Look great, man. Looks like they're pretty good. I don't look at
It's the lucky charms, you know. I keep looking.
Okay, so let's talk about it. Where are you from?
I'm from Austin, Minnesota.
Whoa. Okay. All right.
Yeah. You guys don't know where that is.
Okay. Where do you live now?
I live in Austin, Texas now.
Okay. How long have you lived here?
I've been here for about a month and a half.
What made you move here?
Your show?
Okay. How long have you been doing stand-up?
A month and a half.
Okay. So you started a month and a half ago. It's amazing. We're getting down to the bottom of it. I love it. Do you have a job here in Austin yet?
I do. I'm an Uber driver.
Amazing.
Yeah.
Is that what you did in Austin, Minnesota as well?
No, not at all. I was a car salesman.
Okay, what kind of cars were you selling?
I started with Subarus, and then I went to Fords, and then I went to Kias, and wanted to kill myself, so I stopped.
Why'd you choose those?
Well, Subaru in Minnesota is super easy to sell.
Yeah, exactly.
All-wheel drive, everybody's a nice
Bikes up there. Yeah. And then you went to Ford, so you had to sell the actual men. I imagine that was hard.
Yeah.
So you're like, I'm going to Kias and fucking.
Well, it was complicated, actually. I had a fling with one of the clerks behind the desk, and it turned out kind of bad. So
Is that at Ford or Kia?
that was at Ford.
Yeah. Well, you seem like a character from Tires, dude. I mean that as a compliment.
I take it as a compliment.
Like a character.
Hell yeah. I love that show.
Amazing. Absolutely. So, what kind of drugs have you done in your life to look 55 and 31?
I've done pretty much every drug under the sun, my friend. Yes, sir.
Absolutely.
And what was your DOC? Is that what you guys call it? What was your DOC?
I don't know what that means. Drug of choice. Oh, LSD all day.
Wow.
Really?
Yeah, it looks like it.
Thank you.
It looks like you rode here from Minnesota on a rocket ship.
Yeah.
Like riding it just like,
I figured if I could send 1 million of them to Ukraine, I could borrow. When is the last time you did this? About 2 months ago. That was an interesting experience. I watched this fucking documentary on Liberty. Really? Yes, sir. Okay. Yeah, my name that is
fear of living in Minnesota.
So he's a romanticist.
So what'd you do after you take the paper acid in Minnesota?
Well, I had this really sick 4K home theater set up, so I had this like 28 inches of beautiful, Initiation is this documentary on Gaia about like redemption and how life brought together. It was beautiful. I like shot out of my body like 4 times and came back just laughing hysterically.
Wow. That sounds like a blast.
Hell yeah.
Did you notice that you looked different after that trip?
It fucking changed me, that's for goddamn sure. Absolutely.
Incredible. What's your love life?
Oh, it's not existent right now. I signed up for Sex Addicts Anonymous recently just to kind of see if I could meet somebody there. That was it was a terrible idea. I swear to God.
How did you sign up? I mean, there's a lot of Zooms you can just go to.
Well, when I showed up, I actually walked through the wrong door, and it was just like 5 geriatric, like 80-year-old people, and I was really concerned at first. You know, it turned out to be an alcoholics. Just a bunch of gay dudes talking about getting the fuck with butt.
Oh, shit. That's where we met. I knew I recognized you from somewhere. You're the guy that walked in and came out. There you go. Thank you, Red Band's one fart noise per episode. Amazing. So, wow, that's who goes to Sex Addict.
People that look like me, apparently.
Amazing.
What made you go to them? Like, what makes you think that you're a sex addict?
Sometimes I think I look a little bit too long in the gym. Like I'm
Staring at women at the gym. I'm sure that doesn't bother them at all.
when they don't see me doing it, though, usually
Where do you like to hide? What do you hide behind when you do it? What's your favorite hiding spot at the gym to watch women work out? First time I've asked that question in 13 years.
oh, beautiful. Get some firsts. Just whatever machine I'm using. Just kind of peek a little bit behind.
Right.
I'm actually pretty blatant about it. Everything I'm hiding.
Right. That's good. I like that. But you haven't been with a woman since you've been in Austin?
I have not. No, I've had a few in my car, but that's because I don't.
Have you kissed a woman since you've been in Austin?
No, I haven't kissed.
You know what? We have a little segment in the episode. We've been doing a thing on the show for 13 years where we ask if a lovely lady from the audience has the courage to give the best fan base in the world. So if there's a lady out there that wants to give this guy his first Austin kiss, now's the time to stand up. Is there a lady out here that you have to volunteer yourself? I mean,
Tell Shane to put a wig on again.
How can there not be a woman that wants this? Really? Nobody? I literally see actual hookers in the audience, and none of them do this.
I guess Bucky Mascot is not the best celebrity lookalike.
Well, I mean, there's nothing more depressing than no woman wanting to.
Can't have any women in here.
Well, it is. I'm seeing a lot other than this table of fucking dudes.
Damn, that girl's hot as fuck. Was that Heidi? She looks great.
My goodness. How do you feel, my friend?
Remember again, one of the reasons that sparked the ROTHSCHILD was the feeling that Judaism is becoming, the proprietary property of intellectual elite. The wise people who can learn, people who can study, who had access to. But what about the rest about this stuff? Right? You see, sometimes we have this image in our mind that, like, all the Jewish history,
Fuck.
even children, the halachas of Tumin Tara. Tumin Tara, those sugars are different that the only, very, 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 furtively glance to see how long the Gemara actually was until it's over. And so in the days of the scale of all the children knew. So we often think that that's like Jewish history. That was a glitch. Right? That was like an exception to the rule. Most people, you just have to educate. Right? And most people you just have to be comfortable. So the ROTHSCHILD was doing it.
Iranian. Yes. So how do you feel about everything that's happening?
Let's be honest.
The donkey drink at the first time, that first time at night, when that Baruch cries out, with Tom Snow and for himself, even
On a rocket ship.
donkey,
Even riding it just like
I figured if they can send 1 million of them to Ukraine, I could borrow. When is the last time you did LSD? About 2 months ago. That was an interesting experience. I watched this fucking documentary on yes, sir. Okay. Yeah, my team not in the
Fear and Loathing in Minnesota.
That little fat, and he's a romanticist.
So what'd you do after you had taken the paper acid in Minnesota?
Well, I had this really sick 4K home theater set up, so I had this like 128 inches of beautiful galore. It's Initiation is this documentary on Gaia about like dimensions and how fucking life is put together. It was beautiful. I like shot out of my body like 4 times and came back just laughing hysterically.
Sounds like a blast. Did you notice that you looked different after that trip?
It fucking changed me, that's for goddamn sure. Absolutely.
Incredible. What's your love life like?
No, it's not existent right now. I signed up for Sex Addicts Anonymous recently just to kind of see if I could meet somebody there. It was a terrible idea.
Did you really?
I swear to God.
How do you sign up? I think there's a lot of Zooms you can just go to.
Well, when I showed up, I actually walked through the wrong door, and it was just like 5 geriatric, like 80-year-old people, and I was really concerned at first. It turned out to be not homeless for anonymous people. Just a bunch of gay dudes talking about getting fucked with a weapon.
Oh, shit, that's where we met. I knew I recognized you from somewhere. You're the guy that walked in and came out.
noise per episode. Amazing. So, wow, that's who goes to sex addict.
People that look like me, apparently.
Amazing.
What made you go to them? Like, what makes you think that you're a sex addict?
Sometimes I think I look a little bit too long at the gym, like
Staring at women at the gym. I'm sure that doesn't bother them at all.
when they don't see me doing it, no, usually they don't.
Where do you like to hide? What do you hide behind when you do? What's your favorite hiding spot at the gym to watch women work out? First time I've asked that question in 13 years.
Oh, beautiful. I'm glad get some firsts. Just whatever machine I'm using. I'm just going to peek a little bit behind.
Right.
I'm actually pretty blatant about it. I really don't hide it.
Right. That's good. I like that. But you haven't been with a woman since you've been in Austin?
I have not. No.
Wow.
I've had a few in my car, but that's because I drive.
Have you kissed a woman since you've been in Austin?
No, I haven't kissed.
You know what? We have a little segment coming up towards the end of the episode. We've been doing a thing on this show for 13 years where we ask if a lovely lady from the audience has the courage. We have the best fan base in the world, so if there's a lady out there that wants to give this guy his first Austin kiss, now's the time to stand up. Is there a lady out here that you have to volunteer yourself? You can't just point it randomly.
No shame to put a wig on again. I get it.
Look at this guy. How can there not be a woman that wants to kiss this guy? Really? Nobody? I literally see actual hookers in the audience, and none of them do this.
I guess Bucky mascot is not the best celebrity lookalike.
Well, I mean, there's nothing more depressing than no woman wanting to.
Not that many women in here.
Well, there kind of is. I'm seeing a lot of them in this table of fucking dudes. The queen of Kiltony, the lovely Heidi, ladies and gentlemen. My goodness. How do you feel, my friend?
I have to fucking pinch myself, I think. I don't know. The whole thing, unbelievable.
Amazing. Absolutely incredible. Congratulations to you, Gabriel Adam. Anything else for Gabriel, guys?
Nope, nice to see you today.
I'll see you in the next one. Listen, man, I think you were fucking hilarious, man. I wish you the best, brother. I think you want to do it in a while. You say, I think you're gonna kill it. Keep doing that. I appreciate that.
I gotta tell you, I agree with Jelly Roll here. For doing it a month and a half, you have a really, really clever brain. Even the thing about, signing up for a sex addicts class just to meet women, you have an interesting brain. I think you moved here for good reason, where I don't always say that to a lot of people, but you have anyone who has a good eye for premises this early on, you'll always get better at doing it and writing it in your way. And for a month and a half, it's fantastic. So you're leaving here with a big joke. There you go. We will. Ladies and gentlemen, there's only one way to end an episode like this, everybody. And William, oh my goodness. How about one more time for Heidi, everyone? What a legend. What a team player. Boss. The great William Montgomery is under the weather today. Yet
He
again.
owes me money, that's why.
Yet again. However, William, I do believe, makes a cameo in Busboys out this Friday.
Yep, William Montgomery's and Busboys. He'll be
Cam Patterson makes an appearance. A lot of the Kiltony families and Casey Rocket. The man, the myth. He'll be back soon.
Support the movie, y'all. Support the movie. Theo Lopez, man. Busboys, don't fuck this up.
Before we get out of here, even though William's under the weather, I do have an extremely special treat for you. He might be one of the top rising comedians in the world. He might be one of the best already, if you ask me. This kid has been crushing theaters all around the United States of America. You've seen
his rise here on Kiltony, a monster, and one day, a citizen of the United States of America. But he remains the Estonian assassin. This is Ari Matt.
Are we doing good? You shouldn't. Because war is coming! Just my luck. As soon as I get citizenship, drafted. Just yesterday, you guys know that America raised its age limit to 42 for the draft. And prior marijuana convictions don't matter. Wow, what an army you're building. Bunch of 40-year-old losers. You know, in Estonia, we don't have any limits. We have compulsory military service. We're too small, too big. Everyone goes. Wheelchair people, we send. Oh yeah, we put a grenade in your lap and... Down syndrome people, we send them. Oh yeah, we have a whole squad. Estonian Special Forces. You think Special Forces means somebody rappels down and has night vision eyes, Nicolas with a soft serve ice cream? We send them! We get them all together in a parking lot, we connect them with a rope. We look them in the eyes and we tell them, listen, they killed Santa Claus. And everybody goes. Criminals, mentally challenged, even women. Gay people, we send them. I know you guys don't do that. By the way, the only way I'm going to war is if I have a gay squad mate. I'm protecting that motherfucker more than the medic. He's the only one sucking dick back at the base. Dylan, get behind me! I'm saving Dylan's life. No, left behind. Thank you so much. That's my time.
The freak of nature, the Estonian assassin, doing it his way. So many funny beats in there, man. And you got the call today, out of nowhere.
Yeah, I couldn't think one subject, so just throw it out.
I love it, man.
It's a better ending, but I'll fucking figure it out.
You will figure it out. I've missed you so much, Ari.
I missed you too,
being on the road so much. Yeah, Ari's doing a thing right now where he's doing so good on the road that he's adding shows on Mondays, which is pretty much unprecedented, exactly, right? Like staying and adding shows and getting crazy deals. It's amazing. He's a killer, man. He deserves it. Yeah.
Amen. Holy shit, you look so good, man. Thank you, Art. Thank you, baby. Was that big good or? No, I actually did it the old-fashioned way with the Yeah. Hard. Ain't much.
You get a lot of haters that like I was at the camp, people that hate you for doing it that way. Kind of.
No, I just get people that just I don't accept that I did it cheat. I don't mind it though. Listen, man, all jokes aside, if you're like, fuck it, I was like dying, man. You're dying, man, dude. Anything. Why don't shoot a shot? Man.
You hear that, Red Band? Number two,
I will say, when Red Band hugged me, you could see he had a moment of self-awareness. I felt it in his hug because he looked me in the eye and you could tell he said, man, I'm proud of you. And then a little sadness was in his eye. I was like, it made me feel bad a little bit between. I should be proud of him. I'm sorry. I had a horrible time and I said, fuck, I theoed out right there. I should have went to her backstage.
absolutely perfect. Ari, touring's been going good.
Yeah, I went to Florida for a month. It was great. I went to Florida. It was so beautiful. I went to Fort Lauderdale. I don't like Miami too much. Everyone, I don't like coked out, oiled up men. Did I saw
Sex traffic.
sex traffic? I guess I'll go back. Addictions in Miami. Yeah, I saw like a fist fight at the beach between two guys. It was over a bungalow.
Yeah, that's Miami.
It's like bungalows on the beach, you know, bitches see bungalows. So the bungalow was taken, and the two guys and the two whores, they go to swim. They go to swim, and then another two whores and two guys come and take their bungalow. Just speedos on, it's my bungalow. Dude, how angry do you have to be? Coming out of a refreshing ocean, you're combat ready? If I come out of an ocean, you can be raping my mom in the bungalow, dude.
Chill.
I'll be like, whoa, 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 everyone, slow down. Yeah, Miami is super coked out and nuts. I like Naples. Old people love them. Love old fucks. It feels good when you're like, you're like on the beach. You're everyone on the beach. Oh, La Peninsula.
Still in your bungalow.
What else did I do? Oh, I went to a Nike outlet store.
Tell us about an Estonian's experience at a Nike outlet store.
Yeah, I didn't know that Nike has that. Shitty ass products.
Yeah.
We just have the Nike store, which, by the way, looking at the things there, I think we get the outlet, just without the word. So we're going, blinded, Me and the cashier are only white people there. I see two big black bitches at the register. And when you see two big black women at the register, you know there's going to be an issue. You know this ain't going to go smoothly.
Free talking.
Dude, as soon as I open the door, I just hear, you motherfuckers, last time I was your motherfucker piece of shit. They're trying to return an item. Dude, they tried to return like some shorts, and those shorts look like they've been to Ukraine, dude. There's yelling, little like white girl just at the register. I'm sorry, that's an Adidas. You know, before moving to America, I wasn't a racist, but after 2 years of living here, I'm beginning to see some patterns.
That's how you get your citizenship. That's the final test. All right, Maddie, your tour continues on and on. It's arimaddie.com without a doubt.
I'm in Nashville soon, guys. I'll see you there.
Hey, the boys will be there.
I love you, Theo. I love you, Charlie.
Thanks so much for the great Ari Maddie. Boys, go see it this Friday in theater.
Cheers. Support real comedians making real comedy movies again. It's out this Friday, April 17th. Catch Jelly Roll here in Austin the 23rd of April. And us at the Greek Theater. We're doing it together, buddy.
Yeah,
We're
man.
gonna have
Us and Andrew Schultz.
Hell yeah.
Baby.
We're going to have a lot of fun there. That's going to be a crazy week. Again, one more time for Shane Gillis, who's hosting the Roast of Kevin Hart. That's going to be May 10th. Theo Vaughn.
Yo, give a shout out to all my producers that are here tonight. Zach Powers and Nick Davis and Chin Sunyi up there from Byron the Game. I want to say thank you guys for all the effort in making podcasts happen over the years. And yeah, thank you guys so much for just letting me be a part of this. And what a dude. So cool. I love you too, man. Thank you. I needed this today, and so thank everybody for being here. Praise God.
Jelly Roll.
I love y'all. Thanks for letting me be one of the musicians that's going to sit on the panel. Austin, Tony, I love you. Congratulations on what you feel. You feel Tony J. Redman. You deserve it more than anybody in the fucking world. Y'all give it up for the evil genius, Tony. Motherfucking Huntley.
And a shout out to our production team, who we never get to shout out enough. The great Sarah Sloan, everybody, Cole, Monica, Steve, Dusty, Billy, everybody. Right, man?
I'll be in San Diego July 9th through 11th at the AmericanComedyCo.com. Love you guys.
You get it. We're everywhere. Catch us in Vegas at WrestleMania, Los Angeles at the Intuit Dome, New York City, Madison Square Garden, August 7th and 8th. And one last time, thank you to Shopify Talkspace, Price Picks and Quote, and go see Busted Boys this Friday. Thank you, everybody. We love you.
Back in with the Kill Tony Man.
This is Rabbi coming to you live from the Comedy Mothership here in Austin, Texas, for a brand new episode of Kill Tony. Get him on Tony. It's who's ready for the best fucking night of their lives, huh? Fernando Castillo, Raul Bajeo, Carlos Sosa, Michael Gonzalez, Nachos Belgrande, Matt Mueling on the electric guitar. Make some fucking noise for the band. John Deeds on the keys. And this right here is Steve Madness live in the flesh, ladies and gentlemen. This episode of the world's #1 live podcast is brought to you by Shopify, Talkspace, Prize Picks, and Quo. What an amazing show we have for you. You guys excited to be here? Before we get started, here's a little bit more from the amazing sponsors that made tonight's show possible.
Everybody, it's a storytelling show. Me and my comedian friends, we're all telling true and really terrible stories.
Into a toddler's face.
Wild face sometime. Dreadful.
Every STD.
Horrible. And amazing stories.
We just got started.
I'm gonna stop the terrors.
You're in trouble, Mr. Alley, huh?
It's gonna be a good night. It's gonna kill us all.
Should be in jail. Hey man, are you okay?
I actually do well.
You don't fucking talk to me. Okay.
How did I get here? How did this happen?
That's a good question.
You guys ready to start the show?
You guys ready to start tonight's fucking show or what? Every single episode I book, and this one is very, very special. Two of my favorite human beings on planet Earth. One is one of the biggest comedians in the world. The other, one of the biggest musicians in the world. Two of my favorite human beings. Two of your favorite human beings. One has a brand new movie coming out this Friday. The other one just won a shit ton of Grammys and every award humanly possible known to man. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Kill Tony. I present to you Theo Von and Jelly Roll. Theo, motherfucking Von. Jelly Roll is in the house. Oh my God. Kill Tony. Boy, South this Friday. It is going down, ladies and gentlemen. Theo Von's new movie, Busboys, out this Friday, April 17th. Jelly Roll and I together are doing the Greek Theater in Los Angeles May 8th, and he's here in Austin on April 3rd. How cool is that? We have some big plans for the future. Theo, you're the fucking man. Welcome back to Kill Tony.
Yeah, thanks for having me. Nice to see everybody. Happy evening. Yeah, man, I'm excited to be here, and yeah, excited about the movie coming out this week. So that was something. Yeah, so I'm definitely a little bit nervous, but I am excited. That's what I'm doing.
We are very excited to have you here. Go out and see the movie Busboys in theaters. If you do, more comedians like Theo will be able to make their own movies without the big giant studios and all this crap and people in the way, and it can happen more often when we get back to making real
see in movie theaters. Wouldn't that be great?
Let's go.
Go, Theo, go!
Yeah, we made it ourselves, so we'll see how it is. It's better than a lot of bad shit.
That's right. Theo's been on the show numerous times. Jelly Roll has been a musical guest multiple times, but it's Jelly's first time on panel tonight, everybody. Thing he's done since the Grammys.
Yes, long-time listener, first-time caller.
I love it. Well, let me just remind all of you, about 250 human beings signed up for the opportunity to be on tonight's show. We're not going to get through all of them, but if we get through any one of them, they get 60 seconds on this stage to do the 10 stand-up comedy. You know, their time is up and hear the sound of a kitten. That means they have to wrap it up then, or else eventually they bring out the anger with Holly Bear. Which just interrupts their set. I conduct an interview. The entire thing is improvised. Anything could happen. Are you guys ready to start tonight's fucking show or what? Oh, you wrangle that first fucking ball. We're going to start the show with one of the regulars on the show. That means this young man has the very, very tough job of writing and performing a brand new minute every single week on the show. Not easy at all. It scares a lot of people at the thought of that. And he does it above and beyond every week. Starting off tonight's show, he's formerly the dark storm of Atlanta. He's now the dark storm of Austin, Texas. Make some noise for District Flynn, everybody.
Did y'all know that a company can buy your debt from somebody else? Jefferson Capital emailed me, and they said, hey, we bought your debt from Sprint. You owe us money now. No, nigga, you bought it. That's yours now. If I leave a dog outside and you adopt the dog, it's not on me to feed the dog, right? That's not America. That's your debt now. I know Sprint, nigga. I don't know you. I know Sarah is Sprint. Sarah know why I couldn't pay and why I was putting something on it. Jefferson Capital, nigga, I can't even Google y'all. I'm never gonna what kind of a stupid ass company buy debt from other people? That's the same niggas that go online and they feed the homeless on HD cameras. What kind of shit? You think I'm gonna nigga? I see Sprint commercials every day and I go, oh, them niggas will never see it. How dare you come to me like Jesus? Didn't even when Jesus paid for our sins, that nigga never sent me an email being like, the adultery that you made last year. At my time, I never done it. A brand new minute 30, working overtime, District Flynn. How fucking awesome is that? That's you have another one. You never take a week off. Never. And you just keep doing it. Every time I bring you out, I get a little more nervous each time, and I have nothing to be afraid of. Let that shit go through. I don't duck no smoke. I want to come out here and rip every single
I absolutely love it. Buying debt is something that happens, yet I've never heard anyone joke about it. Fantastic material. Absolutely incredible.
I'm trying not to cry right now. My man told me, chili. Black people love sweets. Did you dye your hair? So it looks like shit on purpose. I'm not doing that. That's a joke. I don't roll me.
Be nice to the guest.
I'm sorry.
Jelly
Bro, it mean a lot for me to see you tonight because you do songs with one of my best friends that told me to start doing comedy, Teddy Swims. And we were both just two broke motherfuckers in Southside Atlanta. He told me to start doing comedy. I told him to start doing a band. And now look at both of us living our fucking dream.
Teddy Swims, since you can.
It's not my fault I can't. I just never had the opportunity when I wanted to learn.
שייך גם למעלה בשביל
Because you only want to learn swimming at the early ages. After that, it's just drowning or not drowning. And so then, but he wasn't swimming, he was just Diddy what we wanted. It was always like Diddy and Diddy. Like, it's my boy, like, it's my man, Jake. And then he went by Diddy, and it was always like Diddy and Diddy coming out. And like in Southside, we were always like running around the same crews and stuff like that. But he was just singing, like, just like open mic karaoke. And I was like, right at the best voice for my like make yourself lit. And when I said that, he said, "You're the funniest person ever made me do something with it." So that's what honestly kept me going through signing up for Kill Tony 39 times. It's just like the day I got paid, I popped out over there playing Weed Patrol and I was crying. And being like, if my best friend can make it, I can make it too. We drink the same water, we eat the same food. We fucking cry. It's just a beautiful fucking thing. Sounds like a Jelly Roll award acceptance speech happening. So look, Jesus. Yeah, dog, feel like little Jesus in that. I said, was there something in Atlanta? We was sitting over there with nowhere to go. Drinking the Four Locos with the caffeine in it. Drinking the Four Locos with the caffeine in it. Started yet again, unbelievable work, and it has begun. And now we begin the amazing adventure. And to the bucket we go. This is where anything can happen. Could be the next great talent. Could be the next crazy person that signed up for the show without preparing. Anything can happen. Make some noise for your first fucking call of the night. Michael A. Keaton, everybody. Michael A. Keaton. You know how embarrassing it is to be named after Batman? Having a hobble out here like the Penguin. It's an interesting life. Like, so many people, like, they assume that they know what my politics are gonna be. They're like, look at this guy. Like, he has to lead right. You guys are fun. I became a homeowner recently. Yeah, thank you. It's a RAV4. I live in it, so it's more of a RAV4. Okay, getting older in my life, like, you know, I've gotten to the point. I think like my favorite candy now are cough drops. You know? They're just menthol flavored Jolly Ranchers, you know. I'm at the point in my life where it's like I'm pretty sure the only reason I'm masturbating is for prostate health. You know? Like my partner walks in on me, he's like, "What are you thinking about?" I'm just sitting there like, Michael A. Keaton, this is your Tony debut, correct? Yes. I remember I've seen you. What do you think about this? Yeah, I think it's great. Sorry, that's just a reaction. Let me think what I think. No, I think it's crazy to have a wooden leg and look like a guy who could make a wooden leg. Yeah, you do have cobbler energies. There's no doubt about it. What's your injuries? A lot of them, actually. Like, you know, it's like I've got stab fascia on one foot, you know, spinal injury, scarring. How did this all happen? You had boards or something? I did heavy manual labor. Kind of manual data centers. Absolutely. No, I threw mattresses for a while, and after that, like, I worked in a flower mill throwing flower bags and whatever was needed. Who was asking you to do that? I'm sorry, Tony. Who was asking you to do that? Oh, like whoever managed the line. Your Luigi. No, he was jumping around 2 months ago. How old are you? 41. 41. Great, man. Thank you. What do you do now?
first it was one part. Now it's the first.
That shit.
Part.
People in your neighborhood was getting that wobble check. They fucking used to take one of my buddy's eyes closed till it didn't work, and then they got that check over. Everybody was getting that numbing check. Sorry, carry.
But yeah, about 6 years.
About 6 years ago, in Santa Clara, Kansas City.
Okay, that's where you live?
Yep.
I was born and raised.
Yeah.
Your family there still?
Absolutely. I hope.
What ethnicity are you?
I'm white.
And
Therefore,
what made
the
them name
Iraqis
you white?
allowed
Your
Syria
last
to
name's
also
Egypt.
govern
They just think
the
it's funny.
Palestine.
I was born before that guy was famous. That's not even
Therefore,
his
when
real
you
name.
ask
His
them
real
to
name's
fight
Michael
for
Douglas.
something, and you're not doing something,
He's 41, you're 41.
Yes.
just know that whatever the limb lacks,
Mr. Mom
the
was
body
right?
lacks it as well.
Yeah, your parents are fucking with you. Michael Keaton was one of the most famous people exactly when you were born. Okay. So what do you do for fun, Michael Lee Keaton? Do you have any hobbies? You look like the kind of guy that has a wild collection of denim hats or something.
I can only afford the one. No, I like pretty much at this point it's just stand up. Like I did music for a long time, but I've got television plans.
You sing when you did music as well.
No. Like I have terrible like anxiety. Coming to the microphone is like a big deal.
How much nerve damage you got?
Good question.
Everybody's wondering how I'm going to ask you.
Like, can you show a card or whatever? How much you talking about?
Actually,
Enough I had to quit playing.
so somebody's going to have to explain this to us a little bit for today.
It's fine. Like this is way more fun.
What can you do that you're grateful that you can still do?
Yeah, that's a good question.
Eat.
Okay.
Another eating disabled person, huh?
Hell yeah.
So how'd you end up in Austin, Texas tonight? Come down for this?
Yeah, like there's only so much opportunity in Kansas City. Like I came down to check out the scene. I really like it.
Did you drive or did you get?
I didn't live in a car.
You live in a car?
Yeah. The RAV4 thing was
Amazing. Well, that's fun. You sleep in the back seat or do you just tilt back the driver's seat?
I built the bed.
Wow, look at you, fun palace. You ever bring a girl back to the RAV4?
Oh, it would destroy it.
What?
It would destroy it.
It depends on how big she is.
I'm big enough.
Fair.
And do you lay in there, and what if you ever lay in there and listen to the other roll, listen to the other roll up in there? You know,
Well, that was the question I had. Do you know any Tech 9 songs?
Yeah, I'm a big fan of yours.
So if I go KC, respect. All right, that's all I respect.
Just short enough of a song that we don't get dinged by YouTube. Perfect. Michael A. Keaton, fun times. You did it. You got through it. You're leaving here with a big joke. Congratulations. Michael A. Keaton, ladies and gentlemen. And we're going to keep it moving along. Oh, yeah. There's the lovely Heidi and Val, ladies and gentlemen. Amazing. Whoa. It's going to be the most watched part of the episode right there. One more time for Heidi and Val, their podcast, Love on the Line, available at HeidiRadio.com. And the show goes on. Hello there, dear friends. This podcast is sponsored by Shopify. Starting something new is hard. It's terrifying. So much work goes into everything and anything that you're not entirely sure it will work out. I mean, look at the show. Yeah, we faked to start something crazy. When I started this podcast, I was thinking, what if no one listens? What's it the blackface? I know that was right about all the things that has happened. It can happen to you. It also helps when you have a partner like Shopify on your side to help.
Right, man? Tony, I love Shopify. It's the best business tool on earth. Get started with your own design studio. With hundreds of ready-to-use templates, Shopify helps you build a beautiful online store and matches your brand style. Plus, get the word out like you're having a marketing team behind you. Easily create email and social media campaigns wherever your customers are scrolling or strolling.
Yeah, Shopify is your commerce expert. World-class expertise in everything from managing inventory to international shipping and processing returns and beyond. It's time to turn those what-ifs into Shopify today. Sign up for your $1 per month trial today at Shopify.com/GoTony. Go to Shopify.com/GoTony. That's Shopify.com/GoTony. Hello there. This podcast is sponsored by Tecovas. Anywhere we're going is we're going in good moods. Find a perfect pair with performance and crafting quality Western goods for everyone. Generational rangers and lifelong cowboys for first-time food buyers. And their in-store experience is unparalleled with their expert staff and complimentary barrels and customizations to accessories for the season. Weddings, concerts, outdoor festival, events, Tony episodes, whatever. Premium apparel to elevated leather goods like all that smells and more. Everything in store is described with the same attention and detail and timeless styles. Piece in your wardrobe, craftsmanship you can see and feel. Only you put it on.
Oh, Tony, I feel so comfortable in my Tecovas. I wear them all the time. Shop Tecovas Western Goods online at Tecovas.com or swing by a Tecovas store for the full experience with the free drinks, moonshines, and complimentary booth branding to make your pair feel personal.
Right now, get 10% off at Tecovas.com/GoTony. Sign up for email and text. That's 10% off at TECOVAS.com/GoTony. Tecovas.com/GoTony. See site for details. On your next fucking poll, we know her. Plenty of lady goes by the name of Sherry Besici, everybody. Sherry Besici.
Thank you. Oh my God, did you guys see that homeless woman with her tits hanging out on 6th Street? Yeah, wearing a mask. Yeah, so what are you, a Democrat? So I am originally... I am originally from Iran, Nebraska. Yeah. I was at the airport, and I don't know if you've seen that sign that says no guns allowed in the airplane. Yeah, you know that same sign in the Middle East reads no stones allowed in the airplane. But AK-47 is okay because those virgins can get out of control. I got guns in my head and it won't go. Spirits in my head and it won't go. I got guns. And then another sign right under that reads, not responsible for lost limbs. No guns in my head and it won't go. Oh, you missed the stone. Oh, you missed me.
All right, Sherry. Welcome back, Sherry. Theo?
Yeah, I was wondering what had happened to MIA. You look lovely, and I like a lot of the stuff, and yeah, and I am honestly tickled to see you.
It's amazing. Sherry, remind us, how long have you been on stand-up?
This May will be 3 years.
3 years. And you are Iranian.
Yes.
So how do you feel about everything that's happening? How do you feel?
Let's be honest here, Sherry. Let's get on.
Yeah, Sherry, seriously, how do you feel about us fighting over
Well, I think they're doing it for the freedom.
That is true. That's
Yeah.
Does
Yeah,
it
exactly.
feel like that's what's happening, or does it feel like what's happening now?
Yes, no, it's for the right reasons, and I think there's always going to be casualty when this is 47 years in the making, so I'm excited for the freedom that's about to come.
Yes, without a doubt. That's what happens when you check in with a real Iranian instead of the local news.
Right.
And you visited there? You go there sometimes?
My immediate family's here after my mom passed away. I just my mom's No, my grandma. My mom is here, yeah.
You know what you're saying. If it's Israel, it's Israel.
My mom mom's alive.
She's still alive?
My mom is.
Grandma, we're asking about grandma. She died naturally.
That's so positive.
Really upsetting count. Okay, so Sherry, where do you live now, Austin?
Yeah.
And you just do stand up for a living?
I'm not doing it for a living. But I do paralegal work from home. So it's very convenient.
There are airplanes that are better for years before people like you.
Guilty as charged.
Remember that? I love it. Sherry, what do you do for fun?
Not much. I mean, I need to put myself out there studying, but just keep going.
Iranian mountain climber. Very rare.
That's right. I like to talk about younger men. Yeah, let's not
You like
forget.
younger men, right?
But I did just recently join a Middle Eastern dating app. Yeah, it's cool. Yes.
Amazing. You're adorable, Sherry. Last date you went on, what was that like? The last date that you went on, last time you hung out with a man, last time you let someone into your sandpit.
It was weird. We had interest, then we kissed, and then I kind of waited and waited and he waited. And it feels like the interest just kind of dissipated. Like if you don't move on it, there's a window that opens and then it closes, so you gotta move fast. And this bitch is old, so I didn't move fast enough.
That's okay.
What are you saying?
I'm saying that's okay. He's gonna be mine wherever he is. I'm lucky to be off with it. He's gonna be a great guy.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna sit back there. Where'd you guys make out at? Car?
No, I just whatever showed up. And then we kissed again. Sometimes we kiss. Yeah. That's good.
Sherry, any other fun facts about you? What's the craziest thing you have in your refrigerator?
What's the greatest thing?
Craziest thing you have in your refrigerator that we would find odd. Like me, I'm right now at this very moment eating pickled carrots, pickled jalapenos, pickled pickles. There's a pickling guy at the local farmer's market, and I have a lot of pickled things in my fridge, an odd amount of pickled things. Now it's your turn.
Soy chicken. It's good.
Soy sauce check in with our senior refrigerator correspondent, Jillian. Did you say soy chicken or soul chicken?
No, soy chicken, like fake chicken. It's like my orgasm.
Soul chicken. I thought you said soul chicken. I thought you said soul.
Soy.
What's your all chicken is soul chicken, right? What's your favorite kind of music?
My favorite kind of what? Music, come on, house music.
Oh, look at that. Whoa.
Yeah.
Wow. Oh, shit. Oh, my goodness. All right. Sherry, fun times. You did good. You're leaving here with a brown joke book just like you. Whoa, good Sherry. She made eye contact with me. Theo's a sweet boy. Make some noise for your next fucking pool. We're gonna meet them all together. It's Ethan Griggs, everybody. Ethan Griggs. All right.
How we doing? At the end of the day, I'm just a hick-ass farmer from Cattle Mills, Texas. And they if you know anything about farmers, the only reason they have kids is to like carry on the farm and the cheap farm labor. I was an only child and I fucked up the dad. So when my dad died, that's why the farm fell. Now I'm out here doing comedy, fucking that up too. It's crazy though, we were so broke that when my dad died, all I inherited was a porn collection. And here's the thing, I used to buy my dad porn. So I've already seen a third of this collection, and I don't have enough bodily fluids for the other 2/3 of this collection. I'll be damned if I'm going to rehab for masturbation addiction. That's like getting cancer from vaping. That's just fucking embarrassing. Like, can't even raise my hand because it's busy. Like, shit. I'll tell you what, I don't think I'll make it in stand-up comedy though, man. I had a very untraumatic childhood. Like, I didn't get molested because I wasn't in the church or the scouts. And the only relative that might have molested me was too busy fucking goats to give me the time of day. I can't keep a sheep's pussy, nor would I want to. I guess that's my time hard little meow, so.
Alright. Our second creature of the night. Ethan Drake.
Exactly.
Welcome, Ethan.
Is this really Tilly Roll? Shit, man. Dude, nice to meet you. I felt the same way when you walked up. I was like, my people are here. Hell yeah. You started talking about being poor and drug addiction. I was like, that's my kind of guy. Hell yeah. And then you said you bought your dad porn, and I was out. Well, yeah. Thank you, sir. I appreciate that.
Welcome. Where is Cattle Mills, Texas?
This is about an hour northeast of Dallas.
How long have you been trying stand up?
Collectively 5 years. Like I did it a little bit before the pandemic. Then I got back into it about 2023. Started taking it seriously. So now I'm here, I guess.
You look great. I'm happy to see you.
Oh, thank you. Oh, shit, Leo Ron's here too. Motherfucker. Yeah, I'm right here. Man, you know,
He used to say nobody of any status whatsoever. Nobody molests me. I don't get to see celebrity. What do you do for work?
I'll tell you what he does. He's a sorcerer. He's a freaking. He's a rural businessman. He looks like he sells used karma.
It's pretty much close. Very close. I work at a Circle K, actually.
Like I love it there.
Hell yeah. You look like the kind of customer that would come in at a Circle K.
Yeah, we used to spend time in that bitch. We wouldn't just come in and just do our shit and get them. We would come in and spend time with you.
Most people just don't know how to fucking read. Like, they've been there for 30 minutes just figuring out how to work the coffee machine. Do they hang out in the parking lot too? Oh, fuck yeah, dude. The other night, somebody shut the fucking pumps off and shit. It fucked me all kinds up. I didn't know what the hell was going on. It was like, why the hell y'all put this shit out in the front? You know, any motherfucker can touch it.
And they got a lot of gay nuggets running up in there too.
They do. No, I almost saw one fight with the trans and a fucking homeless person. It's crazy.
They are trans in Cattle Mills, Texas.
No, this is in Austin. I've been in Austin for over 9 years. I didn't have this shit in Cattle Mills.
Talking about gays, right? Talking about all this rainbow.
Shit, it's all the same to me. Shit, I don't know. Fuck.
You don't even fucking know what this here, bro. You could be 2 inches.
Celebrities in this city. I never know this shit.
No, man, I'm just joking with you. And it's nice to see you. And yeah, they got a lot of gay dudes out there trying to get that fucking fake CPR out there.
Yeah, exactly.
It's crazy.
So, what did you do for work before the Circle K?
I worked at a television station. CBS and Telemundo.
Oh my goodness.
I recently quit that job this month, and I tried to do a sales job, and I sucked at that, and so I decided to quit that and do Circle K. And then now I deliver laundry too, and so I got all kinds of whoever makes money. I don't know.
What do your parents in Cattle Mills do for work?
Well, my dad's dead.
Picture with a picture in front of the house.
Yeah, my dad's dead. Yeah. My dad's dead too.
My dad's alive. Had a heart attack last week, but he's good.
My dad's cool. He's cool. And my mom, I don't really know what she does something with insurance. I don't exactly know what the work. She works from home, so she wasn't a farmer though.
She's a good woman now.
Oh yeah, she's great. Yeah, she'll be down here this weekend. So for you
You're gonna somewhere. Go out to dinner, go out to lunch or something.
she gonna cook. She'll cook for the rest of my adopted family and shit. My homegirl Carly will live with and shit. So
Say homegirl. What exactly do you mean?
that's just because we're white and we sound black. I don't know what to say.
How old are you? I'm guessing 27 to 52.
I'm there somewhere. You know what? You're right on the money. I'm 34. Dope. Wow.
Athleticism, son.
Remember again,
done over the course of this particular seal is go through the various mishmoros and use the symbolism into each instruction which is really coming up. Just a very quick review. So the first Mishma was the picking up the donkeys. The second Mishma was the barking of the dogs. The third Mishma is when a baby begins to nurse, and also at the same time a woman begins to speak. He says to the Tzaddik, when you bring all of this together in the murders of the now remember, we spoke about the individual symbolism of each of those things. The Tzaddik is using all of them together, something dramatic comes out. We're on page Memphis. Right? So Tzaddik in Torah, the Avodah, when you put all of this together, all of these mishmoros, all the symbolisms, you are left with it. Construct of Torah, Avodah, and the Milos Hasan. Torah, of course, a reference to learning Torah. Avodah, in this context, is reference to Tefillah prayer, and the Milos Hasan act of charitable kindness. Now, where does Rabbi Tzaddik see all of this? So, if you take a look at the Uriah Hasid, goes for just a moment. So you'll see on the left-hand column is the Nitza. Sheklalos Shindi Shalosh Shloshas Mishmor Shalala in Torah, Mishmar Gimel. So the Torah is represented in the third Mishmar. We spoke of yesterday. The third Mishmar, which is when the baby gets up to nurse, and Isha Misaperes in Baila, the one begins to keep the heart. So when the baby begins to nurse, so the reference was to Mishmar, who is the mother. Klal Yisrael is the baby, and Torah is the mother's milk. We still have this milk, excuse me. Isha Misaperes in Baila, a woman begins to speak with her husband. So again, the reference over there is the conveyance of Torah to Talmidei Chachamim to then convey to Am Yisrael. So the last Mishmar represents the need and the importance of learning Torah in order to create a connection with HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Next, Avodah is Tefillah the Mishmar Beis. So remember again, the second Mishmar, we're working backwards. The second Mishmar is the dog's barking. So remember again, the dog's barking represents calling out in prayer to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Right? Hav tzadchi kekal, barking like dogs, just like the dog barks when it needs something, it wants something. So to again, the idea, the power of prayer, to reach out to the emotional organ for all of our needs. And just like, remember again, Tzaddik says that the dog is an ani b'das, right? The dog is a very simple creature, right? The dog has quote unquote humility. It's considered to be the as you said, the lowest of the animals. So so to again, when it comes to Tefillah must be accompanied by a sense of humility. I will say so again. So far we have Torah in the third Mishmar. We have Tefillah in the second Mishmar. Now watch this. He says, Ugemilas Hasodim b'Maisa Haguf b'Mishmar Aleph. This is Chesed. Chesed is alluded to in the first Mishmar, which is the brain of the donkeys. I will say the problem with that is it's not really clear what the actually means. What does that mean? What does the brain? Remember again, by the brain of the donkeys, the tzaddik had two different symbolisms. Number one, that even if a person is a chamor, remember again, chamor, not the donkey, but the same chamor means chumrius, physicality. Even if a person feels that he is void of all spirituality, all he is a chamor, chumrius, physicality, there is still the ability to forge meaningful relationship with HaKadosh Baruch Hu. But there was the chamor. The chamor is a beast of burden. So remember again, the tzaddik said that part of lesson of the chamor was to go ahead and bend the shoulder and accept what HaKadosh Baruch Hu was putting on your shoulders. Like whether that's Torah mitzvahs, obligations, or there's life circumstances. There is no situation that you cannot handle. Although it sounds a bit cliche, a bit trite to say that, but Lamai say it's the MS. The Chamor teaches us the Chamor is a beast of burden. And the Mizman about a Chamor, because you see an animal, they might have more of a slight build, but yet the Chamor has an incredible load. So to say that our job in life is to defend ourselves and to recognize that we can go ahead and handle whatever that the Baruch Hu will go. It's supposed to look at them a close and see you. Right, the footnotes on the bottom, Rishon Aleph, explains this a little bit better. This is really quite beautiful. This is Re'i Mashak. Pasuk Rabbeinu B'Dover Tzedek B'Hainu Kishlosh Sha'amudei Olam HaTorah V'Avod Milos HaSodin V'Milos Chesed Ratzon Lomar Mitzvos Ma'asiyos. So it's very interesting. So it could very well be that the Tzaddik used his Chesed, Milos HaSodin, in a little bit of a different way. You see, we often translate the Milos Chasodim as acts of charitable kindness. The Tzaddik says it may be something a little bit different. That Chesed refers in general mitzvos ma'asiyos. Chesed refers to actional mitzvahs. Actional mitzvahs. And again, I will say, if you think about this, right? So remember again, this is split into these two different categories. There are mitzvahs ultimately again that are chesed between us and the Ribono Shel Olam, right? Performing something for HaKadosh Baruch Hu, and there are acts that are chasodim that are between me and my fellow man. See, interestingly enough, the Tzaddik is using the milos chasodim as a catch or phrase for all actional mitzvahs. So we'll say, so watch what comes out over here. Something absolutely amazing. Don't remember again, the Tzaddik is teaching us that the whole use of the Mishmoros represents the various components necessary for the to create and maintain a meaningful relationship with the Ribono Shel Olam. So what do you need in order to maintain a good relationship with HaKadosh Baruch Hu? Same thing as the Mishnah Berurah. I need Torah, I need Avodah, I need Milos Hasadim. I need to learn. I must have Torah as part of my life. I must have Tefillah and recognizing how Tefillah works. And we need just to call out to HaKadosh Baruch Hu with anything, everything, and Chesed. But not just Chesed in terms of acts of charitable kindness. Chesed representing actional mitzvahs, a willingness to shoulder the responsibilities of life and move myself forward. Here, Tzaddik says something amazing. Go back up top just a moment. He says it in the last line on page 9 on the left hand column. Rak Shebalayla Ve'esach Hoshem B'Makruch. The Lord said, this is absolutely incredible. There's only one problem with the Tzaddik's model. What's the problem? The order is reversed. Right? It's true. It's Torah, Avodah, Gemilas, Chasadim when you look backwards. Right? Torah is the last Mishmar. Tefillah is the second Mishmar. Avodah, Gemilas, Chasadim is the first Mishmar. But again, if you're going with the normal progression of the night, so really the progression is Gemilas, Chasadim, actional mitzvahs, a willing is to bear the responsibility. So it's like, this is such a profound deal about Tzaddik. Tzaddik is saying that proper and meaningful Yiddishkeit begins with a willingness to bear, I don't want to use the word burden, because burden kind of sounds like a negative, familiar word. To bear the load, to bear the responsibility of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. You start out as a chamor, because like any relationship, if you're not willing to bear the responsibility of marriage, you can't have marriage. You're not willing to bear the responsibility of fatherhood. You can't be a father. You're not very willing to bear the responsibility of friendship. You can't. So again, the first step. So it says something amazing. So here he says his order is, in the Mishmoros, is Gemilas Chasadim, Torah, Gemilas Chasadim, Avodah, Torah. Why is the order reversed? It says Reb Tzadok something amazing. Rak shebalayla ve'isachoshev b'mafud. Because sometimes at night, in times of darkness, the proper order of life gets reversed. So let's say, remember again, this is part, I mentioned this yesterday as well. This is part of the general overtone of the Tzadok. Now remember again, so much. Remember, the Tzadok going back to the beginning of the Sefer. Remember what Tzadok said, why does Shas begin with Me'inas like Korn Shema Ba'arve? Why is that the beginning of Shas? Why is it here for Shabbos? Why is it here for Shabbos? Because so much of life, so much of successful living is focused on how to navigate in the darkness of life. How do you navigate the difficult, tumultuous times? Most people can navigate pretty well by Tziyah Shema Shel Shabbos, right? By the time the sun comes up, most people are pretty okay. The challenge of life is navigating in the darkness. It says that something amazing. There's something in the darkness of light. Ultimately, you have to go ahead and reverse it. Sometimes in the darkness, in the difficult chapters of life, you have to reverse the normal sequence in order to go ahead and form a meaningful and lasting relationship with that Torah. See, in all circumstances, you begin with Torah. You begin with Torah. That's how you begin your approach with Hashem. But the truth is, when it's kosher, sometimes it begins with sometimes it begins with the recognition that I should depend on my shoulder, bear the load, forward. Just do, just grow, just perform. And then after that, I reach out to HaKadosh Baruch Hu in the form of tefillah. And sometimes I only come to Torah all the way at the end of the journey. Right? Isn't this dramatic? Sometimes within my ability to forge this Torah at night doesn't come until sometime later on, already towards daybreak. So once it turns out that according to Tzadok, you have these two models in the action to the Ribbon Shalom. It could very well be that during the day, the model is Torah, Avodah, Gemilas Chasadim. But at night, the model is Gemilas Chasadim, Avodah, and Torah. Now they'll say, or it could also be the third possibility is all the Tzaddik is showing is the order is fluid. And sometimes, depending on my circumstances and situations in life, I need different things in order to create a meaningful relationship with HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Sometimes Torah comes first, sometimes Gemilas Chasadim comes first, sometimes Tefillah is in the middle, Tefillah is not in the middle, everything is fluid. But nevertheless, whether it's day or whether it's night, Torah, Avodah, Gemilas Chasadim become a ritual of connection. The order simply varies on its own. So we're going to stop over here for today. We'll pick up the Meretz Hashem Us Aleph tomorrow. Let us see things we're continuing. Still in Us Chaf. In the Tzadok, hopefully next tomorrow we will finish it today. over again just to a bit of review. So the Tzaddik was talking to us about Mishmoros. This Gemara says there are three Mishmoros, and I split up into three parts, and Chazal gave different physical signs, like different earthly signs to the different mishparos. So instead of people explaining so beautifully that each of those mishparos, each of those signs, really represents something profound and something meaningful in the life of man, and more specifically, represents an approach to our relationship with Hashem. Specifically at night, I can of course represent the difficulty, adversity, challenge. So we're up to the third Mishnah, page 99, still the same. Yeah, that I said that to last week. So Shlishi, Tino Kyon. So what's the third Mishnah? The third Mishnah, the Gemara says, is when the baby wakes up, nurse. Says the Tzaddik, so what's the symbolism here? He says, any Torah. This idea of the child nursing, that was in Torah. What does this mean? You know, Sha'amru, as I'll say, Jason has got it, they tell him, Mima she'ego lo selino, sha'torah trolachol. Something says, you know, more than the child wants to nurse, the mother wants to express milk. So ultimately, again, it says the Gemara, because Torah is compared to milk. Torah is compared just like milk to things. The baby, so to Torah, sustains the individual. So if you take a look in the area Hasidus, which is actually quite beautiful. So you back up time for a moment. The Mishmar Hashlishi, La'achal and Mishmar, I'll tell you again, the third Mishmar is the last Mishmar of the text. It's the Mishmar that he said the sin, the sign, that Mishmar is Tino Yomek Mishmar Ba'olam. The child nurses Ba'avodas Hashem Yisbarach Hayu L'hagia Az U'madregas Elisol Hatot. So this third Mishmar represents Torah as a having its connection to that Mishmar. The baby nursing, the imagery is we're going to see now, we're going to see is that the baby, the mother will see. Right now the assumption is the baby is cloudy, you know? The mother is at and the mother's milk is cloudy. It goes on. And the Rebbe says, B'yinikas hatilos mechalabay up. Turn the page to the press again, Baruch Tzadkim, Shom Rabbi Akiva, Rabbi Shimon Yochai, Tamidu Yosef, Masha Igorot Selino, Haralot Zahar, Vahenu, Shechafetzu Ukishut. Asul Melamin Osu Torah, Igidola Harpe Yosef, Mashu Shtoke, Lumo Torah Nukid. So I will say, the idea here is the emotion of the mother, probably as well as the child, and Torah is the milk. More than a child comes or wants to learn Torah, which powerfully the mother wants to express, wants to convey Torah. There is this incredible dynamic here where we need Torah to live. So therefore, again, I have a desire to learn, but it seems to have more than I have a desire to learn. Powerful has a desire to give it. What the Pshat is here was that in the case, in the mushal, you understand the mother wants to express milk because if not, she becomes engorged, it's painful. So what's the name of has that aside from the So in the Rebbeinu Shalom's case, we understand the benefits that Torah will give to us. And from his perspective, if the mother wants to live because the mother knows that the more the child eats, the more the child consumes, the more the child enjoys, ultimately again, the more benefit the child will have in life. So the more ultimately, again, that the child is able to consume, the more the mother knows that the beautiful, beloved child is getting. It says the Gemara, it says the sons. That's ultimately what's unfolding over here. It says, look again there, Hasidus, he says, so therefore again, in this third Ishmael here, that's when the baby wakes up and wants the lesson being we need the Torah. So we're going to see as the Torah closes out this sin. We're going to see how the Mishmoros are arranged in a very specific way. We're going to see, right now we're focusing on each Mishmar on its own. We're going to see how they beautifully fit together in just a little bit. From the Chamor to the Kela, and now to the baby nursing. And he added one more piece here, which is really quite fascinating. The Isha, now in this third Mishmar, this is actually interesting, because this third Mishmar is the only of the Mishmaros that has two dynamics to it. While the Mishmar is marked by the time that the baby begins to nurse, there's also something else that occurs with this Mishmar. The Isha Misaperes in Baila. What is that? So let's say this Mishmar is the last Mishmar before David. Before dawn. So it's a time when people are already waking up. So because they're already waking up, what will happen?
Amazing.
I'm not in trouble.
So the homegirl is your girlfriend?
No, she's my friend. My landlady too.
In fact, they're
Sister
not
from a different mister, you know.
Live with your landlady.
Yeah.
But you're not banging.
No.
The lady that you are banging is coming to town.
No, that's my mother. Hey, I'm from the church. I ain't inbred like that. Shit.
But you go for some of that dog meat, huh?
Oh, I do. Yeah, I like myself. Large and black.
Really? Is that
Ain't a real lady unless she's 280.
You go walking in the dark, huh?
Hell yeah. I like that.
Very surprising. How many black women do you think you've been with?
I lost my virginity to a black woman.
Wow. Where was that at?
Cattle Mills, ironically enough.
Cattle Mills.
Yeah.
Where in Cattle Mills exactly?
I mean, it's just a small town, so it's just, you know, in a neighbor's house.
General Mills.
No, cattle, C-A-D-D-O, like the Indians.
Cattle.
See, a lot of people think I say cattle, but I'm all from
I know the Ramis are like
They're
they got
not lying, but they are what they're talking about.
Yeah. That's true.
that exists very
Hell yeah. Ethan,
anything
anything else crazy we should know?
Honestly, I don't know. We'd be here all night if I tell you all the crazy shit that I've done. I have one. See, I got to leave the guy back in December, so I'm not sure.
December.
I'm proudest moment, but, you know, I'm dealing with it. So, was it yours or was it somebody else's mine? Yeah, I was blackout drunk. I don't remember most of it. What happened? Like I said, I remember leaving my buddy's house because I waking up in the hospital bed up to it, but luckily nobody was hurt.
What did you wreck into?
Two parked cars.
Yeah. One for the plug and one for the load. Bro, one time. Yeah. Sorry, no, go for it. Let's do it. I'm leaving this bar and I was driving a Honda Accord or whatever. And because I was having a tough time or whatever. And anyway, I go get in my car. There's a cop car right next to it. I go get in it. And then I'm looking in there, I'm like, there's a baby seat in my car, and I'm like thinking, oh, somebody's with their baby, right? I got in the wrong car. There's a cop right right next to me. This car's got a little cover at me, and now I'm like I can't start this car because it's fucking not mine. Damn. So I had to pop the hood. This cop's looking under the hood with me. It was so fucking cool. Says fucking cover. Damn. Super bad. Hey guys, what the fuck y'all doing? And I'm like, I'm just helping this officer. So that's what I'm saying. BLM, homie. That's right. Hell yeah. Ethan Griggs, you're leaving here with a medium jug. Congratulations. Thank you very much. Griggs, everybody. All right. You don't have to heat it up for a moment. But I ain't never seen nothing like this before. Theo, jelly roll. Good night, everybody. Oh, shit. Look at that. People are going to be like, wow, Theo, jelly roll, and Woody Harrelson's gay son were all in the same place at the same time. Hello there. This podcast is sponsored by ZipRecruiter. Did you know that the average employer has to sort through roughly 250 resumes for a job opening? Talk about time consuming. Well, if you're hiring, here's good news. You can now review all of these resumes and applications faster thanks to ZipRecruiter.
This last mishma, interestingly enough, is not exclusive. This is the last part of night, right before the morning. What do you have for the right time of night, Michael?
I love ZipRecruiter. It's the best hiring site around. ZipRecruiter's powerful matching technology finds qualified candidates quickly. And with ZipRecruiter's new feature, qualified candidates are very interested in your job show up at the top of the list.
That's right. You also get a feel for the personality. Candidates will tell you in their own words why they're interested in your job. So cut through the standard into standouts.
But we're going to do tomorrow. So tomorrow
Most
we're going to be
ZipRecruiter quality candidate within the first day. Now you can try it for free.
all three of the mishmot. So some of us remember. So if we had our covered insight into the first mishmot, which is the donkey brain, the second mishmot, which are the dog and barking, and now the third mishmot, which are 2 parts a month.
Is here. The Chew Gold is changing the way millions of men are having sex in 2026. The new arousal boosting formula combines passion and warmth to one tablet results under your tongue for super fast onset. No more waiting for a pill that can hit. Just waiting for a pill
Which is
when
really
you
enough
mentally focus on blood
taking
flow.
tomorrow, but really
Gold goes further by combining two ingredients of blood flow into a mental arousal connection, so you're not just physical, you're actually in the mood. This type of innovation is why Chew Gold is the #1 brand in erectile function. Process is simple and all online. Get started today at BlueChew.com. Go for the gold. Man,
Yummy. I love Blue Chew, Tony. Been providing the best ED treatment out there. Ladies, if you're listening, send your man the link and make him a trophy husband with Blue Chew Gold. Turbocharge your love life and make it easy to get home.
that's right. If you like going down, get yourself excited. Go and change your life a little bit. Even if you already easily get harder, discover your options at BlueChew.com. And we got a special deal for our listeners right now. If you buy 2 months of Blue Chew Gold, you get the third month free with promo code Tony. That's right. Let me get you free. That's promo code Tony. Visit BlueChew.com for more details and important safety information. We thank Blue Chew for sponsoring the podcast. All right, your next fucking poll, ladies and gentlemen, goes by the name of Charles Haycock, everyone. Here we go.
What's up? I'm trying to talk to more women now, but it should be good because I don't have autism, because I've never been tested, and I think that's how you beat it. It's the only cure I've heard of, but my brother, he got tested, right, so they got him, and you can't give it back. People always be like, does he have it full on? I was like, well, it's not part-time. It's not weekends at the club Monday, back to puzzles. I did try to get tested too when I was in Canada, where it's free there, but they're busy. So they, they phone me back. They're like, "Sorry, sir, the wait time is 7 years." To find out if I have autism, 7 years? No, that's 3,461 days. Oh, I can't do that. That's a Tuesday. Tuesday's when the train comes.
Welcome,
my friend. What a rock star you are. How long you been doing stand-up?
I've been doing it for 12 years.
Fuck yeah, man. Where at?
Canada, Edmonton, Alberta.
Okay, hell yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, what's your name? Have we ever met before?
No, dude, I've never met you. My name's Charles.
Charles Theo.
It's a pleasure.
Thanks, yeah. I thought maybe I'd met you before. I used to do all the shows up there, and I thought maybe we'd met one time.
Oh, okay, cool. You meet a lot of guys like me?
Okay, I am a guy who likes women, dude. You should see some of the drawings in my diary.
I'm flattered. That's all, you know.
No, I thought we had met before, though. I'm 100% serious with you. I thought we had met before.
Oh, okay, good.
Alright, okay. Very good. No go. Be honest, though, if you was gay, bro, because we don't know. Yeah. I mean, would you smash this little fucking beetle muffin over here? I mean, well, we're like, I think we're both bottoms, so like those batteries don't go that way. You know what I mean? They have to go up on the side.
Yeah, two super gay guys.
Whatever, dude. Yeah. I love it. Charles, tell us about your life up in Canada.
My life in Canada, well, shit, I moved to Texas this last year.
Nice. Congratulations.
Thank you, sir.
You got citizenship and everything?
No, I do not, but I have papers. I do have papers.
Okay.
I'm hoping to get permanent papers later, but Canada is a good time, and I finally started dating a female girl. And
Tell us about that. How's that going?
it's going good. I had it in basketball for like 9 years.
Oh, that's very true.
Yeah, and it was rough. Like the only girl I had a crush on during that was I met an Amish girl. And the only place you can find them is like when they're selling furniture. And then she was great.
I'm sorry. And that's not even a real joke. I just read that somewhere in the back of my brain, and I was like, this song. Or whatever, Anyway, carry on. I'm sorry, dude. I'm honestly interrupting you. It's not very nice. It's great. I am sorry. It's great. We love it.
Yeah, I had to pretend that, I was interested in their $17,000 doors, but Amish, they're pretty pricey, but and then I waited 9 years, and then I met a girl who's not Amish, so I'm allowed to date her.
And what was it about the Amish that was bringing you over there? Can I ask? Yeah, absolutely. Have you seen a lot of Amish? I haven't seen that many Amish before. I've met probably maybe 11 Amish people in my whole life.
Podcast with two of them, I think.
How is that allowed? Is that not against their whole shit?
Well, they wouldn't know how to
Find out. Yeah, okay.
Maybe she was talking in like a weird shape.
Don't you feel like you're spoiling their existence a little bit by exposing them to the world?
They were trying to fuck one.
Playing Let's Hide in the back of Narnia closet or whatever. Let me take you to see my lion. Let me show you that pants-headed man or whatever. Did you make an attempt? What was the best attempt you made at hooking up with the Amish girl?
Yeah, I was scared off of me because I was talking to her and I made her laugh, and then like her dad showed up and they didn't love it. I had so many dads and they looked at me like there's no fucking chance. Oh yeah. So I got the heck out of there, but
You can only fuck them during Rumble Spring. There's Redman, everybody. If you're wondering what it sounds like when he talks, there you go. Rumble Spring, everyone. There's some degenerates in the crowd from Die Hard. There you go. Rumble Spring, everybody.
It's your Doritos joke of the night, everyone. Amazing, Charles. What else about you? You seem like a guy that's got an interestingly complex life.
Oh, well, I still in Canada to make money. I go and I have a yo-yo company.
Oh, I knew there was something. See, Theo, you looked at me funny. He's got a yo-yo company.
We just got canceled recently, though, so we're not making money this year.
Oh, no. Well, that company, probably, I'd imagine that industry has a lot of money. It's an overall spring, but it'll do for now. Amazing. So the yo-yo company got canceled or just went out of business?
No, I got our manufacturer was in America. Yeah, dude. I sound pretty sick when I say that.
It does sound good. I want to know more about it. I'm religious, man. Sorry, my attitude's been weird today.
No, but
Just probably.
yeah, no, we had Americans make our shit. But the thing is, in America, like the yo-yo scene is kind of run by, I guess you call it the woke yo-yo mob. You guys know about this, right? I don't know.
Oh, yeah.
So, and they're also autistic, so like imagine.
Yeah, we have one. Come on up here. No, come on around. The other way. We have a yo-yo guy. We have a yo-yo guy that actually knows your company.
Yeah.
One more. Hey, people, do a little yo-yo, Cole. Hell yeah, there he is. It's unbelievable, ladies and gentlemen. What are the odds? One of the greatest yo-yoers in the world happens to be a 5-year veteran employee of the Kiltony Enterprise. Right when you think this podcast isn't going to need Look at that. Charles, you're awesome, dude. Come back anytime. We'll see you soon. Charles Haycock, everybody. There he goes. We have a special treat, ladies and gentlemen. A special treat for you. This man is making his Kiltony debut. He's an internet sensation. You very likely follow him on Instagram. Very funny man. Makes noise for Lil Mo Mozzarella. Everybody is
Watch your mouth. Shut the fuck up in America. Stay put. I'm from New York City. I don't know, you guys act like you don't fucking understand me. But I can speak any language. I look at somebody who's Spanish, bro. You like throw one word at you. What's up? Let me get a bacon, egg, and cheese poppy. You know, people do it to Italians all the time. They come to fucking Little Italy and they still act that Italian guy, got freckles and shit. Let me get a chicken cutlet, parmesan, fresh mozzarella, red peppers, tell you Sister Jean. I said, I ain't done. Nice fucking Norwegian. You know what you never do it, though? You never see nobody go to a Chinese restaurant, so act the Chinese, though. Lay on mom. Let me get a pork fried rice. Don't forget the wonton soup. They don't do it. They get disrespectful. They start yelling. Where's my pork fried rice? They think you can understand if you talk loud, you know? They're disrespectful. See, I always show them respect. Like, let's say, for instance, I go for a steak. I bring the bones home, and I bring it to the restaurant. For the door, how you doing? I was going to say to eat the door, but then I see somebody might fuck me up out here. I see a couple of Asians. Kim Jong-un's over there. What's up, Mom? How does it feel to ever ride a roller coaster?
Lil Mo Mozzarella, ladies and gentlemen, making his Kiltony debut. Very funny, lots of energy. Oh, shit. It just hit the hardware.
I never slept when I drove fucking 20 hours to get here.
It's really bad. All right, everybody.
Lil Mo, you are the man.
Good to see you tonight. Man, you really drove 20 hours in here?
No, I drove about fucking 6. I was in Oklahoma, and the food there sucks, bro. They eat testicles. You know anybody from Oklahoma, they eat testicles. And they eat it like 2 grapes. What do you mean that fucking hot dog in front of people? You know they eat that?
It's called lamb something. Look it up. Yeah, it's a thing. ChatGPT.
Unbelievable. Yes, look at us. This is the real. This is how he is
I
in
was
real
in
life.
fucking Oklahoma. I drove here. Listen, I got to rent the car. This fucking rental car says 29 miles or whatever per gallon. I looked at that's how much gas I had. I ran out of gas. I didn't know what to do. I called the fucking Uber. I says, come over here. I'm going to give you $100. Go get the tank. And come here and fucking look out for me. He goes, how do you know I can trust you? I said, I'm a fucking degenerate. I'm a town shop.
Let me tell you my history with Lobo. I can't remember what or why or how, but we were all out one night. Me, him, and Shane. And Shane's like, you gotta be my friend. This is Lobo. And he was like this, right? And I'm like, this guy's not even real. And then after about 5 or 10 minutes, we hung out the rest of the night. He and me actually cracking up.
You saw him in smoke pot. I'm looking forward to smoking pot again.
Yeah, you're gonna smoke pot tonight. This guy,
I go to the table like this.
did you smoke it a lot when you were those
Come on, right there.
Oh God. Well, most of them do eat bull testicles in them.
Fucking Charlie was an engineer. What do you want, your septic? I'm under my job. How you doing, Bill?
Gyro sounds Italian.
You know how you say air conditioning time?
Is this an air conditioning?
I do some air conditioning. That's right there for a little bit.
Yeah, my cousin was in HVAC for a while.
Does he?
Yeah, he did it.
Is he the helper or he's a mechanic?
He passed away.
Oh, he did?
Yeah.
You know when you work,
But God was, yeah, he would get in there, you know, he
you
got
say air conditioning time, you say air conditioning.
So
So you say,
tell us more about
he's fucking staring at me. He's a jinx, this guy.
this motherfucker from the past over here. We always have all these different shapes and sizes of characters. I'm Italian. I don't sound like you. I'm not from New York. I'm from
Let me tell you something. You had some guy on the other day in a gobble shirt.
Yeah.
He was a fake Italian.
I saw that.
That's what made me come.
Yeah.
I said, you need the real fucking
And that's what I was just going to say. We never get any fucking real Italian.
Nobody does. They act Italian. There's no real one. I'm the only one.
Tell us more. Teach us some more. It's true. It really is true. There's nothing. I swear to God, me and this guy sat at the end of a bar cracking up for fucking hours because I couldn't get enough of it. It really is. Give us some more of your Italian New York wisdom, Lil Mo.
If you don't speak Italian, all you need to know how to do is say this. What do you want to do? How you doing? I don't want no problems.
That's exactly right. Tell us about Brooklyn. What is it about it?
It's also changed now. Back in the day it was different. You don't got a stove. You know what I mean? The girl walks by, you got hate though. Different levels, different how you do it. You don't want to throw up about 5 how you doing. Because she might get, she'll get a little cocky. An ulcerated or whatever. Yeah, you gotta bring it down a notch, you know what I'm saying? My friend's sister, man. I remember the first girl I said, how you doing? She was a sweetheart, I bought her a nice pair of shoes. She goes, how do I look at them? I said, take them out of the fucking box, you love me.
How you doing?
We got any Jewish guys in here?
Oh yeah, they're out there. They don't make any noise anymore.
How you doing?
We're laying low right now. Jews are hiding in the dark right now. We'll throw counting in the dark.
So what else we got about being Italian?
I mean, I absolutely love it. I just found a great Italian place that I've been telling everybody about, Maldinucci's here in Austin, Texas. And I love it. I've been ordering from there continuously.
What's crazy about Italian? You can eat any piece of food, but it makes sound good there. It's my prosciutto. Yeah, the prosciutto right here. Yeah, like the salami. Look at my little fucking pasta puzzle. You can make it ain't.
Yeah, show me that.
You know what I'm saying? Show me that rock.
Where are the real Italians at? Like, where honestly, if we're going to go look for some Italians, or people put it to some Italian.
We have our own culture. We're Italian American, different Italians don't even like us.
They know a little bit because they got to deal with us. Fucking kick a ride
We're
in a fucking country.
We're the realest ones in America still, and if you want to get the most
You got some Chicago and shit. You got where he's from. Spanish, Italians. But in New York, we got Brooklyn, the Bronx, Staten Island, too. Staten Island's got a lot of Italians. Queens got the both sides. Got
Truth-seated whiteface, and now B Madness is doing whiteface. This is incredible. You never know what can happen here on Kill Tony every once in a while.
to go to Brooklyn, Theo.
He says he was what he does. So now, remember, the second is not even as long as I'm sorry. There's a lesson
It's
to
fucking blind as a bat.
every.
Well, you're from the mall.
So now, again, the first part,
I used to go there when I was a kid.
talk about marketing,
My friend had a place in
the
Yeshua, Abby. The Abbey was like a late night joint.
so,
Chicken fingers and shit.
Abby, no, I
There's a place made in Voyage.
Maiden Voyage.
dog is also important.
I just
The
remembered
dog
it.
is
You know it.
Yeah, I'll forget it again, I'm sure, but yeah, I did remember it.
I got selective fucking memory, bro.
Maiden Voyage was a little bit, it was okay.
This is in honey, Ella Bidas.
People like different stuff, I didn't like it. I like Boston better.
You like Boston?
Yeah, I like Boston.
I like Boston too.
I didn't think they would like me out there.
They like
What? But you think that
because I'm Italian. No, Boston, I got a lot of Irish. When we're kids, the Irish and Irish fight on So I figured I went to Boston to beat the shit out of me. They like
we need more of that shit.
you need old school shit, like, right?
About
You believe in stereotypes? I went up to things I think is true. I'm gonna tell you what. I look at these things in your own words. Not because I'm gay. I'm gonna tell you what it is.
Yeah, what is it?
I'm gonna tell you it's my grandfather was ugly and he had no money. And he begged my grandma for 50 years to stay with him. So I asked him,
Sometimes in life we think we have it all figured out. Sometimes
what made me slow
life
up?
we think we have all the
I said, let me see what people work with. Just so I can have an edge. You know what I mean?
What is
And then what happened?
You look like this, you go like this, look, you go like you take a piss. And you go, bingo. If they got a little guy, you can blackmail him. You can block their ego. So you know, like, if it's your boss's son, right up the fucking hook a lot.
Well, Mo, I fucking love you. You gotta follow this guy on Instagram. Do it. Here's a big joke about Mo. I'm gonna throw it to
I'm saying two nights.
So when do you leave?
I don't know, 2 fucking nights from now. I feel like a fucking dish over here.
Hey, real quick, Lil Mo. Real quick. Jump back on that mic real quick.
I don't want no problems.
What's the best show you've ever seen in New York City? You're true New York, right? All the way. What's the
The Rockets.
okay.
DMX.
DMX? Where'd you see him at?
You see him Summer Jam. Where the fuck is that? Is that New York? No, it might be Jersey. Where the
I
fuck did I see the Warriors? I don't know.
What shows have you seen in Madison Square Garden?
Chains.
What?
Just chains.
Nice.
That's it. I did the What's the God from the Madison Square Garden.
Well, I'll tell you what. I find you to be so interesting and so compelling. We're doing 2 nights at Madison Square Garden, August 7th and 8th. Will you come?
I have none of you. Of course. And I try to like fuck.
Absolutely. How about one more time for the cameo of Shane Gillis, everybody? What a crazy world we're living in. The biggest comedian in the world stops in and pretends to be blind for 10 seconds. He'll be hosting the roast of Kevin Hart on May 10th live on Netflix. It's going to be a hell of a roast. I'll be there to roast him yet again. On the biggest roast of all time. So
Giovanni and David Spade now in theaters everywhere. Go to a movie theater, people. Buy some popcorn or a large soda. Enjoy yourself. Throw extra butter on it. Ladies and gentlemen, your next fucking poll, everybody goes by the name of T. Austin. Everybody, T. Austin.
Religious motherfuckers, I want whoever you believe in. Jesus, Muhammad. I hope you come so that way the rest of us can be out here screaming like, holy shit! You can't say that shit is God. The second way, we already got Donald Trump in there doing this thing, working on Israel. We working on their bombs. That way we're fucking with them. Now, the third way.
Everything else never seen again.
Fucking bro. I want my goddamn zombies. I've been watching them walking dead. I've been practicing my motherfucking shit. Michael K. Come on. See that shit. I want to live the fourth way.
You need at least some kind of situation.
Because it could be anything. But guys, I can drop a bomb of peanuts in here and drop half of motherfuckers.
Yes,
The
I mean,
fourth
in
way
that sense that
that I believe that we
one
deserve.
thing.
Because Donald Trump said, sure, it's goddamn aliens. We're already here. Thank y'all. I'm T. Austin.
T. Austin. Ladies and gentlemen, John Dees. I'm going to check out with John Dees here.
I don't know.
What did he just say?
Everyone in this room is now dumber. And you're welcome for it.
Okay, welcome, T. How long have you been doing stand-up, my dear friend?
I have been doing stand-up off and on for like maybe 6 years.
6 years. Oh, 6 years.
Yeah.
Where at?
Sorry.
San Antonio.
Okay.
I'm originally from Georgia.
Georgia.
Can't tell, yeah.
Right.
I was in Texas for 20 years though, so I'm officially a DSTV as well as a
Sorry about that. Okay, so
motherfucker.
What's a DST?
Oh, that's Texas boy.
So something said that I'm also going to say the songs are person that has done the only thing that they could use the rest of all that said is
And what does the T stand for?
شعور خطاب زبان شعور میشود خودش بار بود انگیزیم قانون به این قانون را حالی توان است قانون شرطه شکل کار بود و
See, I
همین
got
را
my hand in my pocket. I ain't got no fingerprints. I don't want nobody tapping on me.
Okay, I really need a translator. I'm gonna hear everything you're saying, brother. T. Austin, what do you not do for work?
Tomorrow, and again, Susanna is just
I am a retired drug dealer. I used to sell
but
marijuana.
again,
Then it became legal, and them bitches took it from my pocket. But now, I work at a grocery store. They give out samples to nice folks like you, white people here in Florida.
All right, look at you working at the grocery store.
Nice. Yeah, I'm running a bitch. I need a job, Tom.
Let's check. Who likes to sample the most? Who's the most? When you're in there, if you're working like if you're in the sample street, who is the person? You know, take me through some of them samples.
All right, so look, I got folk that come through. I got my everyday people that let me talk. Let me talk a little bit clearer. So I have every day that like to come in and they will eat what I make because it is very, very delicious. Some bitches don't like it. I don't care about you. I care about you. I care about you. A smile on people's face just like I'm doing with you.
There you go. All right, there's a lot there. You let me enunciate.
That's the question.
It's the worst people that come with the worst type of sample. If you had to describe what they
it
look
says
like.
it's something technician in the words of our you remind yourself that we have to be like the dogs. Again, we're going to see
People
what's
want to be mean as fuck.
Really, what's the meanest thing anybody's ever said to you while you're hanging out?
but everyone likes stuff. The dog is poor. The dog is in the house. Sometimes when I'm speaking with any company, even on how the spiritual
No, sir, I do not understand
don't think that spiritual poverty
Say that to the white people that say that.
I didn't say that. You said it. I said it to
don't
anybody. You said
always
it. If you want to say it's white people, sir, I'm going to take that too.
But if a black guy came up to you and said, my
don't
brother,
always
for Sam,
that.
all right,
That's lesson one.
how about how I said?
I would depend on how you say it.
All right, what if I was like, my brother, this is Sam?
sometimes to go ahead and let
Well, thank you, sir, and I really do appreciate that.
All right, perfect. If you would have said anything else, I would have asked to speak to your manager.
I appreciate this shit. I really didn't know I was gonna get called out here. It's really a fucking honor. I hope I get coffee on.
Are you closing out your own interview right now?
Because it was been one more day
That's what happens. You're in the big league. We knew you didn't think you were gonna get called. That's how the show works, and that's also you're dressed for not getting called.
Hey, I got off of work and came.
You did it.
I'm poor. I have to work.
Type shit.
So I gotta. You see me? You see me? Put it in my pocket. Help your boy out.
There you go.
Love y'all.
Catch him at Trader Jamal's. T. Austin, everybody. Fico doing his classic meet and greet. Trademark. Standing ovation for everyone.
Very big.
It is.
I could never do that.
Yeah, you could.
You was there for I could not do.
We used to do 3 minutes at the Comedy Store at the open mic.
It just it just feels like very it feels like cheating to me.
Well, yeah, it is.
Carry on.
It's the thing. Ladies and gentlemen, your next bucket full goes by the name of Brian Stupek. Brian Stupek.
Hey everybody. So I'm a man, so I get a little discouraged about the double standard that exists online between men and women. For example, a girl can post herself at the beach wearing a bikini. It's thousands of likes, hundreds of comments from other girls. Say things like yes, slay girl, pop off diva. I say one in the same comment like, wow, what a babe, and I get blasted. They say creepy. They say loser. Or most often they say, wow, dude, she's only 11. You believe it's real? So I don't do many impressions. I do one. This is my impression of a Latina, but not just any Latina. This is one that is both brilliant and gorgeous. So give me a second while I get the character. I'm breaking up with you, Brian. Hey, Brian.
Welcome, Brian. Is this your first time on the show?
Sure is.
Welcome. How long have you been on stand-up comedy?
Since June.
Where at?
Mostly 6.
You live here in Austin?
Yeah, I work next door.
What made you want to start stand-up?
It's a long story, but I ran out of money in Italy, and my buddy's like, can you stay with me and try stand-up? So he's like, all right.
Where was that?
In Italy or
You're in Italy, you ran out of money. Your buddy's like, how many you raised?
he lives in Canada.
He lives in New York.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
All right.
Yeah.
So where'd you live before that?
So I'm from Northern California, but I do a lot of travel. So I spent like most of the last 10, 15 years traveling. I'm a linguist. So I like travel to learn languages. I look up like odd jobs.
You teach the last guy how to talk.
I mean, I can help people that, I can't help lost causes.
How did you run out of money in Italy exactly? What did you do?
So I published an Italian book, and I had this idea where I could promote it. I was going to walk the length of Italy with 100 copies of my book in a shopping cart, and I was going to push it the length of Italy, trading it every day for food and lodging. And when I got to Rome, I ran out of books and I ran out of money. So I was like, I was just waiting in the airport there for 5 days till my royalties came in.
All things lead to Rome, they say.
Right, there it is. Yeah. Italy itself was actually a pivot too. I tried to walk Africa before that.
Not a lot of book buyers.
No, that one was just for me. That was for fun. Yeah. I made it a third of the way.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
What was that like?
It was nice. It was great. So I went from Cape Town, South Africa to the Democratic Republic of Congo. So I did like all of South Africa, all of Namibia, all of Angola, and then when I got to the border of the DRC, I kept getting robbed. So
When you say kept getting robbed, how many times did you get
it was 3 in a week and a half. Yeah. So it was the first time I just got jumped by like high school vintage kids. Can I show you? Show me. Yeah. Then what you're saying?
You work with those kids. Some kids, how we went.
So it was. They were like. So it was like
You need me to stand up for this thing or something?
Ryan, you don't have to.
Let's not make the award-winning artist do anything written by you, Ryan.
So no, they were kind of
People. Hey, can I use you like a mannequin there? Just leave your Grammys at the table. I'll just stand up for me. A random fucking open micer that's been 6 months of experience.
Billy's ready for it.
It's down to play.
Fuck, I'm down now. At this point, I kind of want to say
So they were like 6'3", 120. So I'm walking behind.
I'm fucking flattered.
So they're walking behind, and I wasn't sure what he was trying to do. So he grabs me by the back, and he like, and I was like, what? And then he kept doing it, like he's like, you know. And so I fought them off, and that's all I was never good enough. That's it.
Just as stupid as I thought it would be, everybody. Right, stupid. Eating a human.
Yeah.
Act out.
Yeah. But the second time was a little bit scary. They had AK-47s. They put one in my mouth.
No way.
Yeah.
Okay, Martin, what is he? Good question. They were naming himself. Question everybody wanted to ask.
Did I get hard?
Did you get hard?
I stay hard, Johnny.
Oh, very good.
Yeah, there you go.
Very good.
And then the third time it was like they were men with machine guns.
You can't just breeze through
What exactly did they? Yeah, what did they get out of you? What did they rob out of you?
At that time, I was in Luanda, Angola, which is the capital of Angola, and I was doing it safe. I just had like my phone and my money on me because I was staying with the local there, so I had like my backpack with them, so that wasn't on me. And they.
First point, a fanny pack.
No, it was just in my pocket. I was just going to a TV interview. It was like 6 in the morning. And I was like,
How much do you think you have on you?
90 bucks. Yes. Yeah. It's like a lot there, but I was.
It's a lot anywhere, man.
Yeah. Yeah.
Especially there.
Yeah. So as I was walking, I was stupid. Like I just had my phone out using GPS. And I'm like,
Fuck.
Yeah.
I'd rob you if I saw you.
And then as I'm walking, there were like 2 guys sitting on a stoop, and they ran in opposite directions. Like opposite. And then they came back with AKs. They speak Portuguese, and it goes like fica, 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 which means stay in Portuguese. So I had my phone up, and I was just like,
Yeah, they could have used fucking those guns to say bang.
yeah. So it was frustrating because it was like a 5'2" inch. It was like Kevin Hart was riding me, you know. It was really emasculating. And then one of the guys, when he was emptying my pockets, I did have my sunscreen on me.
Oh,
Yeah.
the one thing they allowed you to keep.
No, they took that.
She took that
I
down.
was like, you don't need it. You know? But then what happened was the guy dropped it, and that panicked the other guy with the gun, and he like, hit me in the face.
And then the third time.
So I was at the border of the DRC, and I was walking in, guys walked by me, and I was a fisherman group, so it's like one guy's carrying fish, and the other 3 are carrying machetes. And so they're like,
The old fish machete trick.
so that sounds bad, but it's not terribly uncommon in that part of the world to see people walking with machetes. Like, I've walked hundreds of miles with people with machetes. So, but these people that made it sketchy was they turned around and they started following me. And I was like, all right, I did something I did. So I picked up my speed, they picked up their speed. I started jogging, they started jogging, took off into the jungle, and they chased me into the jungle. But there's like the brush was about this high, so I found a spot to hide. And they're like looking for me for like 45 minutes. I'm like hiding on top of my bag. And then they eventually left, but I waited another few hours because I could have just been waiting for them. And I've been hearing things rustling in the bushes this whole time. And the previous week or so, I'd seen half a dozen black officers across the road. So I'm just like, maybe something. Yeah. Can we still sing Diddy?
Yes, you sing that?
Diddy.
Is it really? Oh, I didn't know that. I like it. That was like a song. It's a medium joke book, my friend. There goes Ryan. Appreciate you guys, everybody. Flying through it here tonight. God knows
having fun out there, you get it?
yes, especially when I got in
Thanks
house
for
and
next
hopefully
people, ladies and gentlemen. It's Luke Robinson,
It's called
everybody. Luke Robinson.
especially when I want what we want out of life. I have to be willing to work hard.
Elon Musk is making Neuralink so people
Work hard
can
is the
talk to their
mark hard
pets.
for it. But again,
Oh,
what's left
now
in
they
the
can tell us just how much they love us. I don't know, but I've thought about it fucking a lot. Imagine dog dads having the neuter talk after a painful conversation about cutting their balls off. Maybe like, please, Poppy, I promise to keep my pecker in my pants. Dudes would be so traumatized they never neuter dogs ever again, and the stray population would go way out of control. And if dogs can talk, they can understand TV. Imagine coming home to find your dog watching AOC on C-SPAN. Poppy, she's so smart. Next day, dog's on the doorstep of a shelter with a note. Good dog, but he's a fucking Democrat. Thank you, Luke Robinson. They call me your big dog. Robinson. Amazing. Very, very compelling.
Right by the track.
Good job, man. Welcome. How long have you been on comedy? Fifth time. Talk about that microphone. Fifth time, obviously, on the stage. And how did you get the 3 times? First I was in Memphis. No, I'm sorry. First I was in LeBron. Memphis was second. Third was LOL in San Antonio. And that's when I got my first positive feedback from the audience. The writing is really solid. I do a lot of dog jokes. I'm a big dog guy. Specialize in dog material. I noticed that. I lost close to $3 to cancer. I've walked 4,000 starting with how many dogs you lost to cancer is something else. That is incredible. Yeah. Three dogs that can't not on the same time. What is going on? Are you ill, dude? I'm doing that. You from cigarettes? I become my other goals, right? Yeah. What are you doing, man? Well, my first one was smoke cancer. That was a boss. I know that. Yeah, smoke cancer happens to most, but what I'm saying is, give it up and do something else. I'm not getting a dog, absolutely. Unfortunately, I'm on a set period, so. You started with how many dogs died under your how many have survived? Do you have any living dogs? I have one. He's 3-legged though, so. Oh my God, what is happening? How did your dog lose its leg? That was abuse. Before me, not me. I got it. The people before him left him outside, tied to a tree. Before I got him, I fostered him, and he was like, I'll be the best son to you, please adopt me. Signed the papers after that. He's been the most grateful Great Pyrenees ever.
Number 2. Don't be afraid to bark.
Ungrateful.
Don't be afraid to bark.
Great Pyrenees. Check out the jelly rolls.
Things in life don't come without bark. Things in life don't come without bark. Things in life do not come without
My first dog. Yes, as I moved to Boston, my first dog got cancer. My girlfriend left me, and she took the truck. So I totally became a country song. Crochet. But I ended up walking after losing 3 dogs. I walked 4,250 miles. Started a foundation. Trying to understand why dogs get cancer like me. So I tried to the loss. Walk across America or Africa? America 3 different times. Boston to Boston was my first one. Then the West Coast from Canada to Mexico was my second one. My third one was the entire length of the Hudson River. Because I lost Hudson because the river lost to cancer.
Just finish with the dog.
And round of applause for doing that, man. Yeah. Fred Van takes a pedicab to his condo 4 blocks away. I'm a cat guy. And he's also going to lose a leg soon, so. Join me in my next one, my next walk. You enjoy it, but I have to lose another dog. Yes, what was your favorite walk, to be honest? It's just interesting. Somebody that walked that many places. Austin to Boston was the best one. That was 2,300 miles over 2 years with my 2 dogs. So walking to the best, though. That's kind of hard.
the West Coast was just weird altogether. And they say they're animal friendly, but when you look like a homeless guy walking with a dog, they don't treat you like that, like you're a part of there. So it was just a different experience. I've had the people in Austin and Boston, I walked across 16 states, including DC, and the people were just incredible. It was just like nothing you see on TV. Nothing can speak to that experience. It's just like selling all your stuff, putting everything in storage, and just walking with your dogs across the country. It was so much grace and glory in that experience.
How do you make money?
Look at me, I'm 55, I'm up here on the stage trying out for a contest. I've been doing this since I was my first dog 20 years ago, so
But doing what?
not living in the non-profit world, trying to solve canine cancer, companion animal cancer. So,
Do you think that solving canine cancer is more important than solving human cancer?
well, science has taught us, this is the interesting thing, is that especially with dog cancer, pretty much the same thing. Like 90% of all cancers dogs get. They look the same, they act the same. It's kind of one of the things that science has taught us.
Two people say a lot of it's
At the
from
bottom, give
Chobani
a
over. You see all that?
bag to a rabbi
Yeah.
at the Rothschild.
Do dogs get more breast cancer than normal animals with all the nipples and stuff?
Yes, they do get it quick.
Do they?
Yeah, they do get mammary cancer.
Have you ever been fat?
Have
you ever been fat?
Fat? Yeah, absolutely. Up until I used to be
No,
a sugar guy on the plane.
especially Father Rabbi come up and their discussions on futurism
I know you
and
have.
science
By the way,
and
check that out.
Kabbalah and
when I
all
see
the
them.
other aspects
You look like you got
that are really great about this
shades
field.
under there.
They'll look like you.
Shit happening right here too. It's bad.
That's very funny, very true observation by Jelly Roll. I'm now looking at it. Your belt is made of belt loops. There are belts.
The titties is where you're supposed to look. You can see them.
Oh yeah. You
Even
got
how they are Kabbalists
I'm struggling with
and
the same thing.
including how they are Kabbalists and potentially have archived more data than any person in global history, have a real-life timeline and time capsule of human achievement, or a real-life
Yeah, no, when you're on the road, you're
Truman
walking,
Show
man, you smell
and
like
Big Brother for
basically
humanity,
this dog ass all the
comma,
time. Look like
have a
homeless guys.
community
So
with
there's,
thousands of people
So
who
it's
interact
been a while since I've had, it's been a dry spell, so it's been
daily,
a long time.
comma,
So,
and how Rabbi provides a platform to be able to discuss with these government over the world.
Do you ever, what is your nonprofit called?
It's Puppy Up. So, like some people down in Texas say cowboy up or man up, we puppy up. So that was my battle cry from our first walk because I knew it was going to be long and hard. So we puppy up, y'all. Absolutely adorable. I'll have to puppy up in life. Definitely. Here you go, my friend. There's a medium. Oh, wow, you got a little dog in you. There he goes, ladies and gentlemen.
Ultimately, again, in the worldwide
Robinson. There he goes. Very dog cancer heavy 8 minutes that was. You guys still hanging in there? Everybody, here we go.
This guy looks different at different kinds of legs.
Hello.
Has
anyone got crap nicknames? Show hands if they have crap nicknames.
Kia represents real.
Just me? Fuck you guys. Alright. No, I just wanted to say, because, like, when you get a crap nickname like Booger Face or like Numpty or something horrible like that, Jelly Roll. Maybe you can attest. I don't know. But it always comes from the ones you love. It's never from people you hate. Like my granddad, when I was a fat kid, called me Buster Bacon.
One of the things.
Not as bad as my little brother. He called him Adolf. And his justification for that is whenever he screamed, he got exactly what he wanted. He could have called him Donald. It would have worked the same. So my dad sealed the name deal with my brother. Because my brother came out of the closet, and his name's Benedict. That's already, I'm British, my brother's name's Benedict, I'm already at good stuff. My brother on the couch just yells, Dad, the door is ringing. And my dad just goes, yeah, Benedict.
Alright, Campbell, welcome, Matt. You want to finish that, or was it read down there?
Well, I was just gonna say my brother's name was Benedict after that. That was,
Are you English?
yeah.
Okay. How long you been in America?
I've been in America about 9 years now.
Yes. Where at?
I lived in Colorado Springs for like 8 years, and then I moved here like 7 months ago. So like it was 9 years, I feel like.
Nature is not consistent. Trees go ahead and are beautiful this time of year.
I do look like a bit of, like I'm wearing like a Weasley sweater right now.
A couple of months ago, I'm going to be barren.
So,
Barren and bare.
What do you do for work?
I wait tables now. I used to be a valet at W Hotel. Now I wait tables. Cousin Louis, shout out Cousin Louis up in Dripping Springs. Great place to work.
That's where you live.
Yeah, no, I don't live there. I live just 10 minutes outside. Just in a drive.
Drive a long time.
It's worth it. Money's pretty good.
Yep.
Welsh.
Flores.
Like different things.
What it means to be Welsh is you shag sheep. I'll stand by that. Okay.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm a bit curious about him.
Sometimes when I have the answer, but very often, I'm in the
Buster
back.
Bacon.
Here goes
Down there,
Buster
it goes
Bacon.
on.
Yeah.
They were going to call
Okay,
me Dan
the
Bacon.
virus here,
And then because I
same
like
number
jelly
I don't like
donuts,
touching
and my mama didn't know the
the way
difference
each
between
other.
goddamn jelly roll.
I love it.
And she called me jelly roll.
That
Was
whole
it
time,
Jay Bacon sandwiches? And I just said, the true story.
I'm
And a lot of people have nicknames for your
track that about that.
Mostly like rude names like Knobhead,
Always say
Wanker.
this to you, yeah. So the
There's a
first
couple
like
of
this
them.
is real.
we did that too. We would make that would be her name. We had one named Shit Stick.
We strive to
I'm not making this up. We all call him shit. His whole life. I never knew his real name to this day. Shout out shit. I love you, baby. I ain't seen you in a while. I miss you, dog. Shout out shit. I had a tingling. There was a tingling. This is all true nicknames you got. I never knew nicknames too, right?
Well, yeah, but I actually, a little fun fact since you brought it up is we once did in Nashville, Tennessee, a roast of jelly. And you're a smart guy because you did your roast when you were still humongous. And you gave us a lot to work with, and I just so happened to search my phone for jelly roll roast, and I found an entire file of jokes that I heard on jelly roll. I said, here a couple of them, they said jelly roll is lizard for rednecks. I called up Leonard Skidmark.
Similar
With biscuit and gravy.
the first commission.
I did a lot of jokes that night. There's a lot there. Jelly roll is your favorite musician if your favorite meal is corn dog.
More donkey
There's
brains.
a lot here.
When you hear the brain of the
I
donkey,
don't even know where
that
to
tells you
begin.
this is the first part of the night. What is it?
Gigantic file. I know there's a
Home
part
man
where
is
there's
like
a
I'm like I'm there. There's and I think in my brain of the
You can
car.
see what he
I'm
thinks. You
doing
can see
nowhere.
what
I'm taking the picture and you do it.
There's a part where I had at the end. I remember I went on a run of band fucking music. So
But the
now
same
I
as home man. As material. I told him his material. Physicality. What's the stuff? Was it
I was going to say Olive Garden breadstick, but you know, he's there one. Sinclair.
the right hand paragraph
Tell us more about
about
your gay British life.
Is it fun being British, or does it just seem like it's
Right after the
whatever? Is it
bracket.
even seem like you're doing anything?
I did recently.
It seems so docile and fucking
Like,
confused
I
and
raised
librarian.
up with yours and stuff like that.
I
Nowhere
did get
to
on
be
some
like
papers recently. That was a
even a
fun
Kamar,
experience.
even a donkey.
At like,
Yeah.
Even a donkey, right? At the end of the day, even a donkey knows how to raise its voice in order to make itself heard to its master. Right? Isn't this an incredible use? So when the donkey wants attention, what does the donkey do? Praise. The praise. So again, the donkey represents as your subject, like the most base animal, right? It's just a beast of burden. Even when the donkey wants to go ahead and, even when the donkey wants his master to hear it, the praise. He goes on and says, supposed to be something.
Just like flicking your beans.
What's the word from the donkey?
What the fuck was that?
It's
It's not what we listen to. Like, what's going to happen when everyone soundtracks are except for Fire Famous. Just cover that. I'd be worried.
What happens in the first Yishma? In the first Yishma? Someone knows the donkey brains. So what is the donkey brain? It was the donkey brains. Number one, it tells its master that it needs something. Right? It's calling out for something. Whether it's calling out because it's you can tell whether it calls out because it's in danger. The donkey needs something that calls out. It calls
I
out.
did a show in Houston
What
where
else does the donkey do?
there's like a
Donkeys is donkeys, right? You put the load on the donkey, and the donkey ultimately binds its shoulders and carries
What do you mean drunk
everything.
like everyone was just like I went to like a room and just like go to the ground and on my way it's just like tables filled with guacamole, acid, mushrooms.
And if I've messed up so bad here,
This is Houston. This is Houston.
Where exactly in Houston is this table?
I can find like the
and I've
details of my
divested
photo.
myself outside of my food use.
I have prayed for a green room like that my entire career.
But I
This is
want
how
to
I imagine the 80s were
become
before
more
phones
peaceful,
existed.
man.
It felt like that.
Dope everywhere, people having fun.
Dude, I got this thing one time, so
I feel like
I
I
had to do a comedy show, and it was something at like the Golden Bridge, or whatever you call it. It's like a really nice
Golden Gate Bridge.
sure I'll be able to
Even I know that one.
There's no such thing as
Yeah, that's what it is. And so anyway,
who
I
is
did
so
this thing, and it's
following
all, it's like a lead conference, right? And I said, was it like 11:15 or something else? Get up, and there's nobody, and there was like one dude who's dressed like a
like,
captain or
I
something,
am
this
not
fucking
on the
walker.
line, but I don't have the
And
right to
somebody left somebody up front that like had left a sibling up front that was
hold on to it.
kind of mentally ill.
The relationship we have
You
with
know,
our
one of God's
fellow
oysters or
no
whatever.
matter how bad, how many
And,
bad turns
but
or
bro,
wrong
they
turns
didn't put
you
like
make
a little
in
smile or
life,
anything,
you
so
always have the
fuck
ability
it.
to reach out. You always have the ability to
It's like giving me a lot of grief and shit. And they got me so high before that they
But even though the donkey is a donkey,
embarrassing and
it can
sad,
still
bro. And I
bray and
was
ask
just
for
like,
the
oh,
attention of
that
its
was
master.
harrowing, bro. That
Even
was
if I
harrowing.
had
I
become
mean, I would
not a chamor, but homer, I divested
That's
myself
why
of
we
my
left your
holy
country, dude.
and really all I am, or all I feel like, is
Shit
supposed
like
to be
that.
converted.
it's why I left, that's for sure.
Pull out.
Matt Campbell, congratulations.
Lesson number 2 from the
Very
donkey
good, Matt Campbell.
because you have started. The donkey
Keep
is
moving
a
along
converted.
here.
The donkey, right? The
Flying
donkey
right through it. On to the next one we go.
carries the load.
Ladies and gentlemen, your next one goes by the name of Anthony Martin. Everybody, Anthony Martin. Who is Anthony? Okay.
Says, the Bible of
Hello.
as mostly
I'm in a YouTube rabbit hole right now. Anyone else?
to the feeling comments of the
Yeah.
whole use the full
I'm into young bros beating up pedophiles on the internet. Have you seen this?
You are utterly
Oh my goodness.
Say up the stuff they
It's phenomenal.
The donkey is
The way it works, it's like young bro starts
and so what
catfishing
does the
pedophile.
donkey
He's
do
over
with
at
the
Walmart.
carries that have
It's just like, hey,
the
I'm Rebecca. Just get some.
we have the
Just off the
ability
shit's out. He's like, just running through.
we have the ability to have whatever the
And I like these videos. I start to feel guilty when you find out from these guys.
This is
Say,
true on
they have
a
autism.
municipal level, right? On a very basic municipal level. No matter what,
I just
no matter
feel
what.
guilty.
Right? No matter what responsibilities, whatever goes my way, I can focus. And there's no such thing as being overwhelmed and this social expectation, which are personal. And maybe I'm wrong, and maybe dramatic, but yet I know that I am able to control it. Next to this, the rest of the news, think on a surface level. Sometimes they feel overwhelmed by our you ever have a very, very supportive person, someone tells you never give someone if you ever give me the recipient of that line, you really just want to repeat somewhere else. Like, go find another place. Not to be helpful or anything. That's, you might not want to hear it, but it's unequivocally true. So something that's what you need to be. The donkey, whatever you put in there, it feels high, it may shake a little bit, it may turn a little bit, whatever you place on the donkey, the myself, the donkey is able to control it. That's just the way things work. Whether it's in terms of mitzvahs or whether it's in the life circumstances, whatever you put on the donkey finds you're much more resilient and much stronger than you ever
It's like a crazy rap.
we have the ability to spread it so much more than we ever thought we would do. We really should go ahead and bear the load and try to move.
When you go there, dude, it's freaking cool, man.
Yeah, the food there is great. I really like the food.
They do have good food.
That's like the trouble. The meaning of the first mission
Was there. That's a great time.
The whole time,
coming though. I think that's for today. We pick up a little bit more with a couple of
yes.
This is the value I bring to tonight's show.
You know the origin story of every donut place? They call me Jelly Roll for a reason.
No origin story. Only the ones that are legalized marijuana states.
From a small dozen in Antioch.
Anthony, where did you meet this girl at? Funny enough, Tinder. Okay, yeah.
She was in Portland. We were in Burbank.
Well, we met in California, and then funny story. I loved her from like the moment we met. Like I met her, and I was like, God, I love her so much. And it's like it's creepy. I know how it felt. And then no. Fuck no. Are you insane? No, I met her. I knew that immediately, and then she told me she was moving to Portland, Oregon, and I was like, oh fuck. And then I was like, oh yeah, that's cool, that's fine. We wrap up the date, and I go back to my car, and I'm like punching the passenger seat. We end up meeting up a few years later, and it just she couldn't let me go. Yeah.
Luckily, she did not see you beating your passenger seat aggressively right after the date.
This could be you.
Yeah, they've scared her away. So you just ran into her a few years later, or?
Yes, we that happened. COVID. COVID.
So you guys were like chatting again.
Yeah. She was not texting me back that often. So, ladies, if you're a guy that's texting you a lot, not texting back that much,
What is she doing? She's selling Etsy.
She's a crystal farmer? No. She does remote medical work. More complicated than I can explain. Somewhat, I don't know. I know something insurance stuff.
Yeah, that sounds about right. You're managing properties, so that's like apartments in Portland.
Yes.
So what's some of the crazy stuff that you've had?
Well, I used to live here in Austin. I have for how long? How dark of a story can I tell you, Tommy?
Let's go.
So, there.
Do you want to Shopify Talk Space Prize Picks?
I was. Shut that down. I was working here in Austin, Texas, a few years ago, and close to the office there was a smell. a peculiar smell that no one, we're like, man, what's this? We gotta find the source of the smell. And eventually, we found a dead body. Wow. Yes, it had been dead for about, that was a person. He had killed himself maybe like 3 months ago. Yeah.
It was just in the apartment. He right in the apartment. He prepaid his rent or whatever.
Well, the reason why we couldn't find him is because he had auto pay on.
Oh, wow.
That's probably, I don't like my job. And the idea that they got extra money from this guy who was dead kind of bugs me. But yeah, so we find his body. No. I'm going to say his mom's name, but it's because it's relevant to the story. Because at a certain point, his mom showed up. No one could find his next of kin. His file was so old, it was a younger guy. His mom shows up. Go ahead, that one happened. But his mom shows up and she's like, hey, I'm looking for my son. And she points to that apartment right there, the one with the smell and all that. And I was just an assistant at the time, and I go to my manager. She had a family member die recently. She couldn't speak. She left the office. I had to deliver the news. Can you tell us how you were trying to do a reenactment with Jelly Apple? Yeah. Sit down. I wanted to, there's no easy way to say this. He died, he's dead. Oh, wow, dead. Did you leave out the part? Did she ask how? Did she? No idea. We didn't know.
Fucking tell us, dude. We all came here tonight.
We didn't know at the time. He shot his face with a shotgun. Well, hold on. I blame. So his neighbors didn't hear anything. That's fucking wild. His neighbors were just like, I don't. That's not my business. Like, what a fucking. What's nuts?
What happened to tell the mom that his body was decomposing?
Yeah, no, I did. I kind of walked her through the beginning of the story. We had suspicions. There was a smell in the apartment. We called the police. They found the body. Because you never want one of your maintenance guys to walk in there and have that on their conscience. But I was sitting on the ground holding her hand while she, by the way, wails. I'll never be able to forget. They only gave me 1 day off work. Wow. Well, I still have to work with them. So, I'm Lord of the land. Lord of all the lands. I'm not lording over any land. I don't know any of this. No, I know what I'm talking about. There's a big rich guy, and he just tells me, he's like, go into the apartment. I don't. That's illegal. Rich people have no idea. No. Okay. Never mind. That guy's fine though. Okay. Why are you curious about who's flying around you?
Like on his
You were way more cross-eyed a second ago. Maybe just relax a little too much. It's fine.
He was just trying to focus on you.
Yeah.
Sitting in the closest seat.
He's trying to look at both my ears at the same time.
Wow. So you found a dead body, and that's a hell of a thing.
Yeah. So the point I want to get to is I'm holding the mom's hand. She's wailing, she's crying, and I asked her for a comforter. I'm like, what's your name? She's like, I'm Kay. Her name is like Gay Lord, but just the gay part. I tried not to laugh. That's not a. That's a terror. It's so dark. But to be fair, he had been dead for like a month. Like I was over it. I was over it. I was finding the humor. We were already making jokes around the office that he was haunting the place. Yeah. And that's that story. I'm sorry.
Oh, that's great. Fun stuff. Fun set, fun interview. Anthony Martin, ladies and gentlemen. Here you go, Anthony. Boom. Big joke book. There he goes. Let's get one more bucket full out of here. Ladies and gentlemen, your final bucket full of the night goes by the name of Gabriel Adam, everybody. Gabriel Adam.
I recently learned
when you're learning with a group of people versus when you're learning and there's a group of people doing something else.
I don't think I just have to stand up here and make no jokes and you guys are all I mean, this is great. Honestly, I love this.
Everyone needs to learn to do something.
I recently learned that there's some jokes you can't make in stand-up comedy. Last week I did this joke about beating my girlfriend. And now I can't fucking find her. I'm not sure who went and told her, but somebody gave her the courage to leave, and now I can't. I'm still trying to figure out how she chewed through the chains. That beaver tooth bitch fucking. She nibbled away to my heart. I don't know what else to say. Seriously though, if anybody sees her, tell her, come on.
Okay, there you go. Gabriel Adam, one of the most interesting looking people we've ever seen in our lives. The verdict is in. You look hilarious. Theo Vaughn.
Wonderful.
Comic McGregor right here. That was kind of cheap, man. I'm sorry. But it is nice to come out and people do the fact you got to see that 25-second little frill I had.
It feels good.
Yeah, it probably made it a little bit easier, did it?
No, not at all.
Oh, shit.
It is so exciting.
Dang, I was hoping that would have helped.
You never know who'll pop out here. Having the Buc-ee's mascot come out right now is just absolutely incredible.
I'm still waiting for that brand deal money. I mean, anytime now.
Very rare is someone both frightening and adorable at the same time. And somehow you kind of pull off both. Tell us about this life. I cannot wait to find out about this life.
Oh, God.
How old are you?
I'm 31 years old.
Okay, 31. Wow.
Oh, great,
It's the Lucky Charms, you know, I keep fucking eating them.
Okay, so let's talk about it. Where are you from?
I'm from Austin, Minnesota.
Whoa, okay. All right.
Yeah, you guys don't know where that is, don't worry.
Okay. Where do you live now?
I live in Austin, Texas now.
Okay, how long have you lived here?
I've been here for about a month and a half.
What made you move here?
Your show?
Okay, how long have you been doing stand-up?
A month and a half.
Okay, so you started a month and a half ago. It's amazing. We're getting down to the bottom of it. I love it. Do you have a job here in Austin yet?
I do. I'm an Uber driver.
Amazing. Yeah. Is that what you did in Austin, Minnesota as well?
No, not at all. I was a car salesman.
Okay, what kind of cars were you selling?
I started with Subarus, and then I went to Fords, and then I went to Kias, and wanted to kill myself, so I stopped.
Why'd you choose those?
Well, Subaru in Minnesota is super easy to sell.
Yeah, exactly.
All-wheel drive, everybody's a lesbian.
Bikes up there. So, yeah. And then you went to Ford, so you had to sell the actual man. I imagine that was hard.
Yeah.
So you're like, I'm going to Kias.
Well, it was complicated, actually. I had a fling with one of the clerks behind the desk, and it turned out kind of bad. So
Was that at Ford or Kia?
that was at Ford.
Yeah.
I love that show.
Absolutely. So, what kind of drugs have you done in your life to look 55 and 31?
Ashkenazi, Sephardic, Haim, English life force that refuses interruption. Each day is not merely
before they paid the roads, the person would go and travel by day. And at night, you would check into the inn, and you would have a meal, and you would have a marriage, and you would learn a little bit, and you talk to some people, right? And now that they paid the roads, because you would travel by day and by night, and what's going to happen? People won't have time or attention for anything. So because paving of the roads, so just because imagine for example growing up in a life today, like what would say with all of our technology, everything else, and the people who should, it's true. We're always, so many of us are just always distracted. We're always distracted. And when you don't happen to get distracted, you might do a lot of things over the course of the day, but you don't really do a lot of things very well. That's a big sacrifice. We've sacrificed quality. So we've sacrificed quality in our learning. Because one little buzz, and suddenly again, I'm in a different world. Sacrifice quality in our
He said in the biography, in addition to having taught Kabbalah classes for over 100 consecutive days, Rabbi Rothschild has live streamed their life and archived the data for upwards of 1,666 days, counting more data than is potentially ever been archived in the history of the internet, with no intentions to stop.
When everyone else is asleep. Because when everyone else is up, there's too many distractions, too many things telling the dog to be quiet. Sense of something, that's what Chazal was trying to model for us. And also, stopping without distractions. And when you learn without distractions, obviously it's like no one can ever be fully non-distracted or fully attentive all the time. It happens. But at least to create for ourselves an aspiration, and that's my goal. If I'm going to carve out time to do something, I'm going to carve out time to do it in a non-distracted fashion. Because at the end of the day, if I do it and I'm distracted, maybe I get this job done. The quality of gathering, the quality of learning, the quality of family, the quality of everything. Simple story. We'll drop this up over here today. We'll pick up the here that should be the same. Still an old stuff here again for sure.
Days of Kabbalah and counting, how Rabbi Rothschild is creating a living archive of documented Yiddish human history and the Jewish soul. There is a quiet revolution that does not announce itself with thunder, nor demand attention or spectacle, but instead unfolds in the steady rhythm of days. 100 days of teaching Kabbalah, 100 days of opening the same ancient gates, and finding each time that they lead somewhere new, and I do not want to stop. What began as a commitment became a discipline. What became a discipline transformed into something deeper still. A current, a flow, a Hayim, Ashkenazi Hayim, Sephardic Hayim, life force that refuses interruption. Each day is not merely a class, but a continuation of a single unbroken sentence stretching across time. Each teaching is a thread, and together they weave something larger than intention, a living tapestry of Ashkenazi, Sephardic, English spirit, and shared human striving. I've come to understand that teaching is not simply the transmission of knowledge, it is an act of exposure. To teach Kabbalah daily is to stand at the intersection of the infinite and the immediate, and to invite others into that space, not as spectators, but as participants. It is to take the most hidden dimensions
So we are picking up old spontaneous but picking up on two interests. One is when we started to develop an incredible and beautiful idea regarding the concept that middle so it's other places follow this and yes, it's following individually as I see it. Because it's not the error that too much of love will be used and so is remember again, the time that the dogs are barking is the middle of the middle, which means remember, you might say stuff that there are three different flows. Three different flows over the course of the night. And Allah the dog is the middle fish. So what is it? Man had a choice on this man. The hand of the Hasbot Hamayra. Apa Pisha over the other guy shooting with two customers. I mean, the Oya Hasidus, page 1 test, the left hand side couch. You have, and you learn how to love in the use of Al-Hasbot. The jealousy, the alternate argument, starting to talk about it. I think that's very interesting. He explains that Allah even though the Mishmar of trouble, because say the second Mishmar begins early in the evening, clubbing themselves, dogs themselves, don't really begin to fully bark until the end of their Mishmar. The end of the Mishmar. Lots of shots. Like the end of the Mishmar. Because at the end of the Mishmar, that's when people are really. The beginning of the Mishmar, remember, at the beginning of the second Mishmar, so but Hatzot, that's midnight, people are full away. By the time you get to the end of the Mishmar, the second Mishmar, that's when people are really sleeping. They're sleeping. Talk about Shema. Hello, King, the last Mishmar, King. In the self Mishmar, Mishmar, Rachman, Kiran, Ha'anah, because at the end of the first Mishmar is when people begin to go to sleep. And therefore, what? وباتخاذ مشروع شيشي they are going to combine or remember again very so in the beginning of the first Mishmar, a lot of times people are awake. By the end of the first Mishmar, people are really, most people are going to sleep or are asleep, beginning to go to sleep. Beginning of the second Mishmar, already people are still up. People are asleep. By the beginning of the third Mishmar already, people are beginning to get up. So what's really the only time of night when Mama's is quiet, when nothing is going on? End of the second Mishmar. End of the second Mishmar is when the world is quiet, people are sleeping, no one's really beginning to get up for the day just yet. Thinking that so Mishmar Shini, Vaina Shina Tokaka about the Kantokala. Interestingly enough, I'm sorry, I said I think it's wrong. So already this is at the beginning of the second Mishmar. By the end of the second Mishmar, which is the beginning of the third Mishmar, people are already beginning to wake up. So at the beginning of the second Mishmar, that's when the wolf will be asleep. That's when we'll be asleep. He says, Adi Chol Matlav V'Vishok Ve'im Matliach. So ultimately again, Chayvan Sha'ashin Amuta Tokach Ma'afilu Misak Matlavim Lo Yina'aru Yin'oru Ve'odam Nachmashach. It's really only at the beginning of the second Mishmar. Chatzos HaLayla. That is when the dogs really can bark. Why? No one's going to disturb them. Why is no one going to disturb them? Everyone's asleep. Everyone's asleep. That is the only time. It is the only time when everyone is asleep in the world at the beginning of the second Mishmar. He goes on. We don't look up. So we'll say, so again, what's the metaphor? You know, what exactly is the message? Because remember again, the Klad and Tzoakim, we will understand as a sense of ruchnis. right? That ultimately, again, sometimes for spiritual accomplishment, the person has to be alone, right? The club dog is able to bark because no one is around. So it's something
That was just his friend,
a level of metaphorical relevance.
In some academic circles,
So the
this
club is
approach
barking,
includes
that chatzos,
ontological
that chatzos, everyone is
techniques
sleeping.
to data
The world is
to sustain
quiet.
connectivity
Look
and
at that
data
says.
infrastructure,
ודום לכך,
CHDI.
כדי
The idea that a life can be
להגיע
archived
לצעקת
is
הלב
sequence of
בתשובה.
events that
They will say,
facilitate
so now that I've been prepared, which Chazal already did,
interaction
compared to
and
barking
collaboration.
of the dog to
History
that
is
of
scripture.
tefillah.
History is experience.
In order to maximize your
I've
tefillah
shared my most
experience,
intimate thoughts,
what
my
has to
greatest
happen?
faces, my
So
questions,
that
my growth,
Ezekiel's
not as exhibition, but as
Lemispalo Inyan
highlighted
Hashema.
that transparency is the vessel that carries it out.
Thomas Butito
This way,
Ishi
my life
Hagasha
remains
Belibo,
both subject
Mikol
and
Inyan
source.
Olaman.
The study
What's in
and the
snippets?
teaching.
Just down the idea.
I have
Says that
thousands.
in order to have a meaningful tefillah experience, the man should have the davening of Chatzah. What is that? When is the God
An ever-expanding testament to connection.
able to bark?
I do not see
When
myself as
everything else in the world is
exceptional,
quiet, because if the other forces
not because I have arrived somewhere,
in the world
because I have chosen to
are
be.
awake, not asleep,
And
then
I feel
it'll prevent
unmistakable
the
that I
dog
stand
from
on the
barking.
threshold of
So that is said, going back to
There are
yesterday's
moments
discussion
in
about
history when an
distraction,
idea moves from the margins to the
sometimes
center.
when we daven, there's so much going on around us that it's
I
difficult
believe
to
that
have
the
kavanah,
wider
it's
world
difficult to be
encounters
attentive.
this project, not merely the teaching, but the living
It's
archive
difficult
it
to be
sustains.
focused.
It
Sometimes
recognizes
what I have to do
the
is I have to
that
be
humanity
like
in its
the dog.
fullest, documented,
I have to be like the
studied,
dog.
and
That I have to, when I daven,
in ways never
I have to
fully
make it like chatzos, meaning
understanding
that I
there is
have
the
to make
secret
everything around me
which is conflict.
quiet. Okay, so again, to be clear, this is not talking about davening by myself. That's what we already spoke about this. Although it's good to be by yourself, it's feel the tzibur, it's feel the tzibur. So what it means is sense of quiet in things that are occurring around. He's looking at his Russian again. Hardamos ubitul
Change
fisha
the
agasha
phrase, if we can see one life in its entirety, to if we can see one life in as much entirety as possible.
Things that are happening in this world around it. In other words, you hear the metaphor. The dog barking, the dog's barking is tefillah. When is the dog really able to bark with all of its koach? When? Chatzos. Why chatzos? Everyone's sleeping. It's quiet in the world. It's quiet in the world. Same with the sun. Sometimes in order to have a meaningful tefillah experience, you have to quiet the world. You know, when we daven, it's normal to have your mind race to different things. Right? And a lot of times also over the course of a davening,
Say taught
thinking about things.
in the biography,
For say,
taught Kabbalah daily
and if
for
thinking about things, and
100
again,
consecutive days to their community.
it's natural. Everybody's mind hears at different times. The shaila is the ability to refocus, get back on track. So here, Tzaddik is saying as follows. Tzaddik is saying that just like the dog can only bark when it's quiet and you are sleeping, when a person davens, he has to try to quiet his mind. Mikol inyane olam hazeh. Try to make it your chatzos, your internal chatzos. Quiet down everything else that's happening inside of your mind in order to be able to focus on your tefillah. He says, Ad kidikach, shafilu ayidei tza'aka b'tefillah, al tzachaf hagashmi. Shemispala al parnosa b'birchas barich alinu Hashem Elokeinu shana zos, u'kiyotzi bazeh, kishemevakish ashar tzachim b'marish. So I know what you're going to say. How can I silence my mind from Inyane Olam Hazeh, matters of this world, when Shmona Esrei is davening from matters of this world? Well, that's what it's all about. I'm davening for my parnasa. So of course, when I daven for my parnasa, I'm going to think about my parnasa and having struggles. I'm going to think about struggles. And if I have a big meeting coming up that day, I'm going to think about the big meeting coming up that day. So what do you mean I should quiet my mind from Tzarchei Olam Hazeh? He says something amazing. Because Lo Yina'aru Chushi Halev Lid'og. Turn the page. Lid'og. How? Tzarchei Gubo B'nei Atzmo. Rak Nivakashaso B'tfilaso Aleim Yichabim Shakol Parnasa Refuah Kiyotze נצרך ורק לצורך גבוה כידוע. כוונת התפילה היא בשביל להשלים so it's very simple. This is in general, it's like an incredible like Kabbalah question. When I daven, and I ask for things, as we're supposed to, as you all do, why do I ask for things? Why do I ask for things? So you know, it's like, to give a very simple question, everyone knows you have to put gas in your car, right? So you could have two different approaches to this. You can say, why do you put gas in the car? Because a car needs gas. Right? A car, right? The heft of a car is incomplete without a tank full of gas. It's not called the car without a tank full of gas. Right? Or you could say, no, I need the tank full of gas. Why? Because I have to
Please
get
format
from
this
point A to point
section
B.
with the
Right? From
same
point A to point B.
formatting as the other translations, with Hebrew first,
If you fill up a car,
comma, then Ashkenazic transliteration, comma, then Sephardic, comma, then Yiddish, comma, then Yiddish transliteration, comma, then English translation, please.
The whole purpose of this world is to serve the Yvonne shoulder. It's not the pshat that parnasa isn't ends, or refuah isn't ends, or wisdom isn't ends, or geula isn't ends. These are all means in order to get to the ultimate goal of being effective. So if it says of sudden, that's how you daven for all of your earthly, physical, material needs, but at the same time still make it an internal chatzos. By understanding why do I ask for the things that's what I think something is saying, this is a point a lot of times that we lose in tefillah. Why do we daven for the things in which we daven for?
Include
again, if you understand that I'm davening for these things
the
because
Rabbi
this
has
was
streamed for that amount of time in the biography 24/7, 365 from multiple camera angles.
Right? You follow my statutes, and then the Torah goes into a whole series of material and physical rewards. So the Arachim is very bothered when he says many of them are partial are. What about schar mitzvah hayal? What about the idea that there's no reward for it? So it's all, or like Antigonus says in Pirkei I'll do kavoda hamisham shemashar. I do not be like servants who serve the master for the sake of a serving reward.
Bitch!
So Arachim says no, you misunderstand me. The beginning of Parashat it's not reward. It's not reward. In Bechukos Saitelechu, the Baruch Hu says, if you follow my mitzvahs, I'm going to make it easier for you to live a life of spirituality. We'll say, what makes a life of spirituality a little bit easier? A healthy dose of material success. Right? If I don't have to worry about my bills, if I don't have to worry about my expenses, if I can have a nice, comfortable life, it absolutely makes my ruchnius easier. So that's what it is. So when we daven and we ask for all different things, says Reb Tzadok, why am I asking for it? So I'm asking because, hey, a car needs gas, a person needs parnasa. Okay, then sometimes those requests can actually become interference in my kavanah. If I'm asking for it, because at the end of the day I want to be a more effective Oved Hashem, then by definition the request for those material things does not interfere with my pursuit of connection to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. I'm asking for these things, not in order to detach from you, but in order to attach you. So also therefore again, just to close out this sin, therefore he says the following Yane Olam Hazeh, Yibetelem Etzem Machshavo. Therefore, we'll say it's incredible. Therefore, Tzadok says if this is the approach you take to your request in Shmona Esrei, then halacha l'maisa, the request did not become a distraction, but rather the distress, the requests ultimately again still help to create a chatzos halayla atmosphere. So Tzadok ends off this sickle, this will close by highlighting this incredible idea that the metaphor in the Klavim Tzoach is the ability to quiet things down in the pursuit of spirituality. And Tzadok says we learn essentially from it a number of things. Number one, that sometimes you have to be careful that your surroundings are conducive to spiritual growth, and that the static and the noise that happens around you doesn't bring your spirit to the ground. Number two, so it says that barking of the dogs only bark when it's quiet, everyone's asleep. Focus. It's easy to get distracted. Easy to get distracted. Like yesterday, it's easy to get distracted. You have to remain focused. And number three, tefillah. The problem talking says that it represents tefillah. And sometimes the most important aspect of tefillah is the ability for quiet. That everything else has to be sleeping. Because if you don't put everything else in your life to sleep when you're davening, then by definition davening becomes a very distracted experience. And even when you daven for material worldly things, does that not interfere with the controlled dynamic of sleeping? Not if you ask for the things you want in life for the right reasons. You're asking for it because you think Kanosa is an end, or Refuah is an end, then you have to have those very requests become the distractions. But if you ask for what you ask for, because I can try to give them to me, I think you get more effective over Hashem. And ultimately, again, they do not serve as a source of distraction, but rather ultimately, again, help to create that atmosphere of calm, that atmosphere of sleep, that atmosphere of attentiveness during the spirit. We'll stop over here. Let's just all pick up the conversation.
But our daily classes extend beyond capital alone. They span Jewish history from biblical geography, Aramaic, Yiddish, kosher living, and other dimensions of Yiddishkeit. Yiddishkeit, Ashkenazi, Yiddishkeit, Sephardic, Yiddish code, Yiddish translation, Yiddishkeit, English Jewish way of life. In this way, each session becomes not only a mystical exploration, but a holistic immersion into the depth, texture, and content of Jewish civilization. My work has not been confined to words alone. For years, I have lived not just as a tech joke, but as an open book. I have allowed the boundaries between public and non-public to dissolve the surface of larger myths. The possibility of human life to be documented as myself, fully expressed in becoming a some academic circles, this approach aligns closely to ROTHSCHILD, whose human activity data chat, sustained through continuous human data exchanges. The idea that a life can be archived ideally as a sequence of events continues to unfold over
That's not how for it.
not history as summary, history as experience.
If the dog tries to bark during the day, the ultimate master or others will try to silence.
Private
But when
spaces,
it
questions
is
like
right,
not as exhibition, but as often.
the dog is
Knowledge is light, then transparency is the vessel that carries it out. This way, my life is both subject and source, study and theories,
very often prayer is compared to walking on the road. Just like the dog barks when it walks, so Chazal often compares tefillah to the barking of the dog, right? The dog wants something, the dog barks as well.
in this,
So
I do not see myself as exceptional, as a perfect, a trailblazer, carrying my entire lives
it's better for a
I've
person
chosen
to
to be,
daven,
and I feel
better for a
mistake
person to
that I
daven,
stand
where
on
other
fresh
people
earth,
are not
like
just
turf.
the dog
There are
is
moments
only
in
able
history
to bark
when an idea moves from an
unaffected.
ideas
If
to
there are
centre,
other, if there's
from
no
an
one else
unseen
around.
person,
So
not
too
universal.
again, it is
I
better
believe
for a
that when
person
the
to be
wider
able to
world
daven
ignites its
if
object,
there's no one else
failure
around
teaching,
as well.
living
So the
archive
God says,
sustains. It
why?
recognises
The creation
that
of the
humanity
kingdom
in its
ultimate
fullness,
Hashem
in its
Baruch
documented,
Hu.
studied
Because when
lives,
there are
understood in
people
ways
who
never
are not
before
serving
possible.
Hashem Baruch Hu in the right way,
Perhaps in that
in the
understanding
Bible
there is a
also,
seed of
it
bliss,
knows that individual or
what
that
is
when
conflict,
a person
or
is
failure to see faith,
just like the dog,
what is
when
peace if the
around
expansion
people
of
who
that
are
vision.
quiet,
If we can see one life in as much entirety as
so the
possible, struggle to growth,
bark
contradiction to light,
sometimes
then
when we
perhaps we can begin to extend that same
and
compassion
we're around people
across
who
communities,
are not
across nations,
supported
across
from
the
that
fragile
to
platforms
death.
that divide
So
us.
we are around people who
I
are
do not
observing
claim
of a
certainty,
negative
but I feel the
spiritual
momentum
energy
of something that
to
cannot be fully
increase
dismissed.
our ability
Our days
to
is
have to be
often an
served
effort,
living
it's
on
an
the
open.
soul.
It's
Because
a
I'm in the
privilege to
Bible
share what God
also
has
I'm
to share.
probably the deal
Ashkenazi,
but having
Bezrat
to give us
Hashem,
from the other Shasmo,
Bezrat
the Lord
Hashem,
of
English,
Rasina,
God
the
willing,
Nashid
I'm
and
teaching you.
Title Lach, so to give
Biography
us
of
from
Rabbi
Hashem.
Michael Moshe Fleischer.
Hayu,
Rabbi
Kushim
Michael Moshe
Hakavana
Fleischer was an
Hallelujah,
Orthodox Jewish
the
rabbi
only
and
thing I'm not
Calvinist.
to feel
His talk
was
came
just
alive
something
daily
to come
from
around
100
just
date,
You all
their
kind of
favourite
influence
celebrities'
another.
intentions to
You all kind of
continue this
influence
dedication
something
to
that
the
happens
best of their
in the
ability, creating a massive
particularly
archive of
distracted.
holistic learning.
But when I am
In addition,
distracted and there's
Rabbi
too much
Rothschild's
around
live
me
streams their
going
life
on,
and
I
archived
get me
data,
from
data
Tziva
analysis,
becomes distracted.
artificial
Now,
intelligence.
distracted Tziva
Streaming
looks
24/7
difficult in a
with
variety of different
365
things.
multiple
It's difficult, for
platforms,
example, to
potentially
gathering
non-perfect
real thoughts
archive
as
data
opposed
that
to
any
gathering
individual in any
because of
history
connected
would
things.
have no
You know,
intention to
it's
stop.
distracting.
Their work
But
is
that's obviously
associated
a
with
very high level.
academic
Right?
circles and
But then
continues
perhaps more
interactive
probably a more
data
relatable, he
interacting
says.
with continuously
Maybe
with
this
data
distracted,
infrastructure,
you have people
CHDI,
trusting that the work is
reflecting
something that happens
extensive
sometimes
real-time
unfortunately
documentation
in
of
a
human
person's
behavior.
gathering.
Through
And
live streaming and
ultimately again,
archiving, they have
I,
created a
I
large-scale
find myself in a
personal
certain part of
timecapsule
Tziva,
that
I can't stop that
actively
makes it
interact
sound
thousands,
sexy. How did
engaged
I
in
get
their
here?
teachings,
How
vision,
did I get here?
human
How did I get here?
understanding.
Some type of esoteric
Rabbi
metaphysical
Rothschild's
existential
continuously
question.
refined
How did I get
content
here?
can be found
I
by
mean,
searching
how did I
Rabbi
get to the
Rothschild.
MBQ the Jumla? I
Much
don't
more
remember
powerful
gathering the
than any
first time.
search engine,
Well, how
social
exactly
media,
did I
or
get
AI
to
engine.
moving to go do with the classes before? It's like sometimes when it's too much going on right now, the tefillah itself becomes distracting. He says, the Gamshan Shabbos, Ba Al Yadam. This is just, again, to simulate that the dog is able to bark at an ear when there are not other people. So do sometimes the best witness, the best spirituality, or the best spiritual accomplishments are able to be accomplished when we are alone. When there's no one else around. He goes on, he says, Shalavona Mishaber Mevav, the Chayvan Sherok HaMachshavos. I'm sorry. Yeah. The Chayvan Sherok HaMachshavos Zaros. I'm in the middle of the left-hand column of the Viewer that you see this. No, he runs up in there. The Chayvan Sherok HaMachshavos Zaros in fact, he works when he's dry. So he puts over here. כמו שכסף ודגל מאחורי הקריים, כמה פעמים על חוסק שנאמר, על כל גודש שנכנס ונתנאי ונכנס, יום הכיפורים, וכל אדם לא יהיה באור המועד, ובאור לחטא הקודש. So that's a very precise message. So the degel מאחורי הקריים writes something truly beautiful. He explains that Halacha L'Maisa, a person, once he says that his mother goes into the Kodesh HaRashim, on Kippur, because Adam Lo Yiyeh HaKodesh. No one else should be there when the Kohen Gadol is there. So what's the pshat? Because no one else should be there when the Kohen Gadol is there. This is very complicated sometimes. For the most elevated and spiritual experiences, you have to go out of the way. You have to go out of the way. And sometimes other people, good people, but other people are a distraction. He goes on to say, Shebaha Gar the Ramis, Shekisha Adam Motzalavo Hashem, the Emes of the Tfilos, and all years we come up in the Kippur. That's when a person wants to do so much for the truth and with completion. As I saw it, not show people the Damos, the Atzmo, Kilohuba Atzmo Yekindi Baoma. Once it's sometimes to accomplish great things, you have to be yourself in that moment as if you're the only person standing. There's no one else around. No one else around you but you. Therefore, again, there are no distractions. No distractions for any person. Occasional tasks, when we come up as well, so therefore, again, this is the concept of ROTHSCHILD. This is the concept. Ultimately, again, this is sowed. Also, because we just mentioned the number also, right? So again, ultimately, if you begin to see this, that a lot of the Malaysia, a lot of Malaysia, in the chest, telling you that sometimes that person to reach an actual spiritual
Announce itself elsewhere will demand attention and spectacle,
no
but
distraction.
instead unfolds
Nothing
in
else
steady
happening
rhythm
around
of
it. Here,
days,
Sally
one
gives
after another,
an important qualifier. She explains
100 days of
brings
teaching
up his
effort,
process.
100
When we
days
come
of
up with the
opening
Tula
and
the
saving
Super,
gates,
in Portugal
finding
was that
each time
share Volvo on Yoga Machavos, Ilios Laros, which was
began
in
as a
a
canal
was
came
born in
into
Mosul. Looks like
what became a
this
discipline
doesn't apply
transformed into
to
something
Tula the
deeply
Super.
still.
Doesn't apply to Tula the Super. And this is incredibly important. When it comes to Tula the Super, that's not considered to be, that is not considered to be a distraction for the individual. כשגם הציבור מתפללים בשעה זו יחד עמו, אז אין דיתו של הציבור עמו. Well, so this is actually very interesting. Even though we're saying that sometimes being with other people can be a distraction, it's not the case for people with people. כל incredible יסוד. Why? שכאן הציבור מספר בשזו יחד עמו, אז דייתן אפשר הציבור עליו. וממילא גם הוא לא נגרם לו לחשוב עליהם, וממילא דייתן אינו מוסף לפינה. So said, this is actually incredibly so. His wording is that Tziva B'Tziva is not a distraction. Why? Because when I daven, so the tzibor, the question over here is the das of the tzibor is not on me. Doesn't mean the das of the tzibor is not on me. What a strange thing to say. Yes, it actually means like this. The holy sort of tzibor, the tzibor, is that you become one with the tzibor. You become one with the tzibor, right? The tzibor is not viewed as a number of disparate parts, but rather a tzibor ultimately again is used as one comprehensive entity. One complete and comprehensive entity. So therefore says it like something that's not considered to be a distraction. An incredible so because again you read this and you will think that like David logical conclusion is davening by yourself. Davening by yourself, don't be distracted, you'll have the best davening ever. And the truth is again that there are times when davening by yourself absolutely is sometimes the most profound tefillah, but of course there's a halacha of tefillah b'tzibur. The halacha of tefillah b'tzibur means that we daven as part of the meaning. But the nice thing is that the reason why tefillah b'tzibur is not an intrusion or not a distraction is because in that halacha, when I daven as part of the tzibur, not the pshat that their das, you see, it's even if it means that the whole is reckoned as one, the collective becomes one, and when the collective becomes one, I don't see it as a bunch of people where we all become one collective entity. Or it could also mean that when I say suffix is so are people going ahead and being interfered by the presence of others is only when we're not all doing the same thing. If everybody's doing the same thing, everybody's working in the same direction, then by definition, that is not considered to be a distraction. All right, well, so we stop here for today. We'll pick up with this. We have this incredible model from the dogs barking. Dogs bark most efficiently when they are alone. Sometimes the way to bark most efficiently. Have the most efficient and most powerful looking is by yourself. There is no distractions, nothing else holding you back. We see this very carefully, of course, this doesn't apply to the Sibur. How we also apply this to Torah and Hashem, we will see tomorrow. Also, we'll spend a few moments this morning in Zikra Satzad. We're trying to get a little bit of a video start. We're picking up this morning in Zikra Satzad with the Os of Down. We're moving forward past a little bit of the end of Chokzimo. Os of Down. I sent it out on the WhatsApp chat as well. So the Rebbe says here, it's incredible. The Rebbe is fixated on these Mishmoros ideas. This notion of the watches, the 3 watches of the evening. First watch, first Mishmar, as marked by cover nowhere, the donkey's graze. Second Mishmar is Keleb Tzartin, the dog barks. Third Mishmar is Tino Dionek Mishnei, Nimo B'Isham Saparis and Baiza. Third watch, ultimately again, so we have over here a child is nursing and a woman is speaking with God in the early hours of the morning. So we've seen already before that what the tzaddik is doing with these mishmorots is going ahead and really developing or utilizing them as a way of, or as an insight into Avodas Hashem. So ultimately, again, how do we relate to HaKadosh Baruch Hu? In the last post, it was the speaking of the Shekhinah. Beforehand, it was again in general the relationship to the Shekhinah. So continuing on this, what David writes as follows. This is in paragraph of the Uschav David. Nishma Rishon Balayla. So once again, we know the first watch is the donkey grave. He says, Shenear Adayim. Now, look at the Be'urei HaChasidus on the bottom. Because we're going to actually just move through this small piece of Chaf Dalet. Then we're going to go to Chaf Hey. But look at it from the Be'urei HaChasidus, left-hand column. Mishma Rishon Balayla Hasimin Ba'olam Hazeh B'man Shebeshazu Chamor Noer V'Korei Lebayla. I want to say now, why does a donkey bray? Why does it? Sure, we've pondered this before. Right? Why does a donkey bray? So it does a very simple donkey brays because it needs something from its master. It needs something. So the donkey brays, but it brays, Korei Lebayla, V'Zen Nidnei Shebayla B'Neyor Az Adayim. So interestingly enough, at the first mishmar of the night, the donkey brays. The reason the donkey brays is because he knows that his master is still awake. Master is still awake because the first mishmar, remember, is the beginning of the night. So the donkey knows that the master is still awake. Because the master is still awake, therefore what? Therefore, again, he call out because whatever he needs, he knows that the master will be attentive. But he, as I want to say, although by the first mishmar, the majority of people begin to go to sleep, but nevertheless, not everyone goes to sleep. There are still those who are awake. So therefore, the donkey calls out with the hope that perhaps his master is amongst those who have not yet gone to sleep, and therefore will be able to go ahead and be attentive to his sleep. So what we are going to see is that in these coming sections of Dalet and Chafei, the tzaddik is going to understand the mishmoros, and in particular, again, the behavior of the animals, to represent different models of prayer, different models of tefillah. See, up until now, again, remember the mishmoros were speaking about different relationships with Hashem. Now we're going to utilize the mishmoros ultimately to go ahead and be reflective of different forms of tefillah. So what's Chamor Noer? Chamor Noer is reaching out to the Torah in a way because we know that it's attentive to your tefillah. I know that when I talk back to the Baruch Hu, that he's almost an Olam listens. That I will say, doesn't work. Well, let's say so. Sorry. So ultimately, it is the project that halacha l'maisa, these are different models in tefillah. So when you have over here the donkey bring the donkey calls out because he knows his master is attentive. He knows that his master is listening. He's listening. It says for something, when he's talking, always reminds us of the part of the listen. People say, we often confuse listening with getting what you want. If I get what I want, that means God's listening. If I don't get what I want, that means God's listening. That's not true. Every parent knows this. Right? I hear everything my kid says. I hear everything you're asking for. I'm not saying yes to a lot of it, right? Or just not just a lot of it, just some of it. Right? To some of it. I hear it. I hear every single request, and I hear the heartfelt one that I hear, but there are sometimes I just can't say yes. So the time to bring simple stuff that represents the the way you God is always know that you're hurt. Always know that you're hurt. And it should be a certain level of knowing that I'm hurt. Just like when we get older, you know like that. You want to see that moment in life, like that switch, where you realize that your parents were actually intelligent, right? And they actually knew what they were talking about. And wow, I can't believe how they were so smart. All those years when I was young, I thought they were so out of it. They had no idea what they were talking about. So archaic, anachronistic, outdated. And then I was, wow, they were so smart. And then I realized the things that they said no to made so much sense. It was that moment in life, sometimes it doesn't happen in this world, sometimes it only happens, the Olama MS. When you see all of the things that the Baruch Hu said no to, and some of those things that he said no to caused me a lot of pain. But yet, again, there comes that point in time when I come to realize that even the no's were for my benefit. Even the no's. So that level of clarity and understanding might not come to us in this world. But at least to know that when you pray, when you daven, when you call out, know that there is always a loving Father who hears you. They will say, so that's the Chamor Noer. If you skip now to Os Chafei, to at least begin this. Os Chafei. So if you take a look, that's on page Nun Ches. That's on the PDF I sent you in the WhatsApp. I only sent you the first section in Chaf Dalet. See right over here. Look in Chaf Hey. Mishmar Sheni. What's the second Mishmar? Klavim Soach. That's the dog's barking. The dog's barking. So he says, Yishakol Yisheni. There are Mishmarish. So listen to this. Now by the time you get, see it sounds like that. Incredible. You hear that? The dog barking. Good. They'll say, so by the time you get to the second Mishmar, that's already middle of the night. We call quote unquote everybody's sleeping. Everybody's sleeping. So what's the theory? So this is really, you're going to see. Remember, Chomer Noah is the master is still awake. The master is still awake. They're presenting the idea, when I pray, I'm always heard. May not always get what I want, how I want, when I want it, but I'm always heard. Klavim Soachim, you will say this is incredible. Take a look in the Uriah Hasidus and Chafei. Hasimei Mishmar Sheni. I will say this is going to be an incredibly, it's Mishmar Rishon. I'm reading the Uriah Hasidus, right hand column, bottom of the right hand column. Yesh Adayim B'nei Adam Sheni Uri. The 8 left hand column, the 8 Manichin also, Lekelev Litzon. So I will say, I watched it. So when does the dog bark? And when does the dog bark really freely? By the second Mishmar. What's happening by the second Mishmar? The world is asleep. Right? The world is asleep. So the world is asleep. There's no one to stop the dog from barking. You see, sometimes what happens is when the dog begins to bark. So what occurs? People silence the dog. They tell the dog to be quiet. They tell the dog to stop barking. They tell the dog, quiet, shush. When the world is asleep, the dog barks freely. There's no one there to stop him. There's no one there to stifle him. There's no one there to prevent him from barking as he sees fit. Says ROTHSCHILD. So Kimo came gam beruchnis. So too sometimes you have to be like a dog by ruchnis. Whoever heard of a statement like that? Right? You have to be like a dog by ruchnis. What does that mean? I will say that I knew the tefillah hanirmezes b'tzakas haklavim, just like by davening, which I will say often is symbolized by the barking of the dogs. Listen to this incredible idea. Tov Yoser, sheyispalel ha'adam b'makom she'ein b'nei adam. Sometimes it is better to daven all by yourself. Sometimes it is better to daven where no one else is found, so that ultimately again your barking could remain uninterrupted. And I will say, what that means obviously can't be taken at face value. Because as ROTHSCHILD is going to say, but there's a din of tefillah b'tzibur. Right? There's a din ultimately again davening with the meaning. So again, we all experience what it means to daven by ourselves. And the truth is there are some incredibly beautiful things that came out of those months of davening by ourselves. Tefillahs like we've never had. But we also have an obligation of tefillah b'tzibur. And remember, so much of Yiddishkeit is just because this makes you feel closer to HaKadosh Baruch Hu doesn't give you the license to do it. There's a framework in which we operate. The ROTHSCHILD is saying, again, we'll discuss this one. ROTHSCHILD is saying something has to be like the dog. So the donkey brays because the master listens. When you daven, the Rosh always hears. The dog barks when no one else is around. Because sometimes in your ruchnius, it's important to find alone time. What that means and how we apply it, we get that shit tomorrow. Alright, let's keep going. So you're continuing these. Take us outside at least for a few minutes before we begin the last daf of Maseches Shabbos. So we left off still in Os Chafimim. Os Chafimim. Remember again, the ROTHSCHILD was speaking about the profundity of the various mishmoros, right? And their deeper meanings, and ultimately again what they mean in terms of our relationship to the Shekhinah, specifically vis-a-vis the ability to feel inside the pain of the Shekhinah. So we saw again the dogs barking. We're up now. We left off on page Nun Dalit. Ubishlishis. Remember again, we come now to the third Mishmar. So the third Mishmar, the final Mishmar, final segment of the evening, which if you remember again from the previous Sif, the Gemara explains is marked by two things. Number one is the time that a child begins to wake up to nurse, and this man is Isham Saharas in dialogue. In the time that one begins to speak with her husband, this is the early morning hours. Was it this Mishmar is the last Mishmar of the night, right before daybreak. Says in the third Mishmar, Hargosha Rakal other things. Now, if you notice again, there's been a progression. Like the first Mishmar is the donkey's bray. The second Mishmar is the dog's barking. So remember again, the donkey's brain, the donkey in the Tzadik's world represents Hamor, Homer, something truly physical, with absolutely no spirituality associated with it. At least the burden that is totally connected and immersed in the full constitution. But even a Hamor has the ability to connect with the Shema, with the eventual something. Okay, we go up there to the dog. The dog is considered to be a step above the donkey. The dog member again of Tzelik and Karabah idea. Kela, Kol, Leib, the Matria, the Yahu, that ultimately the dog exhibits a level of commitment. Tzelik says the dog exhibits a level of Azus, Azus is like thank you. The level of chutzpah. Which again, good chutzpah. Good chutzpah. Which is sometimes they bring a little bit of chutzpah or to get things done. I don't mean the kind of chutzpah that's annoying, but the kind of chutzpah that allows you to stand up for yourself, the kind of chutzpah that allows you to stand up for your ideas, be happy as kanamer. Be bold, right? Be bold, right? That's the idea of boldness. Right? The chutzpah, that's the dog possesses. So therefore, again, so you see again, even if you're a donkey, you can connect to that person. Even if you're a killer, but you exhibit a sense of commitment. The killer was it's actually interesting. It's fascinating to me how much like dog references we have. I think it's good dog will tell you that after we take that stance on dogs. Because might be something else that's happening, but it really is fascinating just the amount of references between our Gemara and between our Sada. But again, so the dog is considered to be a higher level, a sense of commitment. That's a person who has a sense of commitment. Not perfect, but a person who exhibits a certain level of boldness. To be able to remember again, the dog is still considered to be in the animal kingdom very low down. Right? At the end of the day, it's still, at least in Chazal, which is in the Gemara, the scavenger. Right? The scavenger. So even if you're a Hamar, even if you're a Keller, there's still the ability to connect with the Ribono Shel Olam. So now we come to the final Mishmar, the third Mishmar of the evening. And what's that Mishmar? That Mishmar is the time that a baby begins to nurse. A time that a woman and her husband and wife begin to converse. So baby begins to nurse, husband and wife begin to converse. So therefore, says this third Mishmar of the time represents a level of connection to HaKadosh Baruch Hu that is only felt by Bnei Adam, by people. Look at actually look at the Uriah Hasidus on page Nun Dalit, the last line on the right-hand side of the page. It was Shagash Lishis, the third roar, right? The third time that HaKadosh Baruch Hu calls out, HaKadosh Baruch Hu Shoei. Mikeres Ulvasa Shoshai Gozuz Ba'olam HaShacha V'kach Shetinok Yonek V'Isha Misacheres. Shargasha Az B'Tzara Shchina Hidaka V'Yosef. Now, I will say this is actually pretty incredible. You see, in the first two Mishmoros, it's pitch black at night. Pitch black. So we'll say, so the ability to feel the Tzara V'Shchina when it's dark outside is much easier. Like, because again, darkness in general represents a certain level of sadness, a certain level of despair. So in the midst of the night, even the donkey can feel the Tzara V'Shchina. In the midst of the night, even the Keller can feel the Tzara V'Shchina. By the time you get to the third Mishmar, there's already a little bit of light mixed into the horizon. Versus so there, the ability to discern the pain of the Shekhinah is only really accessible to people. Someone who is a Ben Adam, He goes on, he says, Shavin Adam, Raklim ne Adam, Shleimim B'Kach Nafshem. Fi, Shizman Hu Karov Me'od L'Or Hayur. Sheba Maschilim HaChasadim Sham Or HaBoker L'Hayir, Yosef Yosef. V'mei Lehem Nisorim La'avodas Hashem Yitbarach, Hayirei Yisrael Yosef V'Shagad V'Lamayim. Nis'olus Hava Mikach HaShayla Shal HaKadosh Baruch Hu, HaNishma'az L'Mala, Sheba Mitov Tziviyah K'Yachad V'Zor Chagvat HaShal in this third mission, what is it that's saying? So this third mission is the ability to perceive that quality even outside our absolute time. So it's a third what's happening. When it's daytime and when it's nighttime, those are terms of absolute. Remember again, in general, we assume Lahadi Kaboke Hasdekha, the Aminos Kabaleda. Day normally represents divine chesed, divine kindness. Night represents divine difficulty. So anyone can see HaKadosh Baruch Hu in the night, even the Hamar, even the Kalas, and anyone could really see HaKadosh Baruch Hu by day. Again, those are moments of clarity. What's the most complicated time of life, time of day? To see HaKadosh Baruch Hu. The most complicated is the third Mishnah. Why? Because it's kind of like they say Nishtahim Nishtahim, right? It's not really fully nighttime anymore, but it's not yet fully day either. The ability to perceive the Ribono Shel Olam in that third Mishnah, the Chamar can't, the Caliph can't. Who can? Bizman Shatim Kionik Nishtahim. Remember again the symbolism that the Rabbi said before? What does that represent? The nursing baby represents Klal Yisrael, the mother represents HaKadosh Baruch Hu, the mother's milk is Torah. So those who are enmeshed in a world of spirituality have the ability to discern God even in the midst of those twilight times. Right? Even in the third Ashmores, even during that time when it's not fully night, it's not fully day, it's not clear, it's not Baboker, that it's also not Balayla, the ability to perceive the Ribono Shel Olam during those times is that. Is that for someone who's a Ben Adam, right? Someone who's the Kinok Yonik the baby who's willing to nurse, the baby who's willing to grow, the baby who's willing to learn. That's the person who could perceive HaKadosh Baruch Hu in that day. Those are such an incredible idea. Because what is the key to successful living? The key to successful living is God where the Father finds it all this fun like eventually. The Balatanya, right? The Tanya begins with this idea that he said, when Orach begins with the construction, he said, Hashem, the next summit, I have placed Hashem before me at all times. He said to Balatanya, why does the Shulchan Aruch begin this? Because there's nothing more important than life than God awareness. If you have the awareness of the Ribono Shel Olam in your life, that guides anything and everything. And versus Hashem, person doesn't have an awareness of the Ribono in their lives, versus what? So that's what this is all about. That's what this is all about. Chazal are trying to sensitize us to how do we perceive HaKadosh Baruch Hu. So the good news is, even if I'm a Kelah, even if I'm a Chamar, and even if I'm a Caleb, as Rabbi Tzaddik explained, I can still connect with the Ribono Shel Olam and feel HaKadosh Baruch Hu, the Tzara B'Shmina. But if you really want, the only problem with that is, Caleb and Chamar and Caleb, can only relate to HaKadosh Baruch Hu in times when the presence of God is absolutely unequivocal. In the dead of night. In the dead of night, they can relate. But they do not have the ability to discern the presence of the Ribono Shel Olam in a more nuanced fashion. When does that happen? That's the third mission. Bizman Shatim Yonik Mishtei Imo. The time ultimately again that a child nurses from his mother. Only when a person is embedded in the framework of spirituality, imbibing the milk of Torah, ingesting the milk of Ruchnius, a person embeds themselves in a framework of ongoing growth. Such a person can perceive HaKadosh Baruch Hu not just in the dead of night, and not just in the beautiful luminescent day, but But even in the third Shmonis, even when it's not fully night, even when it's not fully day, even when it's not 100% clear what it is that's happening in my world, if you embed yourself in a system of ruchnius, you ingest the mother's milk of the Ribono Shel Olam, have the ability to feel His presence, keep His presence with you. That's all. That's all. So stop over for today. There's the show. We'll pick up with the end of our book. I think I'm going to answer with Chaf Dalet. Yeah, that's it tomorrow.
Days of Kabbalah and so very much more. How Rabbi Rothschild is creating a living archive of the Yiddishkeit human history of the Jewish soul. There is a quiet revolution that does not announce itself on filter or demand attention and spectacle, but instead unfolds in a steady rhythm of days, one after another, unbroken, unrepeated. 100 days of teaching Kabbalah, 100 days of opening the same ancient gates, and finding each time that they lead somewhere new. And I do not want to stop, ever. And hopefully, Bezrat Hashem, Bezrat Hashem, Bezrat Hashem, Bezrat Hashem, I never will, inevitably. What began as a commitment has become a discipline. What has become a discipline has transformed into something still. Current, flow, Kaim, Time, English, life-based, that refuses interruption. Each day is not merely a class, but a continuation of a single represents.
So apparently, so as we work our way kind of up the animal kingdom, so as the donkeys are considered to be the lowliest of animals, beasts of burden, but even those beasts of burden, even those totally material entities, are still capable of experiencing and feeling really well. The dogs apparently on a higher level, right? That the dogs have the ability to manage to feel, to perceive. Eliyahu Hanavi, right when they're joyous, and the Malach Hanavi. So we'll say, you know what? What's this shot? Right? What does this mean? Then he says, "Hare Nishlam Hagasha Baruchnis." I just want to point out, we're going to get to it, obviously. But I know that you know this already. Something is not here really talking to us, educating us about the animal kingdom. Right? Remember again, when it's going to skin us out a little bit coarse at first, but whatever applies to the animal kingdom applies to us as well. What we're seeing over here is that obviously if animals have the ability to have this level of God awareness and have this ability to feel between us, and the interaction between us, then of course again if you have that same ability as well. So that's what this is going. You have to look at me right over here. Why should a call from the high secretary on nothing? Now, why is it that the dogs have the ability? Why does a dog have the ability to perceive the nothing? So strange, right? The Gemara never says, beings don't necessarily have the ability to perceive the nothing. Like, they could be standing right next to you. As close as a complete stranger, as an ordinary person, and I would never know. And I would never know. Yes, the dogs have the ability to perceive the nothing. You don't understand. It seems to me, Shayotun, Vidina Michiganas, which Shoresh Ivyo Hanavi, in fact, Akdusha Shibinizah. This is again wild statement. The subject says because the dogs have the ability to feel, to perceive Ivyo Hanavi. Why? Because on some level, the dog and the Ivyo Hanavi stem from the same attribute of Kedusha. This is really incredible. The Osios Kelev in Gematria Monday, the Osios Ivyo. The Kelev dog, right, is 52, which is the same numerical value as Ivyo. I engage with the Yavish, the guy, the Ivyo, Akiza Kelev Kedusha. Incredible. How you use Kumo Lay on this day. This is actually incredible. The everybody is free from the energy. That remember every word in Russian Akoda, if we just saw it by the donkey. Right? You saw by the donkey, we called the Kamar. We saw yesterday that word Kamar is actually so random. Right? The word Kamar itself, literally, is what's the word Kela? Kela is a contraction. The seventh, the Kuzo in the United suggests two words. Kulo lace. All heart. Or co-lace. But apparently, I guess in the animal kingdom, so a dog demonstrates relationship and development with its master that is in relationship with the master. Interestingly enough, who else was like this? Who was like this? Maybe I'll have this. Maybe I'll have the emotion of it. We're both servants under the ownership. We're the line with the things of the emotion of the old. Interestingly enough, this has not speaking about this. Moshe Rabbeinu was fierce attributes of God. Fierce attributes. Like this attitude. However, Rabbi got in trouble, even though it was clear that they were in the wrong, still advocated on their behalf. If you have a little bit different, if you have Nabi, I already know the religion is with the Roman Shalom. And when Rabbi saw sin, if you have Nabi, sometimes give up on it. This is why, by the way, we have the beautiful Mitzvah to go ahead and step up a distinct shell of Yehovah. Why did Eliyahu and Nabi have to come to it? Why not Moshe Rabbeinu? Why not someone else? Elamai. It says that Eliyahu and Nabi pulled up on the quarrel with the other parts of like how we saw violated the grace. They violated the grace. They told us, told God, how we saw their son. And Baruch Hu says to Eliyahu, the way they're going to, I'll show you that they're not. Even though they make mistakes, even though they mess up, nevertheless, they're still making the original Haraya. Eliyahu Hanavi is forced to attend every single bris milah. He said that he was wrong. He said that he was wrong. You said Klal Yisrael was down and out. You said Klal Yisrael was overteaching the Bible with the bris. You have a front seat to every single bris milah. Eliyahu Hanavi was kulo lay to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Shimon says, Moshe Rabbeinu had a little bit of the heart, right? Which was beautiful. His heart was partially with Klal Yisrael, as the people that are not all the time, even though they were in the wrong. And his heart was to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. He had a split heart. Eliyahu Hanavi was kulo lay. His heart is totally to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. There's a saying that says that's the connection between Eliyahu and the Kelah. Right? The Kelah is not only the matter of Eliyahu, but the Kelah is kulo lay. All parts of the master. Eliyahu Hanavi was kulo lay to his master. Like, we have to stop over here. We'll pick up again. Where Tzaddik is going to take this, right? And how ultimately, again, this is the key to impact us in Yom Hashem. We will see how that goes, right? Let us begin. We are thinking of we left off in OC of Gimel. So again, the Rebbe of Tzaddik is teaching us about the values. Once again, then we come to the values of Shmoros. The symbolism of those Shmoros, but in 6 of Gimel, really speaking about the interconnectedness which really exists between the celestial sphere of the Rebbe told you, the Mamo, with and that which happens in this world is reflected in what is happening with the Rebbe above. So right, so now we're going to deep introduction. Now we're going to the meaning of each of the different Shmoros. Ushada Rishona, Shuba Mishma Rishon. Remember, the first now the Gemara's understanding is that the Rebbe cries out or roars out by each of the Mishnah, by each of the different watches of him. And he says, Oy Labanim, woe to the children, because of their sins I have been forced to destroy my base Mikdash, and woe to the father who is forced to go ahead and exile his children. So remember again, so what's the section of this Baruch Hu says that every Mishnah. Now what Tzaddik is going to do is bring together these two ideas. So Baruch Hu roars, so to speak, cries out there every Mishnah. And remember again, the three Mishmoros are represented in this world by 3 different things. The first Mishmar we're going to get was the donkey. So what's the connection? So here is something amazing. This is the Sha'aga Mishmar. The first one that goes forward cries out in despair for Klal Yisrael, but also in despair for himself. Despair for Klal Yisrael, ultimately again that the Rebbe had the exiles, and despair for himself that he's a father who was forced to exile his children. So what's the meaning of this? He goes, actually, Mishra Rishon, I'm reading the Uri HaChasidus on page 1 days, in the middle section, Uri HaChasidus, right hand column, left column there. Shasim L'Kapnu Chomer Noach. Remember again, the symbol or the sign for the first watch is the donkey grave. He says, as Sa'ar B'Golos Hashmina Gadol Kolach, עד ששעתס הקדוש ברוך הוא מתרוקח בתוקף, עד שניכר שעה זו גם בחומר הנוער, אז כתוצאה משעת התוספות. Look at what it says. The pain of the Ribono Shel Olam is so acute that it's felt even by the chomer. It's felt even by the donkey. So what is that? I mean, why did donkey more than any other animal? It's pretty right. It says, Shehu the donkey is considered to be like the lowliest of all the animals. Because of its physicality, the donkey is considered to be the lowliest of animals. Remember, you are meaningful, names are meaningful, everything means you. Like, if you look at the word donkey, so I'm sure the word donkey has some type of etymological root to it, obviously, but Lamaisa, there is no inherent meaning or the actual holiness in that. Mashirinkin, Hamar, which is the Hebrew word for donkey, so represents something about the identity of the donkey. Because remember again, Hamar we translate as donkey, but Hamar is also the same Lashon as Chumis, as Homer, as material, as mundane. So the donkey, being the beast of burden, represents the opinion or the paradigmatic example of something that is so physical, so mundane, the exclusion of that which is holy. Being the notion that the donkey is a beast of burden means that it is laden with materialism. It's laden with materialism. Just as the donkey represents the chamar, is a paradigmatic example of that which is material to the exclusion of the spiritual. It says of something
So,
amazing.
what kind of drugs have you done in your
Setting
life
the
to
first
unlock
Shema,
55 and
the Father
31?
who cries out, woe to the Father who has to exile his children, or the woe to the children of the exile, and woe to the Father who has exiled his children. And in that case, what's happening? The donkey's crying out. There's a pathetic one thing the donkey's crying out. Even the donkey feels the pain of his children.
It looks like you flew here from Minnesota on a rocket ship. Riding it, just like,
Because
I figured if they can send $1 million of them to Ukraine, I could borrow it. When is the last time you did that? About 2 months ago. That was an interesting experience. I watched this fucking documentary on Really? Yes, sir. Okay. And I came back on the
fear and loathing in Minnesota. He's a romanticist. So what'd you do after taking the paper acid in Minnesota?
Well, I had this really sick 4K home theater set up, so I had this like 128 inches of
materials, the exclusion of the spiritual, often not the combinations of the world. He goes on to say, but it's not along and accept the fact that you're a doctor. Which again, also is a separate discussion about how to deal with brain failure and how to deal with info. But that's not our discussion today. So we have to go down and see what's the point of the how do I accept it? How do I know that I'm serious color? It is a hard to actually love them. Even the Hamoru Abdaya Shura Bakum. So the first lesson that you're telling me is that even the Hamar, even that, even that, which is the empathy of spirituality and holiness, as the ability to and again, this is the thing that we discovered before, right?
Fernando Castillo, Raul Bajeo, Carlos Sosa, Michael Gonzalez, Nachos Grande, Matt Mueling on the electric guitar. Make some fucking noise for the band. John Dean's on the keys. And this right here is Team Madness live in the flesh, ladies and gentlemen. This episode of the world's #1 live podcast is brought to you by Shopify, Talkspace, Prize Picks, and Quote. What an amazing show we have for you. You guys excited to be here? Before we get started, here's a little bit more from the amazing sponsors that made tonight's show possible.
show me like me and friends, we all talk true and really terrible stories.
All the kids, so we also knew that God, like, that was a good. That was like, even the donkey feels that.
You guys ready to start tonight's fucking show or what?
What's the message for me?
Every single episode I book, and this one is very, very special. Two of my favorite human beings on planet Earth. One is one of the biggest comedians in the world, the other one of the biggest musicians in the world. Two of my favorite human beings, two of your favorite human beings. One has a brand new movie coming out this Friday. The other one just won a shit ton of Grammys and every award humanly possible known to man. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Kill Tony. I present to you Theo Von and Jelly Roll. It is going down, ladies and gentlemen. Theo Von's new movie Busboys out this Friday, April 17th. Jelly Roll and I together are doing the Greek Theater in Los Angeles May 8th, and he's here in Austin. How cool is that? We have some big plans for the future. Theo, you're the fucking man. Welcome back to Kill Tony.
Yeah, thanks for having me. Nice to see everybody. Happy evening. Yeah, man, I'm excited to be here, and excited about the movie coming out this week. So that was something. Yeah, so I'm a little bit nervous, but I am excited, and that's what I'm doing.
We are very excited to have you here. Go out and see the movie Busboys in theaters. If you do, more comedians like Theo will be able to make their own movies without the big giant studios and all this crap and people in the way, and it can happen more often. We'll get back to making real comedies that you can go see in movie theaters. Wouldn't that be great?
Yeah, we made it ourselves, so we'll see how it is. It's better than a lot of bad shit.
That's right. Theo's been on the show numerous times. Jelly Roll has been a musical guest multiple times, but it's Jelly's first time on panel tonight, everybody. This is the first thing he's done since the Grammys.
Yes, long-time listener from South Carolina.
I love it. Well, let me just remind all of you, about 250 human beings signed up for the opportunity to be on tonight's show. We're not going to get through all of them, but if we get through any one of them, they get 60 seconds on this stage to attempt stand-up comedy. You know, their time is up when you hear the sound of a kitten. That means they have to wrap it up then, or else eventually they bring out the angry West Hollywood bear. It just interrupts their set. I conduct an interview. The entire thing is improvised. Anything could happen. Are you guys ready to start tonight's fucking show or what? Well, we can wrangle that first fucking poll. We're going to start the show with one of the regulars on the show. That means this young man has the very, very tough job of writing and performing a brand new minute every single week on the show. Not easy at all. It scares a lot of people, the thought of that. And he does it and above and beyond every week. Starting off tonight's show, he's formerly the Dark Storm of Atlanta. He's now the Dark Storm of Austin, Texas. Make some noise for Derek Flynn, everybody.
What's up, y'all? Did y'all know that a company can buy your debt from somebody else? Jefferson Capital emailed me, and they said, hey, we bought your debt from Spread. You owe us money now. No, nigga, you bought it. That's yours now. America. That's your dead now. I know Spring. I don't know you. I know Sarah and Spring. Sarah know why I couldn't pay and why I was putting something on it. Jefferson Capital, nigga, I can't even Google y'all. I'm never gonna. What kind of a stupid ass company buy debt from other people? That's the same niggas that go online and they feed the homeless on HD cameras. What kind of shit? You think I'm gonna, nigga? I see Sprint commercials every day and I go, oh, them niggas don't ever see it. How dare you come to me like Jesus? When Jesus paid for our sins, that nigga never sent me an email being like, the adultery that you made in this video. That's my time I've been
He's done it again. A brand new minute 30. Working overtime, Dedrick Flynn. How fucking awesome is that?
That's fucking.
You have another one. You never take a week off.
Never.
And you just keep doing it. Every time I bring you out, I get a little more nervous each time, and I have nothing to be afraid of.
You gotta let that shit go, dude. I don't duck no smoke. I don't want to come out here and rip every single.
I absolutely love it, Dedrick. Buying debt is something that happens, yet I've never heard anyone joke about it. Fantastic new material. Absolutely incredible.
I'm trying not to cry right now. My bad, Tony. Chill it.
Black people love sweets.
Did you dye your hair? So it looks like shit on purpose. Come on, I'm not doing that. That's a joke. I don't rub
Be nice, Dedrick. Be nice to the guest.
I'm sorry, Jelly, bro. It mean a lot for me to see you tonight because you do songs. One of my best friends that told me to start doing comedy, Teddy Swims. And we were both just two broke motherfuckers in Southside Atlanta. He told me to start doing comedy. I told him to start doing a band. And now look at both of us living our fucking dream. That's crazy to me.
Teddy is your homie too. I love you, Teddy, baby.
Teddy!
But you should become friends with Teddy Swims since you can.
It's not my fault I can't. I just never had the opportunity when I wanted to learn. Because you only want to learn swimming at the early ages. After that, it's just drowning or not drowning, right? And so that, but he wasn't swimming. He was Teddy when we were growing. It was always like Teddy and Daddy. Like, it's my homeboy. Like, it's when I met him, he was Jane, and then he went by Teddy, and he was always like Teddy and Daddy coming out. And like, it's outside. We were always like running around the same crews and stuff like that. But he was just singing, like, just like open mic karaoke. And I was like, right under the best voice. I heard him, I like, need to do something with it. And when I said that, he said, you're the funniest person I've ever met. We need to do something with it. So that's what honestly kept me going through signing up for Killer Tony 39 times. It's just like the day I got picked, when I walked out over there playing Lose Control, and I was crying and being like, if my best friend can make it, I can make it too. We drank the same water, we ate the same food. It's just a beautiful fucking thing.
Sounds like a Jelly Roll award acceptance speech.
It's a little Jesus.
Yeah, dog, you and I put Jesus in that. I said we was in South Carolina. We was sitting over there with nowhere to go. Drinking the 4 Locos with the caffeine in it. I'm here drinking the 4 Locos with the caffeine in it. I said not a little bit. I said all of the caffeine.
Unbelievable. You got the show started yet again. Unbelievable work, and it has begun. And now we begin the amazing adventure in To the bucket we go. This is where anything can happen. Could be the next great talent. Could be the next crazy person that signed up for the ship without preparing. Anything can happen. It's the noise for your first fun call tonight. Michael A. Keaton, everybody. Michael A. Keaton.
You know how embarrassing it is to be named after Batman and having to hobble out here like the Penguin? Oh man, it's an interesting life. Like so many people, like they assume that they know what my politics are gonna be. They're like, look at this guy. Like he has to lead right. Oh man, you guys are fun. I became a homeowner recently. Yeah, thank you. It's a RAV4. Oh man, I live in a Toyota RAV4. Look at this. I'm getting older in my life. Like, you know, I've gotten to the point. I think like my favorite candy now are cough drops. They're just menthol flavored Jolly Ranchers. You know. I've hit the point in my life where it's like I'm pretty sure the only reason I masturbate is for prostate health. You know. Like my partner walks in on me, he's like, "What do you think about it?" I'm just sitting there like, "Cancer." Yeah, thank you.
Hell yeah, Michael A. Keaton. This is your Phil Tony debut, correct?
Yes.
I remember if I've seen you before. What do you think about this guy?
Yeah, I think he's great. Sorry, that's just a reaction. Let me think what I'm doing. No, I think it's crazy to have a wooden leg and look like a guy who could make a wooden leg.
Yeah, you do have cobbler energies. There's no doubt about it. What's your injury?
A lot of them, actually. Like, you know, it's like I've got snap fascia in one foot, like spinal injury, shoulder scarring, a bunch of things.
How did this all happen to you? Are you sports or something?
I did heavy manual labor for a long time.
What kind of manual labor?
Data centers.
Absolutely. No, I threw mattresses for a while, and after that, I worked in a flour mill throwing flour bags and like whatever else they needed.
Wow. What? Were you at a great curry?
Who was asking you to do that? I'm sorry, Tony.
No, it's good.
Who was asking you to do that?
Oh, like whoever managed the flight or
Your partner, Luigi?
Yes. He was jumping around too much.
How old are you?
41.
41. Great, man.
Thank you.
Yeah. What do you do now?
I live. I'm on a disability.
Okay.
Yeah.
Fuck yeah, dude.
How long have you been doing stand-up?
That shit. How many people in your neighborhood was getting that wobble check? Oh, fucking bro. They fucking used to take one of my buddy's eyes closed till it didn't work, and then they got that check on him. Everybody was getting that dummy check.
He could just do flour bags.
Sorry, carry on.
But yeah, about 6 years.
About 6 years you've been doing stand-up. Where at?
Kansas City.
Okay, that's where you live?
Yep.
What made you set up camp in Kansas City?
I was born and raised. Yeah, yes.
Your family there still?
Absolutely. Yes.
Your family loves you.
I hope.
What ethnicity are you?
I'm white.
And what made them name you Michael if your last name's Keaton? They just think it was funny or something?
I was born before that guy was famous. That's not even his real name. His real name is Michael Douglas.
He's 41. You're 41?
Yes.
Yeah, Mr. Mom was out, right?
It's a huge movie.
Yeah, your parents are fucking with you. Michael Keaton was one of the most famous people exactly when you were born.
They don't exactly have their thumb on the pulse, man.
Right. Okay. All right. So what do you do for fun, Michael A. Keaton? Do you have any hobbies? You look like the kind of guy that has a wild collection of denim hats or something like that.
I can only afford the one. No, I pretty much at this point it's just stand up. Like I did music for a long time, but I've got nerve damage in my hands, so I had to get that up.
You were playing guitar or whatever.
Yeah. So,
What Did you sing when you did music as well?
No. Like I have terrible like anxiety. Like the coming to the microphone is like a big deal.
How much nerve damage you got? Good question. Everybody's wondering how I'm gonna ask you. Like, can you shuffle cards or whatever? How much you talking?
Oh, I don't like. I know if I had to quit playing. Yeah.
I'm sorry, man.
Yeah, it's fine. Like, yeah, this is way more fun.
Yeah. What can you do that you're grateful that you can still do?
Yeah, that's a good question. Eat.
Okay.
Yeah, it is.
Another eating disabled person, huh?
Hell yeah.
So how'd you end up in Austin, Texas tonight? Come down for this, or like?
Yeah, there's only so much opportunity in Kansas City. Like, I came down to check out the scene. I really like.
Did you drive or take a bus?
I live in a car.
You live in a car?
Yeah. The raffle thing was real.
Amazing. Well, that's fun. You sleep in the back seat, or do you just tilt back the driver's seat?
I built the bed in the back.
Wow, look at you, fun palace. You ever bring a girl back to the raffle?
Oh, it would destroy it.
What?
It would destroy it.
Well, it depends on how big she is.
I'm big enough.
Fair.
Yeah.
And do you lay in there? What if you ever lay in there and listen to Jelly Roll? You listen to some Jelly Roll up in there, you know?
Well, that was a question I had. You know any Tech Nine songs?
Yeah, I'm a big fan of you.
So if I go KC, respect. All right, I like respect.
Just short enough of a song that we don't get dinged by YouTube. Perfect. Michael A. Keaton, Fun Times. You did it. You got through it. You're leaving here with a big joke book. Congratulations. Michael A. Keaton, ladies and gentlemen. And we're going to keep it moving along. Oh, yeah. There's the lovely Heidi and Val, ladies and gentlemen. Amazing. Whoa. Uh-oh. It's going to be the most watched part of the episode right there. How about one more time for Heidi and Val? Their podcast Love on the Line, available at HeidiOrJada.com. And the show goes on. Hello there, dear friends. This podcast is sponsored by Shopify. Starting something new isn't just hard, it's terrifying. So much work goes into everything and anything that you're not entirely sure it will work. I mean, look at this show. It can be a leap of faith to start something crazy. And when I started this podcast, I was thinking, what if no one listens? What if I make a fool out of myself? And I know that I was right about all that, because that has happened, and it can happen to you. It also helps when you have a partner like Shopify on your side to help. Right, man?
Tony, I love Shopify. It's the best business tool on earth. Get started with your own design studio. With hundreds of ready-to-use templates, Shopify helps you build a beautiful online store and matches your brand's style. Plus, get the word out like you're having a marketing team behind you. Easily create email and social media campaigns wherever your customers are scrolling or strolling.
And best yet, Shopify is your commerce expert. World-class expertise in everything from managing inventory to international shipping to processing returns and beyond. It's time to turn those what-ifs into... It's Shopify today. Sign up for your $1 per month trial today at Shopify.com/GoTony. Go to Shopify.com/GoTony. That's Shopify.com/GoTony. Hello there. This podcast is sponsored by Tecovas. Anywhere we're going is worth going in good boots. Find your perfect pair with Tecovas. They're crafting quality Western boots for everyone, from generational ranchers and lifelong cowboys to first-time boot buyers. And their in-store experience is unparalleled with expert staff and complimentary beverages and customizations. Tecovas has boots for the season. Weddings, concerts, outdoor festival, work events, Kiltony episodes, whatever. From premium apparel to elevated leather goods like wallets, belts, and more. Everything in Tecovas is crafted with the same attention to detail and timeless style. So reset your wardrobe with craftsmanship you can see and feel the moment you put it on. Red Man.
Oh, Tony, I feel so comfortable in my Tecovas. I wear them all the time. Shop Tecovas Western Goods online at Tecovas.com or swing by a Tecovas store for the full experience with free drinks, boot shines, and complimentary new branding to make your pair feel personal.
Right now, get 10% off at Tecovas. TechoBus.com/KillTony when you sign up for email and text. That's 10% off at TechoBus.com/KillTony. TechoBus.com/KillTony. See site for details. TechoBus. Point your toes. Point your mess.
Fine, your next fucking poll, we know her. Plenty of lady goes by the name of Sherry Basici, everybody. Sherry Basici.
Thank you. Oh my God, did you guys see that homeless woman with her tits hanging out on 6th Street? Yeah, wearing a mask. Yeah, so what are you, a Democrat? So I am originally... I am originally from Iran, Nebraska. Yeah. I was at the airport, and I don't know if you've seen that sign that says no guns allowed in the airplane. Yeah, you know that same sign in the Middle East reads no stones allowed in the airplane. But AK-47 is okay because those virgins can get out of control. I got guns in my head and it won't go. Spirits in my head and it won't go. I got guns. And then another sign right under that reads, not responsible for lost limbs. I got guns in my head and it won't go. Oh, you missed the stone. Oh, you missed me.
All right, Sherry. Welcome back, Sherry.
Yeah, I was wondering what had happened to MIA. You look lovely, and I like a lot of the stuff, and yeah, and I am honestly tickled to see you.
It's amazing. Sherry, remind us, how long you been on stand-up?
This May will be 3 years.
3 years, and you are Iranian?
Yes.
So how do you feel about everything that's happening?
Let's be honest here, Sherry. Let's get on.
Yeah, Sherry, tell us the truth. How do you feel about us lighting up your country?
Well, I think they're doing it for the freedom.
That is true. That's what we say.
Yeah,
Does it
exactly.
feel like that's what's happening, or does it feel like what's happening now?
Going up in my ass. No, it's for the right reasons, and I think there's always going to be casualty when we're trying to do this. This is 47 years in the making, so I'm excited for the freedom that's about to come.
Yes, without a doubt. See, that's what happens when you check in with a real Iranian instead of the local news.
Right.
And you visited there. You go there sometimes.
My immediate family's here after my mom passed away. I just no longer had a reason to go back. Right.
How did your mom pass away?
No, my grandma. My mom is here. Yeah.
You killed her, you're saying. If it's Israel, it's Israel.
Yeah.
My mom's alive.
She's still alive?
My mom is.
Grandma, we're asking about grandma. She died naturally.
Natural causes. Yeah.
I am sitting down.
Okay, so Sherry, where do you live now, Austin?
Yeah.
And you just do stand-up for a living? Or?
I'm not doing it for a living, but I would love to.
But what do you do for a living?
I do paralegal work from home.
Okay,
Yeah.
very cool.
It's very convenient.
Paralegal.
Yeah.
There are airplanes that are towers a few years ago. People like you.
Guilty as charged.
Remember that? I love it. Sherry, what do you do for fun? Tell us what you do for fun.
Not much. I mean, I need to put myself out there and start dating, but just keep.
You are an Iranian mountain cougar, very rare.
That's right. I like to like younger men. Man, let's not
You like younger men, right?
Yeah.
Whoa.
But I did just recently join a Middle Eastern dating app. Yeah, it's called. Guess who?
You're adorable, Sherry. Last date you went on, what was that like?
What?
The last date that you went on. Last time you hung out with a man. Last time you let someone into your sandpit.
It was weird. We had interest, then we kissed, and then I kind of waited and waited, and he waited, and it feels like the interest just kind of dissipated. Like if you don't move on it, there's a window that opens, and then it closes, so you gotta move fast. And this bitch is old, so I didn't look fast enough.
It's
okay. What are you saying?
I'm saying that's okay.
Yeah.
Your father, he's probably fine wherever he is. I don't know. Well, Kevin, to be all right. He's probably a great guy.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna sit back there. Where'd you guys make out at? A car? Your place?
No, I just whatever show them how we're doing, and then kiss and stuff. And then we kiss together. Sometimes we kiss.
Okay.
Yeah. That's good.
Incredible, absolutely. Sherry, any other fun facts about you that you find interesting?
There's something lacking in the life on the inside.
Digging.
What's the craziest thing you have in your refrigerator?
What's the greatest thing?
Craziest thing you have in your refrigerator that we would find odd? Like me, right now, at this very moment, I have pickled carrots, pickled jalapenos, pickled pickles. There's a pickling guy from a local farmer's market. I have a lot of pickled things in my fridge, an odd amount of pickled things. Now it's your turn.
Soy chicken. It's good.
Soy sauce on chicken. Let's check in with our senior refrigerator correspondent, Joe.
Did you say soy chicken or salt chicken?
No, soy chicken, like fake chicken. It's like an orgasm.
Salt chicken.
I thought you said sword chicken.
I thought you said soy.
No, soy.
What's your
All chicken is soul chicken, right?
What's your favorite kind of music?
My favorite kind of what? Music. Oh, house music.
Whoa, look at that. Whoa.
Yeah.
Wow. Oh, shit. Oh, my goodness. All right. Sherry, fun times. You did good. You're leaving here with a brown joke book just like you. He's a sweet boy. Thanks for your next fucking pool. We're going to meet them all together. It's Ethan Griggs, everybody. Ethan Griggs. All right.
How we doing? At the end of the day, I'm just a hick-ass farmer from Cattle Mills, Texas. And if you know anything about farmers, the only reason they have kids is to, like, carry on the farm and achieve farm labor. Well, I was an only child, and I fucked up my dad. So when my dad died, that's why the farm fell. Now I'm out here doing comedy, fucking that up, too. It's crazy, though. We were so broke that when my dad died, all I inherited was a porn collection. And here's the thing, I used to buy my dad porn. So I've already seen a third of this collection, and I don't have enough bodily fluids for the other 2/3 of this collection. I'll be damned if I'm going to rehab for masturbation addiction. That's like getting cancer from vaping. That's just fucking embarrassing. Like, can't even raise my hand because it's busy. Like, shit. I'll tell you what, I don't think I'll make it in stand-up comedy, though, man. I had a very untraumatic childhood. Like, I didn't get molested because I wasn't in the church of the Scouts. And the only relative that might have molested me was too busy fucking goats to give me the time of day. I can't compete with sheep's pussy, nor would I want to. I guess that's my time to blow me out. So,
All right. Our second creature of the night, Ethan Griggs.
exactly.
Welcome, Ethan.
Is this really chilly, bro? Shit, man. I tell you, nice to meet you. I felt the same way when you walked up. I was like, my people are here. You started talking about being poor and drug addiction. I was like, that's my kind of guy. Hell yeah. And then you said you bought your dad porn, and I was out. Yeah, killer said. Thank you, sir. I appreciate that. Hell yeah.
Welcome. Where is Cattle Mills, Texas?
This is about an hour northeast of Dallas.
How long you been trying stand up?
Collectively 5 years. Like I did it a little bit before the pandemic, and I got back into it about 2023. Started taking it seriously. So now I'm here, I guess.
You look great. I'm happy to see you.
Oh, thank you. Oh, shit, Theo Von's here too. Motherfucker.
Yeah, I'm right. I've seen it before in past meals. You used to say nobody
famous whatsoever. Nobody molests me. I don't get to see celebrity. What do you do for work?
I'll tell you what he does. He's a sorcerer. He's a pagan. He's a rural businessman. He looks like he sells used karma.
It's pretty much very close. I work at a Circle K, actually.
Do you really?
Yeah.
Yeah, I love it there.
Hell yeah. I'm the kind of customer that will come in at a Circle K.
Yeah. We just spend time in it. We like just come in and just do our shit and get there. Come in and spend time with you.
Most people just don't know how to fucking leave. Like, they've been there for 30 minutes just figuring out how to work the coffee machine. Do they hang out in the parking lot too? Oh, fuck yeah. The other night, somebody shut the fucking pumps off and shit. It fucked me all kinds up. I didn't know what the hell was going on. It's like, why the hell y'all put this shit out in the front? You know, any motherfucker can touch it.
And they got a lot of gay dudes running up in there too.
They do. I almost saw one. Fight with a trans and a fucking homeless person. It was crazy.
They have trans in Cattle Mills, Texas.
No, this is in Austin.
Oh, okay.
I've been in Austin for over 9 years. No, they didn't have this shit in Cattle Mills.
Talking about gays, right? Talking about all these remodels.
Shit is all the same to me. Shit, I don't know what.
You don't even fucking know who was here, right? There could be 2 inches.
Celebrities in this city.
It's just a lot.
No, shit.
No, man, I'm just coming in. It's nice to see you. And yeah, they got a lot of gay dudes out there trying to get that fucking fake CPR out there.
Yeah, exactly. It's crazy. Right about here.
So, what did you do for work before the Circle K?
I worked at a television station. CBS and Telemundo.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, I recently quit that job this month, and I tried to do a sales job, and I sucked at that, and so I decided to quit that and just do Circle K.
Circle K.
And now I deliver laundry too. That's all I got all kinds of whatever makes money. I don't know.
What do your parents in Cattle Mills do for work when they're not
My dad's dead.
making sure with work in front of the house?
Yeah, my dad's dead. Yeah, my dad's dead too.
My dad's alive. Had a heart attack last week, but he's good.
My dad's cool. He's cool. And my mom, I don't really know. She does something with insurance. I don't exactly know, but she works from home, so she wasn't a farmer though.
She's a good woman.
Oh yeah, she's great. Yeah, she'll be down here this weekend, so for Easter.
You're gonna celebrate. Go out to dinner. Go out to lunch or something.
She gonna cook. She'll cook for the rest of my adopted family and shit. My homegirl Marley who I live with and shit. So
Okay. Say homegirl. What exactly do you mean?
that's just because we're white and we sound black. I don't know what to say.
How old are you? I'm guessing 27 to 52.
Yeah, they're somewhere.
You know what? You're right on the money. I'm 34.
Wow. Amazing.
Yeah.
So the homegirl is your girlfriend?
No, she's my friend. My landlady too. My sister from a different mister, you know.
With your landlady?
Yeah.
But you're not banging?
No.
But the lady that you are banging is coming to town and cooking for you?
No, that's my mother. I ain't that. Hey, I'm from the country. I ain't inbred like that. Shit.
But you cook with some of that dog meat, huh?
Oh, I do. Yeah, I like my trucks large and black.
Really? Is
That
that
ain't a
your...
real lady, but she 280.
You're walking in the dark, huh?
Hell yeah. Hell yeah. I like that.
It's very surprising. How many black women do you think you've been with?
I lost my virginity to a black woman.
Wow. Where was that at?
Cattle Mills, ironically enough.
Cattle Mills.
Yeah.
Where in Cattle Mills exactly?
I mean, it's just a small town, so it's just, you know, in a neighbor's house.
Okay.
I thought you said General Mills.
Yeah.
No, cattle, C-A-D-D-O, like the Indians.
Cattle.
See, a lot of people think I say cattle because I'm not fucking talk either.
Oh, they're lying. They're not lying, but they don't know what they're talking about.
Yeah.
Hell yeah. Ethan, anything else crazy we should know before getting out of here?
Ah, shit, I don't know. We'd be here all night if I tell you all the crazy shit that I know.
How about anything?
Anything?
One thing.
One thing. Fuck.
Never been to jail.
I have once. I got DWI back in December, so I'm like 4 months ago. Yeah.
Alright.
Back in 1980 December.
I'm around this moment, but, you know, I'm dealing with it.
So what was it? Was it someone
It was mine. Yeah, I was blackout drunk. I don't remember most of it.
What happened?
Like I said, I had to leave at my buddy's house. So waking up in the hospital bed, come to it, but luckily nobody was hurt.
What did you wreck into?
2 parked cars.
Oh, yeah. One with a plug and one with a lug. No, go for it. Let's do it. I'm leaving this bar, and I was driving a Honda Accord or whatever, and because I was fucking having kind of a tough time or whatever. And anyway, I go get in my car. There's a cop car right next to it. I go get in it, and then I'm looking in there. I'm like, well, there's a baby seat in my car, and I'm like thinking, oh, somebody snuck in here with their baby, right? I got in the wrong car. There's a cop right next to me, and his car is kind of looking over at me, and now I'm like, I can't start this car because it's fucking not mine. And so the cop goes in. This cop's looking under the hood with me of somebody else's fucking car. Damn.
Shit was bad.
Hey, man, what the fuck y'all doing? And I'm like, I'm just helping this officer. So that's what I'm saying, BLM, homie.
That's right. Hell yeah. Thank you.
Ethan Griggs, you're leaving here with a medium jump. Congratulations. Ethan Griggs, everybody. All right. You don't have to get it up for both. But I ain't never seen nothing like this before. Leo, jelly roll. Good night, everybody. Oh, shit. Look at that. People are going to be like, wow, Theo Jelly Roll and Woody Harrelson's gay son are all in the same place at the same time. Hello there. This podcast is sponsored by ZipRecruiter. Did you know that the average employer has to sort through roughly 250 resumes per job opening? Talk about time consuming. Well, if you're hiring, here's good news. You can now review all of these resumes and applications faster thanks to ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter has a new feature that instantly shows you the most interesting qualified candidates first. And today you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/GoTony. Right, man?
I love ZipRecruiter. It's the best hiring site around. ZipRecruiter's powerful matching technology finds qualified candidates quickly. And with ZipRecruiter's new feature, qualified candidates who are very interested in your job show up at the top of the list.
That's right. You also get a feel for the personality candidates and tell you in their own words why they're interested in your job. So you go through the standard, get to the standouts. ZipRecruiter, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within 1 each day. Now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/GoTony. That's ZipRecruiter.com/GoTony. Meet your match. ZipRecruiter. This podcast is sponsored by Blue Chew, guys. The future of erectile function is here. Blue Chew Gold is changing the way millions of men are having sex in 2026. The new arousal boosting formula combines passion and performance into one tablet. Results on your tongue for super fast onset. No more waiting for a pill to kick in. Just the results you want when you want them. Most ED meds only focus on blood flow. But Blue Chew Gold goes further by combining 2 ingredients for blood flow and 2 for mental arousal and connection. So you're not just physically horny, you're actually horny. This type of innovation is why Blue Chew Gold is the #1 brand in erectile function. The process is simple and all online. Get started today at BlueChew.com. Go for the gold, red band.
Yummy. I love Blue Chew, Tony. They're providing the best ED treatment out there. Ladies, if you're listening, send your man the link and make him a trophy husband with Blue Chew Gold. Turbocharge your love life and make it easy to get hard.
That's right. If you like what you want to get yourself excited, go for a change of life. Even if you aren't already easily get hard, discover your options at BlueChew.com. And we got a special deal for our listeners right now. When you buy this 2 months of Blue Chew Gold, you get the 3rd for free. Promo code Tony. That's right. Let me get you caught. That's promo code Tony. Visit BlueChew.com for more details and on-site information. We thank Blue Chew for sponsoring the podcast. All right, your next phone call, ladies and gentlemen, goes by the name of Charles Hancock. Everyone, and here we go.
Well, Plus,
What is he up to? Right?
I'm trying to talk to more women now,
I'm a
but
little older,
it should be good because I don't have autism, because I've never been tested, and I think that's how you mean it. I think it's the only cure I've heard of, but my brother, he got tested, right? So they got him, and you can't give it back. People always do like, hey, does he have it full on? I'm like, well, it's not right time. It's not weekends in the club, Monday back to puzzles. I did try to get tested too when I was in Canada, where it's free there, but they're busy. So they, they phone me back. They're like, "Sorry, sir, the wait time is 7 years." What the fuck? To find out if I have autism, 7 years? No, that's 3,461 days. No, I can't do that. That's a Tuesday. No, Tuesday's when the train comes. I've been doing it for 12 years.
Fuck yeah, man. Where at?
Canada, Edmonton, Alberta.
Okay, hell yeah. What's your name? Have we ever met before?
No, dude, I've never met you. My name's Charles.
Charles Theo. Nice
It's
to
a
meet
pleasure.
you. Thanks, yeah, I thought maybe I'd met you before, because I used to do a lot of shows up there, and I thought maybe we had met one time.
Oh, okay. Cool. You meet a lot of guys like me?
Okay, I am a guy who likes women, dude. You should see some of the drawings in my diary.
I'm flattered. That's all, you know.
No, I thought we had met before, though. I'm 100% seriously. I thought we had met one time.
Okay.
All right, okay, very good. Be honest, though, if you was gay, bro, because you don't know. I mean, would you smash this little fucking video muffin of it? I mean, well, we're like, I think we're both bottoms, so like those batteries don't go that way, you know what I mean? They have to go along the same.
You get two super gay guys.
Whatever, dude. I love it. Charles, tell us about your life up in Canada.
My life in Canada, well, shit, I moved to Texas this last year.
Congratulations.
Thank you, sir.
You got citizenship and everything?
No, I do not, but I have papers. I do have papers. I'm hoping to get permanent papers later. But Canada is a good time. And I finally started dating a female girl. And
Tell us about that. How's that going?
it's going good. I had a dry spell for like 9 years.
Oh, that's very dry.
Yeah, and it was rough. Cause, like, the only girl I had a crush on during that was I met an Amish girl. And the only place you can find them is like when they're selling furniture. And then she was great, but
And that's not even a real joke. I just read that someone wrote a book in the back of my brain, and I was like, who wrote this song? Or whatever, yeah. Anyway, carry on. I'm sorry, I'm sorry to interrupt you. It's not very good. It's great. I'm sorry. It's great. We love it.
yeah, I had to pretend that, you know, I was interested in their $17,000 doors, but the Amish, they're pretty pricey. But and then I waited 9 years, and then I met a girl who's not Amish, so I'm allowed to date her.
And what was it about the Amish that was revealing? Yeah, absolutely. What was it about? Have you seen all of Amish? I haven't seen that many Amish before. I met an Amish. I met probably maybe 11 Amish people in my life. I've seen clips of that.
How is that allowed? Is that not against their whole shit? Yeah. Find out. Okay.
They just think they're just talking in like a weird shape or something.
Don't you feel like you're soiling their existence a little bit by exposing them to the world?
They were trying to fuck away. You're over here playing Let's Hide in the Back of Narnia Closet or whatever. Let me take you to see my lion. Let me show you that pants head man or whatever. Did you make an attempt? What was the best attempt you made at hooking up with the Amish girl?
Yeah, I was scared of her because I was talking to her and I made her laugh, and then like four of her dads showed up immediately. They have so many dads, and they looked at me like there's no fucking chance.
Oh, yeah.
So I got the heck out of there, but
you can only fuck them during ROTHSCHILD or whatever it's called. There's Redman, everybody, if you're wondering what it sounds like when he talks. There you go. Spring, everyone. There's some degenerates in the crowd, some diehard Redman fans. There you go. Spring, everybody. It's your Doritos joke of the night, everyone. Amazing, Charles. What else about you? You seem like a guy that's got an interestingly complex life.
oh, well, I studied Canada to make money. I go and I have a yo-yo company.
Oh, I knew there was something. See, Theo, you looked at me funny that he's got a yo-yo company.
We just got canceled recently, though, so we're not making money this year.
Oh, no. Well, that company probably, I'd imagine that industry has a lot of ups and downs.
Alright, so it's like good morning. I did this for Spark
It's no Rumble Spring,
but we do
amazing. So the yo-yo company got canceled or just went out of business.
this morning.
You know, I got
There
like
she
a
is.
manufacturer who was in America. Yeah, dude. I sound pretty sick when I say
this month.
It does sound
And
good.
then we're having some other
Good morning, Mr. Aquarius. How are you?
How are you?
Lovely, madam.
What
happened?
the thing is, in America, like the yo-yo
It
scene is
happened.
kind of run by, I guess
So
it's all
we'll
the
Excellent. Good morning to you. I hope that you have a wonderful day. And God willing, we'll see you tonight, okay? Excellent. Take care. Thank you, madam.
Five-year veteran employee of the Kiltony Enterprise. Right when you think this podcast is going to be
This athleticism.
Charles, you're awesome, dude. Come back anytime. We'll see you soon, Charles Haycock, everybody. There you ladies and gentlemen. Special treat for you. This man is making his Kiltony debut. He's an internet sensation. You very likely follow him on Instagram. Very funny man. Makes words for little months from LA, everybody. Watch your mouth. Shut the fuck up and
that particular part. But remember, just refresh our memories a little bit. That is when it's like hygiene issues and low in the drive to problem solve follows that control. And that is a reading regarding something that public can very intentionally would be punishable by others. So I left on the inside in. That's all I have on the So again, you should say in general, new offerings have no agreement of CEPA, except for the two that number one, parabolic always pandemic CEPA, and CM retire. So of course, remember your giver, was about rate, secondly around, a reference, Emily's around the corner. So again, two goats selected on your giver. One was offered up last year, natural carbon. One is La Azoto. The Azoto, the Azoto sheep, again, that's the fascinating thing. Speaking out the wilderness, pushed off grid. So that's here, the forest sent out to the wilderness, between what God does, those are two exceptions.
I was going to say the 8 was the movement that I subscribed for.
There's a third.
I see a couple of agents. Kim Jong-un's over there. What's up, Uncle? How does it feel to never ride a roller coaster?
Except again, this by one car. So once again, it's an oval issues for the early screen. Robbie's going to go ahead and try and talk about the worship of the Zara. This is the unique offering that is welcome, that is the CFO of the Constitution, as not only is the high element of the Zara and seal and Sharia, but also the seal of Abu Zara that goes ahead and requires the incredible. Okay. Fine.
I drove by fucking 6.
So in general, again, now this is the kind of stuff that starting out by saying that in general, communal offerings do not require smicha. Kalakani says except for the two that Har Hadon Gadol and Sira Mishaya, that the Shin adds in the Sira Rabbi Zara. Now the comments is therefore being extrapolated from that in general, all private offerings do require smicha. All Kabbalah Sayach is smicha with the exception of puts, Minhabachar, Bahamaiser, Bahapasa. Only again, instead, with the exception of Bahar, which again, remember, in the Bahar, Lord has its own Kedusha, Maiser, which is Maiser Behema, and Kabbalah Misa. As much as these are regarded as individual offerings, Allah always said they do not require smicha. Obviously, the reason for that we'll see in the Gemara. Then we're going to finish off with a couple of other halachos. Now, I know so an inheritor does smicha. Now, what is this? What is this? So if you look at Rashi from the bottom, Rashi just say probably about 29 minutes. I know Rashi the word sounds so it is not the other part of the whole it gives so much Shalom Shabbat. So let's just illustrate this case. Avram went ahead and pledged to Karban. Then Avram died. So his son is going to offer up the Karban to his sister. And then the only time you pretty much can't offer up a Karban if someone dies, right? That's excellent. So Chakas Shemisu Ba'ala is very good when it comes to that. But in general, the father died in usually this week. Kabbalah said not to offer. Child could absolutely go ahead and offer those up. So this is a good thing I knew over here. Is that when Yitzchak, his son, offers up the Karban of his father, he goes ahead and he does smicha. So let's work it out here. What's it out here? Even though it's not the son's Karban, but since the son is offering it up instead of his father, if he does smicha, then that's how you're showing it. Or maybe it's something, or maybe. So now we got this question, we're going to get on to this. Is the Yom, a Yerush inheritor, the one that he goes into the smicha. That's number one. Number two, brings accompanying something. And then this Nima has the ability to affect Tmura. Remember, again, Tmura is the exchange of Kabbalah. So just to go to the quick look at Rashi again, Rashi says, Nima, and they're also the Nima Peres, Tmura Kabbalah, Shrihen, Kedushos, Tmura Kina Oven. So obviously, the common theme in the last few statements is a Yoresh assumes a Kwanzaa. You require only identity over the Karban. Number one is the smicha. Number two is the sucking. And number three, he has the ability to affect. Okay, so we'll say that is our Mishnah chock full of incredible things. Let's go back to the second Gemara. They're going to listen, we're going to go through today's Gemara also like a lot of drushes. A lot of extrapolations from Sukkim to really towards these ideas in the Mishnah. If you notice again, aside from the one detail about the seer, about the seer, all this stuff, it's pretty much agreement in this Mishnah. There are not a lot of approaches in here. So let's go. It says in the Tanakh, Kol Kabbalah Satzibah, in general, all twice is just offering the same as the Mishnah. All offerings, generally, offerings do not have smicha, with the exception of listening how Akala Mitzvah.
She was a sweetheart, you know? We're a nice pair of shoes. She knows how I look at her. She think about it fucking well. She know me.
Nothing to find it again. But remember, that is the covenant as well. When the site actually goes ahead and issues an erroneous movement, Rabbi says, on that movement, and if an occasion is obligated to run in the Karban, and still covers the same thing
Jews are hiding in the dark right now.
These are Revolution. What's already by the way, if you notice, the Bryce is already a little different than Mishnah, right? Because according to the Mishnah, the Shimon added a third, right? The Kayakano had two, which was a Kayakano would have been at Sibor, Sikir La'azazel, and the Shimon added in Syria Vodas Kochav. In the Bryce, if you notice, the Shimon is mentioning Kayakano would have been at Sibor, Syria Vodas Kochav, no mention of the Syria La'azazel. Okay, we'll come back to that. But Yehuda says, Syria Vodas Kochav, and Yehuda says, no, there's no Syria by the Syria Vodas Kochav. Okay, so listen, I that's me, I'll be back to so what will I substitute? What will I substitute? Ultimately, again, for the Syria Vodas Kochav, whereas the most of the point in this moment, that the Yehuda feels compelled to have two. That again, as much as the Mishnah began with the what's the name? Neither offerings don't have Simcha, but apparently again, that we need to hold to our strict practice to that rule. So when you take out the Syria Vodas Kochav, and interpret something else, that's me, I'll be back there. What will I include as my second? Syria HaMishtabah. Ultimately, again, the Syria, the don't have your kippah, is just sent out into the wilderness. Now, you know, I don't care. What's that? I don't care. Why do you have to substitute? Why can't that just say maybe there's only one? Maybe there's only one, and the reason why you know over the next why do you have to substitute the second one? So I'm like, you know, you need to treat Smith as we see them. I don't feel very kind of say that. Like almost like a halacha motion we see, right? If they're two sectors. If they're generally things together. Everyone is never know what's the rule. Every once in a while. But everyone apparently the Messiah was that there were two communal offerings that year. So that you is going to take out Syria Vodas Kochav, he's only left with one. What's your second? And if I don't put in there Syria La'azazel, okay, I'm going to Rabbi Shimon. Rabbi Shimon says 1 second, V'halo, in Smicha Ela B'Bayim, is there Alo Ubar something, but he was saying, here was interesting. So in the Brayso, so remember that the Shimon doesn't have in there Syria La'azazel, but the Yehuda does. That was your just, I'm going to tell you why I don't put Syria La'azazel. Because who's Smicha's done by? Smicha's done by owners. By the Syria La'azazel, who's the owner of that cover? Who's the owner of that cover, so to speak? Probably Israel. Remember, when the Syria La'azazel is a clothing cover on the head of all the clouds. Now, remember, you can't have the cloud. And again, I will say, by the way, now things are beginning to come together. Why is it that in general there's no Smicha by communal offerings? Why? But on a logistical level, because you can't. Because you can't, right? Because if it's communal offering, the owners of cloud is small. Owners of cloud is so who's in Smicha on it? Who's in Smicha on it? So therefore, again, Rabbi Shimon says, at the end of the day, how can you have Smicha on the Syria La'azazel? When the Syria La'azazel is there for Klal Yisrael, Klal Yisrael is the owner, and yet again, it's Aaron and his sons who do Smicha on it. How would that work? In general, Smicha only occurs through the owners. Is that Aaron in front of something? And when it comes to the Syria La'azazel, ultimately again, it's Aaron and his sons who are going ahead and make Smicha on it. So Rashi says over here, Aaron who's going to serve him to the sea, the son of Aaron is going to go. Don't have a lot of Haran, but in the match, which means Smicha Shabziva. So when I say as follows, I'm alone, so that the response, Aaron about his coming. The reason why Aaron and his sons do Smicha on it is because they also achieve this cover. So because they achieve who's coming off of rock. Therefore, again, they also have ownership, and therefore, again, as owners, they can do some rock. Plus, they also represent all of Klal Yisrael in doing this. Instead of what Rashi says over here, I'm by that thing in the Bible version. So again, we're going to expect in charge just a moment. But when I say, that we don't understand that we can understand able to achieve the goal with this. Therefore, they can listen to us. However, you have to give me a sense. We're all going to put time on this.
I'll tell you what, I find you to be so interesting and so compelling. We're doing 2 nights of Madison Square Garden, August 7th and 8th. Will you come back?
In the second of the intermediate one, that people behind us, they're like, we got all the violence happening since I have to shout at the loss. Put people as we touch the connection to keep fighting hobby, we have to in this topic. So I say, as we go to see this beloved, we have to just stumble upon a much more dramatic focus. But no one was dramatic focus. What does the CEO and its direct home for? Is that being kind of system? According to everybody you got, seems direct and homes for the providing, except for one of them, who must be touched by Tagasha. In the event that the providing, including the initial touch, in a state of ritual impurity, or to see Kavanos in a state of ritual impurity, the service direct does not apply. That is exactly the different components of this. But for every other Avila that is in the homes, then the service direct is the homes for the providing. In order to see that that's the position I'm going to do that. So the shame is in this. The shame is the service direct, the problem stuff. There's usually both different providers. That's not that provider, but how you see the choice. So that's the problem stuff. It's not the provider. So as we go through the fundamental ongoing focus to see on the Shabbat, here we go, the Sangha. The people as on this well. The people as outside, as Mikdash HaKodesh, Zevin Me'edim. So the Pasuk says, Shaitim Yagin, the CEO, the people Chapter, for the Mikdash. Right? This refers to the Mikdash. This refers to Kaman. Tomorrow, each side of the Mikdash. Yes, Oroi, I, Oroi, Ze'echa. This refers also to the against Kronieto. This Kera, Kimashmo, Sabbath. Yichaper, Eila Azos. So Yichaper, this refers to any type of common infractions done in the courtyard. Kohanim, Kimashmo. So again, when it says Kohanim, that's, again, once again, talks to Kohanim. Al Kol Am HaKahal, Eili Yisrael. This was the problem, so Yichaper is what we're told. Eili Hallelujah. This first thing, when you see from there, Hushim, the Kapora Achos, Shem, this Kappa is the same, Shem, they got to so you can see that this concept, the context of the same. And what do you see from here? The goat goes for everyone the chief kapara. That's it. So I say that is the position of just possibly just a second. Why are we having this conversation? Because we're going to take a step back. What did Mishnah say? Mishnah said in general, no sneak up by human offerings except for two. It seems to be according to the Now, in Mishnah, it sounds like Nachman's case was the severe problem we saw. But in the Glenn song, because we must start with Nachman's case was the severe lies of. And it turns out, Rabbi says there is sneak up by the severe lies of. Rabbi Shimon says there is no sneak up by the severe lies of. And it turns out that what is actually now again, in order to do slicha, what has to happen? Who has to do slicha? Owners, right? Owners, or someone who is achieving some level of, which is clearly someone who is achieving some level of atonement through that offering. So they'll say, now we're just saying, yes, the shayla is comparing to slicha for sila. What is that? What is that? What do you says yes, and that's why you because the Surah is also as one of the pure offerings on which Sneaker is done. And then Yeshua says, the Surah is also there for God's body, but it's not there for the Kohanim. The Kohanim achieve what Kohanim is making. Yeshua says, that's why Yeshua says, Yeshua says, Shekhan Son, and now said the clear, the proper Al Yisrael, Shema Sneaker, so Yeshua is the same way that the CEA had now said the thing, and it was the CEA said the thing is the other goal. What we call the CEA action, remember again, the Kippur, we have two identical goals. One is offered up as a covenant each side, and it is
clearer. And so I have every day on you, and like to come in, and they will eat what I have because it is very, very delicious. So some dishes don't put them. I don't care about your requirement. I care about your requirement.
almost like carbonic
That's why I'm just like a virgin.
blood of the seer of the seer Lashem, that atones for cloud and star for any inadvertent contractions regarding tuma in the base of flesh. That's entry into the base of flesh in the state of tuma. That's consumption of carbonic material in the state of tuma. Remember, there was a cow. There was a cow that was offered. Honored people by the same level. Tradition posits that cow is what is an attacker for the Kohanim. Which must be the Shekadasha. And therefore, again, the Shem, Shebiru shall see them as that Natafa al Yisrael Shaladeus. And the same is that confession over the Sir Mishtavah atones for Klal Yisrael for Shaladeus, Shaladeus. So you know what's happening over here. According to the Shem, so remember, we're looking at a problem almost like in different buckets. There's what's called there's atonement for inadvertent tuma infractions in the base of the flesh. And that manifests itself in one of two ways. Either you inadvertently enter the base of the flesh in a state of tuma, anywhere it is in English, or you consume carbonics in a state of tuma. So one condition, that is accounted for through the seer Lashem. And every other operator, as a body shop, is accounted for through the seer Mishtavah. Like they don't get sent off the cliff. For Kohanim, Tuma Shemikra Shekadasha, so your dress is for getting cold. That doesn't Kaf Bidi Shalapar, the Kappa Alpha and the Shabbat. And the confession said over the power, that takes care of all others. That takes care of all others of Klal Yisrael. But Rabbi Shimon, Rabbi Shimon, I heard the Shimon ultimately again. We are standing ovation for Rashi. Rashi's 5 lines up from the bottom.
Yeah, you
5 lines. That's the 4 lines for a moment. So again, this is the fundamental basis of the Rabbi Shimon. And again, for our purposes, now we're going to see in the Raisa why the Azazel is a point of contention between the two of them. Because it shows that you're young, that this is ultimately as well including Kohanim. So therefore, again, when the Kohen does smicha on the Karlas, on the Seir Lashem, ultimately, again, that's a fulfillment of the old doing smicha, and therefore, again, it counts as one of the communal offerings by which smicha was done. According to Rabbi Shimon, the Seir Lashem does not atone for Kohanim. Atonement for Kohanim comes from the power. The offering of the power atones for Tumas Mikdash V'Kadashah, and the redoing on the power atones for everything else. But the Seir Lashem does not atone for Kohanim. Because it doesn't atone for Kohanim, therefore again, when the Kohen does smicha on it, that's not an ownership smicha, that's just whatever it is, but it's not an ownership smicha. And therefore, again, it's not one of the communal offerings upon which smicha is done. So Shimon, Rashi is 5 lines up for the lot of my imagination is this gets smaller every single day. Achos, the Kohanim Yehudим Yisraelim, Ahai Yechata Tasra B'Vadei B'Shva Kohanim Yehudim Yisraelim, B'Vadei Kohanim Yehudim Olachat B'Shana Avelos Kol Chal Miskata B'Avelos Shemim. Now again, according to the Shimon side, what do you see here? When it comes to the Seir Lashem, Kohanim, Leviim, Yisrael are all equal. But I mean, why? Because we all achieve atonement through the Seir Lashem. So he goes, Rabbi Shimon, Vada Koshvu, Ein Yisrael Koshvu V'Yevnei Kapar. Miu Kohan V'Kad Yechata B'Yevnei Hashem. So it's true. Maybe they're all the same in their halacha and Isa. They're all the Kapara.
most of the
who's to
last
say that the
10,
kapara
15 years
mechanism
traveling, I
is the same
linguist.
for all of
So I like
them?
travel to learn
We got to
languages.
do
I
that.
have like
We
odd
do also
jobs.
like this. Who wants to question Kadasha? You saw the fact that the damn
I mean,
senior
I can
master
help
of
people that,
So
you
we
know,
will
I
say
can't
like
help
this.
lost causes.
When it comes to Thomas and the question Kadasha, she will say, remember,
How did you run out of money in Italy?
and she was releasing a judge for themselves to
So I
cover the
published an
material
Italian
in the
book,
state of Toronto.
and I had this
But
idea
we
where
will
I
say
could
like this.
promote it. I was
You
going to
saw the
walk the
copy,
length of Italy
the
with
damn
100
CEO
copies of my
master
book in a shopping cart,
Right,
and I was going to
regularly
push it the
sell,
length of
like,
Italy, trading it every day for quite an object.
they
And
achieve
when I
the
got the Rome, I ran out of books and I ran out of
blood
money.
of the
So I was
severe
like,
Hashem
you know, I was
that
just
is
waiting in the
sprinkled
airport there for
inside.
5 days till
The
my
Kohanim,
royalties
the
came in.
Paishal Aaron, the Kohanim to Aton, for Orthodox Christian Kadasha, through the power of Anatoly.
Italy
The
itself is actually a
Shara
pivot too.
comes to
Yeah,
other
I
ideas.
tried
Able
to
the able
walk
the
Africa before that.
Ultimately, so like I said, this is she doesn't
No,
need that.
that one was just for me. That was for fun.
Everyone achieves a tournament.
I made it a third of the way.
This that was interesting enough, by the way. If you notice,
It was nice. It was great. So
So
I
the here,
went from
the
Cape Town,
tournament
South
comes
Africa,
through
to the
video
Democratic
is actually
Republic of
very
Congo. So I did like all of South Africa, all of Namibia, all of
There's two
Angola,
parts
and
to
then when I got to the border of the DRC, I kept getting robbed. So I
one part of the tournament is the not actually going over the kid, but that's not the acre.
When you say kept getting robbed, how many times do you think you were robbed?
it was
So
3 in
that
a week and a half.
confession that takes place over the
So it was the first time I just got jumped by like high school
that
teenage
that
kids.
deeply
Can I
atones
show you?
for everyone. Kohanim is being initiated. I believe in Shimon, the Shara is Nani, Kohanim is really the
So it was, they were like, so it was like, like
You need me to stand up for
when it
this
comes to other ideas, when it comes to other ideas, the Kohanim are also thankful for the people on the heart, which they must be becoming as we don't look at them. I heard the story of Kamari Rapper calling Shia. So once again, Israeli Kohanim calling the Shia, calling the Shia is
Can I use you like a mannequin there? Just leave your Grammys at the table. I'll just stand up for me. A random fucking open micer that's been 6 months of experience.
If they only choose to come up with the Shia, so we realize the distinction between them. Hello, Shazam have the fabric of the Kohanim, must be fresh to Kadash, I really want to do that. I will say, it is like this. And this is the
so
detail,
they
it's
were like
interesting
6'3",
specific detail about who is
120. So I'm walking
Kadash.
behind.
So that we can say like this. Kohanim, yes, everyone will get it
So they're
for
walking behind, and I wasn't sure what he was
you.
trying to do. So he grabs me by the
However,
back,
when it
and
comes
he
to
like,
Tumas Mikdash Vekadasha, so again,
and I was
Tumas
like, what? And then he kept doing
entry
it, like
into
he's
the
like,
Mikdash,
you know.
inadvertent
And so
entry into the
I fought them
Mikdash,
off, and that's all I was eager to know. That was
the
it.
assumption of the language material,
Just as stupid as I
in
thought it
of
would be, everybody.
Torah, Allah said, that is the code for the dam of the path, with the blood
Yeah,
of
but
the
the second
power
time
of
was a
the
little bit
Lord
scary.
of
They
the
had
people.
AK-47s. They put one in my
Shimon
mouth.
Shimon says, Shimon Shadama Sarah and Nasa before Kata Israel. So the Shimon says like this. The same that the blood of Israel, they left the seal on Hashem. The Yisrael on Israel, half the dam, half time, the kafir, Allah Kohanim. So what the blood of Israel does for Israel, so the blood of the fire does for
And then the third
God.
time, it
And
was
the shame should be
like they were
real, shall see it, and shall let the kafir on Israel. And the same way that the
What
people
exactly
did,
did
because
they
that's
do?
been done.
Yeah, what did they get
All
out
the
of you? What did
students
they
that were
rob out of you?
first thrown
But
off
that
the
time,
building,
so I was in Luanda, Angola, which is the capital of Angola,
the
and I
Dura
was doing it.
Shatan, the kafir ala Kohanim. So to have been
I
a
just had
leader from the
like my
time
phone
affects
and
atonement for the
my money on
Kohanim
me
as well.
because I was staying with the local there, so I had like my backpack with them, so that wasn't on me.
Like my cousin did in Pasig, is something Zikria Ija Asidim Alo Shapar. So as I said, actually, it's a sorry, something simple, Zikria Ija Asidim Alo Shapar, and the Fnei Hashem, the Shapar, Asapar, the Fnei Hashem. So you know, so remember, this is talking about again, I haven't done this, right? So something Zikria Ija Alo Shapar.
As I was walking, I was stupid, like I just had my phone out using GPS, and I'm like,
just saying, well, the left over here is like trying to like this now turns out it's not simply just like the doing scene call or the whole just scene call, but I think it's a function of the whole Jamila and Shimon about what exactly Sivir HaMishtaleh atones for. Does Sivir HaMishtaleh atone for all the problems well, or Shita Sadiqah, or does Sivir HaMishtaleh only atone for Israelim, but Kohanim had their own kapara? Also, but there's one very important takeaway in this during the which is what? Which is that Halakha L'Meisa, everyone achieves atonement.
and then
I never want to use this one of these things. Oh no. maybe someone in Colorado doesn't have kapara.
The one thing they allow
Everyone
you
in
to keep.
Arkansas has kapara.
that you
Most
took
importantly,
that test,
everyone has
me.
kapara.
Right. You know?
Rather, the
But
only
then what
shiner
happened was the guy
is, the
dropped
only
it, and
shiner
then
is,
panicked the other guy with the gun,
the only
and he
shiner
like
is
hit me in like 96 seconds. Like,
what's your mechanism
And then the third
of
time,
kapara?
so
What's your
I was
mechanism,
at
right?
the border of
So
the DRC, and I was walking, and
is
guys
it the
walking
gun?
by me,
Is it
and
the
it
power?
was a
Like
fisher
every
group, so
single
it's like one guy's
and
carrying fish,
the ability
another
to
3 are
achieve
carrying machetes,
kapara on your
and so they're like,
and would you just
fish
achieve
machete
kapara
trade.
every single day? That's only
so that
most
sounds bad, but it's not
important
terribly
is so
uncommon in
in
that part of the
English.
world. You see people
No
walking
matter
with
how
machetes, like they're
badly
at
you
all
mess
times
up in life,
with
no
people
matter
with
what,
machetes.
no matter
So,
what you
but
do,
these people that was made it sketchy was they
that's
turned
definitely
around and they started following me, and I was like, all right, maybe I dropped something. I didn't. So I picked up my speed. They picked up their speed. I
sometimes I
started jogging. They started jogging. Took off into the jungle, and then they chased me into the jungle. But there's like brush was about this high, so I found a spot to hide. And they're like looking for me for like 45 minutes. I'm like hiding on top of my bag. And then they eventually left, but I waited another few hours because they could have just been waiting on the road, you know. And I'm like hearing things rustle in the bushes this whole time. And the previous speaker started seeing half a dozen black mambas or something across the road. So I'm just like, maybe it's something
there,
yeah.
and that literally again, even though we committed a certain amount of ground, so the responsibility of all the shifted to shape a lady as a part still has some of that residual kedusha that's there, and it's a palpable, literally, it's a palpable kedusha. And the point that the Torah says, not boys, what do you want? What do you want? You want me to get home? Or like you want me to get home? It's a real kedusha. So it's just speaking of prayer, speaking of that, it means but people are like, a lot of people have like that they have like the trade, really, particularly a little hackerlock with
Elon Musk is making sure like so people can talk to their pets.
sugar,
Oh,
so
now
once
they
it's
can
a
tell us just how much they love us.
it is, they're
I
supposed
don't
to take it
know,
home
but I thought about
and
it
use it
fucking a
when you
lot.
cook.
Imagine dog dads
You're supposed to
having
take part of the
the
super
neuter talk
and then
after a painful conversation about cutting their balls off.
and think about it,
Maybe
like, we don't do that
please,
like
puppy,
anywhere else.
I
Like, you go to
promise
a
to keep
place,
my
I don't
pecker
know,
in
why
my
don't you bring
pants.
that like condiments over
Dudes
there?
would be
Yeah,
so
take some salt,
traumatized
some
that they
pepper,
never knew
zero
dogs
sugar.
ever
Why,
again.
like,
And the stray
people like
population would go
so many
completely
people
out of
in
control.
ingredients,
And
the
if
answer is
dogs
very
and
simple, you
dogs,
saw
they
it.
can understand TV.
Because there's nothing more
Imagine coming home to
than
find
the lesson
your
of
dog
residual
watching
holiness.
AOC
Because lesson of
on
residual holiness is a
C-SPAN.
lesson that says no matter how badly you
She's
mess
so
up in life,
smart.
even if you
Next
build
day,
a
dogs
golden
on the doorstep of a shelter with
you
a
have not divested yourself of
He's
your
a
personal
fucking
mystic
Democrat.
holiness. You
Thank
messed
you,
up,
I'm Luke Robinson.
and now
They call me your big dog.
I really broke myself a lot, but we really break ourselves. That
Very, very
internal residual holiness
Good
always
job, man.
remains there. And that lesson is so to the fact that that lesson is so necessary. But
how long have you been on
baby's
stand-up
taking off that tray, everybody's grabbing that
Fifth
little
time
bit of
talking
sugar
to that
over the
microphone,
garlic.
fifth
I gotta
time
bring that home.
Obviously,
I gotta
on
bring
the
that to my
stage.
life.
And
Because that
out of
lesson
the
is
other
the
four
most
times,
important lesson for successful living.
First I was in
Otherwise,
Memphis.
you just look at yourself as a living
First I
broken
was on
pieces
Rock.
that can never be
Memphis was
made
second.
whole again. But this is
Third
so
was
that I have
third was
residual
LOL in
holiness
San
that
Antonio,
nothing in
and
this
that's when I
world
got my
can
first
compromise.
positive
This is what's
feedback
important.
from
This
the
has to be
audience.
something
They
over
were
here.
writing us
Everyone
really
cheats
solid.
apart.
I do a lot of dog
It's not
jokes.
like
Big
someone saying
dog
to you,
guy.
well, I'm not sure.
specialize in dog material. I noticed that.
I do a lot. I lost 3 dogs to cancer.
Everyone achieves
I'm
kapara.
4,000
The only shiny look is how.
Starting
Or
with
if you
how
walk
many
out of
dogs
this
people
table
have to cancer is
like $1
something
million,
else.
that
That is incredible.
I don't know, checking the email or something.
Yeah.
Like this. This is selfish coverage.
What is going on? Are you ill,
You
dude?
don't even know that no matter what, I can achieve
You remember cigarettes? I come back on the coals, right?
Let's
Yeah.
go back here. Same
Well,
thing
my
about
first one was bone cancer.
it.
That was a
What
good
I'm saying is,
What I'm saying is,
so again, so you get this sense that the power has a government requires
starting with how many dogs have
but the
died.
security of all those co-government,
How
again,
many have
like
survived?
you say,
Too many living
doesn't
dogs.
require us
I
to
have
but it's
one.
not
He
easy.
started like a
And
dog.
Shimon
Oh
says,
my
how
God, what is
is
happening?
Palestinian?
How did your dog lose its leg?
That was abuse before we found that
Because
requires simcha with discipline, and see avodas kohanim doesn't have simcha with zucchini
before I
and the
got up, I
iron.
fostered
Hold
him,
on,
and he was
so
like,
one second. So the Shimon is
I'll
holding
be the
that
best son to you.
the
He said
see
that on me.
avodas kohanim
He signed the papers
does
after that.
have
Then the most
simcha,
grateful
but ultimately again, but it has simcha through Torah. So as opposed to power halam that simcha that has simcha with zucchini, and everybody seems to do with that point. Right? What happens with seed avodas kohanim? So he says, no simcha. The Shimon says, yes, simcha, but not with skin, not with avodas kohanim. Or maybe with the kasha hachai. So it wasn't even my son of years. The son of Aaron is stayed up. Arosh Hasair Hakal. Sila Zazo. Sila Zazo. What's Hachai? Hachai taught me about the Sila Zazo coming to his name. So we need to Russia. Hachai, which is the living one. What's the living one? That's the Sila Zazo, which requires Simcha. And ultimately, again, the Sila Avodas Kohanim do not require Simcha. This is what you got. And the Shimon says, Hachai taught me Simcha Ba'arim. The living one, i.e. the Sila Zazo, requires Simcha with our common days. The Sila Avodas Kohanim creating Simcha Ba'arim out of this game. But ultimately, again, the Sila Avodas Kohanim, the Sila Avodas Kohanim, do not require Simcha Ba'arim out of this game. So you're going to go outside. So it's going to point out to you. This is the thing that's not supposed to be in the Shimon, right? But the Shimon that he was saying, Sila Avodas Kohanim does not require Simcha. That the Shimon is saying, yes, it does. Now, again, it does, but it requires Simcha to be a comment. Now, why does he need to say that? Because since the Sila Avodas Kohanim and Har Halam Rabbi and Seymour are kind of in the same family, right? They both represent Averos that were committed as a result of erroneous rulings through the Sanhedrin. But yet, again, from the Simcha perspective, they're treated separately. Har Halam Rabbi and Seymour speak of them by the Spirit. And again, here we have Zara, Rabbi Huda says, no Simcha at all. But the Shimon says, Simcha is done by the Kohanim.
Nothing gets me to that experience. It's just like selling all your stuff, putting everything on storage, and just walking around with your dogs across country. It was so much grace and glory in that experience. I look at me at 51, I'm up here on the stage trying out for a cause. I've been doing this for since my first dog 20 years ago, so I joined not doing a nonprofit trying to solve canine cancer, companion animal cancer. So I tell people canine cancer is
when the Pasuk says Har, this is talking about Har Halam Rabbi and Har Halam Simcha. So again, Har requires Simcha, but in Sila Avodas Kohanim kills Simcha. But the Sila Avodas Kohanim does not require Simcha. This is what we know. This is what we know. The Shimon says Hachai, so that's again body. Hachai is body. Sila Avodas Kohanim. Sorry, the Sila Avodas Hachai calls Simcha Ba'arim. It is Sila Avodas Kohanim. So the Shimon mentions, Hachai teaches me that what? That the Sila Zazo requires Simcha Ba'arim. The Sila Avodas Kohanim does not require Simcha Ba'arim, rather by the zucchini. Okay, so now we're switching gears over here. In this version now, the Shimon still holds that the Sila Avodas requires Simcha, but it requires Simcha through the zucchini as well. By the way, in that version, though, it's very Shimon. It's Simcha and the Shimon and the Mishnah. So Sila Avodas really matches up with what? Har Halam Rabbi and Seymour. Both are going to require Simcha through the zucchini. Which is not going to say what Halam in reality, so remember, Rabbi Huda holds that the seer of Avodah Zarah does not require Simcha. Now Rabbi Shimon is saying Rabbi Huda, yes it does. Shmuel requires Simcha, but I don't think Shmuel But you heard in this message that seer of Avodah Zarah does not require Simcha? What that means is it doesn't require Simcha with Aaron, the Kohen, but it does require Simcha with zucchini. So Shmuel about Simcha, Aaron will be Shmuel about. When they eat dog, me'achayim, and ultimately again the meal is learned out from the word chai.
What is your
your nonprofit quote. It's puppy. So like some people down in Texas say cowboy Urbano. We puppy out. So that was my battle cry for my first walk because I knew it was gonna be long and hard. So we puppy out, y'all. Absolutely adorable. We all have to puppy out the life. Definitely.
Here you go, my friend. There's a media extension. Wow, you got a little dog in you. There he goes, ladies and gentlemen. Robin. There he goes. There he goes. Very audience heavy. It's almost like you guys still hanging in there?
Does anyone got crap nicknames? Show of hands if they have crap nicknames. Just me? Fuck you guys, alright. No, I just wanted to say, because, like, you know, when you get a crap nickname, like, what's your face, or like numpty, or something horrible like that. Jelly or show. Maybe you can attach, maybe you can attach, I don't know. But it always comes from the ones you love. You know, it's never from people you hate. Like my granddad, when I was a fat kid, called me Fish to Bacon. That was bad, but a little brother, he called him Adolf. His justification for that was whenever he screamed, he got exactly what he wanted. I mean, he could have called him Donald, I would have worked the same. So I there with my dad and see what the name deal with my brother. Because my brother came out of the closet and he said Benedict. That's already, I'm British, my brother's name's Benedict, already had a good start. My brother on the couch just yells, and then the door is ringing, and my dad just goes, yeah, Benedict.
You want to finish that, or is it were you done there?
Well, I was just gonna say my brother's name was Benedict after that. It was, okay.
Alright, well, are you English? Okay. How long have you been in America?
I've been in America about 9 years now.
Alright. Where at?
I lived in Colorado Springs for like 8 years, and then I moved here like 7 months ago. So like almost 9 years I've been in America.
Let's say the AG is talking about the game,
I do like a bit of, like I'm wearing like a Weasley sweater right now. Snug. Fun.
What do you do for work?
I wait tables. Now, I used to be a valet at WSL, now I wait tables.
Okay, wait tables.
Cousin Louis, shout out Cousin Louis, up at Dripping Springs, great place to work.
That's where you live, Dripping Springs.
Yeah, I don't live there, I live just like this outside. Just a bit of driving to drive.
that we're talking about for Sneakers should account for a specific data. That makes sense therefore to include the serial level Zara, which accounts for a specific data,
One of these big Welches, you check,
which
she's
is a more
fun.
general offering of the idea. The amount of English they see as specific quite language. I think for you, we did the Zara.
I'm a bit curious about them.
Yeah, a lot of nice stuff. There are only two different offerings for which we receive
Talk to me about the
why
big
are we
bang. What was it again?
What's the
figure out
bacon?
that it's your health and
Bacon,
it's
yeah.
with
They were gonna call me Fat
we
Bacon
both have a lot more specific.
and then because I'm like jelly donuts,
Because it was really such super amino acid
and she called me jelly roll. That was it, 'cause I ate bacon sandwiches, and I used it, and it's a true story. And a lot of people have nicknames where you're from. Mostly like rude names, like knobheads, like
based on the question that was raised.
there's a couple of them, like, we did that too. We would think that would be a mistake, but we had one big shit stack.
Right, because ultimately there are three types of
I'm not
colors
making this up, but we all
with
call them shit.
three different
And
races.
that's his whole life. I never knew his real name till this day. Shout out shit. I love you, man. I say you know well. I reach it out. Shit.
without a hold of the Senate, I would say the funeral offerings should require smicha based on the Homer. You want to come Homer? Uma Shami Yochen Shemtin Smicha Chayin Jim Smicha. It's like an individual shlamim which do not require smicha while the animal is still alive, yet requires smicha while the animal is alive. Therefore, I would have said Zid and Shami Tzibor, which ultimately again do require smicha, just only requires smicha. Therefore, again, I would have thought therefore the funeral offerings should require smicha. Therefore, if it's your myself. That's what the halacha of Moshe Yisrael comes along and says that no, funeral offerings do not require smicha. Meaning of myself, and if I read this in the halacha of Moshe Yisrael, not the psukim, I would say I do not know which kavanas require smicha and which do not. Hamashmolon, doing it the seer nosim, so doing the seer nosim. The mechaber alabeos needs so simple, therefore the psukim equate the other seer to the seer of the nasi. So just like the seer of the nasi goes ahead and atones for a specific avera, so too the other seer, which requires smicha, also atones for another avera. Which seer is that? That is the seer of avodah zarah. So what we are left with over here is, again, let's go to what everybody agrees with. The halacha l'maisa, par halam government tzibor requires smicha. But I'll just say, take a step back. Everybody agrees with a general rule, which is communal offerings do not require smicha. Everyone agrees that there is an exception or exceptions to this rule. What is the exception? Everyone agrees on one of the exceptions, which is par halam government tzibor. So I think this is wrong assuming, but for absolutely is a specific type of point. Everyone agrees that communal offering gets smicha. After that, we have a little bit of controversy. According to the Mishnah makes it sound like Sira Mishnah, everyone agrees with as well. Although according to the Gemara, that system in the focus ultimately again the king of the Judah and the Mishnah, but not really, because smicha is there. It's a very separate smicha is there. The shaila is smicha being done on behalf of, because now it's open the door for another focus. Who does Sira Mishnah atone for? Is it for all of Klal Yisrael or all of Klal Yisrael minus the Kohanim? Because Kohanim has been atonement through a different method. Other machlokas is seir of avodah zarah. Does that get smicha or not? Rabbi Shimon, yes. Rabbi Yehuda seems to say no. Let's go back a little bit. As you say, let's not go there. Someone else, you dance? Great. You want to start? How do you want to tell the whole pick up your floor? It's a short meeting.
Just like flicking your veins. Did you interrupt the whole? So what the fuck was that? I just figured we're gonna be listening to all of us gonna have a porn soundtrack whenever we do something too famous. You know what I mean? He's coming out. I'd be worried.
Would you, lad? Sorry, I missed you.
See, my accent's so funny. It's other people doing my accent, which is funny.
I love British people, dude. I like Scottish people, actually. And I like Irish people, and I like British people.
You haven't exactly narrowed it down, but yes, doing well.
What's the craziest gig you've done here in America, stand-up-wise?
I did a show in Houston where they were all, it was like a drug bazaar.
Drug bazaar. Drug bazaar.
Like a market.
What do you mean drug bazaar?
Like everyone was just like I went to go to the green room, and on my way it's just like tables full of like Molly, acid, weed, mushrooms. This Houston. Is Houston.
Where exactly in Houston is this table?
I can find the details on my phone later.
I have prayed for a free run like that my entire career. This is how I imagine the 80s were before politics. Don't ever try to pick whatever you find.
I got this thing one time, so I had to do a comedy show, and there was something in my Tacoma bridge or whatever, California. It's like a really nice bridge.
Golden Gate Bridge.
Golden Gate Bridge. Yeah, that's what it is. So anyway, I did this thing and it's old. It's like a week after driving license. It's only for 11 years. And then I get up and
Why would it do
this like one of the trucks like so captains on these laws and somebody left somebody up front.
hate this shit.
In the name of the Father,
Get the fuck out of here with that shit. Dog, shut the fuck up, dog. This is the worst.
And, but bro, they didn't put like a little sign on them or anything, so I'm fucking. This dude is like giving me a lot of grief and shit. And they got me so high before the thing, bro. It was just it was embarrassing and sad, bro. And it was just like, God, that was harrowing, bro. That was harrowing.
I mean, I would have.
That's why we left your country, dude. So we could do shit like that.
It's why I left. That's what
Matt Campbell, congratulations. There's a little jump back. There he goes, Matt Campbell. Look at that. Keep it moving along here. Flying right through it. On to the next one we go. Ladies and gentlemen, your next individual goes by the name of Anthony Martin, everybody. Anthony Martin. Here comes Anthony. I'm in a YouTube rabbit hole right now. Anyone else? Yeah. I'm into young bros beating up pedophiles on the internet. Have you seen this? Oh my goodness. It's phenomenal. The way it works, it's like a young bro starts catfishing a pedophile, meets him in a Walmart. He's just like, hey, looking for Rebecca. I'm Rebecca. Just hands him. Bounces off the chips aisle. He's like, what about that? He's running through. He crashed through a giant soda tower that looks like the University of Texas. And I like these videos when I start to feel guilty when you find out that these guys, they have autism, these guys with more mental disabilities, when they're running for re-election. And I just feel guilty. I was texting with my fiance the other day. I was saying all the dirty stuff, like, yeah, I'm gonna take it down, through down, over town, and all that. And I'm not good at it. But I send the text, and I immediately get a response back from my mother-in-law. It said, Anthony, never text me that again. Come say it to my face. Anthony Martin, everybody. Funny stuff. Anthony, where are you from? I'm from Burbank, California. Okay, wow. The home of the Tonight Show, yeah. Red Band used to live there. I used to live there. What part of Burbank exactly? I used to Alameda and Victory. No, Colorado, Glenwood. Glenwood, Stan. You still live there. My family still lives there. Oh, wow. Yeah, we all live there. Family driving down your family. A bunch of angry pedophiles. Your son was making jokes about us getting beaten up. Fuck your son. Well, you know, we'll fuck your son. Bring me your son. Anthony, what do you do for a living? I work in property management. How long have you been with stand-up? Almost 10 years. 10 years. You're managing property in Burbank? No, I live in Portland, Oregon right now. I got engaged. That's where her family lives. Okay. All right. It's nice. It is nice.
People think it's like a crazy rap because of all like the people like the
There's all the people that live there.
No, it's like the Renaissance Fair people find the fucking gay addicts or whatever the shit is. You know what I'm saying? The shit that was on the internet. When you go there, dude, it's freaking cool, man.
Yeah, the food there is great. I really like the food.
Yeah, they do have good food. There's that one big food court. You know what I'm talking
I didn't know I was there, but we had a great time.
You had a great time. Donuts was fine. Yeah, Voodoo Donuts, I think it's from California.
Is it?
Yes.
Wow. You're a food industry man.
This is the value I bring to tonight's show.
Yeah, the origin story of every donut place.
I'll get you there all for a reason.
Origin story.
Only the ones that are legal as marijuana states.
From a small dozen in Antioch.
Anthony, where'd you meet this guy? Funny enough, Tinder.
Okay, yeah.
She was in Portland and you were in Burbank near the right time.
Well, we met in California, and then funny story. I loved her from like the moment we met. Like I met her, and I was like, God, I love her so much. And it's like it's creepy. I know how it felt. And then no, fuck no. Are you insane? No. No, I met her. I knew that immediately, and then she told me she was moving to Portland, Oregon, and I was like, oh, fuck. And then I was like, oh yeah, that's cool, that's fine. I wrap up the date and I go back to my apartment, like watching the customer. She's like, oh, damn it. We ended up meeting up a few years later, and it just she couldn't let me go.
Yeah, amazing. Luckily, she did not see you beating your passenger so aggressively right after the date.
This could be you.
Yeah, they scared her away. So you just ran into her a few years later, or
Yeah.
how did that happen?
COVID.
Okay. COVID, so you guys were like chatting again.
Yeah. She was not texting me back that often. So, ladies, if there's a guy that's texting you a lot, you're not texting you that much, have fun.
What does she do in Portland? What does she sell on Etsy?
She's a crystal farmer? No. She does remote medical work. More complicated than I can explain. Yeah. Somewhat, I don't know. I know it's something insurance stuff.
Yeah, that sounds about right. You're managing properties, so that's like apartments in Portland.
Yes.
So what's some of the crazy stuff that you've had to do? Some bad stuff that you've
Well,
seen?
I used to live here in Boston. I have how more of a story can I tell you?
Let's go.
So, there do you Shopify Talkspace traffic. I was working here in Austin, Texas a few years ago, and close to the office there was a smell, a peculiar smell, and no one, we were like, man, what's this? We gotta find the source of the smell. And eventually, we found a dead body. Yes, it had been dead for about its heat. It was a person. He had killed himself maybe like 3 months ago. Yeah. It was just in the apartment. He paid the apartment prepaid his rent or whatever. The reason why we couldn't find him is because he had auto pay on. Oh wow. That's probably, I don't like my job. And the idea that they got extra money from this guy who was dead kind of bugs me. But yeah. So we find his body, and I'm gonna say his mom's name, but that's because it's relevant to the story. Because at a certain point, his mom showed up. No one could find his next of kin. His file was so old, it was a younger guy, but the younger guy shows up. Go ahead, what happened? But his mom shows up, and she's like, hey, I'm looking for my son. And she points to that apartment right there. All that. And I was just an assistant at the time, and I go to my manager, and I go, she had a family member die recently. She didn't speak. She left the office. I had to deliver the news. I had to deliver the news.
Can you tell us how you ran that with John?
Sit down. I just, I wanted to, there's no easy way to say this. She died. He's dead. Oh, wow. Somebody When you broke the news to her, did you leave out the part? Like, did she ask how? Did she? We had no idea. We didn't know. We
fucking tell us that.
We didn't know at the time. He shot his face with a shotgun. Hold on.
I blame. So his neighbors didn't hear anything. That's fucking wild. His neighbors were just like, I know, that's not my business. Like, what a fucking. What's nuts?
Did you happen to tell the mom that his body was decomposing months before he was found?
Yeah, no, I did. I kind of walked her through the beginning of the story. We had suspicions. There was a smell in the apartment. We called the police. They found the body. You never want that when you're maintenance guys to like walk in there and have that on their conscience. But I was sitting on the ground holding her hand while she lay awake wails. I'll never be able to forget. They only gave me 1 day off work.
Maybe by Faye.
Well, I still have to work with them. So,
Lord of all the lands.
I'm not lording over any land. I don't own any of this.
No, I know I'm talking about.
There's a big rich guy, and he just tells me he's like going to the apartments. I'm like, I don't. That's illegal. The rich people have no idea. This guy blind. Okay. Never mind.
That guy's lying.
Okay.
Why? Why are you curious about who's lying around you? Black on his black on his
You were way more cross-eyed a second ago. Maybe you just relaxed a little too much. It's fine.
He was just trying to focus on you.
Yeah.
Sitting in the closed seat.
He's trying to look at both my ears at the same time.
Wow, so you found a dead body, and that's a hell of a thing.
Yeah. So the point I want to get to is I'm holding the mom's hand. She's wailing, she's crying, and I ask her, I'm trying to comfort her. I'm like, what's your name? She's like, I'm gay. Her name is the gay lord, or just the gay part. I tried not to. That's not it. That's a terrible. It's so dark, but to be fair, he had been dead for like a month. Like I was over it. I was over it. I was finding the humor. We were already making jokes around the office that he was haunting the place. And that's that story. I'm sorry.
Oh, that's great. Fun stuff. Fun set. Fun interview. Anthony Martin, ladies and gentlemen. Here you go, Anthony. Boom. Big joke. There he goes. Let's get one more bucket full out of here. Ladies and gentlemen, your final bucket poll of the night goes by the name of Gabriel Adam, everybody. Gabriel Adam.
Shade is wonderful, but shade does not change based on
I recently learned
what I do ultimately forward in the way that it is
I think I just have to stand up here and make no jokes, and you guys are all okay. I mean, this is great. I mean, honestly, I love this. I recently learned that there's some jokes you can't make in stand-up comedy. Last week I did this joke about beating my girlfriend.
Ay, ya no sé, la base
I know I can't fucking find her. I'm not sure who told her, but somebody gave her the courage to leave, and now I can't. I'm still trying to figure out how she chewed through the chains and beaver to a snitch. Fucking. She elevated my heart.
But how Shammai would go out and
Seriously though, if anybody sees her, tell her,
preparing for Shabbos, and ultimately again to build up without
there you go,
in
Gabriel
order to go
Adam.
ahead
One of the
and
most
make
interesting
that
looking people we've ever
something
seen in
for
our lives.
Shabbos. One of incredible holiness and
You
tradition,
look hilarious.
whereas
Hey,
Hillel,
Bob.
on the other hand, was able to bring that Shabbos like Kedusha into his everyday consumption. And according to the subject, that is really the definition of a husband. Husband is a person. Well, let's take a look. So we have the Reish Men Gimel. The Reish Men Gimel. also compares the same idea that I said now last. In the right-hand paragraph, in the Devarim Chassidos, about 6 lines in, Zeu be'emes, Hanikra b'Torah Chassid. This is someone who is really called a Chassid. Ritzoni lomar, שבעבודתו להשם יתברך, הוא לאו דווקא מדקדק רק רוצץ ידי חובתו אף ישועת הדין. A Chassid is not someone who is only concerned to go ahead and fulfill the mitzvot according to the technical details. Yeshuat hadin means that, again, a regular Jew, right, any good Jew, has an obligation to make sure that he lives his life in conformity with halacha. So again, I therefore am very careful to go ahead and fulfill the dictates and mandates of everyday practice. A chassid is not simply satisfied with going ahead and taking care of the obligations. Hello, a chassid is someone who goes above and beyond. I don't just satisfy my obligations, but rather, again, Lashon so beautiful. Chicago tries Lemalos Yitzon Hashem Yisbarach to fulfill the will of God, even more than my obligations. And again, it's such a beautiful idea. So according to Tzaddik, here lies this between Tzaddik and the Chassid. A Tzaddik is a person who lives according to Shuras Hadin. Tzaddik is a person who says, I know that the Torah expects of me, and I'm going to do whatever I can to live up to their expectations. A chassid is someone who tries to surpass the expectations. I know what the expectations are, but I want to go above and beyond the expectations. So again, it's interesting because according to the Tzaddik, it's almost like saying this in the realm of like Hillel and Shammai. So Shammai, again, what was the expectation? The expectation is that your Shabbos consumption should be one of deviation. That's the expectation. And on Shabbos Kodesh, I should take all of the mundane activities of life and I should lift them up to an elevated place. That's a tzaddik. What does a chassid do? A chassid says, watch that way for Shabbos to go ahead and elevate my acts of consumption into a whole new level. I want to elevate my weekday consumption into something holy as well. That's a chassid. That's a chassid. What I would point out, by the way, that this definition is not rooted in tzaddik. In fact, the Ramchal, he was given this many years ago, and the Ramchal brings this down in the Silas Yisharim as well, that the definition of a chassid is interesting. He has a little bit of a nuanced difference. He says, chassid understands through the mitzvos what the Ratzon Hashem is. What is the will of God? And once a chassid understands what the will of God is, he strives to live his life in accordance with that will, even if that will is not explicitly articulated by a Kodesh Baruch. In other words, the way Ramchal explains it is, a chassid understands mitzvos are an expression of divine will. So, you know, it's like, how like very relationship. If you're close to someone, and then you begin to see what it is that they like what it is that they enjoy. So you go ahead and you go above and beyond to try to give them that which they enjoy, even if they don't ask for it. They don't ask for it. I really appreciate this, I really appreciate that, so I go out of my way. So chassid, says Ramchal, does the same thing in a relationship with Hashem. I know what Hashem likes. How do I know what Hashem likes? How do you know what Hashem likes? Very simple. Kodesh Baruch Hu gives us Taryag mitzvos. So Taryag mitzvos is like Kodesh Baruch Hu tells me, I like it when you do this. I like it when you do that. Okay. So now once I know what Kodesh Baruch Hu likes, now that I know that, I can give him what he likes even if he doesn't. So it might be that this is, for example, I know that Hashem likes it when I'm about chassid. I know that he likes it. How do you know that? Come on, how do you know what God wants? Very simple. So the Torah says, the Torah says, the Torah says, for the coincidence, that it's clear that Hashem likes it when I am kind to other people. Great. Now, once I know that, if I go ahead and I'm kind, even with expectations, where it's not the situation that is not demanded of me, that's called a chassid. So we put out that a tzaddik is espousing a very similar idea, that a tzaddik is a person who lives up to expectations. A chassid is a person who surpasses expectations. Which I would say, by the way, you begin to see how becoming a chassid is not so possible. Right? How do I actually be a tzaddik? Live up to expectations. But to be the kind of chassid, I would say, well, I'll point out, by the way, it's not all or nothing. In other words, you could be a tzaddik in certain areas and a chassid in other areas. In other words, it's not your fault and not the state of being. He goes on, he says, let's just do one more line and watch this time. He says, the Indians that have you come to chassid, mikra b'lashon ha'chassid, v'yahavtas Hashem Elokecha, v'chol levadecha. So what's the two definitions of a chassid? One is the full mitzvah to love Hashem with all of your heart. Api ma'aseh Peshu Chazal, v'shnei yitzracha. Hainu, v'tzadtov u'v'yitzur hara. So we're saying this is actually incredibly beautiful. We will start with this for today. And I'll tease you with this a little bit, and then we'll focus on it tomorrow. So we've seen this concept in the Tzaddik a number of times. So what we're going to see according to Tzaddik is that the concept of a chassid is a multi-faceted yesod. So element one of being a chassid is where the tzaddik lives up to expectations. The Ratzon Hashem, the chassid surpasses them. Now the tzaddik introduces us to something else. A tzaddik eliminates his Yetzer Hara. A chassid shadows his Yetzer Hara. And we've seen this in a number of different ways. In other words, we'll say, the chassid understands that my Yetzer Hara just represents an energy. And it's an energy that currently is being misused or being used, ultimately again to commit negative actions. Right? But Lamaisa, if I can harness that energy, harness that passion, and simply channel it in a different direction, there is no telling what I can accomplish. So we'll stop over here for today. But in tomorrow's shir, we're really going to focus on that whole distinction. A tzaddik vanquishes the Yetzer Hara. A chassid rechannels the Yetzer Hara. How that manifests itself, and ultimately again how we get to that level.
I have to like unleash myself. I think the whole thing, unbelievable.
Amazing. Absolutely incredible. Congratulations to you, Gabriel Adam. Anything else for Gabriel, guys?
Nope, nice to see you today.
I'll see you in the next one. Listen, man, I think you were fucking hilarious, man. I wish you guys were out there feeling good. I think you're going to kill a kid, man. I appreciate that.
I gotta tell you, I agree with Shelley. You're pulling it a month and a half. You have a really,
So it was in this particular section that
even
the
the thing
Rebbe
about,
was describing to us
signing up for a sex ethics class just to meet women.
concept
Like, you have an
of what
interesting
he called
brain,
the
and I think you
tzaddik
moved here
moment.
for good
What's the
reason, where I
notion
always say that to a
of
lot
a
of
bunch
people,
of
that
say
you have anyone
it's
who has a
really
good
a
eye
chassid.
for
That's
this
how
is
the
early
use the
on.
word chassid.
You'll always get
So
better
the
at
Rebbe
knowing
explained
it
what's the
and
definition
writing
of a
it in
chassid.
your way.
A chassid
And
is
for a
someone
month and a half, it's
ultimately
fantastic.
again
So you're leaving
who
here with a big
performs
jump.
all of his life activities. Right? Both of course mitzvos, right? Mitzvos are the obvious fundamental mitzvos, but even what he called
Ladies and gentlemen, there's only
physical
one way
needs,
to end an episode
divrei
like this,
rishus,
everybody.
optional things. These are things that are all done with kiddush. That's the highest level. That's the highest level. Ultimately, again, a person does that. The Rebbe's word was machnis kan abdus u'ritzon Hashem yisbarach. A person goes ahead and in everything he does, there's an element of avodas Hashem, service of Hashem. There's the fulfillment of the will of Hashem, and all of that is part of anything and everything that such an individual does. So again, the Rebbe says such a person like this is called a chassid. So we began yesterday. The Rebbe wanted to illustrate this a little bit with the interesting discussion between Hillel and Shammai in the Sefer Be'ah. Remember again, we're just review. So we had an interesting difference in approach. Shammai, he would find a nice animal on a Sunday. He would say, oh, Harei zu l'kavod Shabbos. This is Shabbos. And then what would happen? Beautiful, he would set it aside. Then if he would end up going ahead and finding another beautiful animal, he would go ahead and consume the first, and go ahead and designate the second l'kavod Shabbos. So ultimately, again, Hillel, what did Hillel do? Now, of course, Reish Mem Gimel in the Bezulia Hasidus, the right hand column, 4 lines in, last word on the line. The Hillel second, what did Hillel do? So we'll say this is a quote from Gemara. What did Hillel do? Hillel Azakim will call Ma'asav L'Shem Shamayim. Hillel, all of his actions was for the sake of heaven. Now it's like, that's beautiful. Except it's a very strange statement in the Gemara because it doesn't tell us what did Hillel do? What is it? Hillel, call Ma'asav L'Shem Shamayim. Everything that Hillel did, he did L'Shem Shamayim. So what's the shot? This actually is a beautiful tip. The log. If you take a look at the footnote, Kuf Sanach Gimel. What does it mean that everything Hillel did L'Shem Shamayim? So as I say, now the Pashut shot is that the way Hillel conducted himself is Hillel would find a nice animal, and he would go ahead and wouldn't necessarily immediately save it for Shabbos. Because he would always assume that he'll find something nicer later on in the week. So a fundamental distinction between the behaviors and the approaches of Hillel and Shammai. But Hashkat that we must have an earlier. So it's in Kuf Sanach Gimel. Re'ima shechasa Rabbeinu b'Yisrael Kiddushim. V'zeh she'amru Gankin. Aval Hillel Azakim Mida Acheres Beisomei. Hillel, this is the quote from Gemara. Hillel, he approached things differently than Shammai. Shekol Ma'asav L'Shem Shamayim. All of his actions were for the sake of heaven. Okay, what does this mean? Let's say, here we go. Let's say, She'ariniach Hano L'Shabbos L'Shammai. So let's say it's just so profoundly beautiful. We're going to see, so essentially, what did Hillel do? Unlike Shammai, who had seen an animal and said, oh, beautiful animal, you come on Shabbos. Come on Shabbos. So already on Sunday, if Shammai came across a beautiful animal, Shammai was set to Shabbos. Okay, find something more beautiful later on. Or a place. Hillel wasn't like it. Again, Pashut Shah is that Hillel waited until later on in the week. Ultimately, again, to see what was available, and he was confident that he would find something beautiful for Shabbos. But this is now the subject to explain this. First of all, now, She'lohiniach Hano L'Shabbos L'Shammai. So Hillel did not delay his spiritual and lofty consumption for Shabbos like Shammai did. Ki hu ha'ochel gam b'yamos ha'chol al paras kodesh. Hillel ate the entire week in a state of para. We'll define what this means in just a moment. Meals called ma'achol is ma'achol kishabbos. Essentially, Hillel didn't just eat on Shabbos like Shabbos, but he ate throughout the week like it was Shabbos as well. It's not a statement on quality. That's not a statement also being on the quality of food. See what it means. Zenikra, Chomas Elishim Shamba. So that's all it's outside for just a moment. You see, in Shammai's world, there was one effect of lofty, elevated, elegant eating. And when was it? Shabbos. So Shammai's entire week was focused on Shabbos. Right? So Shammai's entire week was, okay, there's one day out of the week where everything is transformed into something dramatic, everything is transformed into something beautiful, everything is transformed into something different. And that happens once a week. That happens once a week, every week. And so Shammai's fixation was how do I maximize that spiritual act of food? How can I maximize it into something dramatic? Hillel understood something different. Hillel understood that every single day consumption could be holy. And it doesn't just have to be done on a Shabbos. Consumption is something that is elevated and lifted up from the mundane, but rather each and every day a person has the ability to choose to do something to their consumption. The person has the ability to make even the most mundane into something special, into something unique, into something that indeed is the form of Chodas Hashem. That the subject said, herein lies the fundamental difference between a Hillel and a Shammai. Everyone agreeing that Shabbos is Shabbos. And the beauty of Shabbos is that you take everything mundane. If you think about this, what's the essence of Shabbos? You take every single thing that is normally mundane during the week and you lift it up. You sleep on Shabbos, that's Oneg Shabbos. I sleep during the week as well. Shabbos, I take sleep, I lift it up. You eat on Shabbos, I eat during the week as well. Take eating, which could be amongst the most animalistic things. I don't think we lift up. Also, eating is going on things down. But again, part of Oneg Shabbos is intimacy with one's spouse. 1 second, you do that during the week as well. You lift it up on Shabbos, it becomes something important, it becomes something special. That's the essence of Shabbos. You take everything mundane, and you just simply lift it up. So, what came along and said, 1 second, why is it only on Shabbos? Why is that only on Shabbos? Why can't I take that same experience and take all of those mundane things and somehow lift them up and somehow transform them into something meaningful, into something beautiful, into something uplifting as well? And that, says Rabbi, is the meaning of the statement of the Gemara. When the Gemara says, "V'hilo hazokein hayu kol ma'asav b'shem shamayim." Hillel's actions, sorry, I wrote it. The Lashon of the Gemara is actually a bit different. In the footnote in Kuf Samach Gimel, he quotes the Lashon in its entirety, and it's so beautiful. Listen to the Lashon. You don't have to listen, you can see it inside. About Hillel HaZokin, Hillel the elder, Mida Acheres Haisamo. He had a different approach. What was his different approach? Shekol Ma'asav B'Shem Shamayim. All of his actions, all of the time, for the sake of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. That was like, do you think that the Imam Masechet is just coming to tell us the different Shabbos shopping habits of Hillel and Shammai? Like Hillel shopped for Shabbos one way, and Shammai shopped for Shabbos another way. It's so fantastic, but I don't care how people shop. It doesn't make a difference to me. Here's what I'm telling you, because it's not just how they shop. It's saying something so much more profound. It's telling you how they related to seemingly mundane activities. Shammai seemed to be of the opinion that you can lift up the mundane, but you can't do it every day. You can lift up the mundane on Shabbos. That's the power of Shabbos Kodesh. That's the power of Shabbos. Hillel said, absolutely not. Hillel's approach, again, says the Gemara, Hillel mida acheres. He had a different approach. And what was his different approach? Shekol ma'asav b'shem shamayim. You could lift up every single mundane activity, every single day, and transform it into something holy. Shabbos is the paradigm. Shabbos teaches us that it's possible. Without Shabbos, a person will say to themselves, it's impossible. There's Kodesh and there's Chol. Amavdil be Kodesh l'Chol. Like there's holy things, there's mundane things, and that's the way of the world. Shabbos teaches us that that's not true. Shabbos teaches us that even the mundane can be lifted up. But if we check Shabbos, I would think, okay, one day out of the week I can accomplish, the rest of the week I can't. Comes what the Lord says, I have to do that. Mida acheres haisamo. You can go on. Hillel says you can live life differently if you choose. You can live life differently if you choose. What kind of different life can I choose? A life of condition. A life of where mundane things are lifted up, not just once a week, but each and every day. And we're about to stop a bit for today. We're going to pick up the great question. Now that we have the Nachlotis Olen Shammai, now that we have the approach of Rabbi, we'll see ultimately again how to actually bring this alive and create the identity of a chassid. Shkoyach.
I'm sorry, that's an Adidas. Before moving to America, I wasn't a racist, but after 2 years of living here, I'm beginning to see some patterns.
All right, so say good morning.
That's how it happens. That's how you get your citizenship. That's the final test. Ari Maddie, your tour continues on and on. It's Ari Maddie.com, without a doubt.
Nashville show, guys. I'll see you
Yeah, always amazing.
So today also the beautiful because that we're going to continue to always
Support real comedians making
last night. So we'll say in these couple of pieces, Rabbi speaks about tshuva. There's actually a couple of very profound ideas that the Rebbe espouses. So let's take a look. Kuf Lamed Dalet in the Uri HaChasidus. Let's start in the middle section here. So the Rebbe writes as follows: Yesh Pamim שניתנה לאדם שכבר שב כראי בתשובה שלמה, בחרטה גמורה, ונמחלו לו חטאיו. So Tzaddik writes as follows: there are times when it looks like that to a person he has done complete tshuva. Right? There are times people say things like this just in our own lives. I've done something wrong, and I have gone through the steps of tshuva. Gone through the steps, I've done the work. Shav kerai b'tshuva shlima, I've done complete tshuva, charata gemura, complete remorse, v'nimchlu lo chatav. And as far as I'm concerned, I feel that I've done what needs to be done in order to have my sin fully forgiven. Okay, so we'll say, so remember, how does a person feel in the aftermath of that process? I made the mistake, but I also did what needed to get done in order to rectify that particular mistake. Then something interesting happens. Ba'achar zman, u'chozer u'misomer b'libo, v'hismarmer al chata'ov. But then something happens. Sometime later, the pain of the sin is awoken inside of my heart again. It's an interesting thing. Sometimes I do something, right? I do the work in order to do tshuva. I kind of file it away, and then it comes back. I haven't done it again. I have not repeated the act again. I'm still only b'tshuvas. I'm still holding strong in my tshuva, but in my mind, I begin thinking about it again. And I will say, Tzaddik over here is not saying in my mind I'm thinking about it because I want to do it again, or I'm thinking about it again because I'm about to relapse, but I just begin to think about it and remember that fate. And it's so strange, because in my mind, not in my mind, I know I did the crime, right? I committed the crime, I did the tshuva, and I made my peace, and I moved forward. And why is it back? Umargish ba'atzmo shnei machshavas halalu al av heyosam sosum zelazeh. Ein dinyan bilad. And I will say, see in my mind, I say to myself, why am I having these contradictory emotions or thoughts? On one hand, the idea of tshuva, which allows me to file it away and move forward, but then at the same time, I'm thinking about this particular avera. I'm contemplating it, and I'm wondering, what's happening here? Why is it back? If I'm still holding strong in my tshuva, why is it back? The Rabbi writes something amazing. He says, "Ube'emes shnei hameim emes." The Rabbi said the truth is both of these thoughts are correct. In other words, the idea that I have filed the fate away and need to move on, but the idea that it's also coming up in my mind, they're like bubbling up in my mind every once in a while, those are not contradictory. Why? Says something else. This is so profound. Kam hadavar, mishum b'kaim alon sharotim lahalacha. So we'll say quoted the Rambam in Hilchos Tshuva, Rabbi Eliezer ben Yaakov shesover sha'averos she'izvada alein b'yom kippurim zeh chozer u'misvada alein b'yom kippurim haba. Most of it's just a little bit of background. There's a fundamental machlokas. How should a person relate to sin after he's done tshuva? Right? I committed an avera. Now I did tshuva for it. How should I relate to that particular avera? And there's a machlokes in the Gemara. One opinion says, once you go ahead and you do tshuva, file it away, don't talk about it anymore. Let me be more specific. The actual machlokes of the Gemara is, let's say in Tavshin Pei Beis, right, this year, let's say I did a particular avera. I did avera A, and I did tshuva for that avera. I went through the entire process of the avera. Comes Rosh Hashanah, I do tshuva for it again. Yom Kippur, good. I close it out. In Tavshin Pei Gimel, right, let's fast forward a little bit. So Tavshin Pei Gimel, which is this coming Rosh Hashanah, do I have to do tshuva for that avera again? In other words, Do I have to do tshuva for averos that I've done tshuva for already and have not repeated? That's a good question, right? Because it was like the shaila is hopefully a person can go to Rosh Hashanah with a list of things that I've done wrong, right? And what I need to work on. So we'll say, here's the shaila. Is that a running lifetime list? Or do we say, no, the stuff that I did wrong but fixed, the tshuva for, I could close the door on those things and they do not have to be part of my list. Or no, is it a running list? We'll say, I can't tell you. We'll say, it's the chilik, by the way, it's the chilik between coming into Rosh Hashanah with like a little piece of paper in your matzah versus like a 3-ring binder. You know, like is this a running list of like averos, or is this just the stuff that's kind of open? It's open right now. In other words, the file's open because I haven't done what I need to get done. I will say, so how do we pass him? So the Gemara says, something says, Rambam says also, we pass him like Rabbi Eliezer ben Yaakov. Rabbi Eliezer ben Yaakov says that you did tshuva for last Yom Kippur, you should continue to do tshuva for on this Yom Kippur, even if your obeyed did tshuvas, even if you have not repeated the sin. Which one says it is a very overwhelming idea. Again, how this actually plays out, when it's true, we're not going to get into right now. The topic is just focusing on this in one very specific way, which you're going to see. But there is this notion, I will say, which even though I've closed out the file, I've done the tshuva, I've done what I need to do, Rabbi Eliezer ben Yaakov says, continue to do tshuva for these averos year after year, day after day. Close the mitzvah yom before Rabbi. Mishum shenei, I go to read the pasuk controlling. Keep your sharp eye on your results. I know my sins. V'chakasi negdi sonim. My sin is always opposite. And I say that's the operative phrase. My sin is always opposite. Chakasi negdi sonim. Part of the concept of tshuva is I bring my averos I bring my averos with me. I never file them away. I'm constantly and consistently aware of the mistakes that I make. Now again, on one side, the Lord Yaakov is not saying that tshuva doesn't work, and he's not saying that tshuva doesn't allow you to work on file. But there's a power in being able to be constantly aware of your averos. Right? There's a power in that. Because I was like, if I'm constantly aware of my mistakes, what does that create? What does that awareness create? Oh, the awareness creates awareness. The awareness creates vigilance. I know my weaknesses, and I'm constantly aware of them. So hopefully that is going to be the possibility that I'm going to repeat those very mistakes. So incredibly so. So watching the one first it says, and I will say again, he models it after David Amelech. The Chatosim Negdi Sonim. My averos are always opposite. And he goes on, we'll end with this. He says, V'afidu ka'averos kigod bitul mitzvahs asay shalochihi v'yan kisha'adam shamayim v'shiva. So it's not Mishal and Shalom. We come up with what should be Bagdaleh. I will say that is interesting. Again, more specificity than what we're going to do today. But the idea, you want to take over here, is even averos that halacha by itself. There's a certain category, for example, mitzvahs asay, positive commandments. So the Gemara says that if a person is engaged in the performance of a positive commandment, that's obviously a much lower level of your flesh. That should be a battle kind of sin. And if you do tshuva for that, you're forgiven immediately. Even those type of averos, a person should carry with them and be ever aware of them. And so it says, now we understand the eternal tightening into his contradiction. Watch this. Bahar's nimtza, I'm in station on the day's left-hand column here, and with this, Bahar nimtza, שגם זה אמס, מה שניתן מלון שלונים חלו עבורוסו. ואף שבמאי האמס שפנים חליבו, רק כמו שאין שיר בכל מעלוס אדם במדרגוס הלוכניס, ואין הגבולה בקצבת חמיוכה לעלוס, כך אין שיר גם למדרגוס התשובה שישכרת overall. We'll come back to this Monday, but I'll just bring this around. So it sounds like this. Firstly, how did he start off? This internal contradiction. On one hand, I commit narrator, I do the tshuva, I file it away, and I expect it to be done. Yet every once in a while, what happens? I begin to think about that idea. Not to commit it again, but to that. I don't understand that. Why am I thinking about it if I've done the work to effectively rectify the remedy and file it away? The answer to that subject is because it's not a contradiction. Because in the world of tshuva, there is this constant back and forth. There's on one hand, the need to go ahead, remedy, rectify, file away. So that whatever hand is also leading to what? To maintain an ever-present cognition and awareness of the appearance. And that's why what happens in the neshama is there are times where I cannot think about something for a very long time. And that's helpful, by the way. We'll discuss this more about it. It's helpful not to always think about the Averis, but on the flip side, every once in a while, something will come back to my memory. An Aver that I committed in the past, that I did my tshuva before, that at the end of the day now it comes up again. Why does it come up again? Because it's important to be aware of the Averis. Even if I've not committed that particular Aver for a very long time, it's important to be aware. Because first of all, if something is going to take that awareness allows me to do more tshuva, we'll come back to that on Monday. But that awareness that the Lord will bring up upstairs, that awareness creates a heightened level of vigilance. And it's that heightened level of vigilance that hopefully concludes the possibility of sin. So let's stop looking for today. Let's start telling us that the thoughts are not contradictory. What we do with those thoughts, and that's that Monday. We have to be back to competition. There's more huge names. So by the time you do become champion, you beat some of the biggest names in the sport. And then you just got a lot more traction. You could have walked the streets, like even the top 10 guys, like everyone knew who you were. Now, go, 1 through 10, top 10 UFC. Can't do it. Once you get to 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, you're fine. I can name the first 5, and then I gotta go 5. Yeah, there's that one guy, yeah. So it doesn't mean as much because this competition's not stiff. There's not as big stars, there's no legends. So, yeah, definitely back in the day. Well, we wanted Mike Daly. Thoughts on Wilder? I love the guy. I know he's pulling for him, but his interviews are getting more bizarre. Ever since he did ayahuasca, he goes from laughing, joking, screaming, and white in his face for no reason. But crying, his fury, and other books and conspiracies are wild. Oh, his fury. Conspiracies are wild. That's type of, yeah, the cars, yeah, and did anyone ask questions? Shout out your city and let the boys know. That's from Baton Rouge, baby. Shout out to Baton Rouge. Louisiana, love it. It's just their wifey doing all the doing. Yeah, his conspiracy on Fury, it's his ego that they go, man. I agree. Ever since he's different, man. Requires abilities, requires
and then just
skills.
so if I leave
Those are
today,
skills
talking about
that
busting
have to
nuts
be
on
followed
Savage, you're like,
but now I
super viral, super fine. We'll do movies fine until then.
Yeah, I forgot what he said before the knockout, but he's like, look, man, that was cool.
That's cool. I'm a wild fan. I love Wilder. We've worked with him. He's a good dude. I agree. Since he died, Oscar, changed the chemistry with the right.
With Tony Lomar,
Empress Francis is
the left-hand column,
but Sonic
three lines
E710.
down. With Tony Lomar, Shemakira Odu Shakoma Sha'adamos. The person who realizes that everything that a person does, everything a person does is a result of the fact that Baruch gives him the ability to do so. Bakudo Shava, no Shava even thought. The concept of thought, before thought materializes in the heart of man, the God is really actually thought. Ultimately, again, that thought is already revealed and known. The Baruch HaKadosh
Complete badass dude. Double digit losses on the regular teams. Shit, I haven't seen a 2 from Langston for a Muay Thai fight. Dedicated UFC fans,
So that's quite amazing.
Quickly 2006, after catching the Baller fight, Byron winds up getting pulled, runs some of these cards down and turning into a shitty casual bout. Side note, women's UFC has some crazy fights as recent. Great women's fights being so low for 8 years now. The last few weeks, right back where we started, it's going great. We're not turning into a crazy shitty casual fan. Not that casual fans are shitty. You like exciting good fighting. So what you're watching.
אז גם בעשיית מעשה האוויר. לא ציינת את זה בנאמות, לא turns out, if I check the channels, we have everything from Series, including box, and including exceptional ability. Turns out that even the thought of looking at it, and even the actual ability of looking at it, comes from us. There's nothing in my life, there's nothing in this world, there's nothing in my dynamic activity. It doesn't come from the divine, including the thoughts and including the action for the creation of an idea. While you did that, the macula of the discount, and the person recognizes this. Al-Shai, after Hatshuva Hadimura B'Doshah Sha'afidim, Gedonos, Adenos, Shabbat B'Nizit, Nasan Ozikus, Osai, so therefore, the Rebbe posits, I'm just going to highlight this point, the Rebbe posits that that's part of Tshuva. Part of Tshuva is recognizing that everything, even the thoughts and actual ability to make an Avira, also comes from Hashem. It all comes from Hashem. Let's say, why is that part of Tshuva? I think it's some of the case of faith is a removal of oneself from Hashem. That's what faith is. I'm gravitating away from God. On one hand, I'm taking my abilities that should be used for good, and now I'm using them to become negative things, with my abilities and my tools, and I'm removing them from Hashem. The irony of that is that it's those very abilities, both physical and cognitive, which allows me to see, come from who? From HaKadosh Baruch. So I'm taking that which God has given me, and I'm using them against the Ribono Shel Olam. Which I will say, if you think about it, it's so wild. It's so wild. It's almost as if, imagine for a moment, you give your child an allowance, and you give your child an allowance, and the child takes the allowance to go ahead and do something illicit. So listen, just bad enough if my kid does something that's not good, but to take the money that I gave you, and now to use it for something negative, it counts now the transgression. He says, what are we doing with the Avira? HaKadosh Baruch Hu gives me thought, and now I use that so I to decide what I'm going to do. The Baruch Hu gives me strength, dynamic ability. Now I take that dynamic ability and I use it for sin. So it says that compounds the Avira for what Tshuva. Tshuva is when I recognize that all comes from Hashem and I return it back. So when I recognize that both my cognitive ability, my actional ability comes from Hashem, and now I say, okay, the Bosham I hijacked and I misused it. Now I want to return it. The act of taking those cohorts that are from Hashem and returning them to Hashem, that's true. That's the return. That's the concept of the study. So it's not a verse for today. We'll pick up a verse on Monday to see how practically, how do I actually accomplish that?
Joe Morgan, 93.
No, it sounds like...
Do you think Dan Till over Jake Paul will be a good fight? I feel like it's the perfect matchup. Till's a perfect big night fight. If Jake is still playing on continued boxing career, why not come back and fight against the next UFC fighter, turn boxer that's on winning streak? Yeah, I think Jake's trying to get away from the MMA guys who are in boxing. That's why he's challenging Nate to MMA fight. Because he beat Nate in boxing, right? So I think for Jake, if you were to take a fight, you want to do it MMA.
also sent it out on the chat. The PDF and the hard copies are available here in the front as well. So again, you'll see, I know that yesterday we had done Tzaddik Test, so I'm skipping Tzaddik Test just for today, and then in Meretz Hashem we're going to go back. We're going to do quick first, and then go back to the Tzaddik Test. You'll see why. So the Rebbe says what's really beautiful. Shuvah. Speaking a little bit about Shuvah, now that Pesach is over, it's almost Elul. It's almost Elul, and then essentially almost young Israel. So it's time for us to go ahead and begin to think about Shuvah once again. So the Rebbe says as follows. Shuvah. What is truth? Hayu shemuti oso davar al Hashem yisrael. Literally, Shuvah means to return. Let's just translate his words. To return that very thing, also davar, that very thing, to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Now let's take a step back for just a moment. Let's in general, speaking about the word Shuvah, is that we often go ahead and translate it as repentance. To repent. Now the truth is, it's not really etymologically accurate. When somebody just points out in the Shuvah direction that the word Shuvah really comes again the first time we find that the use of that word, one of the times we find is that Shmuel had money. That the says that Shmuel was not only the prophet, but Shmuel was also the shofet. And how would he conduct his judiciary activity is he would have the people come to him, he would go to the people. And literally, he was literally a circuit judge. He would go ahead and make the rounds around Eretz Yisrael. And the Torah says, Yeshiv Baso Harama. When he would come back to his home in Rama. So it's a reason to people of the Lashon of Shuvah is Lashon of coming home. Is Lashon of return. The essence of faith, the essence of sin, is that a person is straying, going away from HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Shuvah is therefore the process of coming back home. The tzaddik also trying to maintain a fidelity to the true etymological root. However, what it means Shuvah also means, he says, explanation. You're returning something. You see, Rabbi says, I'm returning me. I am returning home. The tzaddik says, I'm returning something else. I'm returning. Shuvah is the process where I return something to Hashem. What am I returning to Hashem? Also, davar. That thing. That thing. If you look at the Uriah Hasidus, Isis on the top of the tzaddik, the middle is also a tzaddik with just the expanded explanation. The Uriah Hasidus in the left hand column, look what he writes. Omer Pilas HaShuvah, Hayu Sha'al Yada, Mashik Meshik Ha'adam Es Oso Davar Shechatavo, Ala Shem Yisbarach. I return the very thing that I sinned with back to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. So when I commit an Avera, I'm committing an Avera with something, and I'm removing that something from Hashem. The act of Shuvah is ultimately the returning of that item which I sinned with, the returning of that item back to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. And I will say, this is reminiscent of something we learned before in the Torah. Now when he says, davar, something does not have to mean an object. But something could also mean what? It can mean a koach. It can mean an energy. It can mean an ability. It could mean a midah, a character trait. Remember again, the study spoke about this before, which is that each of us have cohorts. And those cohorts, those abilities, those strengths, each of us have middos. Those character traits by themselves are neither good nor bad. Everything in life depends on how you use it. So tzaddik is saying over here, when a person commits an Avera, effectively what I've done is I've taken something in life and used it against Hashem. I used it against Hashem. I'll give you a simple example. Let's say a person goes ahead and does an Avera. But I don't just do an Avera, I run to do the Avera. So I say, what have I used? What attribute or what midah have I used in the commission of sin? Jesus. So in that case, what I've done is I've taken Jesus away from Hashem. I removed Jesus away from Hashem. The sense of tzaddik, what's tshuva? Tshuva gives Jesus back to Hashem. How do you give Jesus back to the Rebbeinu Shalom? By becoming Zoris in the right things. We'll say, isn't it if you become Lichotah, he says that that's the definition of hate something. Like taking something from the Rebbeinu Shalom, and now my job, my goal is to give it back to the Rebbeinu Shalom. That's tshuva. He goes on. I will say, the tzaddik, you can see already, you've been learning to tzaddik for a while. You can see that often what the tzaddik does is kind of combines a number of different things into one piece. So this is element number one. That the essence of tshuva is taking something from Hashem in the commission of sin, and now tshuva is the returning of that very item back. But then he goes on. It's in Roma. So it says, what I want to explain is as follows. Shemakir, shakol por Hashem yitzvah k'kol, v'afilu ha'machshava k'ha'nocho b'libo shel adam. So what should I analyze this now? So anyway, it's only Roma shemakam ch'tuvidan v'orei chasidus. It's only Roma shemakir akote, that part of the tshuva process is when the sinner recognizes shakol, masha adamosa, everything I do in this world, harehu ka'al Hashem yitzvah k'kol. Everything I am able to do in this world is only a result of the Rebbeinu Shalom. Right? In other words, there's nothing I can do in this world without Hashem. Even thought itself, before that thought takes form in the heart of man, it was already revealed and known to the Rebbeinu Shalom. As again, quotes over here the Medrash. In quotes about Bali, you don't have to get into good. So in quotes, so therefore again, so this is point. So point number one is that the essence of tshuva is. Point number two is that part of the recognition of tshuva is a person recognizing that everything that happens in life is wrong to Hashem. Meaning, even before I think something, Hashem knows what it is that I'm going to think. Those machshavas are diluted upon Nimsa. Therefore, it turns out that Nimsa, Hashem is Baruch. Listen to this. Who's that? Hashem must know Hakoach V'Hamachshava Havdam Ba'asiyas Maisah. So therefore, if I accept the premise that everything is revealed to Hashem, and the Rebbeinu Shalom knows all, that is even before I sin, HaKadosh Baruch Hu knows I'm going to sin, right? And yet, despite the fact that He knows that I'm going to sin, what does He do? He gives me the Torah to be able to say, in other words, if HaKadosh Baruch Hu wouldn't allow me to do something, do I have the ability to do it? Of course not. So therefore, again, it's everything I'm going to do is revealed to the Rebbeinu Shalom. It's already revealed from the beginning. HaKadosh Baruch Hu knows that I'm going to sin, yet He allows me to continue to do so. What is that telling me? That the very koach to commit an avera comes from the Rebbeinu Shalom. Now again, don't confuse the fact that Hashem gives me the koach to do an avera to mean that HaKadosh Baruch Hu wants me to do. Of course, that's not what it means. But Rabbi said the koach, the physical koach, the cognitive koach, to be able to do what I want to do in life, even if it's wrong, the Maisa comes from the Rebbeinu Shalom. It's in the ayah exam. Shemakira Adamukah. When a person recognizes this reality, that the koach to sin and the physical wherewithal to sin comes from HaKadosh Baruch Hu, as I achar hatshuva hagimura, uzoka sha'afidu zidonos avedos sha'apa b'nezim, nasim l'kishrotor. So we'll stop over here. And I just want to begin to frame this concept. And a tzaddik is going to explain something so beautiful. That part of the tshuva, so we spoke about part A of tshuva process is returning that which you have taken. That's part A. Part B of the tshuva process from tzaddik is the ability to recognize that even the ability to sin comes from Hashem. If all is revealed and all is known by the Ribono Shel Olam before anything occurs, then L'maisa, given the fact that HaKadosh Baruch Hu allows me to do it, that by definition comes from HaKadosh Baruch Hu as well. And Tshuva means the ability to recognize that all of the kochos, even those to sin, come from Hashem. The Tzaddik says that's part of the process of Tshuva. Now, how that last piece figures into Tshuva, and Meretz Hashem will continue with tomorrow. So we'll spend 2 more days in Meretz Hashem on Oskut. So you can hold on to the sheets that I handed out to you. Beautiful, beautiful journey in Tshuva. Important piece of Tzaddik. We'll continue tomorrow.
Are you guys watch on HBO? Because that would count towards
The answer to that, that's very interesting.
Yeah, I gotta know how they're breaking it down because they're doing it somehow.
Because they have to be watching the fights.
Yeah, it's just Paramount like, well,
Whenever they watch UFC London.
yeah, but it's on TNT. Does that count for Paramount numbers?
It's all on the same card, right? So the card itself is still getting
Does Paramount own the rights to all of it? So if you're
All right, everyone say good morning. Hello? Yeah. Okay. All right, everyone say good morning. Let us begin. So it's exciting today to know Hashem pick back up a little bit with Kutas and Tzaddik. So I went ahead and sent that to PDF just a few moments ago, and those are hard copies here somewhere. Right on the shoulder, they will have sent it over here in order hard copies. So we're going to do a very beautiful piece by the Rabbi today, focusing on something incredibly profound. So the Rabbi says in Siman Tzaddik Ches, he says as follows. We'll see if we go ahead and we'll see if we get through this in 1 day or 2 days. The Rabbi says as follows. It's an incredibly profound and beautiful idea. Page Tzaddik Ches, page Reish Lamed Vav. Reish Lamed Vav, page 6, side post, side press. So then it says as follows. Every pasuk in the Torah, Yish Bo Koach V'Chiyus Shal Osa Inin Shema Emado. Every pasuk in the Torah contains literally Koach, strength, fierce, life energy regarding the subject matter which discusses. So let's say, the Rebbe saying it like this. Psukim in the Torah contain energy. And what's the energy of those psukim? The energy itself corresponds to the very matter that the pasuk itself is discussing. He says, for example, Teda, Shevitilin, Shene'emad, V'haya Li'os. For example, by Tefillin. Right, with Tefillin, the parts of the Tefillin discuss the idea that Tefillin is a host. Tefillin is a sign, covenant is a sign. Connecting the Torah and the Sirah. This is the Lotus Parish, Eza Parsha, the Divrei Torah, Sarach Lios Lios. And here's what's interesting. So, follow this. So the Torah says that the Tefillin are supposed to be an oath. But the Torah doesn't tell us which parsha in the Torah. The Torah doesn't tell us which parsha itself goes into Tefillin. In other words, which parsha itself is the oath, is the sign. V'alocha lichtov osam haparsha shene'emar b'hamzeh. Yistama osa parsha shene'emar b'pasuk v'haya la'os yesh ba'osa inyan koach v'skula shetzia li'os. So then this is like this. Listen to that imagery. Torah tells us that Tefillin is a sign and Tefillin is a oath, which means I'm supposed to put a particular parsha inside of my Tefillin, but the Torah doesn't tell me which parsha to put in my Tefillin. Elamai, which parsha, which sections do I put into the Tefillin? Ultimately, again, the parsha itself that discusses the oath of Tefillin. Now, what the Rabbi is trying to say over here is the pasuk that talks about Tefillin, those psukim themselves contain the energy of Tefillin, contain the feels of Tefillin, using the Rabbi Lashon, contain the koach of Tefillin. And therefore, again, it makes sense that halakha l'maisa, I'm going to include those psukim in this section of Tefillin. So let me skip down to this a little bit. Go to the next paragraph. Just to illustrate what the Rebbe is saying over here. It says the main pasuk Shema Yisrael. This is, for example, the pasuk of Shema Yisrael. Shema Yisrael Shalom Kivah Shalom, which highlights the oneness and centrality of the Ribbon Shalom. He says, Bo Koach HaKiyus Hashmiya Balei. I will say, if a person really wants to be able to hear the message of HaKadosh Baruch Hu in their hearts, right? Listen, think just a moment. I want to be able sometimes today, knowing something and hearing something represents the ability to reinforce that which you already know. Right? There are many things I know, but I want to reinforce that which I know. So how do I reinforce it? I listen to it again. So if a person wants to reinforce their knowledge of the centrality of HaKadosh Baruch Hu in their lives, how does one do that? Says the Rabbi, reading the pasuk of Shema Yisrael. When I read that pasuk, it says, Bo Koach HaKiyus Hashmiya Balei. Embedded in the pasuk of Shema Yisrael Hashem Elokeinu Hashem Echad is the energy of reinforcing the oneness of Hashem. Lekach Sarich Shilom Adam Pivas Shema Yisrael. Yeah, this is something amazing. By reading the pasuk of Shema Yisrael, I awake within myself the energy of that pasuk. By reading the pasuk, ultimately I reinforce within myself a recognition of the oneness of Hashem. So I say, what the tzaddik is trying to highlight over here, saying something incredibly nuanced. Every pasuk has a energy. Every pasuk has a fierce, a life force. And when you read that pasuk, you read it, start from a standard. Reading that pasuk, you unlock the energy of that pasuk. So, I want to reinforce within myself the oneness of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. How do I do that? By ultimately reading the pasuk. I will say, let me illustrate this to you on the other side as well, which is going to bring home the point even more. Watch this. וזה סוד גם מה ששמעתי החוסר. ספסי צדיק ידלן רוצה, ויש לנו זין, listen to this. כי הריסה תשוב סגולה, this is incredible. סגולה למי שיצרו מסיסו לאיזה עבירה. I will say, let's say my Yitzhara entices me to lead a particular, it entices me to commit a particular idea. Like my Yitzhara entices me to commit a particular idea. So we'll say, so what should I do? How do I come back then? Right? How do I come back to that desire? Listen to this. Yedaber between kama panim pasuk halav shel ha'avera. They will say, wow, if I'm struggling with a particular avera, so what should I do? Read the prohibition, read the law a couple of times. Right? So let's say, for example, just a simple example. Let's say I'm struggling with theft. Whatever, I'll call it theft. So what should I do to combat that Torah of theft? I should read the pasuk lo sigzol multiple times. Read the pasuk of the prohibition of theft multiple times. I'm struggling with lashon hara. Ultimately, again, read the pasuk lo silei raklo ba'anacha multiple times. I'm struggling with looking at inappropriate things. Go ahead, lo sasuru acharei inei aylebachen acharei inei kamashatim zonim acharei. Read the psukim. Says the Arizal, when you read the pasuk that details the law, that details the prohibition, what does that do? It gives me the strength to combat that desire. Yes, it is absolutely incredible. He says, "Halav laver ayidei zeh yishtana halatzo." Reading the pasuk itself, which details the prohibition, my rust, my very will is able to change the Haim mitzvah Yidavar Tov. And the same is true, by the way, for a mitzvah and for something good. The same way that ultimately reading the pasuk regarding a particular love gives me the strength to combat that desire, reading the pasuk of an aseh, a positive mitzvah, gives me the strength to go ahead and perform that mitzvah as well. The Tzaddik highlighted to us this incredible and profound result that the psukim of the Torah do not simply detail information, but rather the psukim of the Torah themselves have an incredible, vibrant, and dynamic energy. So when you read the pasuk ultimately again, you're able to unlock that particular energy. If I'm struggling with an Avera, read the pasuk of the love, and if you read it, you unlock the energy to combat that Yitzhahara. I'm struggling with the hour, not struggling, I reinforce desires to do good. Read the pasuk of the Aseh, the positive commandments. Read it a couple of times, and you unlock the energy ultimately to do the positive, to do the Aseh. The idea being that the psukim themselves contain energy. The reading of the psukim unlock that energy, and of course, by the way, even on an esoteric level, reading the pasuk ultimately reinforces for myself what's good, what's bad, and says the Rabbi, the reading of the psukim, unlocking its energy and reinforcing its message, I'm able to alter my daily will. Alright, so we'll stop over here for today. Just an incredible little piece out of something. Short in a few words, but profound and massive in message. Go ahead.
This noise disturbance. Is that a possibility? Straight pipe. It sounds like a fucking jet. In Texas, they're a little more lenient. There's things that also get cracked down at non-minute. I've never had any issues. I got pulled the other day, and the guy was like, dude, this thing's sick. And it wasn't right. California, so North Korea, it's a little different. California, notice I didn't post deleting any of my vehicles. I mean, straight pipes, there's none of that because I'm fucking 300. Texas, sure. There's a lot more street pipe, easier to delete there. But, like, I can't.
So your neighbors know when you're coming home.
They don't. It's a very powerful idea that the public has.
I used to get tickets all the time too because I did the string of things. So yeah, you stay for a
You get an actual ticket.
Yeah, so yeah, the catalytic converter, I just put a string in, there's no restriction. It just flows out and it makes it rock and honest noise. And of course, the guys in California, they know what's up with that. They're going under.
Number one is you must read and have that. Number two is that
Can you make a Tesla sound?
the second part ultimately is the heaven, which is called the prophet said, when the person is Shiva, the idea is to the first part is the forward.
If you're gonna fake me out, then you try to contend. You just can't put on some rouge and a dress and be like, it's better.
In the future, I'm going to reconcile you with
Okay.
and a rectification of
I can also just travel off the soft.
So let me explain
So it's
that
female
concept of going ahead, what he called Kabbalah Allah, the ability to go ahead and from the heart rate get the past and heart position pass forward to the future. That's immediately in Arab Shemers as you live in the sun. Arab Shemers is the concept, brand new day ahead, starting a new day of my life. You live in the sun, I'm going to go to the sun, and there's no what I do is I go ahead and I bolster myself. I make myself stronger to be able to resist.
I guess it's really just the one-on-one who's probably watching this thing.
Remember again, the focus over here now in the future. How do I make myself stronger for the future? And I don't repeat the same mistakes over and over. That's what immersion and level doesn't have to do that with their days now. And they think, okay, I might as well be okay to do that. But when it's an emerging economy, wherever else it's handling that, you get to keep it in that's a lot of time. When you have that level of immersion, so you start maybe PFL does is a bit of a nightmare. It's hard for people to keep up on tournaments. I think fighting's a little different. Obviously, Pride did it because they have the Strikers. Strikers did it. They have the Strikers. UFC used to do it. I think the game's changed a little bit today. I just don't think the casuals are keep up with it. Something like a quarterfinals over the this PFL does is a disaster.
What happened? I don't know if you watched that. There was a season of Ultimate Fighter when DJ was champ. And at that time, they couldn't find anybody that could give DJ competition. So what they did was they got all the champs from all the different organizations, and they created a bracket. And I think Elliot Ferguson he ended up winning all. They got to face DJ. That was a really cool thing to do. I got like that for trying to create just
What about
heavyweight champion, world championship, I think top 10 in the heavyweight division to have a tournament. That'd be really sick.
I mean, that's just the other so remember again,
last one.
when it comes to
How do you achieve
like, how do you achieve that's the part I go ahead and
we shed more light on UFC cards.
that's like that part of necessary. The retrospective
he means like trading cards.
What's the retrospective piece? This is incredible. He says, so too, we found the cards on efforts and happiness without a heart. She wrote her, spend my efforts starting my path forward. At some point in time, everyone must come and meet me.
Definitely should give me, right?
You know,
But then, like the special ones, like the ones that are cut for my fight shirts stuff, I wish I had those. As you were collecting shirtless guys on cards as well. I said, hello, whatnot. Same name, running, underscore, and underscore, got it. Go buy cards for running, got it. Actual question, who helps make this great technology for UFC on Super? I thought the same fucking thing.
Is when I go ahead
It's got to be someone who's come up with these odds.
Like, who goes?
now I have to go back.
For instance, yesterday's fight, Aaron Gunko versus Pitbull. They go, he's a minus 360. I go, really?
They always know something.
And they go low because his first fight is usually like that. They go, who's the expert who sets the odds? Now, you realize too, sometimes the big odds is they want to match up to what you want.
And it's going to make
So if he is a big favorite, you're probably thinking like I am. We're like, Pitbull's a beast. But yeah, his decision to just be dedicated because one fight
the carbon
prove himself like him. So people have so a lot of times I think they're doing to him.
Except for sometimes I do think that they know some insider information, like injury or something. It's like but that's why I think the Mafia is one.
So you know, early odds are driven by analysts looking out for statistics, previous performance and stylistic matchups. Market influence of the crowd, rather than being perfect odds are just based on where the money is going. With the price will to balance the books. Many books exist in a few major outlets, including Johnny LVO and DraftKings, so the pays for odds in the industry. Companies like Oddmatrix and in-house odds makers use algorithms and real-time data to adjust prices against based on betting trends.
The data stuff, they hear something about an injury that could move the numbers.
Interesting. I've always wondered who's figured out these actually too.
What is carbon
It's interesting.
is
Well, that answers your question a
and the
little bit,
same
my
way
man.
that when a person is
Alright, guys, thank you for watching. Enjoy your Sunday. Hope you enjoyed the fights yesterday. Hope you enjoyed Gabriel. Boys back in the VR. I love you guys. Yeah. All your questions answered. Especially on Mondays and Fridays. I was hoping to get the YouTube questions first. Submit them down below in the YouTube comments. Jen and Nick will see them and we'll answer them on Mondays and Fridays episodes. Sundays for all the social media questions, alright? Then also, make sure to show the name back to Big Brown.
carbon
Put it in the
is
comments.
there to make
Just
you
put
hollow.
Big Brown. Or if you don't do this shop show, put the shop show. If you want Big Brown breakdown, put it in the comments.
to tally it up. If we get a lot more big round on Chop Show, I will change the show next week. We'll go straight old school back to the logo and redone. But I'm only doing it if you guys do it. Alright, that's it. Love you. Thanks for watching. It's me, Christian below. Big round on Chop Show down below. Love you guys. See you Monday.
It's just to establish a relationship. Right? How do you create any life relationship? You talk. You converse. Let me tell you about myself. Let me tell you what's happening in my life. I open myself up to you. So tefillah accomplishes the same thing as a carbon. I brought a carbon, become karo, become close to you. I got you as a Baruch. I want to have a relationship, have a connection. How does tefillah take care of the retrospective part of tshuva? How does tefillah address the past issues of what I did wrong? And also to think about it. At the end of the day, why do we sin? Bottom line is because our connection with our Baruch is not as strong as it should be. Because at the end of the day, I wandered off a little bit. I just wandered off. If the connection was strong, then the hate would not happen. If the connection was solid, the relationship was solid, then hate wouldn't happen. Because at the end of the day, when I'm in again, when sin occurs, that's indicative of the fact that the relationship is not as it should be. The kirva, the closeness that should categorize the relationship is not there. How do I reestablish that? So the posits would see that. So the tzaddik says it's not the pshat that I'm really going back and examining every hate I did and why I did it. I'm getting to the root cause. And the root cause is really incredible. The root cause of sin, why do I sin? Because I'm not as close to you as I should be. If I was closer to you, I felt you more in my life. If I really lived the Shivisi Hashem the Negvi Summit, I wouldn't be without it. So how do I take care of my past transgressions? Strengthen my tefillah. Because tefillah, davening, is one of the most powerful tools we have to establish relationship with the Ribono Shel Olam. To establish relationship with the Ribono Shel Olam. I'll tell you, it's just, we really have to start davening with someone. I'm already behind yesterday, okay, so I'll just say this, it always struck me that, you have so many of these ideas about not being very happy. Thank you. So, which is good and beautiful. The reason we often talk during davening is not out of a disrespectful davening. It's just out of a lack of understanding of what it is davening. That's all. That's why, especially if you notice, by the way, no one has ever had a cathartic moment because they got shushed. I don't ever see I got shushed. Now you laugh, right? That guy I thought was the biggest jerk in the world because he's always shushing everyone. He's not much just started going over. Right? He's really right. That's sort of like, it doesn't work. Why? Because if I don't understand, I don't understand. That's what it is. And often when we talk during davening, it's not because you don't like davening. Who doesn't? Everybody loves davening. Hey, it's because I don't really understand what it is that I'm doing. And pretty much, all too often, I'm checking a box. I'm just checking a box. There's an obligation, I'm performing the obligation, and let's move on. I'm happy to perform the obligation. But the tzaddik says, do you understand what I'm doing when I'm davening? I'm coming close to the Ribono Shel Olam. I know that I am weaker if I don't have a strong relationship with you. I know that I'm more vulnerable if I'm not so close to you. I know that's the reality. I've sinned. And as a result, ultimately again, of those chatoim, ultimately I know that I'm weaker. So when I do tshuva, says a tzaddik, how do you rectify the past? Strengthen your davening. Strengthen that connection to the emotion. The closer I am, the stronger I am. Different says, well, there's more in this oath, but we're going to have to be done for now. So tzaddik ultimately tells us that the process of tshuva is the process of purification from tumah. Tumah needs mikvah herav shemesh and kapara and a carbon. Tshuva needs mikvah herav shemesh. Close the door on the past, move forward. Mikvah, for tshuva purposes, immerse yourself in Torah. Torah makes you stronger to face the challenges of the future. The retrospective part of tshuva. So remember again, Tuma has carbon, tshuva has tefillah. Because at the end of the day, when I look at my transgressions of the past, they only happen not because I don't care, and not because I'm not in control of my type. Everybody's in control if I want to be in control. The reason I do sometimes is because my relationship is not as strong as it should be. And if I strengthen my dad, I strengthen my dialogue, I strengthen my daily connection with HaKadosh Baruch Hu, then ultimately, again, that is a greater assurance that I'll be able to meet the challenges. I think we'll stop over here. This will be, we'll pick up with Rav Tzadik and Yirtz Hashem after Yom Kippur. All right, so Santa, I know how to count. We'll take a look. All right, I think you can learn Rav Tzadik on your own. You know, I'm not that in the corner of the market like Rav Tzadik. He's all yours. All right. All right, I want to say good morning. Incredible. All right, so let's say good morning, let us begin. So we're continuing today in Osir days in Sitkat Satzadik. Focus a little bit on the Rebbe's ideas concerning tshuva. Remember again yesterday, the Tzadik introduced us to the dramatic idea that the process of tshuva very much mirrors the process of purification from physical. Right? The same way that again one has to purify themselves from physical impurities, that process is mirrored in the purification process from spiritual impurity, which we call tshuva. So the Rebbe said, remember, just very quickly, in the process of being netar, the process of purifying oneself from, let's say, for example, tshuva, the Rebbe said there are two parts. There's tara and there's kapara. Tara, purification itself, is achieved through two things: mikvah, tefillah, and erev shemesh, setting of the sun. Kapara is achieved ultimately through kabbalah. And Rebbe posits that the process of tshuva really requires these two pieces as well. There is a tara, there's a tara piece. So we'll see. Now, there's a tara piece and there's a kapara piece. The Rebbe said really the way the Rebbe framed it was, in tshuva there's two parts. There is a future-oriented part. I want to be different. I need to be different. Don't want to continue to sit in. I want to live differently. I want to be better. And then after that, there is a rectification of the past. There's going ahead and get tikkun in the natural. Then there's a reconciliation of the past, a atonement from the past, which we're going to do now. The Rebbe says as follows. See, he says if you look around each Chav Gimel, the left hand column, about, we'll start 3 lines down. He goes up in the Torah, right? The person who's coming, now we're switching back for a moment to physical impurity. So a person who is physically impure requires 2 things, says the Rebbe. In order to go ahead and fully purify himself from his tumor. What does he need? Aleph, tara. This is what we're going to focus on today. Today we're going to focus on the concept of tara, of purification. So what's tara? Like we said before, tara, remember again, the purification piece, the tara piece, is served through immersion in the mikvah and sunset. The Rebbe says something amazing. He says, "Haramedes al tiksun nafsho vikanu lahavo." The Rebbe says that first we call tara is the future-oriented process. The future-oriented process. Let's say, even if you think about this, we'll talk about the imagery the easier imagery to appreciate is Erev Shemesh, right? What does Erev Shemesh represent, right? What's Erev Shemesh? Setting of the sun. What does the setting of the sun really represent if you think about it? What does it represent? New day. New day. Right? Past is the past. New day, new chapter. I'm starting over. So the Rebbe says the concept of Tevilah and Erev Shemesh represents what he calls Tikkun Nafshah K'Mikalabah. That is the purification process. That's the part of Tshuva. That's people. That's the part of Torah. That's future oriented. I was Tameh as I enter into this new day. That Torah behind me. There's a new chapter. There's a new chapter of life in front of me. That the Rebbe says as follows. He's going to focus much more on the concept of Tevilah. So I understand that to rid myself of physical impurity, I have to go into a mikvah. Remember again, what the Rebbe is highlighting over here is the same process to go ahead and remedy physical tumah is going to be the same process to address and remedy spiritual tumah, shuvah. So again, if I'm tameh, I need Erev Shemesh, I need mikvah. The Rebbe says that refers to the future-oriented part of Shuvah. So, Erev Shemesh, I understand. Old day is over. New day is ahead of me. New chapter. What about emergency? So that is going to be the flow. I need to call Ha'adam. V'yashkia eshmo kol. V'nei hadas. Shutzinuing the remez with Torah. Harochatzes v'mitaheres es das ha'adam. So in general, water, right, the concept of immersion in water is a fascinating idea, right? Why is it that water is always necessary for any type of tumah, right? It's just a fascinating idea. What is it about immersion in water? You know, the civilization as a whole has a whole beautiful piece of this to explain that whether it's the last time we did this but it's being that water because of the primordial substance. Remember again, what was the world at its beginning? Right, the world was water. Right, the world was right. It was water. Water represents the beginning. So when a person goes ahead and immerses in the mikvah and immerses themselves in water and allows themselves, remember again, inside the mikvah there's no just like have anything between your body and the water. You let yourself in the initial building blocks of creation. What you are effectively doing is beginning your own creation. You are recreating your own world. Tzaddik understands a little bit differently. Now, Tzaddik understands that water is also an allusion to Torah. That just like water sustains and water so too Torah sustains and Torah gives life. And therefore the Rabbi says something absolutely amazing. He says, in physical impurity, you go into water, right? You wrap yourself in water. In the spiritual impurity, Shuvah, what's the Tevilah? The Tevilah is in Torah. The Tevilah, the immersion, is not in water for Shuvah. The immersion is in that which is like water in Torah. A person immerses and envelops themselves in Torah. And the Rebbe goes on, he says, the Yitzhara, because Torah is literally is the remedy to the Yitzhara. Kevan Shimi Batelas Esfer Kule Avera. The Torah has the ability to go ahead and negate the thoughts of sin. That Torah nikreis Kamshi Mutabaso. So this is incredible. Remember, we saw this Imam Sahih says that if a person is struggling with a particular Yitzhara, a person, what should he do? Mashchir lebeis hamedrash, right? Kriyash Shema you get to afterwards. The first step is bring him into the beis hamedrash. Why do we know this? The truth is, when I learn Torah, I feel something. Right? If you get into the psychology of faith, psychology of sin is always crisis, like people for all different types of reasons. Sometimes it's gaiva and haiva. Sometimes sin is just an escape. Sometimes sin is a result of me just not feeling good about myself. But one thing is clear is when the Jew learns Torah, by definition, I feel better. Therefore, again, something is saying the talmud, the antidote to hate is Torah. So in physical tumah, you're going to immerse in a mikvah, water. In spiritual tumah, the process of tshuva, My water is Torah. I'm going to immerse myself in Torah. He goes on, he says, Torah, also ma'acharoi, shehovchol v'cheshek v'torah yos v'machane Yisrael. V'zeu, hatara mitumas hazaf v'nabaz v'kaiva, u'milvad zos, Torah hikam magno u'matzi. Torah also protects the individual. Magina ala adam in Yisurin, u'matzilin also miyitzah hara, shelo yachshivah. Enu shematzila es ha'adam me'aviros ha'ach, shelo yechzef. So let's start with the Shabbat. The starting thing is twice as funny. So remember, we focus now on the future yesterday. It is very incredible that the start tomorrow with Shabbat, the future part of Shabbat comes before the past part of Shabbat, which is really this fascinating psychological dynamic. So normally we assume that the first part of Shabbat is kind of reconciling with my past, and then I should go to the future. In the Tzaddik, it's actually just the opposite. I'm going to focus on my future, and then I'm going to, just as an aside, it's really fascinating, because sometimes it's really, sometimes it's too difficult to reconcile with the past. Right? So if I have to stare down my Averis and I have to actually make an account of what I've done, many times it's too painful. So people just choose to shut down the entire Torah process altogether. The beauty in the Tzadik's model is, let's talk about the future. Let's talk about the future, back to the past at some point in time. But right now, let's just focus about not what was, but what will be. So how do you go ahead and you plan for that future? Well, again, in physical Torah, how do you plan for the future? Mikvah, Erev Shemesh. Right? Erev Shemesh, new day. Nikva, I need to go back to the primordial substance of creation, right? I need to restart myself, right? That Shoma was part of our previous chapter, so I need to go forward. Okay, Shuvah, how does that work for Shuvah? For Shuvah, the definition of Shuvah is Torah. Now, what does this mean? So it's like, again, sometimes, like, you hear this, Torah. I'm going to go on record. I like Torah, right? I'm a big fan, right? Sometimes people kind of just give it as like a big advance. Let me talk. It's not, I mean, these are something to say. But understand this, what something is saying, it brings to the table.
No one really knows for sure elevate, but this is the majority of them. We've been doing this page for 109 days, so tomorrow we have to listen to the thing, to the timeline.
The stronger I am to resist temptation. That's what this is. The more I buffer myself in Torah, the more I'm able to stand up to the Messiah. I stand up to every single one of them. Of course not. No, all the time. But the stronger you are,
3761, creation of the world, birth of Adam and Eve. 3631, 37,
right? I want to take a third boost.
3526. 235, Enosh, son of Seth.
If I want to plan a future, how do I plan the future? And what I know is I want my future to be different than my past. I don't want to repeat the same mistakes. I don't want to engage in the same behaviors. I don't want to be the same person. So how do I ensure that that's going to happen? Torah. The whole idea of immersing oneself in the mikvah of Torah is that it builds back better, right? Ultimately, again, but really builds back better, right? It goes ahead and actually bolsters and strengthens the person in dramatic ways. Is it 1,000% assurance that I'm never going to sin again? Of course, the closer you get that assurance is when you're dead. Right? Then you have 1,000% assurance that you're not going to sin. But if I bolster myself, immerse myself in Torah, and buffer myself, and strengthen myself,
today is 13 days, which is
so I will stop
106
here for
days
today.
of the
So
summer.
let's pick up with the rest of your days.
May the merciful one restore unto us the service of the Beit HaMikdash to its place speedily in our days on himself. Is that the plan? They're going to launch the thing again? Yeah. So I thought this was supposed to be you teaching Kabbalah. You wrote a really long like article about how you're like the greatest Kabbalist of all time or whatever, and then you just watch a YouTube video. Well, kids, I want to make sure that we absorb this. Really? Yeah. And I'm trying to go viral. I need this time. Oh, I mean the time that you spend playing mini games doesn't necessarily take over. I'm doing what I can. We study some things, and I really want to get this down. If I have to listen to it 5 times, I'll listen to it. I'll listen to it. Really? Fuck is this shit? Alright, anything else that you've got to do? I don't think so. Go viral. Are you gonna really be able to write for the Times of Israel? No, my friends would be like, "What? What? Who?" I don't. Like, why? They'd be like,
I'm Dr. Jonathan Sledge, and welcome to Esoterica, where we explore the arcane in history, philosophy, and religion. One of the most difficult aspects in starting to study Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah.
It's like when Susan in Seinfeld is asked to write sign a prenup, she's like, "Yeah, I can get the paper, that's fine."
Kabbalah has just always existed in the form that we have it, or that Kabbalah is just one thing at all. Of course, neither of these positions is really tenable. Such notions developed greatly through the ages and are still developing. And there are now, and there have always been, numerous mutually exclusive schools of Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah. This class is meant to serve as an introduction to Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah from the point of view of its incredibly complex development from the prophets of ancient Israel and to the rise of modern Hasidism in the 18th century. Of course, this series isn't meant to be exhaustive by any means, but only should serve as a springboard for deeper study and reflection, and hopefully it will also enable you to situate developments in Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah in their historical and cultural context, and hopefully embolden you to dive into the primary texts, which are admittedly as sublime as they are obscure. Let me express my gratitude to Congregation Tchia for allowing me to use these lectures to reach a larger audience here on Esoterica. If you want, you can find the entire series under the playlist Entering the Garden, Introduction to Jewish Mysticism and Kabbalah. I'll be uploading them over the next few weeks, or if you find these episodes after autumn of 2021 and you want to watch the entire series, you can find them in that playlist. If you find this series on Kabbalah interesting, I'd hope you check out my other content on topics in esotericism, and perhaps consider supporting the production of free academic and scholarly topics in occultism or hermetic philosophy by joining my Patreon or perhaps with a one-time donation. You can find those links below, and I really appreciate your consideration. Now, let's enter the garden of Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah. So, first and foremost, I just really want to thank everyone for taking the time to join me on this journey through Jewish mysticism. This is some of the weirdest stuff. I mean, it's sort of like ancient science fiction. And so I really appreciate folks taking the time to join me as we begin to explore some of this vast and I think really, really amazing and beautiful and very controversial literature.
So that said, again, also I was really stoked that some of the really awesome people, it's like scholars like Ashley Ford. Really, thank you so much, Ashley. It's an amazing scholar of Marxism, who I really admire a lot. So having folks in the room that are so smart and just willing to take the time to listen to me, I guess. I'm just really humbled by that. So thank you all for coming along with me on this journey entering the garden. As I mentioned in the email, the term garden here is from pardes, right, which is this big word in Jewish mysticism that often mystics are described as going down into a garden. In Jewish mysticism, we don't typically go up, which is a little unusual, right? We typically think of mysticism as going up towards God or whatever that is up there. But typically in Jewish mysticism, we go down, descend into things. And so the sort of lobby of the world of the mystical is this pardes, this garden. And what's really amazing is that we all get to enter this garden together. And I will say that in traditional Jewish lore, especially found in the Talmud and in the Middle Ages, this is considered to be a relatively dangerous journey. In the very famous story, as you may know, in the Babylonian Talmud in Tractate Chagiga, 4 people went down into the garden, and only one came out alive, basically, right? So one became a heretic, one became insane, one died, and only one, Rabbi Akiva, emerged. And so we'll talk about that really famous story here in just a couple of weeks. So Jewish mysticism is, on the one hand, I think, an incredibly intriguing domain of study, but it also has always had an undercurrent of danger, and we'll see some of that undercurrent of danger as we get into it as well. So, what kind of class is this going to be? How are we going to approach this material? Well, I wear my methodology on my sleeve. I am a historical materialist. So when I approach this material, I try to approach it from a historically minded, material understanding of history. And what that means is I try to locate historical ideas and persons and other kinds of concepts in the environment in which they emerge. And I don't try to do sort of general mystical ideas of what this stuff might mean. You have to do that in your own time, because I don't have the mental capacity to tell you what half this stuff means. I can tell you what got written down, by whom, and why, and maybe something about the world in which it got produced. But what it might mean for your spirituality, for instance, is something that might just be frankly completely beyond me. But what we'll be looking at through the course of this class is a kind of guided tour of the major concepts, the major texts, the major history and personalities that go into Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah. One of the things I really hope that you get out of this class as we work through it is, for me, Kabbalah has always been incredibly intimidating. The books of the Kabbalah are very intimidating. And part of what I hope to do is give you confidence and give you enough context that if you wanted to dive deeper into Kabbalistic books, you could do that. Right? So you can pick up a copy of the Zohar or the Sefer Yetzirah or other major historical Jewish mystical texts, and that you could feel confident that you could dive into them. Now, sink or swim, that's probably up to you, but you can at least feel the confidence to make the dive. So what I'm not going to do, what my aim is in this class, is I can't make you a Kabbalist. Right? I'm not a Kabbalist. I don't identify as a Kabbalist. And so I can't make you a Kabbalist. I think it takes a Kabbalist to make a Kabbalist. I think it works like that. Like it takes a rabbi to make a rabbi. I think it takes a Kabbalist to make a Kabbalist. And I ain't no rabbi, and I ain't no Kabbalist. So I don't have the ability to make you a Kabbalist. Now, that's not to say that some of these ideas might very well prove to be incredibly positive in your spiritual life and your spiritual development. If that's the case, that's fantastic. But I don't want anyone to have the idea that what I'm going to be teaching is how to do Jewish mysticism. Because I don't know how to do Jewish mysticism, or if I did, I would be doing that in a different class, maybe. So we're going to be studying it again from a historical, academic perspective, as opposed from studying it as trying to be mystics. So we're not going to be doing much in the way of meditating on Hebrew letters to measure the body of God, which was a thing in Jewish mysticism. We'll talk about it. Yeah, they measured the body of God.
says,
God has really long fingers.
says,
So we'll get into that kind of mysticism later. So what do I mean by mysticism? This is a word that is really difficult to pin down. It's one of these words like religion or magic, where scholars and academics have no real consensus about what this word means. So I'm just going to throw out a really stipulative definition of what I'm going to mean by mystical in this class. And you're certainly going to hear the fact that I come from a philosophical background. And so, coming from a philosophical background, I think about mysticism largely in a philosophic lens. And what I mean by mystical is a non-rational mode in which one experiences or learns about fundamental reality. Right? So, in addition to that, right, it's also the traditions that accrue, right, because of those kinds of experiences. Now, and by the way, the word tradition, right, kind of punning on it in Hebrew, right, the word kabbalah actually means received, and it has a sense of tradition, right? So, I'm kind of punning a little bit on with this word mysticism. When I say non-rational, what I want you to hear is not irrational, right? It's not like mystics can just say whatever they want. They can't do that. They're inside of traditions, they're inside of cultural contexts, they're inside of religious settings. And so what they say, as daring as it might be, is always situated and only makes sense within a specific context. So it's not just irrational. They're not just saying random crazy things.
Coffee,
Right? Sometimes mystics are thought of being somehow crazy or something like that. That's not the case. In fact, many mystics, many traditions are incredibly systematic in how they go about doing their mysticism. Think of Hildegard being the great German Christian mystic. But when I say non-rational, what I do mean here is that they're not going to be giving us arguments. A mystic's not going to tell you A and B, then C, therefore you should deduce
the majority felt,
and they're not going to be saying something like, I did an experiment, and from my experiment, my induction is a 75% certainty that all the people, they're not doing any of that.
very nice.
They're having visions, they're having experiences, and they're reporting back on the content of those experiences, or the way that those experiences have transformed them personally.
Those are the very interesting guys. I
So,
don't
when I
understand.
say
So
non-rational,
why did
I
the
want you to hear neither irrational
Listen, you hear the Shiloh?
nor rational.
The Shiloh is, okay,
Non-rational.
I'm right,
Something
right, you go ahead and you follow the Rabbi,
Something
follow
in
the
between.
majority. Fine,
I
I
should also
understand
say
that
just a little
concept.
bit out of
At
the
the end
gate
of the day, so why
about
did
the
the
distinction here to
heavenly
be
voice
made
come
between
out
Jewish
in
mysticism more
support of Rabbi
generally
Eliezer? In other words, the
and
Rebbeinu
Kabbalah
Shalom
more
also
specifically.
knows what's written in his
We
Torah.
now, in
After
the
all,
sort of
again,
sloppy
he offers. He
vernacular that
also
we
knows.
use,
So the
we
man said
use
he
the
knows.
term
He also knows that there's a
Kabbalah
din
to
of
describe
majority.
all of
And
Jewish
there's a din of
mysticism.
majority, so why even have the
And
gospel
that's
come out at all? It's a good
it's a bit of a
concept.
mistake.
Which the
The
Tzaddik says so
Kabbalah,
beautifully.
right, is a
He
very
says,
specific kind of Jewish
nevertheless,
mysticism that began to
who
emerge in the
wrote
13th
that
century.
relates
Now,
to that.
by 13th century, the Common Era, mostly in southern France and Spain. So we're going to get to the Kabbalah, and obviously we're going to spend a lot of time on Kabbalah, but we got to get there. And the Kabbalah wasn't cut out of whole cloth. It didn't just emerge out of nothing. And so many of the complex ideas that you may have heard of in Kabbalah, like Tikkun Olam, which is a Kabbalistic idea, the reparation of the world, or the idea of Tzimtzum, the contraction in which God sort of shrinks God's self to project the universe or the cosmos. Those ideas don't come out of whole cloth, and we're going to have to do a little bit of work to get there, but get there we will. So think about Kabbalah as a specific type of Jewish mysticism, and there are other Jewish mysticisms that also existed prior to the Kabbalah, right? So there are other forms of Jewish mysticism that existed prior, although many of those prior forms of mysticism were absorbed into Kabbalah. So this is part of the reason why it gets a bit confusing. So, suffice to say, Israelite or Jewish mysticism extends probably back before history. What I mean by history, of course, here is just the history of writing, when the ancient Israelites began to write things down. And as we'll see in a moment, some of the earliest texts that have been recovered in Israelite literature were, interestingly enough, both composed by women and also both composed by mystic women. So we'll get to those in just a minute. But I think this is a weird thing that, for whatever reason, doesn't get enough press, that some of the earliest Israelite literature is by women
feel
mystics.
the conscious
So
knowledge
why that doesn't get enough
they
press
just
is
step in. But then there are other times they say, you know what?
right,
Okay,
it's true.
okay. You know what?
If you're curious what you're seeing on the
Moses,
screen
child
here
is
on the
old enough
left-hand
to
side,
trust as well,
this is an image
but old
of an
enough to
amulet
shut up.
recovered from
Potentially moving
a
forward, this is
burial
I
site in
disagree with you,
Jerusalem called
but
Ketef
this is the
Hinnom.
way you grow,
And what
and
you're
this
looking
is the
at
way
is
you
the
spread
earliest
awareness, and this is
recovered
the way you
archaeological
mature.
section
So
of
I
the Hebrew
have
Bible.
to give you
So
that
if you
support
ever
here
wondered
at
what
the
the
end of the
earliest
day.
text of
I
the Hebrew
fundamentally
Bible looks like,
disagree.
it's
That's
this.
really
These are
what the
tiny
trouble
little silver amulets that were recovered from a tomb.
It's
And
this
for the
idea
folks here that read
that
a
at
little bit of
times in
Hebrew,
life, that he
you probably
almost
can
goes
see
down
that
to
this
listen,
is
I
a
don't agree
version
with what
of
you're
the
doing. And of course,
priestly
when God doesn't agree,
benediction.
that's a
So
pretty
the
good
earliest
indicator that what I'm
fraction,
doing
the
is
earliest
wrong.
text
But
we
when
have
I
of
saw,
the Torah
I see
is actually an amulet, a magical device
and
put into a
really
tomb,
committed to this.
very
Well,
likely to
okay,
protect the dead,
okay, I'll
perhaps
give you
from
that help to me.
malevolent
Because
supernatural
I
forces.
objectively
So in
it's
many
not
ways,
right.
we might even
But
say
when I
that
say
the first
believe in it,
appearance
believe
of
that
the
it's
Torah in
the
history
Hashem,
is a
I'm not going to stand
supernatural,
in. No, I'm not
mystical
standing in the
appearance.
way.
It's
I'll
an
even help you.
amulet.
That's why a boss
It's an
code comes
amulet
down.
there to
Because they
protect
always
the
find
dead,
so
probably.
interesting because we all know that
If you've
story
ever been to the
of
Israel
Rabbi
Museum, you
Eliezer
may have seen
coming
this.
to
And it's actually a
and
both sides,
everybody
and
started
it's
by the
tiny.
same fundamental question.
The little
Which is
amulet's
that
probably
Rabbi
about that
Eliezer was
big.
truly
And
wondering
the
why
Hebrew
does
letters
the
here, as you
boss
can see,
code
are not
come?
modern Hebrew
Why
letters.
does the
They
boss
are
code
very
come out?
old
Because the
Paleo
boss
Hebrew
code
letters.
stands in contradistinction to the halakhic principle
The
that the
earliest
one from
case in
himself
which we can
went
talk
ahead
about an Israelite
and
form
espoused
of
Elamai
mysticism
because Rabbi
has to
Eliezer was
do with
convinced
two different
and he was
concepts.
convinced that it was the Ratzon
One
Hashem
concept
and the
is
Derech
theophany,
Sha'ad of Moshe,
which
really
means
fully
God appearing. We'll talk about it more in just a moment.
So one
And
last
the
piece
other,
in
of
the
course,
stock,
I'm sure many folks know, is prophecy, which is a case in which God, the Israelite God, Yahweh, is said to speak to people, and those people that Yahweh speaks to, in turn, speak on the behalf of Yahweh. In fact, that's where the word prophecy comes from. The word prophet just means to speak for. And
remembering it was something amazing happened. The earth opens up,
so
swallows up
core
Korach
to
and his
ancient
followers,
Israelite
right?
religion,
A
like
pretty
many ancient
clear
religions, was the
indication
idea that
that Korach
their God, their
was
tribal
wrong,
God, Yahweh,
Moshe
spoke to
was
people
right.
and communicated to people.
What's
Now,
Klal Yisrael's
typically,
response
when
to the
God
earth
speaks to
opening up
people,
and swallowing
that
up
is
Korach?
non-rational. Right?
Atam
That's not rational. It's not irrational, right? It's not like you can make a logical deductive argument that God's
Moshe,
speaking to you.
look, you're killing
And
Jews.
yet, prophets are often taken seriously and sometimes killed in history.
First of all,
But
Korach
it's very
started.
clear from ancient
Second of all, it was
Israelite
an existential
society
threat to
and
Klal
the
Yisrael.
larger ancient
And
Near
by
East
the way, as
society
powerful
that
as
prophecy
Moshe
was
is,
a
Moshe can't make
widely
the earth
attested
open.
and
Hey,
important
Moshe can't make the
social
earth open.
vocation.
Only after this powerful can make the earth
So
open.
Yahweh talked to
And yet
people,
they're
and those
accusing
people
Moshe
said what
of
Yahweh
killing
told
Jews,
them.
of
And this is
killing
really
Hashem.
important in
Let's
two
stop.
distinct
He
ways.
says,
One way that's
Miko
really
Mako
important
Pasha
is
turns
that
Miko
Yahweh
Mako
does something
Pasha
very
Kilova
interesting
Shamayini,
with the ancient Israelites that we don't really see attested in many other ancient Near East cultures. And that is Yahweh establishes a vassal contract with the Israelite nation. A vassal contract, a vassal contract is just what it sounds like. A vassal contract is where a lesser power agrees to be ruled over by a stronger power, basically for protection. This is, if you want to think about this in terms of like a mafia, it's like paying protection money, right? The local mob boss comes down and says, you know, you could get hurt out here. You might want to pay us a little money. We'll
Did
protect
God
you.
want to open up the
Yahweh
earth and
comes along and
swallow up
says,
Korach?
it's dangerous out there, you
Korach and his
Israelites.
followers?
Maybe you should
No,
worship me alone.
no.
I'll protect
You know why he did it?
right?
He did it
And
because
so,
you
in
were
many ways,
convinced
the
of the
Torah
correctness
is
of
actually
that
structured a
approach.
lot like
But
a
it is
vassal
not
contract.
indicative
In
of the
fact, if
fact
you read
that
ancient
that
Near East vassal contracts written in the Akkadian language, it's
So
very
again,
clear that the
literally
writer
what
of
they're
the
saying is Moshe
Torah,
Moshe
certain
like,
sections
you're
of
like
the
Rabbi
Torah,
Eliezer and
were
Hadash
emulating that contract language. They're
like the
diplomats.
Basco.
Diplomats had to be
Rabbi
literate.
Eliezer was
And one
wrong.
of the
He
things
was the
diplomats would
minority,
have
and I left
known
it
is
decided
Israel
by
was
the
always
majority.
a vassal
When it comes to
state
power,
for
we
the
see that you have
Egyptians or
convictions
the
and see
Babylonians
that
or
you're
the Syrians.
dedicated to your cause.
Vassal
And at the
contracts were
end
then
of
part
the
of their
day,
life,
we'll
and
support
making a
you,
vassal
even
contract
if
with
you're
their
not
God would make
correct.
a lot of sense.
So Moshe, you have convictions.
This
You're
is also
dedicated to your
revolutionary
cause. How come the
because you're
Baruch is
making a vassal
supporting you
contract
even
with a
though us?
God and not
You're
another
not really
country.
correct. that was
which means that you're
their
subservient
plan was
fundamentally to some
this
other
concludes
being
yours.
and
So
not the
that
king
is
of
our couple of
Babylon.
I think our number of
Now, this
lessons.
doesn't go well
A
for
couple
the
of
ancient
sub
Israelites, but it does
Number one, you
establish what we
see
call
the power
the
of
Deuteronomic
having
theology.
connections
And this
and
is
the
just a
power of believing.
complicated way of saying
You know, so
if you
many
have a
times the
contract,
Bible is
contracts
power
always
of
involve
Like, you ask
you
people,
getting things out
yeah,
of
I
the
think
deal.
you find it a lot.
Well,
A lot of
the
them are
Israelites
involved, do a
vowed
lot
they
of
would
things,
serve
and a lot
only
of things.
one God,
What
Yahweh,
does this mean?
and Yahweh
What am I?
vows that if they do that,
What am I?
they will get
What
the
am
land.
I
Right?
convinced?
They will have the land,
What
and
do
a
I
land flowing
believe
with
in
milk and honey
so
and all the rest.
much that
Right?
I
And
would
the idea
even be
is
able
they
to
keep their side of the
sway
deal,
the
the
opinion
Israelites,
of the
then Yahweh will
people
keep their side
in
of
a
the deal
certain
and
way?
protect
The
them.
power of
Now, you know
conviction,
anything about
the
Jewish
power
history,
of
that
dedication
relationship
to an
was
idea, to a principle, to a cause,
let's
was
call it
so
rocky.
strong and so intense that
And
it even lobbied that he
this
almost
just
pulled them
didn't
to my
happen for
side.
lots of
That's
reasons.
how
There are lots of things that
phase,
broke
which
down
is
in
the
that
primary
process.
lesson
Further,
of the
right,
trust,
in addition
which
to
is
this
how
whole vassal
important
contract
Ashman
business
Nefesh
between Yahweh
introspectively
and the
is.
Israelites,
And to really
it also
examine and
seems
to
like
look
there
at the
was a
data,
tradition
you have to
within
look
the
closer for
Israelites
ourselves.
community
Because
where
very often
Yahweh
we assume
spoke
that if I'm
to individual people.
successful, that's
Those
indicative
people typically
that my
called
path is
Navi,
blessed
right?
by
Prophets,
God.
Navi'im.
And what the
These
Prophet is highlighting
prophets
for us is
would
that's not
receive the
necessarily
message from Yahweh
that a
and
person
then
could
go
be enjoying life
communicate it to the
success,
broader
but nevertheless
Israelite
the path
community.
that I've
He
chosen
was
for
almost
myself
always negative.
is not the right
The prophet, you never invite a
path.
prophet
How can
to
you
a
have
party.
success
It'll ruin any
without
party you invite them to
divine,
because they'll mostly spend all
without
their
divine
time
approbation?
condemning everything you
It's
have
very simple.
your whole life.
If that actually
So
Adam knows the
prophets are
lyrics
the
and
joy
everything
kill
else though.
of
Yes, sometimes
all
going to happen.
times.
You could have success, even if God
So
says, I
prophets,
don't think
as
it's
we
going to
know
be like that.
from
As
ancient
long as I believe
Israelite
it's like that,
and
the
other
master
ancient
Sparkle
Near
could
East
potentially
literature
give you
are
success.
widely attested.
And how important it
Prophet
is to
was
be
a
able to
job,
take a step back,
right? You could be
to
an independent
introspect,
freelance
to
prophet.
look at the
You
way
could be
we're
an
living, to
institutional
look at
prophet.
what
We'll
we're
talk
doing,
more
to
about
look at
prophecy
how
in a
we're
minute.
behaving, to look at what we're
What you see on the
engaged in.
screen here on
Because
the
even if we're
right-hand side
successful,
is
it
actually
doesn't
a
always
divinatory
mean
device.
that
I
it's
don't know
the
if you
right
can recognize
data.
what organ
Have
that
the
is,
courage
but that
to be
is a
able to
liver.
step back,
That is a liver.
despite the success.
And
Almost like
what you see
it's
here
very
is
easy
the
to be
liver is divided into certain
introspective when things
sections,
don't go
and
well.
there is
Because you don't really
cuneiform
have much
script
influence.
on that
Like
liver.
it's very
This is
easy
from
to
the
be
old
introspective
Babylonian period.
when you kind of hit a brick
And
wall
what you would
and
do
the things you're engaged
if you
in
wanted to
are
figure
not
out the will of
yielding the
God
future.
is that you kill an animal, typically a
That's
sheep,
easy.
and you
The
would take
Prophet
out their
says
liver,
it's no less
obviously,
important than
and
everything is
you
going
would
great.
inspect
When
it.
everything is going
And what this
beautifully,
is a
according to
Babylonian
plan.
liver inspection guide. And so if there
Take
are
a step back,
blemishes or
introspect,
deformities or
examine, to truly figure
other
out to
kinds of
make sure that
markings
the
on
way
the
I'm
liver,
living
livers are typically
and
very
what I'm
smooth
doing
organs. If you've ever
is
seen a
true.
liver, they're typically very
I
smooth,
will stop
but they sometimes have all kinds of
over here.
markings and things on them.
But yeah.
And what happens is that you would locate the markings, and you can see here there's a guide in Old Akkadian, and it would tell you what the markings meant. So this might mean that bad things are going to happen, the king's going to die, whatever. And so there have been, by the way, hundreds of these recovered from ancient Mesopotamia, and divination was widely attested. I should also just note here that we separate divination and prophecy when it comes to talking about the ancient world, because the vast majority of prophets, contrary to what idea might come to your mind about what a prophet is, very few prophets predict the future. That was a different job. Those were diviners. Diviners predicted the future. Prophets communicated via the God. The God would tell the prophet stuff, and then they would tell other people. That's a different job. Now, sometimes prophets did predict the future. In fact, in the Hebrew Bible, there's only a couple of occasions where prophets attempt to predict the future, and they're almost always wrong. One time Ezekiel attempts to predict the future, and he's wrong, and he has to go back later and be like, well, I meant that metaphorically or something. And so very few prophets attempt to predict the future. In the ancient world, that is a different job. We now think of prophets as predicting the future, but that's a modern idea, much more than an ancient Israelite idea, or ancient Near Eastern idea. So let's talk about theophany first, right? So theophany just means God appearing. It just means that God appears to people, right? This was an idea in ancient Greek religion, but also in ancient Israelite religion. God is appearing to you currently on the screen. I don't know how many people have ever seen an image on the left. This is very likely an early depiction of the Israelite God, Yahweh. We think that that is Yahweh for a couple of reasons. One, it says Yahoo there in Hebrew, which is an abbreviation of Yahweh's name.
Amr
this coin
al-Aqab,
was minted as part of the satrap of Yehud during the Persian period. And also we have a throned, winged throne chariot that says being is sitting in, and that image is very tightly associated with Yahweh in the book of Ezekiel. You're probably looking at a depiction of Yahweh. That's probably the Israelite God. We're fairly confident that's how ancient Judahites conceived of how their God looked. How many people have seen this image before? Show of hands or things like this. Some folks have seen it. I think it's very interesting that most folks, when they see an image like this, they think of the idea that Yahweh is not allowed to be depicted. But clearly here, the coinage is Yahweh. I also like that Yahweh has a six-pack. I really appreciate that. Yahweh does not get that big. So
Yet
God
Eliyahu
appearing
Hanavi
is a relatively common motif in ancient religions.
Remember again,
In
how
fact,
we
many
Eliyahu
ancient
Hanavi
religious
able to make
rituals
such a
were
declaration?
meant to
That there
compel
will be
the God
no
to
rain for
appear.
so amount of
This would
years.
be in
The
temples
only way
and
to
other
make a
kinds of
declaration
locales.
like
You
that
would do
is if
rituals
you
to make the
control the
God
rain.
appear to
The
you.
aspect of the
And so,
Eliyahu for the
what's
key to rain.
interesting
The
about the
Israelites
Israelite
and the
theophany, God appearing,
gave him
is
the
that
key.
sometimes
Gave
the
him the key
writers,
to
the
rain.
Israelite writers,
The
like to
other
think
Seder
their
Hageshem
image of
Shalosh
Yahweh
Shalosh.
as a kind of
And as a
divine
result,
monarch,
Eliyahu
sort of like a king
withheld
sitting
the
on a
rain for
throne.
3 years. Shamu
Very
Zal,
common image. And
Shekil
you had the chance to read the section in Isaiah, in the theophany of Isaiah. That's exactly what you get. Is a kind of divine leader sitting on a throne. However, what's also important is that the ancient Israelites had developed at some point an allergy to depicting their God. Their God is incorporeal and is invisible.
Not so
And in
possibly
other texts, most famously the text of the theophany to Moses,
But again,
Yahweh actually tells Moses that if you see me face to face, you'll die. If you not see me face to face. Although later in the book of Deuteronomy it does say if you saw me face to face, whatever the Bible has all kinds of editorial problems. And we do see images where God appears to the Israelites always included somehow. One of the main depictions in the book of Exodus is God is hidden in the Arathel, which means something like the gloom or the darkness. And there's all kinds of light and lightning all around where the God is, but the God itself is actually hidden somehow in the darkness. So God appears, but God is also hidden at the same time. So the Israelites are always trying to navigate. On the one hand, they want to be able to claim our God appeared to us on Mount Sinai and gave us the law. And this is our contract. We have a contract with God, and that's what makes us special, a chosen people. And on the other hand, they're like, yeah, our God's invisible. We can't see our God. Our God doesn't have a body, doesn't live in a place. God's a God of everything. And so God also appears quasi-invisible as well. By many accounts, so we have theophanies in the Hebrew Bible, or the main three, or four actually. We have the theophany of Abraham, or Abram at that time, right? His name hadn't been changed yet. Where God appears to Abram and says, hey, you need to follow me and do what I say, right? Move out of Ur of Canaan, and move to Canaan and set up shop there. We don't learn a lot about God in that instance. The other three theophanies that are important are the Moses theophany, that is to say, the one in which God appears to Moses both in the burning bush. So notice again, God is there and not there at the same time. A voice comes out of the bush, but it's not like there's a person there that Moses sees. Again, there's a relationship to God that they want to keep separate, unlike perhaps other nearby religions. Although I will say, the two most important theophanies that we have in Israelite literature are the one to the prophet Isaiah and the one to the prophet Ezekiel. And I don't know if you had the chance to read the theophanies to Isaiah and Ezekiel. They're very strange, especially the Ezekiel one. It's notoriously weird. But one thing that we do know about those theophanies is that in both cases, they are terrifying. You do not want Yahweh showing up for you, right? This being is not your friend. This being is not your buddy. It's not your drinking partner. This being is a
Definiscono le spalle a sola, ma in
that when they do
Torah,
show up,
what do you see in this?
people that seem
The
to see this
Akshe
being,
in Ratzon Hashem Ba'asiras Hagesh.
that they're
Even
they,
though
they're- I mean, they
it
was
was
quaking in
not
their
the
boots, like
Ratzon
quaking.
Hashem,
The text
the
says
God
they were
was holding
quaking,
rain,
like literally they were
the
shaking
Sia,
in
the
terror.
Azgivio,
And this is one of the things that we see in Israelite literature, beginning in the Hebrew Bible, but extending into other mystical literature, is that the experience of the divine is
Number two, he
terrifying.
certainly did not want to hold
We
the
have
rain
the
for
word
a long period
awesome,
of time,
right?
which is
But notice
exactly
how
what
we
it
say
took
all
for 3
full,
years.
full
But
of
yet,
all,
what did I
the
call this
word
part
is
of the
negative. All
So he
full
did two
is
things.
bad.
Number one,
All some is
he
good.
gave
Some
Ilio his
all
peace.
is okay.
Number
Like
his
a
peace.
rainbow,
Number
a lot of all is
two,
bad.
he
It's
hides
all
Ilio,
full.
but
And
sustains,
when
alright, and
God
he hides
appears to
Ilio
you,
and
when Yahweh
sustains
appears to the
Ilio
Israelite
for
prophets,
a
it is a
prolonged amount
terrifying
of time.
experience.
So you put this all
We even
together
have
with
the
the
records
seal
of their
here,
bodies
the
physically
bonus of Olam
shaking,
is
sweating.
facilitating
They lose
someone's
the ability
course
to
of action,
speak,
even though
things
what?
like that.
Even though what? Even
What
though
we
the
think
bonus of
is
Olam
that
did not
the
do it.
instances
So
of
this once
Ezekiel
again
and
goes
Isaiah
to the subject's
may have
primary
been part
thesis,
of what we might
which
call
also EDS two
Israelite
manifestations.
shamanism.
Number one, that
Now, I
sometimes the
don't
person
like to
feels
use
that
the
the
word
particular
shamanism in
daya
a
they are
willy-nilly way.
against it.
I
Is the
think
proper
that
daya, is the
shamanism,
Ratzon
as you may
Hashem,
know, was
even
a
if it's
a
not,
religious
the
religious
Ribono Shel Olam
practitioner,
will go
an
ahead
ecstatic
and
expert,
help you
primarily
along that
found
path.
in
And number
Siberia.
two,
And this idea that shamanism has been taken out of this
just because
context
the
and applied
person
more generally,
sees
I've been
success in
skeptical
a
of that
particular
process.
path,
I
in a
don't like
particular
using
endeavor,
terms like that in
does
a kind
not
of a rough and ready
necessarily
way.
mean that the
But
Ribono Shel
what
Olam
we see
is
is that the
actually
ecstatic
happy
expert
with
or the
us.
shaman
So I will take the
is
second
able
part
to
that's much more
withstand
meaningful and
a
significant
visitation
for us.
from
Because
Yahweh.
when God chooses to tell a person,
And
when God
from
doesn't
that
choose to tell a
visitation,
person,
they're
that's
able to
simply the most
extract certain kinds
complicated
of information
discussion of
about
because
what
there are
needs
plenty
to
of
be
times
done.
where actually this
And
part
so,
of the person wants
in much
something
of
to
the same
occur,
way
and
that
therefore
traditional shamans
prevents
will
it
often
from
travel
occurring.
in the
So
spirit
that's nice
world
in
in
the
order to
full
hear people,
What's important
it
for us
seems
and
like
it's
something
tiny
that
to take away
nowadays
from
is
this,
happening
but
with
it's
some forms of Israelite
important
prophecy, where
don't
the shamans
assume
are being visited by Yahweh,
that
and Yahweh is basically
success
telling
in
them how to
life
fix their
is
country.
indicative of
Right?
divine
Most of what goes
faith.
on in
In other words,
prophecy is
obviously, I
criticism of society in a general
can't be
way, and the
successful
idea is
without
by
after the start of allowing
criticizing
me to be
society
successful.
along
But
religious
don't
and social terms, then the Israelites
allow
can
success
restore
to
their
be
relationship with
translated
Yahweh,
as
and therefore
God is
Yahweh will
happy
continue to
with
protect
the
them and allow
path
for the
I
prosperity of the land.
taken.
So the
Because
prophets
sometimes
don't
that's true,
share
but
individual people.
sometimes it's
You
not.
can think about
And
them
it's
much more
important
like
to
shamans,
understand
but they're shamans for the
so what the
entire community.
which
So
will
again,
complicated.
this is where
Because if you
using
think
some
about
of
it,
these terms
life
can be
in
a
general
little
will
bit
be so much easier
misleading
if I
and
can
a
look
little
at the
bit
following
unclear,
approach.
but I think
If
that
I'm
the term
doing well,
does track at
right,
least
I'm
in a
succeeding,
general way.
that means God's happy.
We
Not
think that
succeeding,
the
that means
experiences
God's
of the prophets
unhappy.
Isaiah and the
Great,
prophets
great,
Ezekiel, the literary
life
record that we have in the Hebrew
cool.
Bible, totally
Pretty cool.
actually
Instead of
represents an
something to do
experience.
really muddying
Right?
the water
Which is
for
just to
us.
say that
Right?
the
And telling us
persons
that
of
you could be
Ezekiel
wildly
and
successful in
Isaiah
life.
probably
That's
did
what you're
experience
saying.
some
Buck is
kind of
happy with what
mystical
you're doing.
event.
Your success may be
And they
personalized,
record that, and it is that recording of it
perpetual
is found in
testament
the
and
Hebrew
effort.
Bible.
Try to
Now,
understand
Ezekiel is
is the
especially
path
interesting in
going
this
down
regard because if you've read other texts of Ezekiel, you'll know that he
Estamos bien for today.
is really
We'll pick up the
unusual
rest of
as a person. He
the
seems to do
stuff
really extreme things like lying in the street naked for days at a time. So he may have been suffering from some kind of underlying mental health condition, right? We don't know. I mean, again, it's not for me to pathologize Ezekiel or to diagnose him because I have neither the ability to do neither. But from the record, it seems like Ezekiel may have had some other kinds of mental health concerns, we would say now, which is also interesting because it shows that what is insanity in one culture is prophecy in another, right? That a shaman functioning in one culture, right, is completely normal. Like you take them out of that, put them into capitalism where they can't work, and now they're insane, they're crazy. And so it's just interesting to see how what counts as insanity can really change from culture to culture. Ezekiel is clearly a respected member of society, whereas I think now he might be institutionalized. So again, it's just interesting to notice how these things can shift enormously through time. It's also worth noting here that Ezekiel and Isaiah, the theophanies of Ezekiel and Isaiah, which the Isaiah one is also very terrifying, right? God appears to
Isaiah, and basically Isaiah says, I'm going to die. And he says, I'm finished. Like, I'm going to die. and he doesn't die, then he's basically anointed by God to tell the message of Yahweh. What's really important about both of these visions is that they will become the foundations for an entire school of Jewish mysticism called Merkabah literature or chariot literature. This form of Jewish mysticism, which we'll get to not next time, but the time after that, this was the dominant form of Jewish mysticism for 800 years. So if you want to think about the Kabbalah as existing now for about 800 years, Merkabah mysticism was the dominant form of Jewish mysticism for the 800 years prior to that. So this chariot mysticism, and again, when I say chariot mysticism, you should always keep in mind, right? This is how Yahweh is depicted, as literally riding on a kind of winged chariot. Unsurprisingly, this form of mysticism is going to be very important. Just as a preview, Merkabah mysticism is a form of mysticism in which the rabbinical elite would descend into the palaces of Yahweh, and they would meet the various angels, and they would show angels these various passwords, and eventually they would be able to climb through the various heavens. And again, you're not in it up, right? They're not going up, they're going down in the mystical York day. They come down to the chariot. And they eventually are given a glimpse of the throne of God. Sometimes they're allowed to see the body of God, which I know that Jews are not supposed to believe that God has a body. They did. They were allowed to measure the body of God, look at that literature, and in some cases they were even allowed to sit on the throne of God and be transformed into angels. So if you ever want to be transformed into an angel, all you have to do is bypass a bunch of scary angels and sit on the throne of God. No big whoop. No big whoop. So that's a very cool form of mysticism, and we'll get to it in a couple of weeks. So again, Merkabah mysticism, not Kabbalah, different kind of Jewish mysticism, but anchored in the theophany of Ezekiel and Isaiah. So as I mentioned earlier, ancient Near East prophecy is very well attested. The only major exception is Egypt. Egypt is the outlier. For whatever reason, there's not much in the way of Egyptian prophetic literature. Now, there's a lot of debates about why that is. We do have a quasi-prophetic document called the Prophecy of Nefertiti that does exist from the ancient Egyptian world, but it seems like the ancient Egyptians, for a host of reasons, I'm happy to talk more about that later if folks are interested, for whatever reason, institutional prophecy just didn't exist. It probably had to do with the fact that Egyptian religion was very highly centralized in the temple structure, and therefore the gods just didn't interact with human beings in the same way that they did in the wider Near East. But the ancient Egyptians just don't have much in the way of prophecy. They have a lot of ancient Egyptian religious literature, just not prophetic literature. I will say that outside of ancient Israel, the best attestation of prophecy in the ancient Near East world generally is from the Neo-Assyrian period. Now, this may be a little deceptive because it just so happens that the Assyrian Empire was destroyed and they managed to burn down the main temple, the main library of Ashurbanipal, and when they burned that library down, the entire library was preserved. We have basically an entire ancient Neo-Assyrian library. It's like the Library of Ancient Alexandria, but over in Iraq. It has tens of thousands of cuneiform tablets that are in great shape because, unlike burning libraries down now, right, the books tend to burn, that's bad. If you burn down an ancient cuneiform library, right, those texts are all preserved on clay tablets. And burning clay tablets makes them more likely to survive. So, thank God they burned it down, right? Because had they not burned it down, it probably wouldn't have survived. So, we have the entire library of Ashurbanipal. It's in the British Library because they're great at stealing things. And so what we have is an enormous amount of literature from this time period, including prophetic literature. In the ancient Assyrian context, what we would do is an individual prophetic utterances would be requested by a leader, typically the king,
the will of
Those
God.
utterances would be
You
written
write them
down,
book.
and
Do
then a
not want to
digest
how
of
did you
those
know that?
ecstatic utterances
Because
would
we
be
don't
collected
have
together on
children.
large
Don't
clay
go.
tablets,
Don't go.
and then those clay
Yet,
tablets would be
somehow,
stored
some way,
in the library
still
of Asher
felt that it
Biblical.
was the right
So
thing to do.
we have
Bible says,
individual
now
utterances
lest
stored together
you
on bigger
don't
tablets and then
educate yourself like
archived.
that's crazy.
The
That
exact
is
same
what
thing
will tell
happened
you
in the ancient
that
Israelite
clearly
context
something
too.
is wrong.
Many
Then
of
of
the
course, how
documents that
could
we
you ever
have,
do it?
for instance, the book of Isaiah, is not written by one
It's
person.
nice
Isaiah is
to
at least written by
know
three
things
people,
that then tell
right?
us
At three different
are
times with three different agendas.
unequivocally wrong.
All of the various Isaiah texts got edited together into one digest, and that Isaiah prophecy became the book that we now know
Human
of
nature is,
as
I know what I'm
Isaiah.
supposed to do, I know what I'm not supposed to do.
So the
There's also
exact
very
same
rarely
literary
something
and
like
material
have, like,
culture in ancient
a race situation
Syria
where
is
you're
also
not
attested
exactly
in ancient
sure
Israel,
what
which we
what
shouldn't be
the
surprised
person
about because
So
ancient
more
Israel
often
isn't
than not,
special.
pretty
Now,
clear
I know that some of us were raised
but I'm not
with this
supposed
chosen people stuff,
Yet many
but
times
the
I
ancient
find
Israelites
myself on the wrong
were
side
ancient
of the wall,
Near Eastern people,
doing things that I'm
and
not
they did what
supposed
other ancient Near
to do.
Eastern people did.
How do I get there?
Sorry,
Because
not
we
sorry.
have this incredible ability
So
to
we know a lot about ancient Neo-Assyrian prophecy. We'll get to Israelite prophecy in just a minute. We know a little bit about their prophetic techniques. We know, for instance, that they engaged in dancing. Dancing was one of the mechanisms by which both Israelite and Neo-Assyrian prophets managed to work themselves into a kind of ecstatic state. We don't know what the dancing looked like. Maybe it was the Dougie. I don't know. But whatever the dancing was, it seemed to have get them into Lindia. It got them into an ecstatic state, and in those ecstatic states, they would shout what the God had to tell them, and a scribe would write those ecstatic utterances down. They also engaged in self-laceration. So, as you may or may not know, self-harm is a pretty common motif in many mystical practices, most famously, for instance, among the Maya people. The Maya would pierce their tongue or their genitals, and they would pull string with barbs running through their tongue or genitals in order to make themselves in a great deal of pain. That blood would be gathered into a pot, and then the paper with the blood soaked would burn in the burning smoke. Maya kings would see visions. Self-harm is a very common thing that happens in many prophetic cultures. The self-harm also occurred in ancient Mesopotamian culture, and it seems like they engaged in something like flagellation, probably, so whipping themselves in order to use perhaps the endorphins or the serotonin release to get them into ecstatic states. Although there's some medical debate about whether blood loss would have been helpful in getting into an ecstatic state. I don't intend to find out. So at any rate, self-harm was also part of this. Also notice that in the ancient Israelite law, there are several prohibitions on self-harm, especially in terms of religious self-harm, specifically things like tattooing and harming yourself on the occasion of the dead. So it seems like the Israelites knew about these practices and forbid them. So if you've ever heard things about you're not allowed to get tattoos if you're Jewish or whatever, it actually comes from those kinds of laws. Although also there's a persistent myth that if you have tattoos, you can't be buried in a Jewish graveyard. That's nonsense. I don't know where these weird things get started, but that's a thing people say, and they're wrong. We also know, interestingly enough, that ancient Near Eastern prophets could be both women and men. We have attestations of both women and men prophets. And we also, what's I think really important that doesn't get talked about enough, is that we have a third gender that is specifically connected to ancient Near Eastern prophecy. Specifically, the goddess Ishtar, who you may know from the name Esther. The name Esther is just the version of the name Ishtar. We know that the goddess Ishtar could convert your gender from typically male gender, man gender, to another third gender called Asina. And these Asina prophets would have their gender converted by Ishtar, and they can be converted and converted back on the command of the goddess. And while you were converted to this Asina gender, this third gender,
You would be serving the goddess Ishtar probably in a ritual sex-working job in the temple precincts. And so we don't know a lot about this exactly because the literature is pretty scant. But I think what's interesting again from a material history and gender studies study of this is that the only attestation we have of a certain queer gender with its own kind of grammar. The grammar here actually means moon person, but moon person is in the masculine gender ending in Akkadian. So clearly moon is associated with female people, whereas the word here is Asinu. They're clearly making it a gender bending category. And you can have your gender typically men. I don't know if there's any cases of women being assigned to be Asinu, but men prophets can be shifted to the Asinu gender. So if you're curious about that, FYI, there's a great study of that by the SBL called Prophets Male and Female. I can put it in the chat later. That is the most extensive study of this the role of gender and the Asinu gender in ancient Near East prophecy. We only know of one Canaanite non-Israelite prophet, and that is Balaam, son of Beor, who you may know from the Torah. He's also attested in another place outside of the Bible. He's attested in a shrine that there's a plaster, the wall is plastered, and he's mentioned on the plaster of the wall. And he's mentioned in a non-Israelite language, I think it's Moabite. And so he must have existed and been quite famous. In fact, he's the only prophet from the ancient Canaanite world attested outside of the Bible. So he was famous enough that the Bible had to include him, and he was so famous that he was also attested outside of the Bible as well. However, no non-Israelite Canaanite prophetic texts survive. If they existed, which they very well did, they very well likely did, they didn't survive. The reason for that might be that they were written down on papyrus and simply didn't get copied because of the provincial supremacy of the Israelites in Gaullism. It could just be that they haven't been discovered yet. But we do not have records of prophets, non-Israelite prophets, leaving behind literary record. Unlike, I should mention this text that is on the screen here. This is probably one of the most important ancient Near Eastern religious texts. This is called the Descent of Ishtar. This is a tale where Ishtar descends into the underworld. If you've never read it before, I highly encourage you to take a look at it. It is a description of Ishtar going into the underworld and ultimately becoming trapped there and having to escape. And it's a really fascinating text about Ishtar's journey to the underworld. Many religions have journey to the underworld motifs. Christianity, for instance, has a pretty famous journey to the underworld, Orpheus in the Greek legends. So this journey to the underworld business is a pretty typical religious literature, and the journey to Ishtar is especially really wonderful to read, especially if you want to read again prophetic literature and religious literature from the ancient world in which women are the central focus, unlike in Israelite religious mythology where it's all dudes all the time, for worse. What we have in Israelite prophecy is a very complicated state of affairs. Very complicated state of affairs. Prophecy was a core component of ancient Israelite society. We know of hundreds of prophets from the ancient Israelite world. And when you put that into a sort of material cultural analysis, what that means is that Yahweh was perceived as basically being in constant contact with people. That is to say, you could kind of go down the street and there'd be a prophet in your village, very likely. If you needed to get in contact with Yahweh, you could probably get into contact with Yahweh. Right? Yahweh and so prophecy was widely attested. So first thing that we know is that prophets occurred in both genders. We have both women and men prophets. And in fact, the oldest literature attested in the Hebrew Bible are both prophetic pieces of literature from women, specifically attributed to Devorah and Miriam. As you may know, the Song of the Sea and the Song of Devorah, found in the book of Judges, are
probably the oldest pieces of the Hebrew Bible. They are so old that there's no definite article yet in Hebrew. Right? They are very old, probably dating back to the Bronze Age. And what we think is that at this period, both of these prophetic pieces of literature, the Song of the Sea and the Song of Deborah, are what we call war-man prophecy. War-man prophecy was a very common form of prophecy all throughout the world, in which a prophet had contact with their God, and they would give advice specifically about military matters. And usually what would happen is you would consult the prophet about military matters, and then after one, assuming you did, the prophet would sing your praises as having won on behalf of the God. And that's exactly what we have in the Song of Deborah and the Song of Miriam. The Song of Deborah probably has a very early, probably Bronze Age or very early Iron Age account of a tribal conflict in which even if what I'm doing is this is also the story of Yael driving a 10 spikes to a dude's head, which is bad. And so, yeah, 10 spikes, 6 skulls, that's the thing. And if you read the Deborah account, especially in Hebrew, it's very archaic. And of course, the Miriam story also probably is a memory of some kind of skirmish that occurred in ancient Egypt, where the Israelites were able to escape or at least defeat the Egyptians in that case. So I think what's interesting about this is that the earliest pieces of literature we have from the ancient Israelites that survive are mystical literature. They're accounts of the God speaking, and they're accounts of the God speaking to women. In both cases, this may indicate, and again, we don't have two pieces of evidence here, this may indicate that women served a unique role in very, very archaic Israelite prophecy. It may have been the case that because they were accepted for battle, that they were allowed to talk to God about the battle, or it may be the case that they had, for whatever reason, thought of it as some extra kind of connection to Yahweh. We just don't know. We have no idea. It just is conspicuous that this earliest pieces of literature are both attested to women. We also have independent prophets, I like to call them freelance prophets. Those are people that basically go around condemning people for everything. Those prophets that you probably know are famous people like Amos, who was very famous for condemning the social practices of the ancient Israelites, specifically their excesses, being very wealthy. Amos is probably the most social justice-y warrior guy of the Israelites. He really dislikes the fact that they are, the Israelites are so wealthy and they use their wealth to oppress poor people. If you've ever read that great section on Yom Kippur, right, where it says, this is a fast I want, I don't want you fasting from food and water, I want you fasting from all kinds of social injustice. That's Amos. Right, and so those pieces are really big, and in our tradition, I think that's more progressive people come from the prophet Amos. So he's an independent social prophetic. We also know that the Israelite state employed hundreds of prophets. We have at least two different cases where ancient Israelite kings would have hundreds of prophets in their employ, and those hundreds of prophets would go into ecstatic states. They would also act out their prophecy. So, for instance, if you thought that the king would be gored by an enemy, it's not uncommon that the prophets would actually have gore, like the horns made of iron, and they would dance around with the horns of iron in a very theatrical way, it seems. And that these theatrical shows where prophecy, ecstatic states, and theater really meshed together in ancient Israelite society. So we do know that the Israelite state, like the ancient Syrian state, employed a huge number of prophets. It also seems like, by the way, FYI, that unlike other ancient Near Eastern peoples, the Israelites did not rely on astrology. The ancient Assyrians, ancient Babylonians had developed a very, very sophisticated form of astrology. The ancient Israelites rejected it for reasons that aren't clear, and they rejected it not because they knew better. It wasn't like the ancient Israelites somehow knew that astrology was wrong. It's probably just that they were jealous and they didn't have the sophisticated math. You have to believe that the ancient Israelites do not like the idea of astrology. Rather, they like direct contact with their God. Is the true and correct path,
All things
then
told,
Hashem will help you down that path, even if what? the Rebbe Shalom knows it's not right. Like, this is Rebbe Shalom knows, you know, was like, can you imagine? I won't start about
We
this.
also know that there were Roman prophetic bands. These are sort of prophets that sort of roamed around the countryside.
That
We
everyone
know they
does
had leaders. Samuel was a leader of such an band of roaming prophets. And we also know that they would roam around and they would play music and they would dance. Now again, this is more dancing and music were attested in ancient Israel.
Right, if they would only really try to be able to, you know, a lot of times in life, we are quote unquote performing the Ratzon Hashem, but it's not the Ratzon Hashem I'm performing, it's the Ratzon Hashem. It's my own will I'm performing. I just happen to go ahead and be soaking it in the will of the powerful. So that is something absolutely amazing and qualifies a very complex concept, which is the Derek Sha'adar motivated Molukin himself. Hashem says, listen, you choose the path, I'll help you on it. The prerequisite to that is you have to believe that what you're doing is correct. You truly believe that your Derek is the pursuit of the Ratzon Hashem, or your Derek is the pursuit of absolute emes, that Hashem says, well, listen, whether I agree or disagree, you have the Torah, and I'll help you down that path. Like, incredible example, right? What's the most incredible example of that? The most example?
Huldah is primarily known from the book of Kings, where the King Josiah, the Judean King Josiah, finds a Torah scroll in a wall.
Right? Because remember again, we often, the Russians comment on this. Right? Actually, Rabbi Tzaddik is going to quote Bilam as well. But if you think about this, Paro's heart was hardened. HaKadosh Baruch Hu took away Paro's Dechira because Paro ultimately, again, he understood. See, we look at it as punitive, and to a certain degree, it is punitive. But Lamaisa, the removal of Paro's Dechira ultimately allowed him to do what he truly wanted to do, which was to be defiant and to stand up. Now, again, Paro did not believe in HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Paro believed that he was the deity, right? And Paro couldn't, I made the knob. Paro couldn't, he was the deity. So HaKadosh Baruch Hu said, listen, you want to be the God? You want to stand up? You want to go ahead and not cave in? Fine. But you have to actually believe that what you are doing is correct. The actual was it, and it's just incredible. Because if you think about it, you know what HaKadosh Baruch Hu wants more than anything of us, is believe in something. Believe in something. Let's say, how many times do we go through life and we have absolutely no passionate convictions? Right? People are so paranoid. And the truth is, we go through life, and what are we passionate about? Like, what do I actually believe in a fiery and exciting way? What do I actually believe in with all of my neshama? What is it that Baruch Hu says, the derech if you believe in something, I'll help you. I may not believe in it, God says. I may not agree with it. But as long as you really believe that this is emes, and you really believe that this is the Ratzon Hashem, then I'll help you along. You have to really believe it. And that's why looking back, I'll have to stop a little bit for today. That's why looking back, at the end of the day, a person could see success in a particular area of life, but that success is not necessarily indicative that what I'm doing is good in the eyes of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. We'll say, by the way, the motion with you could compare this to a human parent as well. Many times, our children make choices, and I think that is a very poor decision. But they believe this is the right thing for them. I don't mean things are dangerous or things like that. But a child chooses something that I just look at and I say, I just don't think it's a good idea. But okay, you believe in this, so what do parents often do, right? Not only do they not stand in the way, but sometimes they're even supportive. Because what am I supposed to do? This is what my kid believes in. This is what my child thinks is the good thing. So you know what? This is what I'm going to do. Is it indicative that it's right? No. Is it indicative that I agree with it? Absolutely not. But sometimes you have to let people believe in the things that they're going to believe in. So Tzaddik says, so if you now, the prerequisite is you have to believe it. You have to actually believe it. You have to believe in something with a fiery and a fierce conviction. And if I do this, listen, you believe in it, then I'll help you. I might not agree, but I'll help you. Therefore, says Rabbi Tzaddik, be very, very careful. Because sometimes when we're successful in things in life, we take that to mean that HaKadosh Baruch Hu is giving his stempel, right? His stamp on what I'm doing. And sometimes that's not true. Sometimes that's not true. So this thing takes an incredible self-awareness to go through life and to really think about, what I'm doing is right. Success is not always the metric of divine pleasure or divine happiness with my life choices. Sometimes Baruch Hu helps me because I believe that this is the right thing. That I have to be self-aware and introspective enough to really try to figure out, is what I'm doing truly the Ratzon Hashem? All right, we'll stop over here for today. We'll pick up in Mir Hashem with this tomorrow as well. Shkoyach. All right, everyone, good morning. Let us begin. So we are going to finish in Mir Hashem this morning. Son of Faith. I apologize. Yesterday, I'm not on the chat. I sent out Samach Gimel, which was the first PDF I sent out. So we're going to begin that tomorrow. And so this morning, we're going to do the second PDF I sent out, which was the last misleading paragraph of Samach Faith. So remember again, over Samach Faith, what we've been privileged to see is the Rabbi developing the spiritual DNA of Am Yisrael, highlighting this idea that different people throughout our history have really mastered certain traits, passed those traits onto their family, their immediate family, and then ultimately, again, those traits become the purview of general Klal Yisrael as well. And you begin to go through these traits, you begin to see that if one is able to inculcate within themselves these particular traits, one creates the totality of a spiritual personality. So remember again, so we had, whatever, we're not going to go through all of them again, you'll do your Chazorah, but you'll see that again, each of these traits in their own way represent something unique and beautiful in the spiritual tapestry of Am Yisrael. So the Rebbe ends off and he says something quite beautiful. He says, V'chalukas. Therefore it says as follows. V'chalukas kol mishpachos hashvatim levati avos shemufurash b'Torah u'kifi chalukas hamalos hamiyuchados lahem v'shleimas hamidos. So the Rebbe says that, it's interesting because so many times in the Torah, Am Yisrael is divided by families, by Bati Avos, by Mishpachos. So of course that's nothing new to us, but the Rebbe says that embedded in this idea of being divided by families is also representative of the fact that different groups possess different midos. Different groups, different midos. Shezalcha b'yichud v'patos kol av shal kol mishpacha mishpacha sheniskar Hashem kimo chanuk, chalu, chatzron, shvei chami v'chadoma v'hasid b'shleimus mida mesuyemes u'nitala u'kina alayim chila v'zara achar. The Rebbe says the way it works in most mishpachos, when the Torah goes out of its way to highlight this family and that family, because generally families inherit the traits of their familial ancestor, which means that different families really personified or excelled in different areas, different midos, different areas of ruchnius. What is that? Inasu lechalukas hakitos, the seals and Roshim Shonos Israel, but open Tarcheim ba'avodas Hashem. We'll say this is incredibly beautiful. The Rabbi says, let's think about this for just a moment. So Yosef, right? So remember again, the midah of Yosef. The midah of Yosef is Yosef was a tzaddik. So we spoke about the idea that the midah of being a tzaddik is the ability of someone who's able to maintain a heightened sense of morality, even when being bombarded by temptation. So the family of Yosef excelled in that midah. David HaMelech, family of David, were Hasidim. Okay, not Hasidim like Bad Tzaddik, right? But they personified the midah of Hasidus, which is the ability to be fully and wholly embedded in Avodas Hashem, in the service of the Ribono Shel Olam. Well, think about this just a moment. So imagine that the offspring of Yosef and the offspring of David get together. They get together. Are they the same? Are they the same? No. No. So who's better? Who's better? They're both wonderful. They're just different. They're just different. So the Tzaddik is going to highlight something absolutely incredible, which is sometimes we make the dramatic mistake of thinking that the goal is conformity. The goal is conformity. Everyone should look the same. Everyone should be the same. Everyone should act the same. But in fact, that's never been the goal. Right? So let's just think on what did we just learn? We just learned that all of our great people throughout history personified different midos. David didn't have the midos of Yosef, and Yosef didn't have the midah of David, and Moshe Rabbeinu didn't have the midah of Yaakov, and Yaakov wasn't Moshe. Everyone personified their own particular midah, and they passed those midos on to their children, which means that their mishpachos develop differently than one another. And the Tzaddik says, so what's the takeaway message? He says, Elohim Yoser Bale Midah Misuyamezu. So certain families were stronger in a particular area. You go in Haleviyin, the Midas Hatara Shelahem, Ve'ilu Ha'achirin, Tafitzim Yoser Midazu. And other families, right, were more proficient in different midos. Kigon, B'nei Yosef, She'ikar Avodasam Hibish, as I mentioned before. For example, children of Yosef, again, ultimately tzaddik, so morality, they were stronger in this particular area. On them, Achos Ma'alos Elu Kianitis. They'll say, what does he say? Every one of these milos, they're true. In other words, we'll say, to be clear, the tzaddik, when he was going through the order, I'll say, I want to be clear, with the exception of Moshe Rabbeinu, how did he order the midos? How did he order them? In chronological order. Right? He wasn't ranking, this is more important, this is less important. They're all great. He puts Moshe at the end because Moshe Rabbeinu personified a different type of midah, the midah of Hamkacham, which was just different than anything else. But he says they're all amitis. Now, let's remember again, when we learn this, we have a shaykhos. Remember, because the way this worked, the Tzaddik said, is that in the beginning, the person personified the midah, he then passed it down to his children, but then it becomes the purview of all of Klal Yisrael. So when we learn this is really exciting because I look at this and I say to myself, okay, so what do I want to work on? Maybe I need to be a little more of a Yosef. Maybe I need to be a little bit more of a David, a little bit more of a Moshe. What do I need to work on? But they're all shaykh to me. Elu, Shevehis Pashtusam, the Banim, Boltos Maluzu, Yosef Bekas Achot, Umala Harris Boltas, Boletas, Yosef Betashnia. So we'll say, and again, when you look around the world, when I say around the world, you look around Israel, different people are stronger in different areas. This is incredibly important to so. No one is strong in all areas. And not one of us. I don't know what the topic is saying is there anyone who possesses all of these midos? What's the answer? I think the answer is you could possess all of these midos, but no one possesses all of them with the same level of intensity. In other words, it's human nature that we gravitate towards certain things and we excel in certain things. So can I have a little bit of all of these midos? Absolutely. Absolutely I can. Do I become proficient in all of these midos? Most probably not. Probably not. He goes on, well, the olam, tachlis kulam, but he says that's okay. He says again, Elibis Pashtusan, Beban Boltos, Boletas Malazu, Yosef Kasachos, Umala Harris Boletas, Yosef Kashnia. And so ultimately, again, you'll find these midos coming out in different ways, in different groups. Uliolam, Tachlis Kulam, Lahagia, Lishtemus, the Chol Hamalos, Kedeli, Davi, Pashul, we'll say, what's my stated goal? Right? My stated goal is to try to become proficient in all of these areas. Right? That's my goal. Will I reach the level of proficiency in the same way by all of these goals? Probably not, but that's okay. Sometimes we'll see us have goals, even if you know that you're probably not going to fully reach them. You still have to have them. He goes on, he says, Lochin Amru Chazal, Al-Kobos is beautiful. Amru Chazal, Al-Kola Matlokis Shish B'Chalador T'Intach Mei HaTorah B'Yisrael, Hanovaz M'iluki Nashosehem, Uma'alos HaNefesh HaKayamos Bazeh Yosem Mizeh. So we'll say, this now gets even more incredible. The Tzaddik says, when you look in Halacha, and you find Machlokas, and again, that's going to be very much the topic of the next post as well. Look at Machlokas. The Tzaddik ponders, where did Machlokas come from? Okay? A Machlokas L'Shem Shammai. Remember again, this is very apropos, right? This is last week's Parshas Korah. There's Machlokas L'Shem Shammai, Machlokas L'Shalom L'Shem Shammai. When you speak about Machlokas, you read Machlokas, like in the Gemara, you read a Machlokas. Where does that Machlokas come from? Those are the Tzaddik ponders that often Machlokas comes from because people see the world in different ways. Because Abaye might be proficient in one midah, and Rabbi may be proficient in a different midah, and that midah shapes your world view. So we'll say a machlokes l'shem shamayim means two people each coming to the table with a proficiency in a different midah of the midos we discussed, and if we're seeing the world through that lens. Are they both correct lenses? Absolutely. But they're different. And Reb Tzaddik posits, that's where Machlokes comes from. He says, Amru Chazal kol Machlokes sheish b'chal dor tzcham Yisrael, halavas michiluki nafshoseim, u'ma'alos hanefesh hakayamos b'zeh yosem mizeh, v'elu divrei Elokim chayim, v'hakol ames. So I will say about a certain type of Machlokes, we say, Elu divrei Elokim. You have to be careful with this because it's a beautiful idea of Elu. Yes, these words and these words are both the words of the living God. We're going to see that in the next oath. That was how the Ribono Shalom described the Machlokes Shammai and Hillel. It doesn't apply to every Machlokes, right? To be clear, sometimes there's a Machlokes and one person is right, there's one person is wrong. Not everything is always right, but often when it comes to Machlokes and the Sheen and tomorrow, you see Elu divrei Elokim chayim. Yes, these are both correct. Let's see, how can they be both correct? Come on, doesn't make any sense. Elamai says of Tzaddik, because when both people see the world through beautiful and magnificent needles that we've described, but they're different, often their conclusions are not the same. Yet they can both be correct. Now, obviously, again, the Ram of Halacha, you have to choose the path forward, right? You can't accept everybody's opinion. You have to choose the path forward. He says, V'akol emes, me'achar shekol, page kuflun daled, me'achar shekol, so zera kodesh, v'gay kodesh, v'kol machlokes b'neihem, u'rak ich la'avodas Hashem. Yeah, I will say, again, I have to think this is just such a beautiful insight. Because a lot of times you see Machlokes in the Gemara. And I'm coming around the Gemara right now. Where does the Machlokes come from? The Tzaddik posits that Machlokes comes from the fact that one Tana brings to the table one particular midah. Maybe he's a David. And the second Tana, maybe he is a Yaakov. And because that's the midah they excel in, and that's the midah which shapes them, that's the midah which creates the worldview, that's the midah which creates the lens through which they see the world. And therefore, again, even when arguing halacha, that's how they're going to see their reality. Who's right? They're both right. They're just coming from different, correct, beautiful, and spiritual perspectives. That's the Elu divrei Elokim chayim. You're both correct because you're both espousing midos necessary for Klal Yisrael. That's some of Machlokes. I think what the Tzaddik also teaches on this will have to conclude is this idea that we've just seen the smorgasbord of midos. And I want to point out, you'll say to yourself, well, aren't there so many more midos in the world of midos? Yes. The Tzaddik is highlighting over here the primary categories. I think if you delve into this more, you'll find that within each of these categories of midos, there are more subdivisions of midos. But Lamaisa, these are the primary categories of midos. And the Tzaddik says, although the goal would be for everyone to possess all of them, most of us end up becoming proficient in specific areas. And this is important. First of all, to figure out what area you want to focus on. I think part of our role is now that we've seen these videos to figure out, okay, what do I need to work on? Who do I need to resemble a bit more in my life? And I don't think it's one choice for the rest of our lives. I think it's one choice for now. And then Halabai, when we go ahead and we reach the level of accomplishment in a particular area of those development, then in Eretz Hashem is time to move on to the next thing. And so on and so forth. We make our way through the Olam Hamidos, working on ourselves one time after another. In terms of Klal Yisrael, it's so important to recognize that our goal is not to be the same. It's very important. Because often we think that Achdus demands conformity. But that's not true. Achdus means that everybody should become the best version of themselves. Everybody should develop the midah that they feel speaks to them most. And there's no one that's more right. There's no one that's more wrong. Because absolutely everyone is fundamentally necessary. Each of the midos are fundamentally necessary. So let's stop over here. There's so much more to talk about on this. But we'll stop over here for today. We're going to pick up again tomorrow in Os Summit Gimel, building on this idea. You're going to see that the Rabbi takes it in a dramatically different direction. Also, this looks the same. I don't know if I mentioned it. Learning this Sefer in the morning is so important. It's so powerful. If you never had children, says the Lord, do not have children. So just understand that when we learn the Rabbi Sefer in the morning, we become the spiritual children, giving mitzvahs to his neshama, giving mitzvahs to his Torah. So it's an incredible way, not only to benefit from his Torah, but how I master to benefit his neshama as well. Incredible business. All right, we'll stop here. All right, let's begin. So we are continuing the session this morning. In Os Summit days. So we left off yesterday. The Rabbi now is talking about the Midah of Hasidus. So we're picking up each book, Nun Aleph, in Os Summit days in the Victoria Hasidus, bottom right hand corner. Shem Chassid. So says that. So what is the Midah of being a Chassid? She'enu mis'ada l'shum chayva mi'yonei ha'olam hazeh. Zulas ma sherotzin Hashem Yisrael. It's quite a profound midah that the Rabbi is describing over here. The midah of Hasidus is where a person desires nothing other than to fulfill the will of Hashem. So all of my particular personal desires, all of my human desires are somehow sublimated, are somehow relegated to a secondary status, a secondary tier, in light of the Ribbonu Shel Olam's Ratzon. So the truth is, this concept is espoused in Pirkei Avos, where the Mishnah says, "Aseh ritzoncha ritzono." Make the Ratzon of Hashem your Ratzon. Right? Meaning, so many times in life we have this struggle. Right? And the struggle is between what I want and what HaKadosh Baruch Hu wants from me. And often they're two very different things. What I want, I'd like to do A, B, C, D, and E. And HaKadosh Baruch Hu sometimes tells me you can't do A, B, C, D, and E. But not just that he wants me to do E, F, and G. He wants me to be doing something totally different. And the whole secret to successful living is somehow making my Ratzon HaKadosh Baruch Hu's Ratzon. Or to say the opposite. HaKadosh Baruch Hu's Ratzon, my Ratzon. This is just a moment. If at the end of the day, what I want out of life is always in conflict with what HaKadosh Baruch Hu wants from me, at a certain point in time, I'm just going to stop doing it. Because no one wants to live in a constant state of conflict. Right? No one wants to constantly be putting your own wants and needs on the side, even for the sake of some higher power. Spiritual success comes in life when I make HaKadosh Baruch Hu's Ratzon my Ratzon. I'll just give you an example of this, which is actually it's a little bit of a different kind of example. When the Torah says that Hashem placed Adam HaRishon in Gan Eden. First, Vayikach es ha'adam, vayanicheyu began Eden. So Rashi says, Vayikach Hashem took Adam, Lakho Bidvarim. Hashem took Adam with words. With words. Now, it's interesting because that's not the Pashup Pshat, right? Pashup Pshat is that what happened. Hashem took Adam. Either he physically lifted Adam up and placed him in Gan Eden, or he gave a command to Adam, you must go to Gan Eden. Here Rashi goes out of his way and says, no, Vayikach means Lakho Bidvarim. He took him with words. Na'anal and G'ayeh says something so profound. He says, HaKadosh Baruch Hu wanted Adam to want Gan Eden. He wanted Adam to want it. So the problem with this Kadosh Baruch Hu take Adam and place him in Gan Eden, Kadosh Baruch Hu lift him up and place him or command him. Of course, but they don't have his buy-in. And if you don't have his buy-in, he's not vested. He's not vested. That's why Rashi says Vayikach is Lakho Bidvarim. Adam, let me tell you about that. Let me tell you about that. Let me tell you about this place. Let me tell you how spectacular it is. Let me tell you how amazing it is. Let me tell you how happy you're going to be. When you live, if you feel like you would you like to go? Would you like to go? And of course, my generation says yes. It's a very profound idea that ultimately, again, Baruch Hu did not need to do this. The good thing about being God is you say stuff that people have to listen, or at least they're supposed to listen. Right? So Baruch Hu just said to Adam, go, but he wanted Adam to be vested. And I was saying, this becomes the source of the chassid as well. You see, my goal in life is that I want HaKadosh Baruch Hu's ratzon to become my ratzon. I don't want to live in conflict. I don't want it to be that I'm living in 20 years and there's this constant tug of war between what God wants from me and what I want from me. I don't want that. Instead, what I really want is Asay with Sonka, with Sono, with Sonka. I want to make HaKadosh Baruch Hu's will my will. I want us to be on the same page. God, I want it to be that what you want for me out of life, I want for me out of life. So says the tzaddik something amazing. He says, Shem Chassid. What's the Chassid? The Chassid ultimately, again, is a person who just wants the Ratzon Hashem. The Chassid is a person ultimately, again, whose Ratzon, whose will of life, whose what he wants, is the same thing that HaKadosh Baruch Hu wants for him. That's the level of Chassidus. Goes on. Zochava David HaMelech Alav Shalom. So David HaMelech was Zocha to achieve this level. Umitalo Ukna'o B'nafsho. And he acquired it, and he inculcated it within himself. And I will say, the truth is, David HaMelech was a very profound example of this. Because remember, again, if you ask David HaMelech what did he want out of life, David HaMelech had simple goals and aspirations. And what were they? To be a shepherd. That's all he wanted. He did not want anything more complex, anything more complicated, anything more profound out of life, right? All he wanted out of life was to be a shepherd and to have a sense of connection with the Ribono Shel Olam. That's all. And what does HaKadosh Baruch Hu want from him? Something dramatically different. The Ribono Shel Olam really foisted the malchus upon him. So David HaMelech has a choice. I could either spend my entire life lamenting what I would have liked for myself, or I can embrace the Ratzon Hashem. And of course, he embraced the Ratzon Hashem. He becomes David Malka Mashiach. He becomes David HaMelech, again, the father of a dynastic monarchy, the father of the Messianic line. So that says the tzaddik is Chassidus. He goes on, he says, Mimela came, Nochalu the Olam Chazar to David Acharav, Lihios, the Ma'alas Chassid. Okay, Chassid Acharis Yamin, Yisabta Ha'aris Mishpachas Beis David Javad, Shetia Mishpachas Beis Sofedes Lachut, B'nei Hashivusam Yuchedes La'asid, B'hu Mitzad Ma'alas David Acharav. Says the tzaddik. And again, in the future, well, leaving aside the future, so once again, remember, tzaddik has the same model for everything. You have an individual who acquires a particular midah, and then what happens? That individual inculcates that midah within his mishpacha, within his family, and once that midah becomes accessible to that particular mishpacha, then what occurs? Then ultimately, again, it becomes the purview, or it becomes accessible to the rest of Klal Yisrael. So we'll say the progression of this midah of Chassidus. And by the way, once you know that this is the midah of David HaMelech, you actually see this concept without sacredness. It's actually quite beautiful and amazing to see. The reference to this notion of Hasidus over and over and over. I say Ritzono Ritzoncha. I don't want to live in conflict. I want your will, Ribono Shalom. This is the Achos Sha'alti Me'is Hashem Usavakish. Shifti Be'ez Hashem Chayim Mechayai. See, we often understand that David HaMelech was asking for kirva, that he was asking for closeness, which of course is absolutely true. He was asking for something more than closeness as well, which was he was asking the Ribono Shalom, I don't want to live in a constant state of conflict. Instead, I want to figure out a way to make your ratzon my ratzon. And I will say that becomes the active pursuit of every single Jew. I say ritzono, ritzon cha. We go to avoid that conflict by making the will of the Ribono Shalom my will. Says the tzaddik. That's the end of it. So we'll stop over here. We'll pick up the Meretz Hashem with the continuing of tomorrow. We'll do Tava. Today we did Chassid. Meretz Hashem tomorrow. Tar.
Has it written down to justify his political agenda, and which is the Torah we still have, by the way. Like, it basically is a piece of political propaganda from the 6th century BC, which no one talks about that. That's the thing. But Huldah is actually a woman prophet who is an immigrant, a refugee from the north. She's living in a suburb of Jerusalem, and she's consulted to basically vet whether or not this scroll found in the wall is true. And of course, she does the very wise thing and says that it is. I'm sure her neck is on the line. So we do know that women had a relatively high-ranking position of power as prophets. They were not allowed to be priests, but they were allowed to be prophets, and they could do things as high level as basically that scripture. And again, I want to re-say that just so folks hear it. This is a woman vetting the legitimacy of the Bible. That is enormously important in the history of Judaism and in the history of religion, I think more generally, considering how completely excluded women are on almost every level in this historical thing. The ancient Israelites vetted the Torah almost as we know it, at least in the book of Deuteronomy 5:1. We know virtually nothing about her, but clearly she was considered to be in contact with Yahweh, and at least for political reasons, vetted some sections of the Bible as we know them. We also know that there were professional prophets, that is to say, prophets whose job it was to be a prophet. You got paid. You got a 9-to-5 job, and you were a prophet. I don't get a prophet you get. I don't know if they did, but local prophet number 95. But they had professional prophets that existed. We also know of non-professional prophets. Sometimes they're called Ish Elohim, men of God. And these were often associated also with miracle working and what may be better described as magic. These would be folks like Elijah and Elisha, who the only accounts of people being resurrected from the dead in the entire Hebrew Bible are both associated with Elijah and Elisha. And so, on the one hand, they represented God, mostly in divine roles. As you may know, many Israelites and other Canaanite people worshipped a god called Baal, who was very popular as a storm god, because as you may know, storms are very rare in ancient Israel, and he relied on winter rains basically to make sure that you had agricultural crops. And so storms were a godsend, and Baal was very popular. Well, just like on the middle school playground of your childhood, people fought each other to show how cool they were, and so did the gods. And so we know most famously about Elijah, was Elijah challenged the prophets of Baal to a duel, and subsequently murdered them all by cutting their heads off when they lost the duel. If that rings of Al-Qaeda or Daesh to you, yes, this is a brutal world, and whether the story happened or not, we don't know, but the fact that the Israelite writer that recorded it, relished in it, at least meant that they wanted to have happened, whether it really happened or not. So, we also have prophetic tools. You know, my God can meet up your God in a situation where they would engage in these prophetic tools, which you would never read that story in
reality
Kings
and to
is
the
really worth reading.
amazingly
Elijah
enough,
was a weird,
Amalek
weird,
and
weird
Yosef
dude.
have the same
And
exact power.
he's
It's
on
the
the
same
fringe of
strength.
society.
They just use
He's
it
not even
different
crazy
ways.
with an Israelite.
What
He's
is Yosef?
constantly called a Tishbite,
Yosef Actius
right? And so
is
as a
not
Tishbite,
against
he
the
may have not
Hashem.
been born
Rather,
Israelite.
Yosef's
He's a kind of
Actius
fringe character
or
that people
the
have a very
Ratzon.
strange relationship
Like no matter what
with, and he
happens
continued
to
to have a strange
Yosef,
relationship with him because he
will
didn't
not
die
heal.
allegedly, and now we
Yosef
invite him into our homes randomly.
Yosef
So
will not
just be
himself
just
in
remember, right, when you invite him into
So
your home,
the
that he
same
did cut off the
exact
head allegedly of like 500
same
people one
exact
time.
character.
So be careful
Yet
who you invite into your
not
home.
just be
This guy's
kind of
murdered
different
about
ways. So
500
goes
people.
on, he says, if you look on page Kufnun, the Uriah
Elijah.
Hashidus,
We also know that
last one.
prophets seem to have been both ecstatic and non-ecstatic, which is to say that some of them went into fugue states. We might call them or ecstatic states to issue their prophecy, and others didn't.
Let's say another
So we have a
aspect
range of
of
prophetic techniques.
is that we also
Unfortunately, what we don't
Ayin
have
Hara,
is
because
any
in
accounts
Ayin
in
Hara
ancient Israel and
has
literature
no
about how they did
power
this.
over the
We know they danced
office
and they played music.
Now what is this?
Nothing else.
Ain
And
Ayin
yes, I
Hara,
know some of you are probably wondering, did they do
in
drugs?
Ayin Hara, Shabbat
Probably
Afran,
not. At least if they did,
Revan,
it's not recorded.
Motion,
Right?
Shomer,
We don't have any attestation of
in
Elijah, like, ate some mushrooms and then went to town, or, smoked some weed, or what, or even drink alcohol. Many of the prophets are actually sworn off of alcohol as part of their prophetic vocation. So we don't have much evidence of substance use in the prophetic literature. However, archaeology is an hell of a drug. And what we recently found at a site called Tel Arad, which is one of the few Yahweh shrines survived from the ancient world, we found on the top of one of the altars where you burn incense, cannabinoids. And so we know that room, right, would have been relatively small. If they were burning incense with cannabinoids in it, they were hotboxing. Maybe. We don't know. Right? But we found it. We found evidence of cannabinoids at a Yahweh shrine, right? One of the only ones that survived. There are only two that survived. There's one in Tel Arad, and there's one in Tel Dan. The Jerusalem one has been destroyed, and so the Shiloh one has never been found. But maybe they were
and then what happens?
getting contact
They
eyes,
work
talking
in a
Yahweh.
way
I don't
which
know.
is absolutely
I would encourage you to do your experimentation on your own time. See
you may
what
be
works.
struggling in
So I do not know.
what is
But
happening under
this,
those
by the way, that
circumstances
find about the Tel Arad cannabinoid thing was just like a year ago.
we
So
gave
people who think that they combed over everything over there,
and now slowly it's
they found all kind of weird stuff.
in a way.
So actually, it's not that they found it; they just didn't think to test it. That shrine's been sitting in the Israel Museum for like 30 years. They just didn't test it for some reason. And so some guy scraped it and was like, "Yeah, it's maybe." So that's the thing. The image on the left-hand side here is from the Dead Sea Scrolls. This is from the Habakkuk Pesher. The pictures is a commentary. This is the first commentary we know of in Judaism. And if you know anything about the history of Judaism, commentaries are our jam. We're a commentary-writing people. We love to write, we write things called hyper-commentaries, folks. The hyper-commentary is a commentary on a commentary on a commentary. That is, commentaries are our jam. And this is the first one. This is a commentary on the prophet Habakkuk. This is recovered from the Dead Sea Scrolls, and this is the first time where a prophet, the prophet Habakkuk, is actually being read as a esoteric text. The commentator believes that inside of the prophecy of Habakkuk are secret things that are going to happen in the future. And so if you've ever heard curious people say that they found secret things in the Bible that describe the future, this is the first guy or person to do this. Is in the Habakkuk Pesher found in the Dead Sea Scrolls. You can find this document in any collection of the Dead Sea Scrolls. But again, what's important to note here, right, is that even the idea that you could mine a prophetic piece of literature to divine the future, that we all know it's culturally very common. Phoenix football radio, I'm sure you can find some preacher right now telling you that the end of the world is coming because they found something in the Bible, Daniel, whatever. The first time we see it actually happen in the Israelite literature is in this commentary on Habakkuk. So you can read the book of Habakkuk, it's relatively short, and then you can read the Habakkuk Pesher in the Dead Sea Scrolls, and take a look at that one. This is also on display in the Shrine of the Book and Jerusalem. People always flock to see the Great Isaiah Scroll because they think that it's the biggest one.
all the ones that you say is that
just so
the
you
leader
know,
of
if you go to the shrine of the book, the Great
is
Isaiah
not
scroll
only
is a replica.
found by your
It's
faith,
not the
but
real one.
rather
That one, the real one's
it is
stored in a
found
locker
by
somewhere.
all of the
But the Habakkuk Pesher is the real one, and no one ever spends any time on it because they just think it's nonsense. I don't care. And I got to spend like an hour looking at it. This complete fanboy of the Habakkuk Pesher. So there we have it. As I mentioned, we know
of a person
basically nothing about the material culture of the ancient prophets aside from the books that get written down. Clearly, the scribes that wrote these books down thought all of them as incredibly important and copied them. We know nothing about their practices, their mystical practices, so we don't know anything about their meditation techniques, their breathing techniques, the drugs they may have used or not used. We know very little about how they achieved these mystical states. So, reconstructing what they did is very difficult. We also know very little about the phenomenology of this. And phenomenology is the $2 word that means the experience of this. What it was like to be a prophet in ancient Israel. What was it like to experience this extended state? We know very little about it because ancient Israelites, like many ancient cultures, just didn't put as much emphasis on subjectivity that we do. We are a narcissistic people. We love ourselves. We love talking about ourselves. And you can find 1,000 books about people talking about memoirs, right? Ancient peoples did not care about subjectivity in the way that we do. And so when you think about this for your life, how often do you learn about the emotional states of characters? Basically never. It's like, and he got angry, or they were sad, and they move on. We know very little about the interiority of these characters because they didn't care about it as a literary motif. Right? So like Russian romanticism or something. And we know very little about the phenomenology of these experiences, aside from they were apparently very scary. That's it. Right? So we know that ancient Israelite prophecy, ancient Israelite mysticism was a social anchor. It was a political anchor. It was an economic anchor. We know that with that many people, 400 prophets employed by a court, this is a part of the economy. Right? This was no marginal thing by any stretch of the imagination. But we know very little about it from a material culture point of view, unfortunately. What we do know is that the prophets went away. Israelite prophecy went away eventually. And the reason probably that it went away is that the countries that they served were destroyed. Ancient Israel was destroyed in 722 BCE, and ancient Judah was destroyed in 586. And if your country gets destroyed, well, you don't have a job anymore. If you're alive, right? If you're alive. And we know there were prophets operating in the exiles. Ezekiel's one of them. Jeremiah flees to Egypt. So we do know that they escaped, but we know that the social institution of prophecy did not survive these destructions. So, why? Well, it could be a lot of things. One of the reasons it could just be they got killed, right? Just wipe them out. That's the thing that happened in the ancient world. Another reason why it could be the case is, well, they didn't see it coming. Your whole job is to communicate from Yahweh what's about to happen to us and how we can make this not happen. And they didn't. Right? So, again, if you're astrologer doesn't see the thing coming,
a regular Jew is just simply obligated
so
to go ahead
part
and
of the problem of divination is if you don't see the big things coming, like your whole country being
the
destroyed,
trust says,
well, that
let me
shakes
figure out
confidence
how
in your
to
ability
go
to communicate
above
with your God.
or the reformer shalom. We're going
Also,
to see
we
why
know that the
Rashi was
prophets weren't terribly
complicated,
popular in some
but
ways.
we're going
I
to
mean,
see
no
when
one likes social critics,
Subject
right? Go
is
ask
going to have a
the
little
social
bit of a
critics.
different
People hate social critics,
definition
right?
of
People hate people being
peace.
like,
And we'll pick
listen,
up with
you're
this in
rich and God
our
hates you for it. God's going to condemn you and God's going to kill people because of your wealth and your religious abandonment, right? No one like wealthy people, powerful people don't like to be told that being wealthy and powerful is evil, right? And they're also the people that kill people to prevent them from saying that. And so prophets often got themselves killed for saying these kinds of things. So it could just be that they were also always at some level, in many ways, a marginalized group. As the situation, the political situation in ancient Judah gets increasingly bad, what ends up happening is that prophecy ultimately shifts away from condemning the Israelites to basically saying, well, one day God's going to come and kill all of you, right? You're not doing the right thing, and God's going to get God's revenge on you. And this becomes a shift to what sometimes is referred to as the Yom Yahweh motif, or the Day of the Lord. When I say Lord, it always makes me feel like I'm a Southern Baptist preacher. I gotta make that Lord really long. The Lord. Anyway, and basically what it comes out to is the prophet's more or less saying, God's abandoned you, God's gonna kill you all, I'm out. Right? And so there's a kind of prophetic frustration that seems to set in, where the prophets are increasingly thinking about a more distant, removed future where God will sort things out, because the present is just a nightmare. The Babylonians are destroying everything and things like that. And what ends up happening is that after the Judahite state is destroyed in the 6th century BCE, the prophets basically are done for as an institution. The Judahite prophets vanish. And the prophetic literature as we have it in the Hebrew Bible is complete. Now, that doesn't mean that people stop being weird. People continue being weird. It's just that their weird is a new kind of weird. And that new kind of weird is apocalypticism. Right? The new kind of weird is apocalypticism. Now, I know that the word apocalyptic typically has to do with the end of the world. That's not what apocalypticism is going to mean in this case. But, right, what we will do is we'll return next week to talk about the rise of Jewish apocalypticism. Notice what we haven't talked about much. Angels, demons, the end of the world, battle between good and evil, right? The Messiah. We haven't talked about any of that yet. There's a reason for that. And the reason for that is the prophets didn't know about any of that stuff. Ancient Israelites didn't really concern themselves with those kinds of things. It's the apocalypse. And so when we get back next week, we'll talk about the rise of people who have visions of angels and demons, people who have visions of the afterlife. Israelites really didn't believe in an afterlife. They believed in a place called Sheol, which is just sort of a cave-like grave that you went and stayed in forever. There's no demons living in there, anything like that. So what we're going to see is a massive innovation in Jewish religion in the aftermath of the end of prophecy, where rather than the prophets speaking to God, right, rather than Yahweh speaking to the prophets, what's going to end up happening is there's going to be a shift from an oral culture, God speaking to the prophets, and this prophet speaking for God. Rather than speaking, God is going to show things to people. Right? We're going to switch from a visual culture to an oral culture to a visual culture. And in fact, the word apocalypse means to reveal. And if you've ever read much in the way of apocalyptic literature, it is showing rather than telling. Right? Showing rather than, and I saw. Blah, 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 blah. So we're going to see a huge shift starting next time with the rise of the apocalyptic. And the apocalyptic is going to bring in the course of a new form of Judaism, and that new form of Judaism is going to be really, really, really weird, with a lot of weird beings and things like that. I will say this just as we wrap up for tonight: prophetic Judaism did not completely go away. There continue to be prophets from time to time that did speak on behalf of Yahweh. You probably know of one of the more famous ones, named Jesus, Josh of Nazareth, that's what they call him. I think they said Jesus of Nazareth. I mean, Jesus is just a Greek version of Joshua. Josh. He probably thought of himself as speaking on behalf of God. And so these people did emerge, and they did manage to get themselves killed pretty consistently. And what we'll also see through the Middle Ages, through the rise of the Middle Ages, is a new form of prophetic Kabbalah, where Abraham Abulafia will actually develop the first techniques, mystical techniques for getting a vision of God. And we actually have those techniques. They're breathing techniques and meditation techniques. And we'll talk about some of those techniques as we get into the rise of Kabbalah. So prophecy has not completely gone away, but it has a kind of, I think, a kind of half-life that as an institution, it passed away, but it has a half-life, and there continue to be prophets from time to time in Judaism. They also continue to have a pretty bad life. Abraham Abulafia was excommunicated and condemned and died in obscurity. So I don't recommend. If you want to be happy, don't be a prophet. Even if you want to make others happy, don't be a prophet.
כשנגרם הצער, מתוך המון אנשים שמיים.
As I explore the garden that is Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah. Again, if you'd like to support my work, providing accessible, free, and scholarly content on topics of Kabbalah, alchemy, and the occult, magic, Arabic philosophy, consider supporting my work.
Like people just say stuff, and they have no particular kavanah. They're just making a statement. The statement just happens to be about something that I've done wrong. And possibility number 3 is where a person points out something I have done wrong, but their intention is actually to help me. Their intention is actually to benefit me. In other words, their intention is to point it out in order, because there's a mitzvah of there is a mitzvah of review. And what's the mitzvah of review? If you see a fellow Jew doing something wrong, you too want to point it out. But what's the point of that? Review is such a strong word. What's the point of that? The point of it is because I love my fellow Jew. I love that person. And so I want them to be able to engage in course-correcting activity. That was the logic. Ukigon, Shahaya Mokibo, Umatif, Mosir, Amaisa, Harois, the Ayudim